Introduction asterisk. The malevolent deity was summoned to the world of ice and fire, intent on seizing control, but was ultimately vanquished. After discarding his memories and powers, he endeavored once more, unaware of the increasingly convoluted and heartwarming, or perhaps not, tale that awaited him. Note 1 asterisk. Prior to chapter 29, the protagonist remained oblivious to his true identity as the malevolent deity, merely acting as a caretaker dragon tending to children. For those uninterested in the trivialities of child-rearing, it is advisable to commence reading from chapter 29, where one may indulge without overthinking, akin to engaging with a children's book. Note 2 asterisk. The protagonist's ostensible identity is that of the sole heir to Rhaegar, following the loss of the two elder children. His vessel matures at an extraordinarily slow pace, resembling that of a child. Thus he and Cersei are united in a political marriage, appearing as a couple while the protagonist remains without a romantic partner. He is neither a bull-headed creature nor a figure of mockery. As the crown prince, he simply requires a wife, and Cersei is the most suitable candidate. Note 3 asterisk. Regarding Cersei's apparent acceptance of this arrangement, she indeed harbors reservations, yet the slow maturation of her husband leaves her with no recourse. However, the protagonist possesses striking good looks, which ultimately softens Cersei's heart, leading her to rationalize her feelings. Note 4 asterisk. This narrative is woven with subtle and somewhat chaotic undertones, lacking in cerebral engagement, resembling a stream of consciousness style with a focus on personal growth. Note 5 asterisk. The backdrop is one of tranquility, devoid of power struggles and minimal political intrigue, lightly tinged with Lovecraftian elements, aiming merely to offer the original characters a more favorable conclusion. Chapter 1. Elia. On a frigid morning, with a scattering of stars still visible in the sky, the air of Dragonstone Island was imbued with the distinctive chill of winter. The cold wind howled across the sea, stirring tumultuous waves that crashed against the black cliffs. Within the warmth of the castle's chamber, Elia awakened from her slumber. Moments ago, she had felt the gentle kick of new life within her womb. Tenderly, her fingers caressed her rounded belly, where the essence of new beginnings resided, each touch suffused with love and tenderness. A year prior, following the birth of her youngest son, Aegon, the maester had informed her and Rhaegar that her body may no longer bear children. Though saddened by the prospect of not providing her husband with more heirs, Elia found solace in the presence of their two children, Rhaenys and Aegon. However, tragedy struck when Aegon was but a fortnight old. A tempest swept across Dragonstone, bringing torrential rains and biting winds. The next day, Rhaenys fell ill, soon followed by Aegon. Despite her fervent prayers, neither child survived. Heartbroken, Elia wept endlessly, while Rhaegar, equally sorrowful, offered steadfast comfort, encouraging her. A month later, to her astonishment, she discovered she was pregnant once more. The maester cautioned her that should she persist with this pregnancy, it could exact a grave toll on her life. Rhaegar also urged her to reconsider. That night, with tears staining her cheeks, she fell into a restless sleep, and together, they shared a dream. A blood-red sky loomed above a land darker than night, as a colossal golden dragon gazed down upon them, its eyes reminiscent of the sun, its scales gleaming brighter than pure gold. It opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of golden flames, while Rhaegar, smiling, spread his arms wide to embrace the inferno, unafraid of its consuming heat. He was, after all, a true son of the dragon. Yet Elia was not, and for reasons unknown, she felt no fear as the searing flames engulfed her. Rather, she experienced only warmth. She sensed the dragon calling to her. From that day forth, Elia grew stronger each passing day. Her appetite astonished the maesters, who could only ponder the mystery of her newfound vigor. Neither Elia nor Rhaegar divulged their dragon dream to anyone. Acutely aware of King Aerys' escalating madness and uncertain of how he might interpret such news, Elia carefully rose from her bed, moving with caution to avoid disturbing the life soon to enter the world. Her movements stirred Rhaegar, who sat up, concern etched upon his features. "My dear, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Shall I summon Maester Durin?" Elia shook her head. Rhaegar assisted her as she slowly descended from the bed, drawing back the heavy brocade curtains to gaze silently at the dawning horizon. "Let's name the child Aegon. He shall be the first dragon prince to awaken a true dragon in centuries," Rhaegar declared, placing a gentle hand on her abdomen, his eyes and lips alight with joy, his tone resolute. Elia nodded softly, understanding the depth of Rhaegar's anticipation for this moment. Why Aegon, though? I had thought perhaps Demon or Jaehaerys. Elia had no objections to the name, yet found it curious. Since Aegon I's conquest of the Seven Kingdoms, the Targaryen lineage had ruled this land, and as a family of dragon lords, their names traditionally adhered to the customs of the old Valyrians. In the annals of Targaryen history, none had ever borne the name Aegon. Oh, he told me himself. Rhaegar laughed joyfully. He said his name is Aegon, a little golden dragon. In the dream, the dragon could hardly be deemed little, yet Elia refrained from contesting this. The restless infant within her kicked once more, causing a twinge of discomfort, and she felt a dampness between her legs. Rhaegar. Elia clutched her belly, striving to maintain composure. Please, summon the maester swiftly. I believe I am about to give birth. What? Rhaegar immediately lifted her into his arms, calling loudly for the handmaids and the maester. As she writhed in Rhaegar's embrace, she felt herself being torn apart, and in the haze, she heard Rhaegar calling her name. The handmaids bustling about in a flurry, their footsteps chaotic, the clanging of metal echoing, and Maester Durin's flustered voice exclaiming, "It is far earlier than anticipated." She felt an engulfing heat, yet also a biting cold, and once more, she slipped into a dream, where a massive golden shadow loomed. "Mother!" A girl's voice called to her, both distant and near. Rhaenys, barefoot, laughed merrily as she dashed through the fog-laden palace, her dark hair billowing in the cold wind. "Come catch me!" The little girl cried out. Elia cried her daughter's name as she raced to pursue her, but the girl quickened her pace, soon becoming a mere blur. Desperate, Elia pleaded for her to slow down, otherwise she could not keep up. Yet the girl paid no heed, weaving through the palace's corridors. Elia screamed and called out, pain surging through her legs, until the girl vanished. The winds howled, crashing waves roared, and an unknown singer lamented from afar, the voice chilling and mournful. The small infant lay quietly in her arms, neither moving nor crying. Elia trembled with cold, her heart chilled to the core, her arms stiff, tears frozen in her eyes as the song faded into the distance, and soon everything dissolved like smoke. It felt as if a century had passed as she wandered aimlessly through a dim and desolate wasteland, dust swirling around her, her vision blurred. She was battered and bruised, blood dripping incessantly, leaving a long trail of crimson footprints upon the ground. In the far distance, a golden dragon soared towards her, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Its enormous wings obscured the heavens, its great eyes ablaze, the sky igniting, the earth ablaze, and she herself caught in the inferno, the entire world engulfed in flames. The burning dragon collided fiercely with her. She emerged reborn. The tiny infant clenched its minuscule fists, peacefully asleep with closed eyes. Elia sat beside the cradle, gazing intently at him. The child's soft face radiated warmth, his fine hair glimmering like gilded threads, interspersed with strands of silver. If he were to open his eyes, one would discover that he possessed the same stunning indigo gaze as Rhaegar. Elia gently tapped his cheek, her heart aching at the sight of the child's somewhat pallid face. The ordeal of childbirth had been perilously treacherous. At one point, Elia completely lost consciousness, her heart ceasing to beat. It was said that they almost did not survive at all. Remarkably, Elia's recovery was astonishingly swift, leaving many in awe. Yet, in truth, this event did not elicit any astonishment, for everyone was enraptured by the return of the dragon. On the day of Zeno's birth, Rhaegar placed a carefully selected dragon egg in his cradle. The following morning, a golden dragon emerged from a long-dead, fossilized egg. Following a shrill scream from a maid that echoed through the castle, even Rhaegar's attempts to conceal this news were in vain. King Aerys soon learned of the occurrence. The king sent a letter via a white raven, urging Rhaegar to return to King's Landing with the dragon and his wife and child without delay. Rhaegar was currently engaged in a futile attempt to delay their departure, but within a few months, they would have no choice but to set forth. The relationship between the king and the Prince of Dragonstone had soured over the years. The king grew more unstable by the day, while the prince became increasingly robust, wise, and astute. Logically, after Rhaegar's marriage to Elia, it should have been Rhaegar, as the king's eldest son, who assumed the role of prime minister, managing the kingdom's affairs. However, after their wedding, the king hastily insisted they relocate to Dragonstone. Now, he was equally eager for them to return. Chapter 2, Birth. Zeno stood bewildered atop the head of a magnificent golden dragon, clutching a book whose radiant cover read, The Dragon Raising Manual. The first page displayed his basic information. Name, Zeno Targaryen. Gender, male. Intelligence, 18, slightly above average. Strength, 2, the power of a raging dragon. You are feeble, but after injury, you will gain the strength of a dragon. Agility, 5, your movements are somewhat sluggish. Charisma, 30, you are perceived as endearing, and your misdeeds are more readily forgiven. Constitution, 5, you barely manage to avoid illness. Willpower, 10, you are an ordinary individual. Lifespan, 20, you possess double the lifespan of an average person, and your growth rate is half that of others. Normal individuals have base attributes totaling 110. Special, magic, 50, you are impervious to fire, capable of hatching dragons, and can communicate with magical beings. The second page was blank. The third page was blank. The nth page was blank. What is this? Zeno flipped the book repeatedly, shaking it vigorously, yet gleaned no further insight. The top left corner of the first page read Beginner's Gift Package, but contained nothing of substance, only an option to allocate points, 10 to each attribute. The notes specified that these points could be used for oneself or others, with the stipulation that if allocated to 2 or more individuals, the attributes would be evenly distributed. How fair that seems. Zeno surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a desolate wasteland, under a black sky where crimson clouds churned above, the charred earth stretching infinitely into the horizon, shrouded in a thin gray mist that permeated the space between sky and ground. He gazed up at the sky, then down at the ground, only to find himself staring into a pair of immense golden slits. What are you dawdling for? Shouldn't you summon your parents? The dragon inquired. What? Zeno was utterly perplexed. The dragon appeared somewhat exasperated. You are about to be born. We have no time to waste. Who are you? Where is this? Why am I here? Why can I remember nothing but my name? Zeno began to ponder existentially. Wait a moment, the dragon replied. In an instant, a vision flooded Zeno's mind. Good heavens, this was a world reminiscent of the Middle Ages. And he was a prince? This king was no benevolent ruler. The court was rife with schemes and treachery. Even without his memories, he understood that he was ill-suited for the intrigues of power. Warfare was beyond his capabilities, governance was a void in his knowledge, and agriculture was a mystery. He could not even distinguish between rice and wheat. Although he seemed to have some ability to handle clay, that skill was utterly useless in this world. Moreover, his fated parents had met a tragic end. His unworthy father, Rhaegar, was a fickle man, and his unfortunate mother, Elia, a woman of frail constitution. Rhaegar's infidelity sparked a war, resulting in the deaths of countless innocents, including him and his wife and children. It was no wonder that the beginner's gift package could be used for others. It was evidently intended for this unfortunate couple. He asked the dragon, so this package is for them? But wait, Rhaegar is an unfaithful man. Even if I help him defeat the usurper, he will still divorce Elia and marry Lyanna. What then will become of me? How should I know? I am merely a dragon, the dragon reiterated. You are about to be born. We have no time. Why am I still so unfortunate, even in a new world? Wait, why do I remember my misfortunes, but nothing else? Just how unfortunate am I? Zeno lamented, while the dragon remained silent. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. Zeno suddenly realized, having been so overwhelmed by his predicament that he forgot to inquire about the dragon's name. I have no name. You must give me one. Oh, Zeno exclaimed with immediate delight. So, you are the dragon I am to raise? The dragon grumbled a low, discontented sound. Zeno slid down from the dragon's head, gazing in awe at the magnificent creature before him. The golden, four-legged, winged dragon, a stunning mythological being, bore tiny scales on its wings, the smallest of which was larger than Zeno's face, exuding majesty and splendor. You don't look quite like the dragons I've seen before, Zeno remarked, noticing a slight discrepancy. The dragon was displeased. I'm not a local dragon, so of course I am different. Hurry and name me. How about Ayo? Not good enough. Other dragons are named Balerion or Vhagar. You give me such a simple name? The dragon expressed dissatisfaction. Aeo is the highest dragon god. You dare compare it to those ordinary dragons? Zeno retorted. Highest dragon god? Is that true? The dragon asked, half convinced. Of course it is. Aeo is the greatest dragon god, and all dragons are Aeo's offspring. Well, fine then. The dragon conceded reluctantly, a hint of joy flickering across its visage, while Zeno internally sighed in relief, not recalling exactly what Eo represented, but assuming it was indeed a divine name. Then how shall I assist that couple? Zeno did not forget that his own fate still hung precariously in the balance. Climb onto my head, then call for them. Zeno struggled to ascend the dragon's head. It was no easy feat. The dragon's scales were as smooth as glass, making the descent akin to a slide, while the ascent proved arduous. The dragon's head loomed like a small mountain, and even when it pressed its head to the ground, Zeno found it nearly impossible to climb up. "You are too slow." The dragon extended its claw and lifted Zeno as if he were a mere grain of rice, placing him atop its head. With 7 long and uneven golden spikes adorning its head, Zeno clutched one tightly, prompting the dragon to rise, standing tall and proud as it let out a thunderous roar. In the barren land, wisps of mist began to swirl, gradually coalescing into 2 indistinct figures, which soon became clearer. Zeno finally laid eyes upon his parents in this lifetime. They were strikingly handsome. How to describe Rhaegar's allure? Perhaps it was that kind of beauty which, even when sun-kissed to the point of char, remained mesmerizing enough to captivate one's gaze. Even in a simple sackcloth, he exuded an irresistible charm that would provoke gasps of admiration. If Zeno were to grade him, it would be a 99, deducting a single point for his own discontent. It was no wonder that Lyanna would abandon her betrothed to be with such a man. For a man of his caliber, even a mere beckon would suffice to ensnare a young maiden's heart. In contrast, the fair Elia appeared to be just an ordinary woman of slight build. Having such a striking father undoubtedly cast a hefty shadow. Zeno turned to the dragon. "Oh, what must I do next?" Aeo replied, "Why do you keep asking me? I am merely a dragon." Thus, Zeno opened the dragon raising manual to conduct his own inquiry. He pointed at the icon of a novice gift pack, which illuminated. A transparent frame popped up above, this time with an additional option. Select user. 1. Zeno Targaryen 2. Elia Martell and Rhaegar Targaryen. Zeno's face twitched as he confirmed that this novice gift pack was intended for his adoptive parents. With a fierce determination, he pressed option 2, and the dragon unleashed a plume of dragon fire towards the 2 figures before him. They were engulfed in flames and quickly vanished. Zeno exclaimed, "Is that it? Where have they gone?" Aeo answered, "They have returned. Remember to call for me once you are born. Also, I must inform you that your future will shift with your birth, so this memory is time-sensitive. You must resolve the matter of Lyanna before it fades from your mind." Zeno jotted down Lyanna's name in his notebook. The dragon took to the skies, ascending higher and higher, with the wind howling fiercely. Zeno clutched the dragon's horns tightly, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. The crimson clouds loomed ever closer, and soon they were enveloped by the thick, red mist. Zeno felt the clouds were sticky, reminiscent of blood, and foul in scent. He pinched his nose tightly, yet the stench made him feel nauseous. Before he could retch, he plummeted downwards. Zeno found himself once more in the wilderness, hearing the anguished cries of a woman. Her sobs were frantic, gasping for breath, as if she were pouring out a lifetime of suffering through her tears. Indeed, the tears flowed forth, flooding the ground and transforming the desolate land into a vast ocean. Zeno shouted for the dragon, "Oh, Ayo, I cannot swim." Ignored by the dragon, he sank beneath the waters. In the palace beneath the surface, Zeno beheld Elia, wandering restlessly. Her white gown was drenched in blood, her body marred with wounds, her face streaked with tears of blood, her eyes hollow and crimson. She murmured, "Rhaenys, Aegon, Rhaenys, Aegon, Aeo." Zeno bellowed, "What is happening? What must I do? Is this what it means to be born?" She weeps incessantly. To gain life, one must relinquish life. They desire a dragon's child, yet must first sacrifice a dragon's child. Their 2 children must perish for you to be born. The dragon's voice echoed distantly, as if from another realm. "You and I are one. Our fates are intertwined." Zeno comprehended the grim truth, his mind frozen. He had never fathomed that his arrival in this world came at the expense of Elia, Rhaegar, and their 2 innocent children. Cautiously, he approached Elia, softly calling, "Elia, Elia." The woman continued her murmurs, oblivious to Zeno's presence. Desperate, he grasped her hand, which was slick and coated in blood. As he held her, she suddenly opened her mouth and screamed, her jaw unhinging wider than her head, dark crimson blood erupting forth and splattering Zeno's face and body. Elia continued to scream, and Zeno, bewildered, gazed at her, unsure of how to respond. The dragon urged him, "If you do not make a decision soon, we shall fail. Should we fail, this woman will perish." But how was he to decide? What was he meant to choose? Zeno could not even muster a bitter smile, for he felt utterly powerless to alleviate her suffering, no matter what he might do. Finally, he called out, "Mother." He took from Elia her child, yet offered her another. Mother. At last, Elia ceased her cries, her bloodshot eyes fixed upon Zeno in silence. He took her hand, guiding her forward as they slowly exited the Palace of Tears, returning beneath the blood-red sky. Together, they soared, entering the crimson clouds. The roar of the dragon resounded through the heavens. Chapter 3. The King and the Prince. The young prince is truly adorable. Among all the children I have encountered, I have never seen one so quiet and intelligent. A maid named Anne, merely 18 years of age, possesses beautiful golden hair and striking blue eyes, resembling a delicate flower. Her surname is Lannister, a family renowned for their exquisite beauty. Elia smiled and remarked, "Everyone says he bears a striking resemblance to his father," and could not help but steal glances at her. The last time she had seen Princess Elia was after the birth of her first child with Prince Rhaegar, when Elia appeared frail and haggard. Later, when their second child, Prince Aegon, was born, rumors circulated that she was on the brink of death. Now, however, the princess's cheeks were flushed, her lips a vivid red, and her olive-toned skin smooth and radiant. A delicate crown adorned with amethysts rested atop her lustrous dark hair, accentuating the brilliance of her ebony eyes. She appeared remarkably healthy. Yet, this could only disappoint Lady Cersei, and mused. Lord Tywin would be even more disheartened. For everyone knew he had been awaiting Princess Elia's demise to allow Prince Rhaegar to wed his daughter. Zeno nestled in Elia's embrace, tilting his small head to observe his mother and the maids engaged in light-hearted conversation. After his birth, he found solace in the realization that the timeline of this world differed slightly from the memories Aegon had imparted to him. For instance, Rhaegar and Elia wed in early 277, while it was now the end of 279. Winter had yet to conclude, and the erroneous spring had yet to arrive. Rhaegar had not yet met Lyanna, and there was still time. However, the dragons had returned. Would Rhaegar still cling to that prophecy and divorce Elia? It was hard to say, for true love is often insurmountable, like an old house engulfed in flames, with no chance of rescue. Yet Zeno must strive for self-preservation, lest he forget the future the dragon had revealed to him, all while being unable to document it. Fortunately, Aegon had mentioned that he differed from the local dragons, growing more rapidly and eventually becoming quite large. Though Zeno had yet to grow teeth, he was already larger than an adult shadow cat. In battle, however, how could a skilled knight contend with a dragon? 10, 100? Zeno and the dragon were one. He had no desire to gamble with his life. After months of earnest contemplation, Zeno devised the following plan. First, once the tournament at Harrenhal commenced, he would persistently implore Rhaegar to bring him along. And then he would seek to separate couples as he could. Second, if Rhaegar refused to take him, he would have to apologize to the maid who cared for him, persuading Aegon to secretly fly him there, and then he would endeavor to part couples as he could. But how could a mere child disrupt the union of two enamored individuals? He was still too small to stand unaided. The little one, discontented, gnawed on his gums. And Elia immediately noticed. "Oh dear, my sweet baby, are you hungry?" She lifted Zeno, unfastened her garments, and began to nurse him. Zeno fell silent. Ever since witnessing the tear-streaked visage of Elia, he found himself reluctant to defy this maternal figure. Though he was not at all hungry, the urgency of approaching footsteps drew near. Several maidservants immediately rose, with one stationed at the doorway while others surrounded Elia. When Rhaegar entered the chamber, accompanied by 2 members of the Kingsguard, Elia had already composed herself, cradling Zeno as she approached. "My lord, why the haste? Father wishes to meet Zeno and his dragon." Rhaegar replied, appearing somewhat weary. He lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss upon Elia's cheek, offering a smile to his wife and child. He was also preparing to host a grand tournament for Zeno's first naming day, inviting lords from far and wide. "Shall I accompany you?" Elia inquired, a hint of worry in her tone, for King Aerys had never held her in favor. "No," Rhaegar stated without hesitation, "you shall not go. I will take him." They descended the lengthy spiral staircase. At the bottom, they were greeted by Sir Jon Cunnington, a tall and striking figure clad in a black tunic embroidered with a pair of griffins, one red and one white. He turned to Zeno with a warm smile. "Is this our dragon prince? His eyes are truly a mirror of yours, Rhaegar. I believe King Aerys will take a liking to him." Rhaegar returned the smile, albeit with a touch of melancholy. "I hope so," he murmured. Yet, his expression betrayed no joy. Rather, it hinted at a deeper anxiety. Aerys would certainly appreciate the dragon, but his regard for Zeno remained uncertain. Indeed, he might harbor disdain for the boy, for Zeno had awakened the dragon, not he. After all, the king was notoriously known for his envy of anyone who surpassed him. In the hall of Maegor's holdfast, the king, queen, and esteemed advisors awaited their arrival. Zeno found Ares more emaciated and disheveled than he had anticipated, his silver hair tangled and matted, his nails curled grotesquely. When Ares embraced Zeno, he could only be grateful that Zeno had previously endured the foul stench of the bloody cloud, sparing him from immediate revulsion. Queen Rhaegar's embrace was warm and fragrant, her beauty reminiscent of Rhaegar. Beside her stood a small boy, around 3 or 4 years of age, who stared at Zeno with wide violet eyes. "Where's the dragon?" "My dear, summon your dragon," Ares commanded, unabashed in his intentions. Zeno called for Io. The doors swung open, and the dragon soared in like a flash of lightning, responding to Zeno's summons. As it landed, all eyes were drawn to its magnificent form. "Oh, it is truly beautiful." Ares's voice trembled with awe, and none could dispute his words. The dragon was indeed one of the most magnificent and powerful beings in existence. Ares beckoned the dragon closer for him to pet and admire it. Yet the dragon ignored him. "Father," Rhaegar interjected, "the dragon does not wish to approach anyone but Zeno. Even Elia and I are beyond its reach. I am the king." Ares erupted in fury. "This is a royal command." Rhaegar's expression was cold. "I apologize, but I fear no one can command a dragon. Perhaps Zeno's master, Xenus, could, but he is still too young." Iris glared fiercely at Rhaegar, then extended his hand towards Queen Rhaegar, who was cradling Zeno. "Hand the child over to me." Queen Rhaegar protectively wrapped her arms around Zeno and implored, "Your Majesty, if you harm Zeno, the dragon is likely to retaliate. I beseech you, do not take such a step. Are you a fool or an imbecile? Is your head filled with straw? He is my grandson. How could I ever bring harm to him?" The king ordered his captain of the Kingsguard, Sir Jailer, to bring the child to him. Thus, Zeno was returned to the filthy, odorous hands of Iris, and he chose to remain silent in the face of Iris's demands. "My dear," Iris said to Zeno, "give me your dragon. You are my heir, and all that I possess shall one day belong to you." The hall fell into a heavy silence as Zeno remained mute, gazing at the deranged countenance of the king. Iris caressed Zeno's hair, then abruptly seized him and hurled him towards the ground. "No," Rhaegar bellowed, rushing forward, while others reached out in an effort to catch him. Yet, the dragon was the swiftest. Io soared through the throng, allowing Zeno to land upon its back. The dragon ascended into the air, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the hall. Iris screamed as he toppled from his seat. The captain of the Kingsguard helped the king to his feet, guiding him back to his throne. The dragon, with Zeno upon its back, kept a vigilant watch over Iris, exhaling a plume of smoldering black smoke from its nostrils. Iris's face flushed with rage as he gasped for breath, gripping the armrests. Suddenly, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Queen Rhaegar, causing her to sway to one side, her cheeks swelling and blood trickling from her mouth and nose. Rhaegar's expression darkened, while the queen silently covered her face, not uttering a single moan. All present maintained a facade of calm, save for Zeno, who was left dumbfounded. "Begone! All of you get out!" the king roared, expelling everyone from the chamber except for the queen. "Wait, shouldn't we summon a scholar first?" Zeno glanced at Rhaegar, whose face once again bore a weary and sorrowful expression. Rhaegar instructed that the dragon-loving Viserys be escorted back to his chambers, then silently lifted Zeno from the dragon's back. "The king has truly lost his mind," remarked the prime minister, the previously silent Duke Tywin, addressing Rhaegar. "Your Highness, how have you considered my earlier proposal? After all, he is my father." Rhaegar gently stroked Zeno's head, appearing distracted and burdened with thoughts. "I shall give it serious consideration," Tywin whispered. "I hope you can reach a decision swiftly," casting a focused glance at Zeno before departing. Chapter 4. The tournament. More than half a month before Zeno's first birthday, lords from across the realm began arriving in King's Landing. The tournament grounds were erected outside the city, where knights participating in the event raised tents and unfurled banners upon the grassy expanse. As if overnight, a prosperous silk town rose majestically along the banks of the Blackwater River. Merchants flocked to the news, setting up dozens of shops on the town's outskirts, eagerly hawking their wares. Meanwhile, the capital, King's Landing, buzzed with extraordinary liveliness. People jostled against one another, and the air was filled with the sounds of shouts and neighing horses. Knights were eager to prove themselves, dreaming of becoming champions in the tournament. Noble lords busied themselves with visiting friends and relatives, while commoners passionately discussed the return of dragons in the taverns. Yet none of this concerned Zeno. During this time, he was but a well-behaved child, spending his days nestled in Ilia's embrace, meeting various noble ladies, or being cradled by Prince Rhaegar to greet highborn lords. One morning, a lady praised his cuteness, and by afternoon, a duke lauded his intelligence. Everyone extolled him and the dragon with an abundance of flattering words. Zeno longed to know how Queen Rhaegar was faring. Since that day, he had neither seen nor heard from her. Rhaegar was perpetually busy, and when he was away, Elia would have Zeno summon the dragon to keep them company. When Prince Oberyn, Elia's brother, came to visit, he tossed Zeno into the air, catching him deftly, nearly receiving a bite from the dragon in the process. Elia, irritated, smacked his arm, but he merely laughed heartily. He then began to tell jokes that sent everyone into fits of laughter, marking Zeno's only moment of joy during this period. The handmaidens initially regarded the dragon with a mix of fear and awe, but soon realized that as long as they did not provoke Eo, he would not engage with them. Moreover, Eo required no feeding or cleaning, proving to be quite low maintenance. Among them was a new handmaiden who displayed an astonishing lack of fear, daring to sit beside O while working on her embroidery. This newcomer was named Cersei Lannister. Indeed, she possessed a stunning beauty that sparkled radiantly. Zeno could not fathom Rhaegar's thoughts, knowing that Tywin wished to marry his daughter to him. He still allowed this young lady to serve as Ilia's lady-in-waiting. Regardless of her true nature, her appearance was undeniably enchanting. She was skilled in song and dance, as well as in sewing and embroidery, combining grace with beauty. At just 14, she carried herself with poise before others, showing no signs of shyness, making it quite difficult to dislike her. Furthermore, she was eager to play with Zeno, patiently helping him build small houses from sand and reading to him. She even aspired to replace the maester in teaching him to read and write. However, what benefit would this bring her? No matter how she endeavored to endear herself to Zeno, he could not assist her in becoming his stepmother. Zeno found himself perplexed by Rhaegar, bewildered by Cersei, and utterly confounded by Elia, who allowed all of this to unfold. On the day of the tournament, Zeno was lifted by Rhaegar and presented to the crowd from the grandstand. As the dragon soared around the pavilion, the cheers from below could have toppled the very walls of King's Landing. Prince Daemon Targaryen personally participated in the tournament, adorned in a black cloak trimmed with crimson satin. Beneath the cloak, his black armor gleamed, emblazoned on his chest with a three-headed dragon set in rubies. He wielded a black spear and shield, while his steed, as dark as the midnight sky, bore not a single stray hair. The helm upon his head was embellished with a golden and red three-headed dragon, poised as if ready to take flight. First to fall beneath his lance was the Duke of House Valerion from the Reach. Following him were the Stark brothers, Ser Brandon Stark and Ser Eddard Stark, the eldest and second sons of the Warden of the North. Then came the Duke of Storm's End, Robert Baratheon, along with Ser Jorah Royce from the Vale and a dozen renowned knights from the Westerlands. The combat was fierce, and Zeno felt drowsy in the lofty stands, as Elia held him tightly, rendering his attempts to see futile. Yet, he finally caught sight of Queen Rhaegar, who smiled down at Prince Rhaegar, valiantly dominating the field. Her visage appeared fully restored. However, Zeno noticed her hand was once again wounded, wrapped in bandages with a hint of crimson seeping through. What could possibly be done to eliminate the Mad King? Zeno pondered. In truth, should the Mad King perish, the stalemate would dissolve. If you truly resolve to do so, it is simple, Eo remarked. What plan do you propose? Zeno was taken aback that the dragon would respond to him, for despite their telepathic bond, Eo often neglected him, stating, I am merely a dragon. He wishes to kill you to claim your dragon. You may retaliate as he attempts to slay you, the dragon advised. Zeno gazed in astonishment at the dragon perched upon the wooden pillar, reminding it, look at me. I am but 1 year old. Even if I possess some unique power, I cannot contend with the Kingsguard. There is no need for you to act. It is I who shall kill him. What if you are locked outside? Would that not spell your doom? Then I would surely perish. You shall not die. The king favors fire wielders. Do not forget, you are unafraid of flames, nor are you averse to a few injuries. The dragon flicked its tail, asserting, harm only serves to fortify you. This notion seemed promising, yet it could easily culminate in a stalemate. If he survives, I would be dooming Rhaegar and Elia, Zeno lamented. Rhaegar may be fine, but Aerys truly despises Elia. Aeo chuckled. Have you not realized that your father has prepared everything, save for his resolve? Yet, given his indecisive and procrastinating nature, he could wait another decade. To elope with Lyanna is not mere hesitation, Zeno argued, suspecting that Aeo had misjudged the situation. This matter is complex, Aeo replied. But we know only a fragment of the history, not its entirety. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause as Prince Rhaegar once again claimed victory. Night had fallen, and King Aerys declared loudly that the team tournament would commence the following day. The knights who had fallen to Rhaegar on this day were mandated to participate in the team competition to prove they were still valiant warriors. This decree was utterly unreasonable. The crowd exchanged glances, and the clamor of the gathering diminished significantly with many furrowing their brows in discontent. Yet, this was, after all, a royal decree. The banquet was held on the grassy field, with the attendees seated beside the king and queen. "My dear brother, congratulations on winning the championship of the tournament," Viserys exclaimed, rushing over to toast to Rhaegar with palpable excitement. After Rhaegar smiled and finished his drink, he sat down beside them, playfully teasing Zeno, who appeared remarkably petite. Even the second son of Lord Weber, at 1 year old, was far sturdier than him. He ought to eat more. Zeno, however, was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, his thoughts clouded with worry. Despite the current adulation of the nobles towards Rhaegar, it was merely a consequence of the king's madness. Should Rhaegar's actions jeopardize their interests, such as the potential demise of several vital heirs in tomorrow's melee, they would promptly rebel, particularly the likes of Brandon Stark and Robert Baratheon. Zeno regarded them as key figures of concern. He wished to evade death and hoped that neither Rhaegar nor Elia would come to harm. As the moon reached its zenith, a bard sat before them, narrating the tale of Aegon I's conquest of the Seven Kingdoms, much to the king's delight. A whole yak was suspended on the spit, its belly filled with fragrant herbs. Onions, mushrooms, peas, roasted chestnuts, and squab, the skin perfectly crisped to a tantalizing aroma. The tables overflowed with fruits, cakes, cheeses, roasted snails, and delicate pastries. Flutes and violins harmonized to create a melodious ambience. When Prince Rhaegar took up the harp and began to strum a ballad, an enchanting silence enveloped the gathering. All were entranced, teary-eyed, seemingly having cast aside the king's mad commands. Except for Zeno, who was desperately racking his brain, contemplating how to eliminate the mad king. Chapter 5. The melee good kings are often indistinguishable from one another, while bad kings each embody their own unique malevolence. At times, ameliorating a nation's decline requires merely replacing a corrupted sovereign. With the death of the mad king, many dilemmas would resolve themselves. As the new monarch, Rhaegar would first need to assume the responsibilities of governance, leaving him no time for leisure or the luxury of falling in love with Lyanna at first sight. In a few years, by the time Lyanna weds Robert, even if their passion ignited, the dragons would have grown, providing more assurance against insurrections. "I believe your suggestion is unfeasible," Zeno mused, gnawing on a crisp, burnt biscuit with his baby teeth, as the scholar had advised him to sharpen his fangs. Once his father resolved to act, perhaps he would elope with Lyanna. He needed to secure matters before that eventuality. "Oh, and what do you intend to do?" Aeo finally expressed interest, adding, "If you refrain from personally committing regicide, any other approach is permissible. What if he frightens himself to death? What if he chokes on his food? Or, perhaps, he succumbs to a sudden illness?" Zeno proposed whimsically. "A splendid notion, yet. Do you truly expect him to choke or fall ill spontaneously? Or do you possess a method to instill such fright?" The dragon found Zeno's ideas utterly fanciful. "Can we return to that space?" Zenon inquired of Eo, referring to the realm where the skies were shrouded in crimson clouds. "I have noticed that Iris possesses a rather timid disposition. We could instill nightmares of falling from the heavens to frighten him to death." The dragon remained silent for a considerable time. "No, your parents are an exception. Others cannot enter there," Eo advised. "I believe you need not take any action. The memory I shared with you is a prophecy concerning the future. However, true history often bears little resemblance to what is recorded, and prophecies have always been ambiguous. The fate you have witnessed may indeed transpire, or it may not, and the reasons may not align with your assumptions." Zenon scratched his head. "Are you suggesting that my father may not have actually betrayed Lyanna? But if it were to happen, we must act swiftly to prevent the infidelity. You possess a dragon. You have already altered the present, which is tantamount to changing the future," Eo said meaningfully. "The moment you were born, everything was altered." Zenon sighed and turned in his small bed. The night was tranquil, and Rhaegar and Elia had already succumbed to slumber. Tomorrow marked the day of the group tournament. Engaging in a debate with King Iris seemed futile. Persuasion would yield no results. The lords who chose not to participate in the tournament would likely bear the stigma of cowardice, while those who did could pay with their lives. Clearly, the nobility valued reputation above life itself. Tomorrow was destined to be a day stained with blood. Zenon found himself unable to sleep. He realized he could not acclimate to a world that disregarded life so lightly. "You truly need not worry so much. They are not fools and will not risk their lives recklessly." The dragon lay beside Zenon's bed, observing him. "Once this tournament concludes, your father will likely seek to convene a grand council to compel the king to abdicate. The concerns that trouble you are, for the most part, improbable." Eo continued to comfort and encourage him, and Zenon felt a touch of gratitude. "You are right. Perhaps I am indeed overthinking things." "Thank you." That night, Xenon experienced an unusually pleasant dream. He soared through the skies alongside the dragon, with red clouds drifting around them, as the resplendent sunlight bathed the sea of clouds. The following day dawned bright and sunny, seemingly heralding good news. This group tournament, if not the largest in the annals of Westerosi history, would undoubtedly be recorded in the chronicles. The area was teeming with an enthusiastic crowd, their cheers echoing thunderously. Xenon strained to peer from Elia's embrace, but could discern only a mass of helmeted heads and a kaleidoscope of capes. They were all well-equipped and appeared thoroughly prepared. From the helmets, Xenon recognized the antlers of House Baratheon, the roaring lion of House Lannister, and one individual bore a cloak embroidered with the head of a dire wolf, while another donned an extravagant suit of green armor adorned with golden roses. Well then, it seems everyone is gathered. Surely, these individuals understand the concept of moderation, Xenon mused. Elia felt a sense of unease, tightly clutching Zeno. Prince Oberyn also participated in the tournament, yet Zeno could not locate him amidst the throng. The team competition lasted a grueling 4 hours. Initially, some participants seemed to adhere to an unspoken agreement, refraining from inflicting genuine harm upon one another. However, as the numbers swelled, chaos ensued. A knight was struck down in the tumult, his severed arm flying through the air to collide with another knight's face, sending him reeling backward to fall from his steed, only to be trampled by the panicked horse. The scene devolved into pandemonium, mud splattering everywhere while blood rained down. Elia clung to Zeno, who finally spotted Prince Oberyn, brandishing a spear and locked in a fierce contest with Duke Mysterio. The ultimate victor was a towering mercenary knight, who stood a head taller than the rest, wielding a flail with devastating effect. King Illyris erupted in laughter, commending him as the bravest knight and inviting him to the banquet at the Red Keep. The tournament had claimed 23 lives, including that of Sir Brandon Stark, heir to Winterfell. It seems this world is rife with fools. I never anticipated that nobles would stubbornly engage in a life-and-death struggle with a wandering warrior. AEO was not particularly pleased, yet his temperament would only bring future troubles. The minor casualties did not significantly alter the larger picture. Zeno was preoccupied with comforting the distraught Elia, while Prince Oberyn suffered broken ribs and a gaping wound on his shoulder. Duke Tyler had endured a broken nose, an arm, and a leg, rendering them both unable to attend the banquet. In truth, Duke Mysterio was not exceptionally formidable, but he enjoyed the advantage of youth. AEO was correct. The situation was not as dire as it could have been. The banquet commenced in the throne room, which was filled with warmth and delightful aromas. Laughter and conversation resonated throughout the hall, with the king's jester performing on stilts while several jugglers showcased their fire-breathing tricks. Good night. You are indeed a commendable knight. Look at those who possess only titles, devoid of honor and prowess. I believe you are more suited to occupy their seats. The table before them overflowed with food and drink, yet Illyris partook of nothing, allowing the victor of the tournament to sit at his feet, sharing his sustenance and drink. Engaging him in conversation. Tell me, which position do you prefer? The mercenary knight replied in a deep voice, I prefer none, your majesty. I would rather be by your side. A clever lad indeed, the king laughed heartily. You are far wiser than they, and I believe you should remain by my side henceforth. Do you have a wife? Not yet. Then look, is that girl not beautiful? The king pointed at Cersei. Shall I have her become your wife? The mercenary knight was taken aback, as was Cersei. Tywin coldly asserted, Your Majesty, I believe that my daughter's marriage should be determined by me, her father, rather than you. I am certainly in a position to decide. I am the king, came the retort. And you, my servant, have no say in arranging a match for a servant's child. With a triumphant smirk, Aerys declared, Well, look at the valiant son-in-law I have procured for you. You ought to be grateful. Zeno comprehended fully the reasons behind Tywin's rebellion, as Cersei bit her lip, glancing at her father whose expression was one of thunderous discontent, before furtively looking at Rhaegar. Rhaegar remained expressionless, seemingly lost in thought, while a hushed murmur arose among the others. Oh, Cersei, why do you not come and sit beside your husband? I propose you simply marry tonight. It would be delightful for everyone to partake in the revelry of your wedding night. How splendid. Aerys guffawed, slapping the table. Zeno genuinely admired Duke Tywin for managing to restrain himself from flipping the table in anger. Noticing Cersei's refusal to approach, Aerys grew impatient. Cersei, either come here on your own, or allow your husband to drag you here. You are a clever child, are you not? He then addressed the hired knight. Go. Bring your wife. If she is disobedient, you are free to exercise your rights as her husband. The hired knight hesitated before rising. The whispers grew louder, and Cersei was on the brink of tears, glancing helplessly at her father, whose countenance was dark, and at Rhaegar, who appeared contemplative. They remained silent. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zeno called upon Ao, who soared down with the speed of lightning, landing before the king and unleashing a torrent of dragon fire upon the table, reducing it and everything atop it to ash amidst Ares's shrill screams. The hired knight quickly sidestepped, while the jester and performers scattered in fright, and the king shrank in his chair, trembling. For a moment, the hall was as silent as a tomb. The dragon settled in the center of the hall, beginning to cleanse its scales with flames. A soft clink sounded as Rhaegar placed his cup on the table, addressing Tywin. "My apologies, Lord Tywin. My father has indeed indulged too much in drink. Please disregard his drunken ramblings." Tywin nodded slowly. "It seems his majesty has indeed had one too many." Rhaegar turned to the captain of the King's Guard. "Ser Jorah, my father is quite inebriated. Please escort him back to his chambers for some rest." Ser Jorah Hightower silently assisted Ares, leading the trembling king away. Zeno hastily called for Ao to leave, who reluctantly exhaled a plume of sparks and glared at him before taking flight. Rhaegar smiled and gestured for the hired knight to return to his previous place, then raised his cup once more. "Let us toast to the prosperity of the kingdom. Cheers." The crowd echoed in unison, and the hall erupted into lively chatter once again. Chapter 6. The erroneous sacrifice. "You have thoroughly offended the king. I suggest you devise a plan to eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, he would certainly contemplate ending your life." Long urged Zeno. "Even if you were to disclose the matter of our intertwined fates, he would be disinclined to believe you. At this juncture, one must take the initiative. Committing patricide is a grave offense, as you yourself have stated. Should I slay him, my reputation would be tarnished far worse than his. Moreover, he would not be able to eliminate me. You will protect me, will you not?" Zeno was equally troubled, ever since that banquet. Rhaegar and Elia had kept an even closer watch on him. Prince Oberyn, still recovering from his injuries, came daily to reminisce with Elia and keep Zeno company. He is indeed a fascinating individual, eloquently weaving words into stories that captivate, possessing an extensive knowledge that never fails to amuse Elia and the maidens. "I shall protect you. But what if he resorts to poison, or as you suggested, lures you to a place where I cannot follow? There are myriad ways to kill. Blades are not a necessity, and dragons are not omnipotent. Otherwise, why would the King's Guard be needed?" Dragon lounged beside Zeno, lazily swishing its tail, while the fire blazed in the hearth, and Oberyn narrated a tale about a knight and a dancer. "Use your intellect and ponder deeply. Living is victory. I shall simply avoid him." Zeno truly could not conceive of a solution. After all, I am his only grandson. He should not be so deranged. Dragon glared at him, frustrated. If he were not mad, why would others dub him the Mad King? A grandson can be replaced, but a dragon is a rare hatchling. For him, as long as you are alive, he cannot possess a dragon. At that moment, the dancer exclaimed, "I love you sincerely. See how I am drenched for your sake." Oberyn feigned a somber demeanor, stating the knight believed her, lowering his guard to embrace his beloved, only to be pierced by the faceless man disguised as the dancer. A collective gasp arose, with Cersei being the boldest, calmly retorting, "But they are in love. How could they not recognize each other?" "Oh, dear lady, you must understand. The faceless men possess mysterious abilities to alter their appearance at will, and furthermore, they can disguise themselves with remarkable precision." In the knight's eyes, he was indeed embracing his beloved. Oberyn reclined lazily against the cushions. Even the most convincing disguise should exhibit some differences. Cersei, unconvinced, asserted that the knight simply did not know his beloved well enough. "Had it been me, I would not have been deceived." "Ha ha ha." Oberyn laughed heartily. "Indeed, for after all, it is not the original. There would still be distinctions." Elia smiled as she observed them, then glanced at Zeno, who was furrowing his small brow, intently focused on the picture book before him. As long as he grows up healthy, Elia felt utterly content, though spring had yet to arrive. The weather had suddenly turned warm. Recently, a band of robbers had become increasingly audacious, and Rhaegar was ordered to lead troops to subdue them. Ao reminded Zeno, "The king has already begun to take action." That afternoon, with sunlight hidden behind thick clouds, Zeno was listening to Cersei read, while Elia and Oberyn discussed the recent addition of a young son to the Count of Starfall. Queen Rhaella unexpectedly summoned the King's Guard to bring forth Elia and Zeno to keep her company. As Oberyn adjusted his attire in preparation to accompany them, he was halted by Ser Jorah. The King's Guard, with a stern demeanor, stated, "You are a man. Her Highness requires only Princess Elia and Prince Zeno." "Surely, the dragon can accompany us. Look how well behaved it is," Oberyn replied, gesturing to the cat, Ao, who sat calmly. "I'm afraid that is not permissible." Ser Jorah's expression remained as cold as steel, reiterating that Her Highness desired only Princess Elia and Prince Zeno. Oberyn's countenance darkened. He exchanged glances with Elia, who softly suggested, "Then let Lady Cersei accompany us." Mother expressed her fondness for her singing last time. The king's guards silently acquiesced. They were escorted into the throne room, which appeared rather desolate. It was daytime, and the ledges were still adorned with torches. A massive dragon skull loomed on the wall, its hollow eyes burning with an eerie glow as it gazed upon them. King Aerys sat high upon the iron throne, awaiting their arrival, accompanied only by 2 king's guards stationed vigilantly at either side of the throne. "Your Majesty, may I inquire the purpose of our summons?" Elia asked courteously and respectfully. "Oh, I have indeed summoned you for a reason, but it is of no concern to you. I am the king. You shall remain silent until I have finished speaking." Aerys bellowed, his voice rising in fury. Elia complied, falling silent as he continued, "What did I say? The Dornish are filthy and foul. To wed you to Rhaegar is to tarnish the Targaryen bloodline." He called for the fire sorcerer. "Rhaegar, you fool. Hurry and bring forth the items for my dear grandson to see. Ser Jorah, Ser Harlan, what are you waiting for? Bind these 2 women." Cersei heroically stepped in front of Elia, declaring, "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. Prince Rhaegar will be furious upon his return." "I am well aware my grandson possesses a dragon. No need for you to elaborate." Aerys interrupted her abruptly. "It appears you have not learned the meaning of courtesy. But I do not blame you. Your mother died young, and your imbecile father lacked manners, much like yourself. My father has never been rude. You have no right to comment on him." Cersei's voice trembled with a mix of anger and fear. Ser Jorah furrowed his brow, tying Cersei to a pillar, followed by Elia. Clinging desperately to Zeno, Elia cried out in supplication, "Your Majesty, he is your grandson. He is too young to comprehend anything. It is all my fault. I beg for your mercy. I implore you." The king's guard, restrained in their actions, dared not harm her, yet under the king's orders, they could not release her. After a prolonged struggle, as Aerys was on the verge of losing patience, Zeno ultimately freed himself from her embrace, standing alone in the center of the hall. He had long summoned the dragon, yet it was evident that Aerys had made preparations in advance. The doors to the hall were firmly shut, and the windows had been securely sealed. Aeo continued to assault the door with flames and claws. The good news was that he had brought Oberyn along. The bad news was that together they could not breach the sturdy entrance. A cadre of fire sorcerers placed a colossal brazier in the center, igniting a wild blaze before erecting a metal frame atop it, where 3 dragon eggs rested. What purpose did this serve? Even fossilized eggs could not be cooked, could they? Or did he intend to use me as firewood to boil eggs? Did he truly wish to burn me alive? Zeno could not help but mentally scoff at the absurd situation he described to Aeo. He feared it was a sacrificial offering. Aeo, still striving to break the door, responded that Oberyn had summoned his men, but the king had also readied a considerable force. Currently, Tywin's troops were en route. If they could hold out for a few more minutes, Tywin had promised to send a battering ram. Or would you prefer to let the fire burn for a while? Zeno found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Rhaegar, after assessing the situation, addressed Aerys. "Your Majesty, everything is prepared. Please allow the prince to enter." "Did you hear that, my dear grandson? Hurry and step into the brazier. Once the dragon eggs hatch, all of this will be your doing." Aerys exclaimed with delight. "Quickly, do not dawdle, or I shall have to send your mother in first, just to cleanse her of that dreadful Dornish scent with flames." Elia burst into loud sobs, and for a moment, Zeno felt as though he had returned to the Palace of Tears. He looked at Elia and sincerely comforted her. "I am not afraid of the flames, mother." Yet Elia shook her head incessantly, pleading with Aerys for mercy. The turquoise flames leapt high, and a fire sorcerer placed a small stool in front of the brazier, allowing him to climb in. Zeno sighed and, amid the desperate wails of the woman, stepped into the brazier. Chapter 7. The king's death. The flames cascaded like fallen stars, trailing behind him as he descended. Zeno recalled that he seemed to have plummeted from the heavens. At times, he pondered his origins. Did he have parents in another world? A wife and children? If he vanished, would they mourn his absence? Or perhaps he had come into this world with nothing, which was why he was here. Zeno curled up at the bottom of the brazier, his garments quickly consumed by the fire. The wild flames were not searing. Rather, he felt a chill. He heard Elia weeping incessantly. He ought to rise, to reassure her, and perhaps frighten Aerys in the process. Yet he was immobile, having not considered this when stepping into the brazier. A scorching wind blew across his brow, and Zeno found himself standing in an unfamiliar and eerie wasteland. The sky enveloped in swirling darkness, the earth shrouded in gray smoke, surrounded by crumbling ruins, with a golden palace towering in the distance. A long red worm crawled across his foot, dissipating into a wisp of gray smoke. The heat here was astonishing, yet everything was devoid of life, an unsettling peculiarity. Zeno? Zeno, come back. He heard Ao calling him. I don't know how to return. Zeno shouted to the sky. If you wish to return, you shall. Ao's voice resonated even louder. In the next moment, he opened his eyes to the thunderous sound of a door shattering. Zeno struggled to stand in the fire pit. His body coated in a slick, fiery substance, with emerald flames engulfing him, his hair ablaze. He leaned over the edge of the fire pit, gazing at Iris. The dragon surged through the hall like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a torrent of flame upon the Iron Throne. The fire barely grazed Iris's garment, igniting it instantly. The king screamed loudly, frantically scurrying on the throne, attempting to extinguish the flames licking at his attire. For some reason, Zeno felt he would topple down. Iris stepped on the hem of his garment, while his other foot slipped toward the next step. His arms flailed in the air, seeking anything to halt his descent. But he was cut by the sharp edge of the Iron Throne, crying out in distress, yet the king's guard was far too distant. By the time they arrived, he had fallen heavily down the steel steps, rolling onto the floor, groaning in agony. The pyromancers fled in panic. A multitude surged through the shattered doorway, halting before Zeno. Led by Tywin and Oberyn, their expressions vacant as they locked eyes with him. Uncle Tywin, could you please lower my mother and Miss Cersei first? Zeno felt somewhat embarrassed, surrounded by onlookers. Could I have a garment, please? Thank you. Oberyn was the first to react, swiftly rescuing his sister from the pillar before attempting to pull Zeno from the fire. Wait. Zeno hastily interrupted. After requesting Ao's assistance to escape the fire pit, Zeno was troubled to discover that the wildfires continued to blaze upon him. Could someone pour some sand on me? Tywin poured an entire bag of sand over Zeno's head, successfully burying him in it. While the flames did not harm him, the sand injured one of his arms, and he twisted his ankle while falling, a truly embarrassing situation to recount. Nonetheless, he could not deter the enthusiasm of the crowd as they endlessly discussed the incident. Even Oberyn shifted from tales of dancers to recounting the story of the dragon prince reborn from flames, yet twisting his ankle. By the time Rhaegar galloped back to the Red Keep, King Iris's condition had deteriorated drastically. He refused medication and would not allow the maesters to examine his wounds. Daily, he either remained in a deep slumber or awoke in a fit of rage, forbidding anyone to approach him. Cersei confided in Zeno that Tywin believed the king was nearing death. This was, indeed, the only silver lining in a series of unfortunate events. However, Ao was truly incensed. During Zeno's recuperation over the past half-month, the dragon completely ignored him. What are you so angry about? Am I not obedient enough? You let me burn for a while, and now you're upset with me for it. This is utterly unfair. Zeno lamented to Ao, look at the splendid outcome. Father will soon inherit the throne, and the threat from Iris has been completely eradicated. I was initially concerned that everyone might fear me, yet it seems they have grown fonder of me. Ao turned away, presenting his back. Zeno felt akin to having a feisty cat. Albeit a dragon was far more challenging to manage. The dragon was also significantly larger. He could neither cradle it in his arms nor coax it with treats. Dragons, by nature, did not require his feeding, preferring to seek their own sustenance, and believed that grilled fish from the sea surpassed roasted lamb. Zeno found this characteristic reminiscent of a cat. Please, do not be angry, Zeno pleaded earnestly. Ao curled into a ball, closing his eyes and ignoring him. Determined, Zeno made his way to the kitchen to inquire if there were any fresh large fish available. Since the king of Iris had fallen gravely ill, no one had constrained him, allowing him the freedom to roam wherever he pleased. After successfully procuring a plump grilled fish from the kitchen, Zeno placed it before Ao. He clasped his hands together, beginning to atone. It is all my fault. Please, do not remain upset. I acknowledge my mistakes. Ao turned his head. Do you truly believe you have erred? Are you even aware of your faults? This was excessive. He had already admitted his wrongs, yet was being subjected to an interrogation. Zeno, crestfallen, replied, I should not have entered the fire without resistance. I ought to have delayed. And what else? Ao pressed. What else? Zeno pondered earnestly. I should have fought back with all my might, showcasing my draconic power? In your current diminutive state, how much draconic power can you truly exhibit? Ao scoffed disdainfully. Zeno countered, it is not my fault for not being taller. At that moment, I intended to emerge from the flames like a fiery specter to frighten Iris. But I did not anticipate being immobilized once engulfed in flames, subsequently falling into an inexplicable slumber. This cannot be blamed on me. Ao fixed his gaze upon him. You must comprehend that, despite your unique nature, you are still mortal. You outwardly express concern for your life, while continually jesting with it. Take that banquet, for instance. You were not supposed to be involved, and it was not your affair at all. No one would expect anything from you. Iris merely sought to humiliate Tywin. He would never genuinely marry Cersei to that hired knight, for it would incite rebellion among the nobility. Zeno interjected, unable to restrain himself. But Cersei was on the verge of tears, and if he insisted on marrying her off, I doubt that knight would agree. Silence. Eo raised his voice. Even a king cannot compel a noble to wed a commoner. The girl might endure some verbal insults, yet nothing would transpire. That hired knight understands this better than you do, yet you insist on inserting yourself, revealing your powers. My powers? Has he not already been aware of them? Zeno inquired. Puzzled. What more is there to discover? And how do you know all this so intimately? Aeo's roar. Because I did not slack off during your lessons, as this is fundamental knowledge of Westeros. Listen, if you do not take your studies seriously from now on, I shall never assist you with cheating again. Absolutely not. Aeo, in a huff, flapped his wings and soared away. Zeno weakly extended his hand in an attempt to retain him. Well, I haven't asked for your help that many times. Have I? But the dragon had already flown far beyond. Chapter 8. The new king. The shadows of dragons were no longer visible in the sky. With a sigh, Zeno retrieved the platter of roasted fish, preparing to indulge himself when a shadow enveloped him. Looking up, he saw Oberyn, his hands on his hips, smiling down at him. Did you have a quarrel with your dragon? Zeno wanted to explain, but found little to clarify. You know, my mother and I often argued as children. Oberyn urged Zeno to sit beside him, producing a small knife to slice off a piece of fish, which he offered to Zeno before cutting a piece for himself as well. You and her, you would argue? Zeno thought Oberyn and Elia were the most affectionate siblings he had ever encountered. Of course, a pony we both yearned for, or a cake we both desired. Being just a year apart, how could we not quarrel? Oberyn laughed heartily, but we would reconcile quickly, whether siblings or friends as close as brothers. It is impossible to avoid disputes, but it has been over half a month since it has been upset with me. No matter how many apologies I extend, it refuses to forgive me. Zeno could not help but complain. Do you have any friend who would treat you like that? Friends, none. But a brother, indeed. Oberyn reclined on the grass, propping one leg up and placing his arm behind his head, smiling sideways at Zeno. Doran is always like this. When he is angry, he simply ignores me. If I approach him to speak, he mocks me. Are you not angry? Why should I be? He loves me, which is why he becomes upset when I am hurt or err. Zeno, those who do not love you will not care about your well-being. Although Aeo is a dragon, if it possesses emotions, the principle remains the same. I can see that it truly cares for you. Zeno took a bite of the fish, crispy and fragrant. So how do you both reconcile? It happens quite naturally. Let me tell you this. Those who truly love you cannot remain angry for long. Oberyn tapped Zeno's nose playfully. However, you must also be cautious not to constantly test one another's limits. Otherwise, even the best of relationships can be eroded. Rhaegar and Elia stood side by side on the windowsill, observing Oberyn and Zeno laughing and conversing in the garden. You need not worry. He is the legendary prince. Rhaegar whispered as he embraced Elia's shoulders. He possesses powers beyond our understanding, and until he is grown enough to protect himself, we shall safeguard him. Elia gazed at Rhaegar with concern. It is precisely this that troubles me. I have heard that Lord Tywin wishes to betroth his daughter to him and appoint his son as his personal guard. I did not consent. The age gap between them is far too significant. However, I surmise that Lord Tywin will not easily relent. Rhaegar spoke in a soft and gentle tone. As the blood of the gods revived within Zeno, and they had proven this with their own eyes. Not only Lord Tywin, but several dukes have sought to forge alliances with Zeno in recent days, yet I have declined them all. How did you persuade them? Elia inquired with curiosity about how Rhaegar managed to dissuade these individuals. Rhaegar smiled and gently kissed her cheek. According to the ancient traditions of Valyria, we are more inclined towards sibling unions, and both you and I are quite young. My dear, let us have another child. Elia blushed. At the beginning of the year 281, under the gaze of all, King Aerys, who had struggled in bed for months, finally breathed his last. His passing was not serene. During his final moments, he was consumed by fever and delirium. His body was cremated on Dragonstone, adhering to ancient customs. With family and loyal courtiers in attendance at his funeral, Aegon unleashed dragonfire to ignite the funeral pyre. Zeno stood beside Rhaegar, witnessing it all. Apart from the young Viserys, no one shed tears for King Aerys. Zeno felt that it was quite remarkable that many maintained a solemn demeanor without breaking into laughter. The old king had departed, and a new king ascended the throne. King's Landing once again hosted a grand tournament, gathering the nobility, all eager to showcase their prowess before the new monarch. As king, Rhaegar no longer participated in the contests. Zeno finally found his own distinct place, right beside the new king and queen, where a high chair was provided for him to reach the table. He was now the eldest son of Rhaegar, Prince of Dragonstone. He had acquired his own servants, playmates, a pony, a master of swordsmanship, and even a specially crafted small sword. Zeno felt that a short-statured child clad in gold and red, adorned with a sword, resembled a fool. Yet everyone, including his parents, his uncle, and the newly appointed courtiers, praised him for his handsome demeanor and noble bearing. It was overwhelming to receive such compliments daily. Zeno reflected that had he not been acutely aware of his own appearance, he might have been swept away by the flattery. "Aren't you already floating? You dared to tell Oberyn that you could communicate with me. The moment I was away, you prattled everywhere. I see you are no more mature than a mere child," the dragon remarked coldly. Zeno quietly defended himself. "He is my uncle. And so what? Ares was your grandfather. Was he not? Listen, noble one, especially those of high birth, are utterly untrustworthy. In their hearts, their family's interests will always come first." Aeo's voice was as frigid as ice. "The king's guard also comprises many from noble families, do they not? They guard the king, even if they disagree. Do they not still obey Ares's commands?" Zeno felt compelled to defend Oberyn. Aeo let out a soft scoff, and they are merely a group of self-important knights. A knight requires a master, and acknowledging the king as such is the highest honor a knight can attain. Do you truly believe they harbor no selfish desires? Or do you think their actions are entirely just? Zeno found himself at a loss for words. The thunderous hooves of robust steeds trampled the grass, while knights' lances splintered against their opponents' shields, the audience's cheers resonating through the tournament grounds. Zeno deemed it prudent to observe the tournament intently rather than argue with Ao, as he was well aware he could not prevail in such a debate. His new servant, a lad named Ian, filled his cup with honeyed wine. At the tender age of 12, Ian had once been a kitchen boy, and Zeno had encountered him a few times while sneaking into the kitchen for food, always finding him battered and bruised. When Elia sought to find him a servant, Zeno chose Ian, much to Ao's chagrin, who scolded him for selecting someone he barely knew. Zeno had to enlist the help of Sir Stan to inquire about Ian's family and the reasons behind his bullying, confirming that Ian was indeed innocent, but simply unfortunate. After which Ao relented. Raising a dragon is truly a formidable challenge. This sentiment was returned to you. Ao expressed his frustration through their mental link, exclaiming that he was on the verge of being exasperated by Zeno. "I apologize, I was in the wrong." Zeno now found it easy to admit his mistakes. "Next time, I shall consult you first. You had better remember," the dragon retorted fiercely. Chapter 9. The banquet. That evening at the banquet, Zeno encountered the legendary Lyanna Stark, who had come with her father to meet the new king and queen. She was a striking girl, but did not possess the beauty of Cersei. In Zeno's private opinion, neither could compare to Elia. After politely greeting them, Lyanna stood demurely behind her father, Lord Rhaegar Stark, casting shy glances at Rhaegar. Cursed that father's irresistible charm. Zeno sighed inwardly. What king would strum a harp and sing at his own coronation feast? Only Rhaegar. That scoundrel certainly knew how to charm young maidens. He silently raged against the innocent King Rhaegar. Zeno felt compelled to take action. "Good day, fair maiden. You are as lovely as the moon in the sky. Might I inquire if you are betrothed?" Zeno attempted to flirt with Lyanna in a manner reminiscent of Oberyn. Such words from Oberyn would likely provoke the ire of Lyanna and her kin. However, when uttered by a young child in a sweet voice, it merely elicited a gentle smile from her. "Your Highness, I am already promised to another. He is Lord Robert Baratheon, the master of Storm's End." "Oh, he is indeed a fortunate man to wed someone as beautiful as you. When do you plan to marry?" Zeno continued, this time receiving a jovial response from Lord Rhaegar Stark. "When my daughter turns 17, that shall be the auspicious day for their union. You are most welcome to attend the ceremony, Your Highness." "Very well, I shall certainly be there," Zeno replied eagerly, casting a glance at Rhaegar, who was smiling at them. It appears that there was no instant infatuation for Lyanna. After the tournament concluded, the lords returned to their respective homes. Once it was confirmed that Lyanna had gone home with her father, Zeno's days became utterly leisurely. The king would not easily depart from King's Landing, and Lyanna would not return there without cause. The two, whose encounters were so rare, were destined not to ignite a spark, thus rendering this poignant romance utterly extinguished, and the crisis wholly averted. Indeed, a cause for celebration. On this day, after Cersei finished reading the legend of the Mirror Shield to Zeno, she inquired, "I have heard that you have recently taken an interest in Miss Lyanna from the north. Is it because she is more beautiful than I?" Zeno found it curious that Cersei posed such a question. However, since the incident in the throne room, their relationship had remained amicable. Therefore, he endeavored to craft a rationale. I merely asked out of curiosity, as I have heard that their family seeks alliances through marriage. In terms of appearance, I would say you are the more comely. Cersei immediately beamed with a radiant smile. She remarked, Father says the Stark family wishes to extend their influence into the south. But you need not worry. He believes they will not succeed, for every northern wolf that seeks to venture south ultimately meets its demise there. Do all northern wolves perish in the south? Zeno mused, acknowledging Tywin's undeniable political acumen. He certainly had no desire to oppose him, nor would he dare to do so, unless he wished to court danger. The dragon interjected, Moreover, you ought to return to your studies, the kind that genuinely enriches your knowledge. Thus, Zeno bid farewell to Cersei and proceeded to visit Maester Cersei. The weather was warm that day, and in the morning, a servant had opened half of the window in the Chancellor's study. In the afternoon, Tywin himself opened the other half, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow into the room. Stirring the curtains, from across the expansive courtyard, he noticed his daughter returning home with a book in hand. She had been visiting Prince Zeno almost daily, often neglecting her duties as the queen's attendant. After all, she had witnessed everything that day. Perhaps he should not have revealed his plans to her so soon, Tywin pondered. Long ago, when Elia was frail, he had contemplated whether Cersei could take her place. However, while Aerys still occupied the throne, that possibility seemed exceedingly remote. Then, Zeno was born. The arrival of the young prince altered everything. The dragon had returned. This was a momentous event. Tywin could almost vividly envision the day Aerys would be dethroned. Yet, Rhaegar's indecision caused them to miss many opportunities, countless favorable moments. Rhaegar's excessive indecisiveness with friends and family had always been his greatest flaw, yet also his most significant virtue. However, the events that followed were beyond even Tywin's anticipation. He could not claim he had not foreseen Aerys' frenzied desire to possess the dragon. Yet he had never imagined that someone could genuinely be unafraid of fire. That was true wildfire. The mere recollection of that day sends a shiver down Tywin's spine. The young prince stood amidst the flames, the fire engulfing his form, yet failing to inflict harm upon him. His hair danced in the blaze, and his indigo eyes appeared to burn with an inner fire. He gazed at them with an expression of serene indifference, devoid of sorrow or joy. Behind him, Elia screamed as she plummeted from the Iron Throne, a sight reminiscent of a deity. The bloodline of dragons and gods coursed through him, and Tywin suddenly realized how he had underestimated this rumor over the years. Perhaps this was the true power that would allow House Velaryon to dominate the world. Even the mightiest dragon has its moments of vulnerability. To tame a dragon when it is weak is essential, for once it matures, it will heed no one else. Tywin had seized the initiative in this matter. As long as Elia did not bear another daughter to Zeno imminently, Tywin was confident he could persuade Rhaegar to agree to the union. Yet Cersei, perhaps, was reveling in her triumph too soon. Her daughter, though possessing a fair visage, lacked the wisdom one would expect from the daughter of her mother, and Jaime was excessively enamored with the chivalric code, leaving much to be desired in the other. Fortunately, they were still young, and time remained on their side. As Cersei hummed a gentle tune upon returning to the Hand's Tower, a servant approached to inform her that Tywin awaited her in his study. Upon entering, she found her father bent over his writing desk. Noticing her entrance, he gestured for her to take a seat. A wave of apprehension washed over her. Yet upon reflection, she realized she had committed no transgressions of late. How have you fared in your interactions with Prince Zeno? Tywin inquired, setting down his quill, fingers poised before him, his gaze fixed steadily on Cersei. We have gotten along splendidly, she replied, relieved that this was his line of questioning. He truly admires me. He said I am the most beautiful. I am quite certain he would not have expressed such sentiment unprompted, Tywin remarked, his gaze laden with meaning, considering that the boy was not yet 3 years old. Surrounded daily by a multitude of appealing individuals, likely unaware of what it meant to be unattractive. But today he insisted that I am more lovely than Lyanna Stark. Cersei insisted eagerly, though she herself did not fully comprehend why she felt the need to justify this. He genuinely likes me. Perhaps, Tywin replied noncommittally. But have you forgotten your true responsibilities? My duty is to accompany Prince Zeno, my future husband. I have not forgotten, she asserted. Tywin regarded her coldly. I hope you have not uttered those words in public. Otherwise, you would bring disgrace upon House Lannister. I have not. How could I speak so recklessly? Cersei protested, feeling unjustly wronged. Tywin's gaze was one of disappointment as he shook his head. Listen, you are the handmaiden to Queen Elia, her lady-in-waiting, not the attendant to Prince Zeno. Should the queen command it, you must accompany the prince. However, in the absence of such a directive, your duty lies with the queen. Cersei hesitated for a moment, then hastily explained, it was the queen who instructed me to read to Zeno. I was merely following her command. Silence, Cersei. Did she instruct you to spend every day in the prince's company? Or to pester him with inquiries regarding whether you are more beautiful than the women of the north? Or will you deny having posed such a foolish question to the prince? After hearing Tywin's words, Cersei's face flushed crimson, rendering her speechless. She trembled, her hands clenched tightly. Tywin continued, I require you to visit Queen Elia tomorrow to sincerely apologize for your recent dereliction of duty and to seek her forgiveness. As for other matters, they are not for you to ponder at this moment. Chapter 10. Underground. The day after reluctantly bidding farewell to Prince Oberyn, Zeno commenced his arduous nightly training. His new instructor was a distant knight from the Clinton family, named Raymond Clinton. He was of similar stature to his cousin, handsome, with a bright smile and exceptional swordsmanship. Obeying King Rhaegar's command, he diligently took Zeno each day to practice his swordplay. After a morning of hacking at a straw man, Zeno collapsed onto Eo, rubbing his cheek against the dragon's smooth, warm scales, lamenting, I can no longer endure Raymond. What has he done to you? Eo replied, not even bothering to turn his head. Zeno had been complaining since he began training a year ago, and Eo had grown weary of it. He makes me practice my slashes every day, Zeno lamented. The practice of swordsmanship was indeed an excruciatingly dull endeavor. Yet it was through this relentless repetition that true skill was forged. After all, would one expect to run without first mastering the art of walking? Your priority now is to build a solid foundation, Eo remarked, glancing back at him. How is your reading of the Chronicles of the Four Kings progressing? At this, Zeno felt even more despondent. Aside from the tedious nightly training, he was also burdened with the drudgery of historical tomes, studying the lives of his distant ancestors. He conceded that they were formidable figures, including the foolish Aegon IV, whose choices ignited wars. The women he sought were from minor houses, allowing him to discard them at will. Seeing Zeno remain silent, Eo urged him, hurry to Elia for lunch. Afterward, rest before continuing your training. If you wish to avoid training altogether, go to Master Devon to read. Everyone says you resemble your father. Why not put in a bit more effort to embody that? After lunch, Zeno reclined on a stone bench in the courtyard, attempting to slack off. Ian sat beside him, observing his despondent demeanor. Cautiously, Ian suggested, Your Highness, if you truly do not wish to train, we could hide for a while. I know of a secluded place where no one would find us. There exists such a place? Zeno instantly sprang to his feet. Let me there at once. They traversed the kitchen, descended the stairs, rounded a corner, and crossed a quaint garden, ultimately entering a hidden courtyard. The courtyard walls were overrun with withered vines, and against the wall stood a dark, deep well. Following Ian, Zeno grasped the rope and descended into the well. There was no water at the bottom, but a small door was set into the side. Upon opening it, they found themselves in a pitch-black cellar. This place is indeed well concealed. Not even a ghost could be found here, Zeno praised. You are truly remarkable. Ian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I discovered him while evading pursuit and accidentally fell, causing Jack and the others to panic, fearing I had met my demise. Zeno, exploring the dimly lit cellar, stumbled upon a narrow passage and promptly ventured inside, with Ian following closely behind. The passage, though not excessively long, culminated in a pitch-black wooden door. What lies beyond? I do not know, Ian admitted candidly, his fear evident as he confessed to never having entered before. Let us venture in and see, Zeno proposed. Feeling his way in the dark, Zeno located the heavy iron ring on the door and, rising on tiptoe, he grasped the ring firmly and pulled. The door creaked open. Beyond lay a long, shadowy corridor. Perhaps we should retreat. It is too dark here. And we know not what awaits inside, Ian suggested timidly. We can bring a torch next time. Fear not. This passage may very well be the clandestine tunnel constructed by King Rhaegar, reputed to connect to the royal hall and the black cells. We can trace the walls and explore, Zeno encouraged, his curiosity piqued by the enveloping darkness. They proceeded deeper into the passage, turning left and right. Descending further into the depths, as faint sounds echoed from afar, the soft clatter of boots on the ground and indistinct murmurs of conversation. As they pressed on, the walls reached an abrupt end, and they found themselves at the top of a precarious, narrow staircase. We should turn back. The darkness is overwhelming, Ian insisted. Gripping Zeno's hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly, Zeno too felt a tinge of fear. The passage was excessively long, and the branching paths too numerous. They began their retreat, Zeno sensing they had entered a vast, spiraling corridor. Time slipped away, and he could hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heartbeat alongside distant dripping water, Ian's soft sobs, and the whisper of the wind. They had completely lost their way. Do not be afraid, Zeno's voice echoed in the pitch-black tunnel. We can follow the wind. They walked for what felt like an eternity, fatigue and hunger gnawing at Zeno, who regretted his insatiable curiosity. Following the sound of the wind, they traversed a low passage that required Ian to bend down. Suddenly, the sounds of wind and water intensified, and Zeno's spirits lifted as he glimpsed a glimmer of light. They waded through a muddy puddle, deep enough to reach Ian's thigh, and thanks to Ian's firm grip, Zeno avoided slipping into the mire. At last, they emerged into the open air, finding themselves standing on the banks of the Blackwater River. In the distance, the Red Keep loomed majestically in the sunlight, its three-headed dragon banner fluttering proudly, albeit far from their reach. "Can you still walk?" Zeno inquired of Ian. "I am quite fine," Ian replied, exhilarated to have escaped. Ready to sing praises to the Seven in the sunlight, thumping his chest to assert his robustness. They navigated through the bustling docks, where several fishermen passed by. Carrying large baskets of fresh fish, the street permeated with an unbearable stench of decay. Zeno had never imagined that the streets of King's Landing could be so narrow, filthy, and reeking. The ground beneath him was a mire of muck, and the adjacent houses leaned precariously, some with roofs half collapsed. A barefoot girl, emaciated and of a similar age to Ian, stood by the roadside, her gaze following them intently. Zeno paused, contemplating her, and upon catching his gaze, the girl swiftly fled. She appeared as if she had never known a full meal, Zeno mused. Farmers pushed carts, hawking fruits and vegetables from the roadside. Zeno noted their tattered clothing. Despite the abundance of food on their stalls, their gaunt chests revealed prominent ribs. Even a dog within the Red Keep seemed to lead a more prosperous existence than they did. "Hey, clear the way," someone shouted, hastily pushing a cart laden with wheat past them. The man was barefoot, his exposed calves and arms marred with scars, and Zeno felt a sudden pang of sorrow. "I recall your family residing in King's Landing," Zeno remarked to Ian. "Has it always been like this?" Ian, somewhat perplexed, replied, "I've worked in the Red Keep since I was very young." "What is wrong with King's Landing?" Zeno pondered for a moment. "It's filthy, it stinks, and the houses look ready to collapse." "This is Flea Bottom," Ian explained. "It's home to the poorest of the poor. They lack the funds to repair their homes. If it were Silk Street, it would be different. King's Landing is indeed foul, but I have heard other cities are just as bad." Zeno observed the excrement on the ground. "Can't they clean this up? There are people sweeping in the Red Keep. Surely they could find someone to tidy this place." Ian looked bewildered. "But no one has ever cleaned here. It has always been like this." At the street corner, a few boys wielded wooden sticks, mimicking knights in combat, while onlookers cheered enthusiastically. Zeno leaned in to watch when a man suddenly seized him by the scruff of his neck, dragging him into a nearby dark alley. Ian immediately cried out, but another man covered his mouth, pulling him along as well. The man wedged Zeno under his arm, striding forward. And no matter how fiercely Zeno struggled, he could not break free. Attempting to draw his sword proved futile in such a contorted position. Fortunately, the man was careless, failing to secure Zeno's hands, allowing the belt holding the scabbard to be easily unfastened. At last, Zeno extracted the scabbard and struck the man forcefully on the thigh. "Hey, little one, if you misbehave, you may lose that pretty little face of yours," the man snarled, snatching the scabbard and tossing it aside. He twisted Zeno's wrist, sending a surge of excruciating pain through his head, compelling Zeno to cry out in agony. In retaliation, Zeno kicked the man's thigh hard, producing a sharp crack, which elicited a howl from him. The man released Zeno, collapsing to the ground, clutching his thigh and wailing, while others paused, erupting into laughter. "Goodness, Butte. Now even a mere babe could knock you down," one of them exclaimed. "I must have a serious conversation with Aya about this matter." Zeno collided headlong into his leg, toppling him to the ground. Before he could rise, Zeno had already regained his footing, seized his sword sheath, and charged toward the last assailant holding Ian captive. The man clutched Ian with one hand while drawing a dagger with the other. Zeno swung the sword sheath, striking the man's thigh. The dagger intercepted the blow, leaving the man's face etched with astonishment. The man who had fallen finally managed to rise and delivered a kick to Zeno from behind. Zeno was sent sprawling, rolling across the ground, but as he stood up, he finally managed to draw his precious sword. Meanwhile, the three adversaries had readied themselves. The man, whose thigh Zeno had shattered, sat on the ground restraining Ian, while the other two flanked him. Ian struggled desperately, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Zeno after taking several hard blows to the head. The man on the right shifted his dagger from his right hand to his left, then swung down. Zeno raised his sword to block, and at the moment of impact, the blade shattered and flew away. The opponent was momentarily taken aback, and Zeno seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to his ankle, delighting in the sound of bones shattering. "Hey, who are you, kid?" Seeing his companion wail in agony on the ground, the last man halted, cautiously retreating to his ally holding Ian. Perhaps we have a misunderstanding. Let's do this. You get your companion back, and you leave your sword. You know we never engage in losing deals. Fine. Release him first. Zeno, ignoring Ian's frantic head shaking, responded with a grin. All right, come closer. The man fixed his gaze intently upon him. Zeno, sword in hand, approached the man and extended the sword, while the adversary pushed Ian forward. The moment he grasped the hilt, he yanked the sword back towards himself, causing the seated man to leap up and lunge at Zeno. However, he did not anticipate Zeno's formidable strength. He failed to pull the sword away and was instead drawn towards Zeno. He collided heavily with his companion. Seizing the moment as they tumbled together, Zeno grasped Ian's wrist and turned to flee. They ran breathlessly, the gray walls of the alley retreating behind them, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing in pursuit, more than one set. Suddenly, daylight burst forth, and they found themselves back on the bustling street. Zeno glanced back, spotting the man, unable to match his strength, standing at the alley's mouth, staring at him. Zeno met his gaze without emotion. After a brief moment, the man retreated back into the darkness of the alley. Zeno exhaled in relief, only then realizing he had gripped the sword hilt too tightly, leaving his fingers stiff. All the while, Ian sobbed incessantly. Zeno found it peculiar that he remained remarkably calm. Stop crying. I assure you, I won't let them punish you. If punishment is due, let it fall upon me, all right? Just please, cease your tears. You are gravely injured. Even if the king and queen do not slay me, they will surely drive me away and choose a new servant for you, Ian sobbed. You should never have chosen me. I am utterly useless. Had it been Jack or John, they would surely have protected you, unlike my inept self. Zeno remained silent for a moment, then replied, Father and mother do not take life lightly. If they truly wish to harm you, I would intervene. Moreover, my choice of you signifies that you hold greater value to me than they do. Ian, taken aback, paused his weeping. Is that truly so? Indeed. Zeno reassured him with patience. Your pastries are exquisite. They could never replicate your skill. You rise early each day, something I struggle to do. You keep my room immaculate and my books neatly arranged. They lack such diligence. You are also prudent. Had I heeded your counsel before, I would not have suffered injuries. By the time they arrived at the gates of the Red Keep, night had fallen. Ian guided Zeno towards a concealed side entrance. The golden-robed guards halted their progress. One of them grumbled, Begone. There are no leftovers for you today. I reside here, Zeno insisted, signaling to the guards. If you allow me entry, I shall repay your kindness in the future. Another, older guard frowned and inquired. This is royal ground. Entry is not permitted without proper authorization. Who is your father? Zeno wiped the mud from his hair, revealing his golden locks. I truly live here, he implored, meeting the guard's gaze sincerely. Look into my eyes. Both guards leaned closer, their eyes widening in astonishment. By the gods, exclaimed the elder guard, how did you escape? They have been searching for you frantically. Chapter 11. The king, without allowing Zeno further explanation, he was swiftly escorted by a group of golden-robed guards to his father. My gods, why are you so filthy? Are you injured? Who harmed you? Elia, her eyes red, embraced Zeno tightly, turning him over to inspect his wounds. Overcome with guilt, Zeno could not lift his gaze. His clothes were tattered, filthy, and reeking. His hair was a wild mess, and his body bore mud and blood from his wounds. It was no surprise the golden-robed guards mistook him for a beggar. He resembled one completely, as if he were to sit with a bull by the street. He cast a furtive glance at Ian, who had nearly pressed his head against Zeno's chest in a show of vulnerability. They were taken to Rhaegar's study, where Master Devon tended to Zeno and Ian's injuries before departing. Rhaegar and Elia watched him in silence, the king and queen saying nothing, while the prime minister and the Kingsguard remained equally quiet. At a loss for words, Zeno succumbed to the silence. Ian could not suppress his quiet sobs. Zeno sighed inwardly, recognizing that when misfortune strikes, even the gods cannot intervene. It would be wiser to accept responsibility and face the consequences sooner rather than later. I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault. I was lazy and did not wish to practice swordplay. I took Ian to explore the secret passage and inadvertently found ourselves outside the castle, where we encountered a group of ruffians and got into a scuffle. I vow before the gods that I shall never act so recklessly again. I promise to diligently train and study. Zeno earnestly expressed his remorse. Is that so? Rhaegar inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Ian, did Zeno truly say that? Why, yes. I took him there, Ian stammered. It was I who led him to the secret passage, although Ian had discovered the passage first. It was Zeno who insisted on the adventure, despite Ian's pleas to refrain. You know he cannot defy me, Zeno thought, somewhat astonished and touched. Rhaegar spoke calmly. Zeno, do you realize that we searched for you for an entire afternoon? Your mother and I were nearly in tears. Sir Raymond was consumed by guilt, and everyone had to abandon their duties to seek you out. I respected your judgment by not assigning a personal guard to you. And this is how you repay me? Zeno replied, I am truly sorry. I shall not wander off carelessly again. Rhaegar nodded slowly. Very well. I hope you will adhere to your word as a knight would uphold his vows. Now, let us discuss other matters. Where is that secret passage? Zeno mused to himself that there were perhaps few knights who genuinely honored their oaths, but he deemed it wise to remain silent in such a moment. In a dry well within an abandoned courtyard. I can take you there shortly. Rhaegar contemplated this, suggesting that Ian accompany Sir Arthur to inspect the location. Once they had departed, Rhaegar emerged from behind his desk, pacing thoughtfully in the study, while Zeno fixated on the carpet, examining its intricate patterns. After a moment, Rhaegar halted before him, placing his hands on the armrests of Zeno's chair. With earnest gravity, he addressed Zeno. You are almost 6 years old now, and I understand that you possess little interest in studying or martial training. Your mother and I have seriously considered whether we may have rushed you into learning too early, which could have led to your aversion. If you truly have no desire to learn, perhaps it would be wise to pause for now and resume when you are older. Zeno gazed blankly at Rhaegar, whose indigo eyes mirrored the image of a dirty, frail child. Rhaegar continued solemnly. Your mother believes that as long as you are healthy and safe, she desires nothing more. Yet my expectations for you cannot be so simple. You are my firstborn, the Prince of Dragonstone, and barring unforeseen circumstances, you will inherit the Iron Throne and bear the burdens of the kingdom. You cannot afford the ignorance of an ordinary peasant. You must learn to be a good knight, and, eventually, a great king. You may take your time in learning, but learn you must. I am sorry, Zeno managed to say. I will study earnestly. You have already exceeded my expectations. Rhaegar smiled, ruffling his hair. A scholar has traveled from afar, voluntarily offering to become your dedicated tutor. You should meet him when you have the opportunity. I think Master Devon would be splendid. Zeno responded immediately. However, the tasks required of Master German are rather numerous. Why not grant him some respite? Rhaegar proposed. As the erudite scholar was indeed recommended by Master German. After Elia and Zeno had departed, Rhaegar paced to the window, where twilight had descended and the sky was adorned with countless stars. Summer was soon approaching. Forgive me, Lord Tywin, Rhaegar suddenly uttered, somewhat out of context. Yet Tywin appeared to comprehend, furrowing his brow tightly before relaxing it once more. Your Majesty, there is no need for haste in this matter. The prince is still quite young, and we can afford to wait. I have made my decision, Rhaegar stated solemnly, fixing his gaze upon Tywin. Lady Cersei is admirable, but their ages differ significantly, and she lacks the authority to reign in Zeno, as you have witnessed over the years. This child possesses his own convictions and does not permit others to intervene. Tywin insisted, it is commendable for his highness to have his own opinions. Moreover, in a marriage, it is the husband who should guide the wife, not the other way around. Rhaegar nodded repeatedly. Indeed, that is the common expectation. However, Zeno is not an ordinary individual. His wife must possess the wisdom to dissuade him in moments of impulsiveness and to comfort him in times of anger. She must be endowed with considerable sagacity for him to heed her counsel. With all due respect, I fear your daughter may not fulfill this requirement. Tywin clenched his jaw, forcing out a retort. It seems your desires may only be realized if Queen Alysanne were to return. Lord Tywin, you are a loyal subject, and I have always regarded you as one of my closest friends. You should understand that had it been anyone else, I would not have been so candid. It is precisely because it is you that I speak so openly, Rhaegar replied in his customary calm tone. Zeno is no ordinary man. He possesses dragons and tremendous power. If his temperament were akin to that of my father, it could unleash catastrophic calamities. Fortunately, he is not such a person. Yet, the future remains uncertain, and I can only endeavor to secure him a suitable wife to guide him, ensuring he does not stray from the right path. Tywin responded in a low voice. It does not require the wife to be perfect. You merely need to find him a capable chancellor. A servant and a friend, after all, differ from a wife. Lord Tywin, I believe you understand this well. Rhaegar returned to his seat, quietly observing Tywin. There was a moment of silence in the room. Rhaegar sighed gently, once more. I apologize, Lord Tywin. I fear I have wounded your heart, but please understand the sentiments of a father. My indecision over the years has also delayed Lady Cersei. Should you still wish for our families to forge a marriage alliance, what do you think of Viserys? Very well, Tywin cleared his throat. I find that agreeable. You are correct. Cersei is indeed significantly older than Prince Zeno, while Prince Viserys is just the right age. Zeno, having devoured everything upon his plate with great enthusiasm. Wiped his mouth and inquired, "I have heard there is a scholar waiting to see me. The matter is not urgent, it is quite late, and the bachelor has long since retired for the night." Elia took out a cloth to wipe his face, advising him that he too should cleanse himself before resting early. "Until your injuries have healed, it would be prudent to refrain from martial training." Seizing the opportunity, Zeno obediently went to wash up and prepare for sleep. "Io, Io." Zeno nestled under the blankets, softly calling through mental communication. "What is it?" The dragon replied with irritation. "What were you up to today? You seem foolish." The conversation had reached a dead end. "I thought you would scold me thoroughly," Zeno lamented, as he found it more unbearable to endure the silence. "Upon reflection, I realize I am merely a dragon. Why should I concern myself so deeply with your affairs? I apologize, I was wrong, Io. I genuinely understand my mistake and regretted it immensely along the way. I should have consulted you first, but I lost my way and was unaware of my location." Zeno felt the need to pray at the St. Beller Cathedral, hoping that the celestial deities might grant him a modicum of mercy, and that he might cease being caught by others or the dragon. "Then why didn't you call for me when you were being beaten on the street?" Io was not swayed by his excuses. There were so many people. If you had arrived, it would have frightened them all. Moreover, by tomorrow, tales of the foolish prince lost on the streets would circulate in the taverns tonight. Zeno scrambled for an excuse. "So, you do care about your reputation. I always thought your skin was far thicker than mine." You flatter me too much. My face is not impervious to harm." Zeno decided to be modest. "Shut up. You fool. Idiot. Hopelessly dim-witted. I always thought the northern folk were quite foolish, but in comparison to you, they could all earn doctorates." The dragon raged. Zeno cautiously interjected, "I do not wish to interrupt, but in truth, most nobles do not aspire to become scholars. Close your mouth. Today you were fortunate to escape from the secret passage and best the bandits. What if your luck had turned? Could you not think before acting? Or is your mind stuffed with straw, leaving no room for thought?" Chapter 12. The wizard Marwyn. After lunch, Zeno met with the doctor recommended by Master Dewin. This individual was a member of the academic council of the City of Learning, reputed to be erudite and a scholar of considerable repute, rivaling even the esteemed bachelor of Paixil, known as the wizard Marwyn. Marwyn was short and stout, broad-shouldered, with a thick neck and a nose that appeared to have been broken multiple times, giving it a slight twist. Like the bachelor of Paixil, he wore a chain made of numerous metal links around his neck. He appeared vibrant, with bright, sparkling eyes. Upon noticing Zeno's gaze, he flashed a toothy smile, revealing his crimson teeth. As Zeno assessed him, Marwyn scrutinized Zeno in return. Seeing Zeno remain silent, he bowed and addressed him. "Prince Zeno, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Marwyn. I am honored to serve as your dedicated scholar from this day forth, as graciously bestowed by His Majesty. Greetings, Scholar Marwyn." Zeno meticulously scrutinized the other party. "I have heard that you are skilled in magic, yet I possess neither understanding nor particular interest in such arts. Let me clarify. I shall not indulge you in magical experiments, nor shall I entertain any research on dragons." Marwyn hastily interjected, "No, no, no, Your Highness. While many scholars may fervently study dragons, it is not out of affection for them. Their pursuit of magic is often born from a staunch opposition to it. However, I am different. I yearn for the perpetual existence of magical beings like dragons. I have never endorsed the confinement of dragons. They ought to dwell beneath the sky, living freely, for that is the essence of true dragons." Zeno regarded him with skepticism, momentarily unable to discern the veracity of the man's words. Logically, Rhaegar would not surround himself with those who posed a threat to him, and Master Devon should be trustworthy. Nevertheless, Rhaegar himself had once stumbled into treachery. The Academy, in theory, was devoid of political bias, yet reality painted a different picture. At the very least, Zeno was cognizant that Scholar Peachel was utterly untrustworthy, and he doubted the reliability of his father's decisions. "Very well, I am here merely to meet you. We shall not engage in study today." Ultimately, Zeno resolved to observe for a while before forming any conclusions. "Of course," Marwyn replied with a smile, "since we are to spend a considerable amount of time together, I believe it prudent for us to become acquainted. So, let us converse this afternoon. What books do you enjoy reading? You must know quite a bit about me. Yet I know nothing of you. Where do you hail from?" Zeno remained silent. "I am a scholar, and scholars originate from the Academy. Though my father is a farmer from the Riverlands, I departed for the Academy at a young age, and I fear they have long since forgotten me." Marwyn continued to regard Zeno with a cheerful demeanor. "Do you still recall how to farm?" Zeno queried. "Can you engage in metallurgy or metalworking? Are you capable of constructing houses? Do you know where one might find stones suitable for road construction?" I possess a basic understanding of farming, metallurgy, metalworking, and building. Though I do not excel in any of these fields. Marvin scrutinized the young prince before him. There are ample quality stones in the Minghua Mountains. However, the journey is perilous, and transporting them would require a significant sum of gold dragons. Your Highness, are you contemplating road construction? Which road do you wish to build? Perhaps I could assist you. Well, I have yet to decide. Once I have made up my mind, I shall seek your assistance. Zeno rose from his chair. Let us pause our conversation for today. I shall see you tomorrow. Do you find him trustworthy? Zeno inquired of Aio on the return journey. He appears rather formidable, as if he frequently traverses the world and engages in brawls. He carries the scent of magic. You may utilize him for now, but do not place excessive trust in him, Aio responded. Ultimately, a scholar's knowledge serves their own interests, and virtuous character outweighs erudition. How can you discern his scent? Zeno asked. He knew that dragons could see farther than crows, yet he was unaware that they could detect scents even in absence. Look upwards, Aio retorted curtly. Zeno lifted his gaze and beheld Ao perched upon the spire of a corner in the living room, joyfully waving at the dragon as he rushed over. The dragon unfurled its wings and descended gracefully. Ao, let us venture forth, Zeno exclaimed, striving to mount the dragon's back. Let us journey to the Moonlight Mountains. I have yet to visit that place. Certainly, Ao replied. The dragon took to the skies, with Zeno firmly secured upon its back, devoid of saddle or tether. For he and Ao were one in spirit. Each time Zeno soared alongside the dragon, he felt an unwavering bond. He would never tumble from its back. Even as Ao performed intricate aerial maneuvers, it was truly a remarkable experience. Indeed, this was a realm of magic. Yet, the magic of this world seemed limited. Constructing cities, paving roads, and transporting goods still necessitated human effort. He could neither hasten the growth of flora nor summon the elements, nor could he levitate stone and timber in the air. Thus, the endeavor of road construction would undoubtedly require substantial expenditure. Why do you wish to build roads? King's Landing has remained unchanged for centuries, and it has been quite satisfactory, the dragon remarked. Should you proceed with this, no one will commend you. They will merely deem you extravagant. Zeno retorted, I do not seek the approval of others. I merely wish to renovate the city. Do you not think that King's Landing appears excessively dilapidated and filthy for a capital? Dilapidated? Filthy? You should observe other cities. King's Landing is already quite prosperous. Even the impoverished have roofs over their heads to shield them from the elements, preventing them from freezing in winter or suffering in summer's heat. Unlike some areas where even roofs are absent, Ao counseled. As for your notion of filth, that stems from your sheltered life within the castle. The outside world has always been thus. The city is relatively decent, while the countryside is far worse. Zeno replied earnestly. I am merely contemplating. If the cost becomes exorbitant, I shall abandon the idea. I simply feel for their plight. I will one day be their king, and I wish to improve their lives. Your thinking is inherently flawed, Ao countered, adopting a serious tone. Zeno, what do you believe a king to be? A king is a ruler. You are to govern them and bring them to heel. You should not focus solely on their welfare. You may heed some of their concerns and enhance certain aspects of their existence, but the concept of better knows no bounds. The 7 kingdoms are governed by both kings and nobles. King's Landing belongs to you, and you may act as you wish. However, should you grant the populace excessive rights, the other nobles will undoubtedly object. Of course, you could compel them to accept your reforms, thus allowing the entire realm to experience the life you envision for them. But such actions would likely incite the ire of the nobility across the nation. Zeno hesitated for a moment. I do not have grand designs. I merely wish to repair roads and houses with my own resources. Surely, no one would oppose that? Ao rolled his eyes. Of course. There is no issue, provided you possess the funds. You could renovate the entire country, and they would only regard you as a fool deserving of gratitude. I simply wish to ponder, Zeno remarked. You are aware of my financial constraints. Ao let out a light scoff and urged him once more. If you genuinely desire to enhance their happiness, you could consider lowering the taxes. However, do not reduce them excessively all at once. You might maintain the low taxes of the crown initially and subsequently extend this policy nationwide. You can persuade the nobles or, if necessary, compel them. Yet, I believe as long as their tax revenues remain above their threshold, they would not dare to rebel. Over time, they would grow accustomed to this arrangement, thereby rendering your reforms a success. Just do not expect gratitude. People often take for granted that which comes easily. The Moonlight Mountains encircled the Ellen Valley, presenting a breathtaking view from above, where perilous peaks stood tall and rugged ridges intertwined, creating a daunting terrain shrouded in dense forests. Here, mountains reigned supreme. with naught but rocks and trees. Where, one might wonder, lay the path? Zeno craned his neck, searching for a while but failing to discern the way, ultimately seeking Eo's assistance. The dragon's gaze was far superior, swiftly guiding him to a narrow trail. A merchant caravan was traversing this route, and as the dragon glided above them, a chorus of gasps erupted. This path appears in greater need of repair than that of King's Landing, Zeno mused, observing the winding, treacherous stony path flanked by steep ridges on one side and towering cliffs on the other. Walking this road truly demanded courage. What is it that preoccupies your thoughts about road construction? The dragon retorted with irritation. As long as you have the coin, there are countless individuals willing to carve mountains, chisel stones, and fell trees. But without funds, do not entertain such notions. Zeno contemplated, surmising that there must be a way to earn money. Of course, there are methods. The dragon replied, but those are not tasks for a mere child. Perhaps consider it again in 10 years. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon soared into the sea of clouds, swiftly leaving behind the undulating forests that resembled waves. The joy of carefree days swiftly slipped through Zeno's fingers like grains of sand. In a daze, he struck the scarecrow before him with his wooden sword. Each blow met with the indifference of the straw figure that seemed to share his disdain, remaining utterly motionless despite his relentless attempts. In the absence of injury, invoking the power of the dragon was out of the question, yet, within the Red Keep, who would dare to harm him? Following the debacle of their last expedition, Rhaegar commanded Sir Raymond to instruct Zeno in the fundamentals of swordsmanship while also bringing along the young servant Ian, and assigned the fearless Sir Balistan of the Kingsguard to ensure his protection. Thus, the resplendent knight, clad in gleaming white armor, Sir Balistan Selmy, now stood at a respectful distance, quietly observing Zeno's attempts at his swordplay. What have I done to deserve such torment? Zeno lamented internally to the dragon. I loathe sword practice. Why did you not mention your desire to postpone learning for a few years when Rhaegar suggested it? Aeo questioned. At that moment, you chose to be obstinate, and now you find yourself regretting it. Aeo showed him no leniency. Everyone was aware of his aversion to swordplay, and he was free to voice it loudly. Zeno mustered all his strength for a fierce strike against the scarecrow, yet it remained unmoved. Next door, Ian had smashed one of the scarecrow's arms. Sir Raymond, with a sense of satisfaction, remarked, precisely, thrust upwards. I despise this world, Zeno despaired. The dragon chose to ignore him. When Sir Raymond loudly announced that they could take a break, Zeno immediately discarded his wooden sword and collapsed onto the ground. Ian rushed over to assist him. Your Highness, are you all right? He looked at Zeno's lifeless face with concern. I am fine, merely harboring doubts about the disparities among people. Zeno replied darkly. He then heard Sir Balistan chuckle softly. Laugh all you want. Henceforth, Zeno has resolved to thicken his skin to match that of Eo's dragon. The maidservant brought them sliced apples, pears, milk, and wine. Zeno sipped the milk while intermittently tossing apple slices into his mouth. Listening to Balistan and Raymond discuss the betrothal of Prince Viserys and Miss Cersei Lannister, Zeno had long been aware of this matter, a few days prior. Cersei had always awaited him on his way back, her eyes red-rimmed, words unspoken. Zeno suspected she did not wish to marry a child. Yet there was little he could do. What Cersei could not oppose, could he? However, Zeno had not seen her lately. Perhaps she had resigned herself to fate. Perhaps I should accept my own fate? Zeno mused as he took out the dragon cultivation manual, gazing at its basic attributes. He was nearly 6 years old. Yet those attributes remained stagnant, showing no sign of growth with age. Strength 2 and agility 5 mocked him brightly. He would never be a fine knight in this lifetime. Perhaps he truly would be unable to wield a sword, bringing shame upon his family. Another option was to carry a small knife, inflict a wound upon himself before battle, and be deemed a madman by all. Zeno let out a heavy sigh. Practicing martial arts was far from interesting, and neither was studying. Zeno listened to Dr. Marwyn read the renowned work The True History of the Blood Dragon Dance, authored by Lord Monckton, finding no interest in the plethora of princes and princesses. Amidst Marwyn's incessant discourse, he began to fixate on the chain around Marwyn's neck. It was adorned with black iron, red gold, fine steel, tin, brass, bronze, emerald, amethyst, black pearls, Valyrian steel, silver, and gold. The Earl of Valerion, known as the Sea Serpent, had gained fame for his numerous voyages at sea, elevating the glory and pride of House Valerion to unprecedented heights. He had returned from overseas with countless rare treasures, rendering House Valerion wealthier than both House Lannister and House Hightower, making him the richest man in the Seven Kingdoms. Suddenly, Zeno's interest was piqued. Dr. Marwyn. The book states that the Earl of Valerion returned with countless treasures from abroad. Where did he acquire such wealth? It is said that he ventured to the fabled Golden Celestial Empire in the Far East, as well as to Thunder Island. Some even claim he visited Asha. Undoubtedly, he returned from these places laden with innumerable treasures, spices, silks, and peculiar creatures. Malvin turned the pages of his book. The Golden Celestial Empire is renowned for its saffron and silk, which surpasses our own in delicacy and vibrancy. Saffron, a precious herb, is believed to confer longevity. That nation is exceedingly wealthy. Zeno continued to inquire, is the Golden Celestial Empire far away? How distant? Given their immense wealth, their goods must also be exorbitantly priced. How would one procure them? Malvin regarded Zeno thoughtfully, saying, I possess a map that you may examine shortly. Their agriculture and craftsmanship are remarkably advanced. Yet they are abundant in pearls while lacking in gemstones. Rubies, sapphires, and amethysts can be sold at a premium there, whereas such gems are commonplace in Asha. Are you referring to the Asha adjacent to the Shadow's Edge? Zeno queried, perplexed. But Asha should be relatively close. Why do they not procure goods themselves? Malvin replied, they do engage in trade with Asha, yet the caravans willing to journey there are exceedingly few, and those who return are even fewer. Zeno was taken aback. Is Asha truly so perilous? More dangerous than you can imagine, Malvin replied, his tone laden with meaning. Chapter 13. Dragon Scales. Zeno meticulously scrutinized the map Malvin had provided him. The map was adorned with faded black and red lines. Crafted from a type of white animal hide unfamiliar to him. The 9 great free trade city-states, the Dothraki Sea, and the Golden Celestial Empire behind the Bone Mountains, along with Asha, were depicted clearly alongside the Shadowlands. To the northeast of Asha, a smald was marked as Stya, inscribed with a non-reflective black dye. At first, Zeno mistook it for a black smudge. For reasons unknown, Ao appeared quite displeased. What purpose do you serve by studying this? I remind you, flying from here to Asha, even if we traverse above the clouds without rest, would take over a fortnight. Do you intend to trade with the people of Asha, transporting goods from the Golden Celestial Empire for sale? Do you even comprehend their language? You would be utterly incapable of communication. Zeno, puzzled, replied, I have heard they also speak Valyrian. I merely wish to take a look. Ao, exasperated, said, because I am aware of your propensity for fanciful notions, and your actions often outpace your thoughts. If Elia were to learn of your intention to travel to such a place in pursuit of jewels, she would surely faint. I urge you, do not act foolishly. You need not engage in such perilous ventures to renovate King's Landing. Only those driven by greed or desperation would dare to venture to Asha, but the profits are indeed substantial. A single journey could render one the wealthiest individual in the entire realm. We need not embark immediately. We could wait until you have matured to the size of the Black Death before going. Zeno scrutinized the dragon's size, noting its rapid growth. In just over a decade, it would likely be formidable. The dragon remained silent for a moment before resignedly stating, rather than engaging in perilous dealings in the east, you might consider selling my scales. My dragon scales are impervious to blades and fire, utterly indestructible, and possess genuine magical protection. Even the shadow folk would likely seek to acquire them from you. Wait, can you shed scales? Zeno exclaimed in astonishment. I had no idea. Aren't you supposed to never shed scales? Are you ill? Do not speak foolishly. I am not unwell. With my recent growth, it is only natural to shed my old scales, which will be replaced by new ones even more resilient, the dragon replied. Ao urged him to make a decision swiftly. Do you wish to proceed? If so, I shall select a few suitable pieces for you to sell to wealthy knights as armor. My dragon scales are indeed priceless. Zeno was taken aback. Ao, if you were human, you would undoubtedly become the most formidable lord and the shrewdest merchant. Zeno sincerely praised the dragon, to which Ao merely rolled his eyes. Wealthy knights abound, yet only a handful can afford dragon scales. Lord John, Zeno called out to the current military minister, the Count of Eagle's Nest. I have heard that you intend to forge an entirely new suit of armor and are in search of a skilled armorer. Is that correct? Indeed, Count John Clinton replied. Does His Highness wish to introduce me to someone? While I would be delighted to do so, I regret to say that I do not know any armorers, Zeno said. Leaning closer and speaking softly, what I wish to discuss is something else. Count John Clinton immediately responded, what is it? Please, speak freely. I shall not hesitate to assist if I can. It is this, Zeno said, glancing around to ensure privacy. Aside from Sir Balistan, the nearest attendant was 10 paces away. Do you require dragon scales? They could serve as armor, and AIO's scales are substantial, perfect for someone of your stature. Seeing Count John Clinton simply gazing at him in silence, Zeno grew anxious. You know how hard AIO's scales are. They are impervious to blades, fire, and utterly indestructible, providing authentic magical protection. Wearing them, no one could curse you. While they cannot be cut, you could overlay them with silver, gold, or ceramics. I do not require much. A single piece for 10,000 gold dragons, or if you have a different figure in mind, we can negotiate. No, I shall offer 20,000 gold dragons. Count John Clinton seemed to suddenly regain his focus, squatting down to look at Zeno. How many pieces do you possess? Meanwhile, Jaime Lannister traversed the castle's outer courtyard toward the Prime Minister's tower. Now serving as the newly appointed captain of the city guard, he was busy with daily affairs. However, since the Prime Minister had summoned him, he had to carve out time to meet his father. The thought of Cersei brought him a headache. Due to her betrothal to Prince Viserys, Cersei had been in tears and tantrums. No amount of soothing or persuasion seemed to help. Yet Lord Tywin was resolute in his decision. Cersei confided in Jaime that she had long considered Prince Zeno to be her destined husband. However, their father abruptly informed her that she would not wed Prince Zeno, but rather Prince Viserys. He was unwilling to disclose the reasons behind this sudden alteration of her betrothal. Subsequently, King Rhaegar officially proclaimed the engagement, thus sealing the arrangement. In truth, Prince Viserys was not without merit. He was the king's direct brother, bore a striking resemblance to the monarch, and was reputed to possess martial skills that surpassed those of Prince Zeno. Jaime attempted to console his sister, suggesting that their father likely deemed Viserys a more suitable match due to their closer ages. Yet Cersei retorted vehemently, "He possesses no dragon. He lacks the blood of the gods. No matter how skilled he is in combat, it pales in comparison to dragon fire. No swordsmanship can triumph over a great dragon. I can never become queen by marrying him. You do not know him as I do. In temperament, he is just like Ares III. Zeno is the one who truly resembles King Rhaegar. Will you assist me or not?" Jaime, feeling compelled to persuade their father, found himself ill-equipped for such a task. The outcome was all too predictable. Nevertheless, Cersei refused to relent. When she could not sway Tywin, she resorted to lamenting daily to him, which exasperated Jaime to no end. Recently, in an effort to escape this troublesome predicament, he had taken refuge in the temporary barracks of the guards. Tywin awaited him in his study as usual. Jaime was not surprised to find his father's desk cluttered with papers, scrolls, and several leather-bound tomes. "You have arrived," Tywin remarked. At over 40 years of age, he possessed a handsome and stern visage, coupled with a robust and imposing physique. Jaime mused that when he reached this age, he might resemble his father. "Fetch the item beside the shelf. Be cautious, for it is exceedingly sharp," Tywin instructed, gesturing towards a shield leaning against the bookshelf. It appeared to be a shield, albeit considerably smaller and more rounded than the typical kind. To Jaime's astonishment, upon lifting it, he found it as light as a mere sheet of paper. The shield gleamed brilliantly, radiating a golden hue, its thickness varying from a finger's breadth at its thickest to the fineness of parchment at its thinnest, remarkably sharp. As Jaime examined it closely, he discerned deep golden speckles and swirling patterns of silver. "Place it on the stool and attempt to strike it," Tywin commanded. Jaime obeyed, setting the shield upon a low stool and drawing his long sword to deliver a forceful blow. The clash resonated with a sharp metallic ring as the sword rebounded. To his astonishment, Jaime discovered a chip in his sword, while the shield bore not a single scratch. "What is this?" Jaime inquired, having never encountered such a resilient metal artifact. Tywin replied calmly, "It is dragon scale." Dragon scale? Jaime had seen dragon scales before. The Targaryen lineage had adorned their armor with them, and he had also glimpsed the scales on King Rhaegar's helmet, but they were nothing like this. "Is this the scale of Prince Zeno's golden dragon?" Indeed. A faint smile flickered across Tywin's lips, so subtle it seemed as though it had never existed. He sold a dragon scale to Lord John Clinton for the sum of 20,000 golden dragons. Fortunately, Lord John did not possess such a sum in cash at the time, and as he sought to gather the funds, I fortuitously encountered him, allowing me to acquire a scale as well. "How much did you spend?" Jaime inquired, examining the dragon scale with increasing admiration. Tywin replied, 30,000 golden dragons. The Lannisters do not fall short in comparison. Alas, dragon scales are scarce, and currently, the prince possesses only 2. However, he has assured me that should more scales fall in the future, I shall be the first to be approached. Can this be fashioned into a longsword? Jaime attempted to bend the dragon scale, but it remained unyielding. "I'm afraid not," Tywin mused. "I have yet to discover a method to cut it. Even Valyrian steel cannot sever it. However, it can be crafted into armor or a shield. Should smaller scales become available, they could indeed be made into a longsword." Jaime glanced at his father, noting that today Tywin appeared in good spirits, and thus chose his words with care. Prince Zeno's dragon eyes seemed to grow ever larger. Yet the prince himself remains diminutive, still quite a little one. Tywin dismissed this notion. His health is not in question. Numerous scholars have conducted thorough examinations, concluding only that his growth is somewhat slower than that of others. Such a peculiar individual is not entirely surprising. Then why not allow Cersei to marry him? They are merely 13 years apart. When Prince Zeno reaches 20, Cersei will be just 33, still quite young. Jaime endeavored to advocate for his sister. I believe Prince Zeno has a fondness for her, and becoming queen certainly surpasses the role of a mere consort. Furthermore, there are rumors in the court regarding Prince Varys' temperament. Is that so? Cersei must have told you. Tywin's gaze sliced through Jaime's face like a blade. Do you think I do not wish for her to be queen? Do you suppose I do not desire power and glory for our family? She is too foolish to ever be queen. Jaime retorted. Cersei cannot be deemed foolish. She has always been quite astute. Tywin, rarely abrupt, interrupted Jaime, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin as he fixed his gaze upon him. I have long advised her to fulfill her duties well. Serving as a lady-in-waiting to the queen is far more advantageous. Yet, she insists on pursuing Zeno daily. If she could truly win his affection and become his sole choice, that would be another matter. Jaime was astonished to see his father visibly troubled. Tywin continued. She regards the queen as a fool and the king as well, yet neither is foolish. I tell you, Rhaegar himself confided in me that she is too dim-witted to bear the weight of a queen. Jaime gasped in disbelief. Tywin clarified. He did not state it plainly, but that was the implication. Struggling to regain his composure, Jaime asked, what does Prince Zeno say? Does he truly not like Cersei? Tywin replied, irate, how old is he? I have long advised Cersei to exercise caution and restraint, for there may still be a chance for redemption in this matter. Alas, she has never truly heeded my counsel. Listen closely. There is no need for you to elaborate further. If your sister seeks you out again, simply inform her to fulfill her obligations and maintain silence. Otherwise, I shall send her back to Casterly Rock. Zeno has been exceedingly cheerful of late, laughing foolishly at books, at straw men, at Lord Baelish and Euron, and even at dragons. How long will you continue this? Aio resolved to no longer indulge him, and addressed the little prince, who was twisting and turning against him. I tell you, selling just a couple of scales is sufficient. Rarity enhances value. If you sell too many, the price will stagnate. This current situation is ideal. Once they discover the benefits of dragon scales, in a year or two, you can elevate the price even higher. 50,000 gold dragons. Zeno exclaimed loudly. I am aware. Came the response. You are overjoyed by such a paltry sum. Have you never seen gold dragons? Can you not exhibit a semblance of princely demeanor? If you wish to build a city and pave roads, with merely 50,000 gold dragons, you can only afford the most inferior materials, hastily constructing a flea-ridden den. That is sufficient. I had Master Marwyn calculate it. It is enough to replace those crooked and collapsing houses and mud shanties with structures of stone and timber. We shall also simply level the roads and lay down some flagstones. With summer approaching, heavy rains will arrive. We can complete the repairs before the rainy season begins. Zeno meticulously calculated the expenses, noting that any surplus could be used to construct a larger house for the homeless. I have considered it thoroughly. They should not reside there without responsibility. Those who dwell within must keep it tidy. Should there be additional funds, I could build a smaller house specifically for orphans. You are indeed thoughtful, Aio remarked, dousing Zeno's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. But I fear the final outcome may not align with your expectations. Who will ultimately inhabit those houses is not for you to determine. I advise you to save your efforts, merely repair the houses and roads. Any surplus could be better spent rewarding Euron than squandered on that throng of vagrants. Why do I feel as though you are familiar with these matters? As if you have once been a king? Zeno leaned against the dragon. I could enlist the golden-robed ones to oversee it. At least I would know who resides there. Who knows? Perhaps I once was a king. Aio huffed, a spark of fire escaping his nostrils. You could certainly direct a golden-robed individual to manage this affair, only to be dubbed the Prince of Interference. For no lord has ever concerned himself with such trivialities. Can you truly guarantee that the golden-robed ones will act according to your wishes? Do not be so naive. The notion that doing good begets good fortune is a tale found only in the church's storybooks. Chapter 14. Flea-ridden dens regardless of the opposition. Zeno has resolved to undertake the reconstruction of King's Landing. Aio addressed Zeno, saying, Now you may compose a letter to inform your father of your intentions to renovate the most dilapidated areas of King's Landing. I am certain that King Rhaegar will take great delight in your ambitious plans. I have already conveyed this to my father, Zeno replied, and he showed little reaction. Zeno was earnestly attempting to decipher the design drafted by Dr. Malwyn, but ultimately gave up. Whom should I write to? He inquired. Are you not planning to inform Duke Aelin of your intention to extract stones from his domain? They're merely stones, ordinary ones at that. Must I truly write a letter to him? Zeno expressed his confusion. Ajo inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Go and write." Zeno obediently retrieved a sheet of parchment. The endeavor to renovate the flea market commenced poorly, as the residents residing there were unwilling to cooperate. They resisted the idea of altering their abodes, refused to pave the pathways, and were averse to replacing their mud huts with wooden shelters or houses. Most importantly, they were adamant against widening the alleys. Why? Zeno pondered, perplexed, when Master Malwyn and Sir Fane, who was overseeing the renovations, informed him of the residents' opposition. Did you not tell them they would not need to bear the costs? Of course, Sir Fane replied, a towering figure with a bushy brown beard draped in a golden threaded half-cloak, a member of the city guard recommended by Sir Balistan. We informed them of your decisions. They would not have to spend their own money to reside in new homes, and their bare feet would no longer tread upon the mire. Yet these wretches show no gratitude. They simply refuse. Did they explain why? Zeno inquired, stroking his chin in confusion. Are they concerned about having nowhere to live during the renovations? They claim they have grown accustomed to their current dwellings and would not feel at home in better accommodations. The stone pavement is too hard for their bare feet. They prefer the softness of the earth, Sir Fane lamented. Your Highness, he continued, in my opinion, you ought not to heed their objections. Simply demolish the houses and rebuild. Once they inhabit the new structures, they will learn to be grateful. Those people do not trust you, Ao interjected suddenly. Moreover, such places have always been dens of filth. They are understandably reluctant to allow you into their territory. I believe the nobleman is correct, Zeno remarked. Simply tear down those old houses and construct new ones. It would also help to ascertain how many rogues are concealed within. Zeno turned to Dr. Malwyn. Master Malwyn, what do you propose we do? I concur with Sir Fane's assessment, Dr. Malwyn replied, appearing to have already conferred with Sir Fane on the matter. We have attempted to persuade them, even warning them that several of the old houses will surely collapse during the summer rains. Yet they prefer to wait for the structures to fall before considering repairs. No matter how we plead, it is futile. They do not believe us. They fear that once the houses are dismantled, you will abandon the project. It is far more effective to build the new homes directly than to utter 1,000 words. Sir Balistan turned to the silent royal guard standing nearby and inquired, what is your opinion? Sir Balistan nodded in agreement. I concur with the words of Sir Finn and Scholar Malvin, Your Highness. Their concerns stem from the fear that your decisions may waver. Once you construct the new abode and pave the roads, they will undoubtedly be eager to reside there. But then, how can we enlist their assistance in building the houses? Zeno replied glumly. I had hoped to have them move the stones and apply the mortar themselves. Relying solely on our men, we would be unable to finish the houses by summer, let alone repair the roads. I can summon the city guard to assist. Loyal to the prince, and they would surely oblige, Sir Finn proposed. Zeno turned to Io. Is there truly no other way? Of course there are alternatives. You must go to them personally, and in front of everyone. Vow that you shall fulfill your promises, Io suggested. Once you complete your vow, you shall be the king of the flea nest. There was once a prince known as the king of the flea nest. You might consider his deeds for inspiration, or find someone they trust to act as your guarantor. Zeno pondered for a long while. I will go and see for myself before making a decision. As night descended, they donned black cloaks and hoods, silently entering a tavern within the flea nest. Zeno perceived Sir Balistan and Sir Finn as akin to mercenaries, while Scholar Malvin resembled an unassuming yet formidable assassin, and Ian appeared to be a novice in the art of killing. And what would he be? A gnome assassin? Zeno nearly laughed at the thought. The patrons of the tavern glanced at them with indifference before returning to their own affairs. After finding a vacant spot, a plump serving woman approached and inquired about their orders. Let us have a mug of ale each and a few roasted birds, Scholar Malvin requested, adding, if lamb and grapes were available, that would be splendid. The serving woman, her eyelids drooping, replied, we have no lamb or grapes, but we do have apricots. Freshly picked today. Then apricots will suffice, Malvin said without hesitation. Do you have need of mercenaries here? They are quite skilled. I do not know, sir. The serving woman responded. You might inquire with others. Once she departed, Sir Finn lowered his voice. Your approach will not bear fruit. They distrust outsiders. And some have already seen your face. Zeno surveyed the surroundings. The tavern was evidently weathered, its walls a mixture of straw and earth, predominantly dirt. The ceiling was low, forcing Sir Balistan to stoop to avoid colliding with the overhead beams. The establishment was modest, furnished with a handful of scattered tables, grimy and oily as if untouched for a century. A long bench lined one earthen wall, while the other seats were worn barrels, riddled with wormholes. A noxious odor permeated the air. As they deliberated their strategy, the tavern door swung open once more, admitting a man into the dimly lit interior. He called out loudly to the waitress, "Aya, Aya, quickly bring me a mug of ale." Zeno lifted his gaze, and their eyes met. The dark brown wooden door was suddenly slammed open again, and without hesitation, the man turned and fled. Zeno shouted, "Stop!" He attempted to leap down from the barrel, but Sir Bollistan swiftly caught him, cradling him in his arms as they dashed out of the tavern. "Ayo!" Zeno internally called for the dragon. Where had it gone? Turning left, he saw it vaulting over the adjacent wall. The dragon glided silently above them. Sir Bollistan and Sir Fane scaled the wall with the agility of monkeys, while Scholar Malwyn, clutching his round belly, ran faster than Ian. Zeno clambered onto Sir Bollistan's back, wrapping his arms around his neck to guide them. They cornered the man in a narrow alley. Sir Fane kicked him to the ground, twisting his hands behind his back with one hand before drawing his sword. "Stop!" Zeno interjected. "Do not harm him yet." Sliding down from Sir Bollistan's back, he approached the man and delivered a kick to his waist. "You run quite swiftly. It seems your leg injury has healed, hasn't it, Butte?" The man named Butte trembled incessantly, yet remained silent. Sir Fane dragged him to his feet, forcing him to kneel before Zeno, and struck him on the head. "Answer. We didn't know?" Butte stammered, trembling and stuttering. "We truly didn't know. No more nonsense." Zeno kicked him again. "Where did you take the child you abducted?" Butte quickly replied, "We don't kill. We only want ransom. And if they cannot pay the ransom?" Zeno delivered a third kick. "Do you sell them?" "We never sell people. We are not slave traders. Hall does not allow us to do that. Ransom is negotiable." Butte protested loudly. "We usually only collect protection fees, but once paid, we are more reliable than the gold-robed ones." He received a fierce kick from Sir Fane, whose face flushed red. "Your Highness, such petty thieves are utterly untrustworthy. Hand him over to me, and I shall ensure he remembers even the details of his bedwetting." "I know your diligence," Zeno reassured Sir Fane, "but he still has his usefulness." He turned back to Butte. "Is that Hall your leader? Where is he?" "I don't know." Butte quivered, though his resolve remained firm. "He is always on the move." "Let me take him," Sir Fane implored. "I assure you, I will bring every last one of his gang to you." "Butte, you heard that. Will you let Sir Fane extract your little secrets? Or will you tell me directly now?" Zeno fixed his gaze upon Butte's eyes, refusing to let him evade. "You know that if I truly wanted to capture you, I would always find a way. Take me to your leader, and I assure you, I shall not harm you. In fact, I require your assistance with a minor task." They meandered through the intricate, labyrinthine alleys. "Do you never lose your way?" Zeno remarked, feeling a touch fatigued. "Would it not be preferable to construct the houses in a more orderly fashion? Residing in such a place requires one to commit the routes to memory. But we traverse these paths daily. We seldom stray," replied Butte. "Moreover, there are far more people than there are houses." Upon noticing Zeno's gaze, Butte promptly fell silent, visibly uneasy. "Do continue," Zeno urged, intrigued. "How many inhabitants are there?" "I am uncertain. In any case, there are never enough houses to accommodate everyone." Butte was remarkably candid, adding, "However, many perish daily. If we squeeze together, we can always make room." "And how do they meet their demise?" Zeno inquired. "From drinking, fighting, drowning, alcohol poisoning, falling. There are countless bizarre ways to die," Butte replied cautiously. "We have arrived." Hall's abode bore no distinction from the other structures within this flea-ridden dwelling, no larger, nor more opulent. Upon their arrival, Hall displayed no surprise. In fact, Zeno was somewhat astonished that he had not fled, having assumed Butte was leading them in circles to allow Hall to escape. Hall offered Zeno a spot on the bed while he himself remained standing. Zeno recognized him as the man who had pursued them relentlessly. "So it is just the three of you," he said, somewhat disappointed, having expected a larger entourage. "In truth, there are 15 of us, but too many would undoubtedly attract attention," Hall replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. "We typically operate in groups of 3. That fellow is terrified. Why are you so unperturbed? How did you recognize me?" Zeno mused, internally acknowledging Hall's unusual composure. Nevertheless, with Sir Bollistan within and Sir Fane without, along with the dragon overhead, he was well prepared. Thus he endeavored to maintain his own composure. "The scabbard you left behind bears the royal insignia," Hall remarked. "At the very least, I am familiar with the fearless Sir Bollistan. If you intended to kill me, you need not have waited until now. You are quite astute." Zeno complimented him. Butte interjected, "You claim never to kill. I reserve my judgment on that. However, you did indeed refrain from harming me last time. Let us put an end to this kidnapping and extortion business." Hall regarded him with a quizzical expression. "Do you truly believe us? Your blades are dull. At least that much is clear to me. Yet this does not imply you are virtuous." Fortunately, virtuous individuals are ill-suited for the tasks I require. Zeno fixed his gaze upon Hall. I seek an individual, or rather, a collective, well-versed in the intricacies of this flea-ridden den, to assist me in its cleansing. What do you propose? Zeno produced a notebook, flipping it open. I intend to demolish and reconstruct the old houses here, and I also wish to redesign the roads. However, it appears the residents are rather reluctant, which is precisely why I require your assistance. Hall's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. Are you asking me to persuade them on your behalf? To put it plainly, I require their consent for this reconstruction project, and I also need their assistance in the labor. I intend to raise this area to the ground and then rebuild according to my plans. I need individuals to transport soil, stones, timber, and iron tools, as well as to aid the craftsmen and stonemasons. Furthermore, I require someone to oversee the residents' belongings to prevent theft amidst the chaos. Additionally, you must organize some women and children to provide food supplies for others, and enlist some elderly individuals to assist with deliveries and mending tasks. Zeno declared solemnly that all expenses would be borne by him, but you must provide me with a precise population count. How many individuals reside here? How many families are there? How many children per family? How many orphans and vagrants? I need you to uncover all these details and relay them to me. Hall, with a despondent tone, remarked, this may take a year to complete. I do not care. I am giving you only half a month. You may hire workers, and I will cover the costs. You can also seek assistance from the city guard. I can allocate personnel for you. Zeno spoke coldly, stating that if you perform well, I shall forgive your previous attack on me. Otherwise, you must prepare for the loss of an arm or the honorable draping of black garments as you march towards the Great Wall. I can hire people, Hall immediately responded. Zeno nodded, saying, then it is settled. You may discuss your approach and how many individuals to hire, and then come to me for the funds. Do not expect to flee or conceal anything. Dragon will ensure I keep a watchful eye on you. I understand. We will exert our utmost effort, Hall slowly affirmed. Your Highness, may I pose a question? Go ahead. Hall remained silent for a considerable time before cautiously inquiring, are you a sorcerer? Zeno tucked his notebook back into his chest and flashed an ominous smile at Hall. You guessed correctly. I am a remarkably powerful sorcerer. Should you dare to be deceitful, concoct falsehoods, or misappropriate my funds without fulfilling your obligations, I shall cast your soul into the depths of the abyss. It's the 7th layer of hell, Sir Bollistan quietly reminded him. Chapter 15. The gathering of the poor the night was tranquil, and the Red Keep lay in peaceful repose, with only patrolling guards traversing the grounds. Torches hung in the corridors to illuminate their path as they crossed the silent courtyard, engaging in hushed conversation. I certainly know it is the 7th layer of hell. I merely misspoke, Zeno said, leaning against Sir Bollistan's back. Can you keep tonight's events confidential? Aside from my father. Of course, Sir Bollistan replied cheerfully. However, Your Highness, please refrain from referring to yourself as a sorcerer in the future, or some may take it seriously. Zeno dismissed the concern, stating, I was merely attempting to frighten him. If I truly possessed sorcery, would I require his assistance? That is debatable. The great wizard Valyria, despite his immense power, still needed countless slaves to mine, build bridges, and pave roads, even while communicating across half the world through glass candles. Master Malwyn spoke solemnly, his voice barely above a whisper. Words are like the wind. Should you acknowledge yourself as a sorcerer, many might indeed believe you. After all, you possess the power to hatch a fossilized dragon egg. Surely, a dragon must have an origin. Zeno, somewhat displeased, inquired about the genesis of the original dragon. The fossilized dragon egg is merely a term. In truth, the egg must be alive, for how else could it hatch? Malwyn gently shook his head, noting that even if a dragon egg retained vitality after a century, few would be inclined to accept it. The legends of the original dragons were steeped in blood and fire, and the Valyrians were most renowned for their blood magic. Your Highness, Sir Bollistan interjected, he is right. You ought not to speak so recklessly. Should they truly believe you wield blood magic, it could incite panic. Indeed, Sir Fane concurred gravely. Sorcerers have never been regarded favorably. The dragon murmured, if you truly possessed blood magic, you could speak freely, but since you do not, you ought to keep silent. Zeno could only manage a sheepish smile. I understand. I shall refrain from speaking indiscreetly in the future. Yet, having spoken today, what shall we do? Will he let it slip? Regardless of whether he takes it seriously, only a few of us are present tonight. If rumors arise, we shall know who to hold accountable. He is a clever man. He will not reveal it, Malwyn assured. Hall gazed intently at the flickering candle flame on the bedside table, remaining motionless until he heard a soft knock upon the wall, indicating that the others had departed. He shifted the bed aside, lifted the wooden slats beneath it, and, candle in hand, descended a wooden staircase. It struck him that Prince Zeno had not thoroughly searched the room. He wondered if it was due to carelessness or a sense of invulnerability. No, it is certainly not carelessness, Hall mused. With the fearless Balistan at his side, and possessing such wondrous and formidable power, he is indeed emboldened. As for the dragon, Hall pondered whether it had accompanied the prince or remained aloft, observing the chamber. Reaching the bottom of the wooden staircase, he opened a small door into a dimly lit cellar, one side cluttered with barrels and debris, while the other housed a scarred wooden table, missing a leg and crudely mended. Around it sat 7 or 8 individuals, awaiting his arrival. They included tavern maids, a beggar from the street, an elderly friar clad in tattered linen robes, a middle-aged mercenary with a half-broken tooth, and several young men in black garb, each bearing a short dagger like Hall. I knew he was a sorcerer. How else could he have kicked my ankle apart? Dick muttered softly. But does he truly intend to build us a new house and provide us with food and supplies? It cannot be mere words, can it? He is not. Had he truly been a sorcerer, it would have been your head that was shattered, not your ankle, the old friar, Carvin, stated calmly. I have encountered genuine sorcerers from the Far East. They may not excel in close combat, but should they wish you dead, you would perish without a whisper. However, Prince Zeno is indeed quite peculiar. Even if the Dragon King Egan were to return, it would be impossible for him to possess such strength at this tender age. Hall, do you find his words credible? Hall casually settled onto a barrel, pondering for an extended period. Regardless of whether he is a sorcerer, he is not malevolent. He is a prince, the sole heir of King Rhaegar, since he is determined to transform the flea nest and has already taken action. King Rhaegar is likely to assist him in fulfilling his promises. That would be splendid. Our dilapidated tavern could finally undergo some much-needed renovations, Ir exclaimed. Kelly, perhaps the prince might even secure you a proper job. Do not rejoice prematurely, the mercenary Kelly replied with a serious demeanor. Prince Zeno is but a child. Even if he is a benevolent prince and does as he promised by constructing new homes and repairing roads, will we still have a place to reside in the future? I fear that before the houses are completed, we might already be cast out. At that point, we may have no choice but to dwell outside the city. Hall waved his hand to silence everyone. As he contemplated, he spoke slowly. Kelly is not entirely wrong. However, I believe someone close to the prince has already considered this, which is why he asked me to compile a census of the residents here. Should the prince wish to advocate for us, those individuals cannot seize the streets that rightfully belong to us. We must devise a means to have him personally oversee the project, the old monk remarked. Everything feels rather strange. Zeno rested his chin on his hands, sitting quietly on the steps as he observed several men squatting on the ground, breaking stones into smaller fragments for paving. Following that fateful night, Hall hired over 100 individuals and, within 5 days, had investigated every resident of the flea nest. He compiled this information into a thick tome, which he presented to Zeno. The cost of hiring was so minimal that Zeno began to doubt the prices in King's Landing, yet Hall was not the type to engage in a losing venture. Consequently, Zeno selected a few households at random for Sir Fane to investigate, to ascertain whether Hall had engaged in any deception. The truth was, he had not. The investigative report was exceedingly detailed, almost to the point of documenting the spiders in the corners and lice in their hair. Furthermore, Hall's persuasive efforts were executed swiftly and effectively, compelling the townsfolk to willingly abandon their current tasks and eagerly line up at Bachelor Marwan's to take on work. They removed all their belongings from their homes, placed them in tents, demolished their own houses, shattered their own walls, and then transported the debris away themselves. Their only request was for Prince Zeno to be present, as they believed that with his highness in attendance, they would receive the blessings of the gods and possess boundless strength. It was utter nonsense. Zeno had never been so astonished as when he was coerced by Illyris to step into the fire pit. It was merely a stroke of fate. But who exactly is this Hall? Your Highness. As he was contemplating Hall approached him, clad in a brand new black garment, a short dagger hanging at his waist, its blade now honed to a brilliant sharpness. He held a wooden tray laden with a large cluster of grapes, freshly transported from Chinting Island, chilled and exuding an enticing sweetness. With a beaming smile, he presented the grapes before Zeno. These are quite expensive. Where did you acquire the funds? Zeno inquired suspiciously, glancing between Hall and the grapes in his hands. Ever since Zeno had facilitated the transport of stone and timber, along with the craftsmen, promising remuneration for all laborers, Hall had taken to ingratiating himself with him. Initially, he introduced Zeno to his subordinates and friends, including a tall, gap-toothed mercenary, a long-bearded old monk, and the man whom Zeno had previously injured. He made an oath before the gods to protect Zeno with his life. subsequently usurping Ian's responsibilities by daily delivering various fruits and meats. Moreover, he voluntarily led a group of youths to form a Golden Dragon squad, dedicated to patrolling in the name of Prince Zeno to prevent theft and robbery. Zeno tacitly accepted his actions, recognizing the limited number of golden-robed individuals and the notorious chaos of the area. The Golden Dragon squad quickly expanded to over 100 members, with Sir Balistan asserting that many were quite capable. Zeno harbored doubts regarding the veracity of his 15 men. This is a token of gratitude from everyone, collectively funded. Hall insisted, shoving the grapes into Zeno's embrace, while Sir Balistan observed him with a calm gaze. Zeno furrowed his brow at Hall, unwilling to engage in his roundabout manner. Tell them to refrain from wasting their money. You need not curry favor with me. I am not swayed by such tactics. Are you not supposed to be on patrol? Hall chuckled. No, no, no. This is genuinely a simple gesture of goodwill from everyone. I have not coerced anyone. The patrol has already been taken care of by Kaylee. With your highness present, this place is quite peaceful. Stop dodging the issue. What is it that you truly wish to convey? Zeno retorted, popping a grape into his mouth, savoring its sweetness. I see the houses are nearly completed, and the roads are looking to be paved soon. Has your highness decided on a name for this street? Hall inquired, his expression filled with anticipation. Zeno, perplexed by the insinuation, replied, the walls are gray and the roads are gray. Let us call it Greystone Street. Hall's face fell in disappointment. Your highness, is that name not a tad too simplistic? Everyone currently refers to this place as Prince Street. Since you all have made your choice, why consult me? Zeno felt an aversion to Hall, finding his roundabout nature tiresome. What is your true intention? Spare me the circumlocution. No, it's nothing, Hall admitted, uncharacteristically disheartened. It is merely that everyone entrusted me to inquire about your highness's thoughts on the street's name. If you all prefer Prince Street, then let it be Prince Street. Zeno remarked, glancing at the sky. I must return now. What was Hall truly after, with his cryptic speech? Did he believe himself to be Varys? Zeno lamented to the dragon, weary of his incessant games. Hall's antics were tiresome to him. They seek a formidable ally, and you are precisely the one they need. Long responded, acknowledging that Hall possesses a commendable character. Although he is not a knight, he embodies more responsibility and honor than many knights. You could allow him to join your ranks, thus alleviating the need to seek others for your future endeavors in reconstructing King's Landing. Zeno expressed his bewilderment. Join me? Where would I accommodate him? The Golden Dragon squad is poised, awaiting your formal recognition. He dared not articulate it too plainly. Yet you, being rather obtuse, failed to grasp his insinuations. Ao advised Zeno, if you desire their allegiance, present him with a sword and compel him to pledge his fealty. Furthermore, should you wish to prevent them from reverting to their former ways, you must prepare their finances. Zeno immediately scowled. Oh gods, I am utterly impoverished. Where shall I procure the funds? Ao retorted, are you incapable of affording such a trifling sum? After all, you are a prince. Simply request it from the treasurer. Adrian Setiga, that timid soul, would scarcely dare to question you. Dinner consisted of apple pie, wild boar, and a delectable cream of mushroom soup. As Zeno sipped his soup, he pondered how to approach the treasurer for funds, as well as the necessity of acquiring a sword. Tomorrow, he resolved to select a fine sword from the armory. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to enlist the Golden Dragon squad. Although he held little affection for Hall, he was undoubtedly capable and possessed a far greater understanding of the streets and alleys of King's Landing than Zeno did. Zeno realized he must be dreaming, for he had transformed into a stone that could neither speak nor move, merely standing silently in a resplendent hall. Surrounding him were ethereal white shadows, arranged like soldiers in 4 orderly rows. A dark shadow loomed over Zeno, murmuring incessantly. Zeno perceived himself as significantly larger, as these indistinct figures at his feet appeared diminutive in comparison. The dark shadow clung to him tightly, chattering away. Zeno strained to comprehend. What are you saying? The black shadow bellowed, causing the palace to dissipate like smoke. Now, Zeno found himself once again on a desolate, gray wasteland. Today, the expanse was peculiar. The sky had turned a crimson hue, and the ground was teeming with serpents, each adorned with arms and legs, writhing and entwining, viciously tearing at one another. Zeno crouched to grasp one of the serpents, only to discover it bore a human visage, handsome in a grotesque manner, weeping profusely. It silently screamed at Zeno, desperately extending countless small hands and feet before, in an instant, transforming into gray smoke. Despite Ao's warnings to avoid this place, having arrived, Zeno surveyed his surroundings in search of the previous Golden Palace. Yet, all he encountered was a shroud of gray mist. He ventured a few steps forward, only to uncover a pitch-black sword embedded within a heap of ashes. He withdrew the sword. "What are you doing? Come back to me at once." Aio's voice reverberated throughout the dreamscape. Zeno stared vacantly at the black long sword in his hand. The sword was entirely obsidian, sharp and slender, with a black crystal embedded in the hilt. Even without an understanding of fine weaponry, Zeno could discern that this was a remarkable sword. The dragon roared at him. "Are you an imbecile? I told you not to go there, not to go there. And yet, not only did you venture forth, but you also returned with a sword. What will you say when you are discovered? That a sword suddenly appeared in your bedding while you were asleep?" As the door swung open, Zeno swiftly shoved the sword beneath his blankets. Ian entered, carrying a tray, and was taken aback to see Zeno awake. "Prince Zeno, you are up quite early today. Breakfast consists of bread and roasted fish. Would you like some bacon?" Zeno immediately replied, "Yes, and I would also like some cream of mushroom soup. Please fetch some for me." Once Ian departed, Zeno promptly slipped out of the window with the sword in hand. Chapter 16. The dispute. Aio carried Zeno over King's Landing. Landing by the banks of the Blackwater River. "You must discard the sword," Aio urged him, "while there are still few people around." However, Zeno hesitated. For the sword appeared quite splendid. It would be a pity to part with it. "We could simply claim we purchased it at the market in Essos. Who would know the truth?" "You cannot procure a Valyrian steel sword at the Essos market," the dragon shot back, glaring at him. "Do not be foolish. You will find it exceedingly difficult to explain the origins of this exquisite weapon. Its best resting place is at the bottom of the Blackwater River. What if I am fortunate? I possess a dragon. Why could I not acquire a Valyrian steel sword in the markets of the free cities?" Zeno marveled at the wave-like patterns on the sword's surface. It was indeed magnificent. "And besides, who could prove my words to be false? If you must keep it, then so be it," Aio replied. "But I must caution you that items lingering in that place carry a certain malevolence." The dragon regarded him with displeasure. "While you may hold on to it without consequence, should it fall into the wrong hands, the outcomes may be far from desirable." Zeno lowered his gaze to the sword. "What exactly is that place? You incessantly warn me against going, yet fail to provide a reason." The dragon lowered his head, fixing Zeno with his immense golden slit-pupil gaze. "Have you not already surmised the answer? Why then do you ask?" Zeno gently traced his fingers along the longsword. He indeed harbored suspicions about that place. The crimson-black sky, the charred earth, the gray smoke, and the peculiar, grotesque creatures. It was their birthplace, the Valyrian Peninsula after the cataclysm. If I could bring the sword out, then surely I could retrieve other treasures as well. Zeno suddenly felt an odd surge of excitement. "It is said that the ground is strewn with riches, and I have indeed glimpsed a magnificent palace of gold. Perhaps I could even uncover the long-lost methods of forging Valyrian steel. In that case, we would become the wealthiest individuals in all of Westeros." Aio reminded himself to remain calm, lest he be driven to exasperation by the child whose eyes sparkled only with visions of gold. "Firstly, the treasures lie buried beneath the ashes. And I have forewarned you that everything there is steeped in ominous portent. It is unsellable. Secondly, can you not recall that you are a prince, belonging to one of the most affluent families on this continent? If you find yourself in want, cannot you beseech your father for assistance?" The dragon roared thunderously. Zeno, with a nonchalant demeanor, handed a longsword to Hall, stating dryly, "Let us commence." Hall was adorned in a pristine black woolen tunic, complemented by a new leather armor, the iron buckle on his belt gleaming from incessant wear. He knelt respectfully before Zeno and Sir Balistan, receiving the longsword from Zeno's hand. Sir Balistan solemnly touched the sword to Hall's shoulder, bestowing upon him the title of knight. Thereafter, he placed the longsword at Zeno's feet and pledged his allegiance. Following the completion of the ceremony, the former flea nest was jubilantly renamed, and the crowd on Prince Street erupted into applause and cheers. "Long live King Rhaegar! Long live Prince Zeno! Huzzah! Huzzah!" The townsfolk gathered on the streets, rooftops, and balconies, fervently showering them with an array of flowers. Hall beamed broadly, while Zeno could not suppress a sneeze. When they finally navigated through the enthusiastic throng and stepped into the newly adorned tavern, the waitress warmly served them food and drink, while a young lad swiftly fetched a high-backed chair for Zeno. "I have several matters requiring your attention," Zeno began, having racked his brain these past few days to sustain this large entourage. The Valyrian Peninsula is rich with treasures, yet he could only gaze upon them without access. Requesting funds from the Chancellor was feasible, but he felt hesitant to do so too frequently, while curtailing expenses was impractical. The only option left was to seek new sources of income. Zeno extracted a notebook from his pocket. "First, I have procured some weaving looms. I need you to secure a location for them and hire a dozen or so female weavers. Second, Concerning the shops facing the street, I have already purchased the goods, and now I require your assistance in finding individuals to manage them. They must be honest and upright. Prices should adhere to my specifications, with no arbitrary markups. Third, are there any children here eager to learn a trade? I can offer them a stipend during their apprenticeship, but they must work for me upon completion. Hall responded earnestly. Weaving labor is not scarce. There are many unemployed women, although most have never encountered a loom before, so it will take time for them to become proficient. Finding managerial staff for the shops is also feasible, and there are many children eager to learn a craft, as they would be delighted to serve your highness. He added that Zeno could select from them later. Zeno waved his hand, instructing Master Marwyn to meet with them. He then addressed the throng of Golden Dragon squad members standing behind Hall, saying, "You as well, whenever you have the time, learn to read and write from Master Marwyn. I do not expect you to become experts, but at the very least, you should be able to write your own names." The crowd immediately voiced their agreement. Zeno regarded them, finding them somewhat unreliable, yet now was not the time for alternative solutions. He would take it one step at a time. The dragon reminded him. "Have you forgotten something?" "I haven't forgotten," Zenon replied, flipping through his notebook. For now, this was all he could do. He hoped to break even eventually. Aio interjected. "I am not referring to your little hobbies. I mean, shouldn't you be practicing martial arts? Since you began renovating the flea market, you haven't wielded a sword in over half a year. Even your master, Sir Raymond, is likely to forget you." Of course, Sir Raymond had not neglected his duties. During the 7 or 8 months since Zenon had abandoned him, he had been occupied with another pupil, one far more challenging than Zenon. Zenon observed Prince Viserys, who was currently sparring with a servant, and curiously inquired of Ian, "Why is he here?" Ian replied quietly, "Your Highness, be cautious, he is quite fierce." Viserys thrust his sword into the servant's side, eliciting a scream, then kicked the servant to the ground. With insatiable enthusiasm, he called out, "Come again." The servant, who appeared to be of similar age but considerably weaker than Viserys, found himself unable to rise after being knocked down. Viserys glared at him. How could I have chosen such a weakling as a servant? As he scanned the surroundings, he spotted Zenon and smiled. "My dear little nephew, would you care to practice with me?" "No," Zenon replied without a hint of embarrassment. "My swordsmanship is lacking. I fear I would not meet your expectations." "Then let your servant spar with me," Viserys insisted. Zenon glanced at Sir Raymond, who furrowed his brow but did not intervene. "Very well, but Ian is quite formidable." "Don't weep if you lose," Zenon cautioned. Viserys, brimming with pride, declared, "A true dragon never weeps and certainly never loses. Come forth." They took their positions in the training ground, wielding a dull sword in the right hand and a shield in the left. At Sir Raymond's command, they began to engage in combat. Ian, though considerably older than Viserys, was not much taller and certainly lacked his robust physique. Yet, his agility was remarkable. He deftly dodged Viserys' strikes. They circled the field, weaving around each other until Ian seized an opportunity, landing a blow on Viserys' right wrist. Viserys shouted as his sword flew from his grasp, and Sir Raymond declared Ian the victor. "Damn it, this dull sword is utterly useless," Viserys fumed. "If you have the courage, let us switch to real swords and fight again." "No, real swords are far too dangerous," Sir Raymond replied sternly, refusing to yield. "I will only allow you to use the training swords." Enraged, Viserys retorted, "I am your prince. Who are you to command me and impose such restrictions?" Zenon had never witnessed Sir Raymond's demeanor so cold as he stated, "I am your swordsmanship instructor. If you are dissatisfied, you may certainly replace me. Then this match shall be deemed invalid. He is no match for me. It is the sword that is at fault." Viserys bellowed. "I concede." Ian promptly admitted defeat. Viserys looked triumphantly at Sir Raymond, who met his gaze with a frigid stare. Loss is loss, and victory is victory. A verbal triumph holds no significance. Are you to tell your opponent on the battlefield that you lost because your sword was inadequate? Viserys cast a sullen glance at Sir Raymond before turning to Ian, who shivered and quickly retreated behind Zeno. Observing the time, Zeno remarked, "It is merely a contest. What does it matter who wins or loses? Let us dine." "It matters greatly. I possess more honor than you," Viserys retorted coldly. "All you know is to eat, eat, eat. I doubt you will ever become a knight." Zeno dismissed this notion, asserting that even if Viserys were incapable, King Rhaegar would surely be inclined to knight him personally. What is wrong with eating? Without sustenance, one lacks the strength to practice. If you choose not to eat, that is your prerogative. We are going to dine. I have heard that Prince Viserys is quite fearsome. His squire often struggles to rise after being beaten by him, and he even wounds him with a real sword, Ian whispered to Zeno on their way back. They say Viserys' original mentor had no control over him. Alas, Sir Raymond is not that kind of man. As the king's sole brother and the youngest son of the queen, it was evident that this child had been spoiled. He is his father's son, Sir Bollistan murmured. And I fear that conflicts will only multiply from here on. Zeno expressed concern. Sir Raymond seems rather displeased. Did they argue like this every day? Ian nodded vigorously. Every day? Today is relatively tame. Last time he injured someone with a real sword, Sir Raymond appeared ready to strike. Ian shuddered again. How terrifying. Zeno suddenly began to worry for Cersei. Marrying such a man could lead to dire consequences. Lord Tywin's judgment appears quite lacking. Today, Zeno felt rather dismal. With a stoic expression, he practiced swordplay against a scarecrow, while Sir Raymond stood by, supervising. After a long absence, Sir Raymond, who usually had few expectations of him, suddenly increased his demands, all due to Viserys' influence. Meanwhile, Viserys was mercilessly beating his squire, striking with a blunted sword and battering with a shield. The young squire soon found himself sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. I see you are Ian. Why not become my squire? My current squire is utterly useless and cannot compare to you. Stay with me, and I assure you, you will become an exceptional knight. Viserys offered to the obediently practicing Ian. Staying with this nephew of mine offers no future. He is too timid to even compete. That is not true. His Highness is quite formidable. Ian's face flushed crimson, and he is not cowardly. He simply chooses not to argue with you. Huh. It seems he possesses some merit. If he inspires such loyalty from you. However, a coward is a coward. Look, he does not even defend himself, Viserys mocked. Ian's anger nearly erupted from his eyes as he exclaimed loudly. He is 1,000 times more formidable than you. Viserys narrowed his eyes and replied, Ah. Then let us engage in a contest, a true duel with real blades. If you manage to best me even once, I shall retract my claim of him being a coward. Before Zeno could interject, Ian had already agreed vociferously. Very well. No. Sir Raymond intervened once more, stating, When you mature into adulthood, you may choose whatever weapon you desire, but for now, it is not permitted. Zeno chimed in. Whether I am a coward is not for you to decide. After all, someone lost last time and refused to acknowledge it. Viserys disregarded Zeno. His icy gaze fixed upon Sir Raymond. Once or twice, I can overlook, but do not continually forget your station. Do you believe a single word from me could send you back home? You may certainly attempt, Sir Raymond replied, unfazed. Zeno heard Sir Bollistan sigh softly behind him. Every day, can we not find peace? Zeno, resting on the dragon's back, pressed his face against O's scales in complaint. The constant bickering has given me a headache. Is Viserys truly unhinged? He is his father's son. I thought Bollistan had made that abundantly clear. The dragon responded, soaring amidst the clouds, the azure sky deep and serene, while the sea of clouds roiled beneath like a rushing river. Zeno was perplexed. Are you suggesting he resembles Ares? I had thought Queen Rhaegar would have nurtured him better. He was not like this in his youth. Aeo gazed ahead. How often have you interacted with him? As far as I know, Rhaegar has been quite troubled by his disposition as well. Perhaps a profound lesson might instigate some change in him, though I doubt Rhaegar would ever allow it. In any case, he is not in line for the throne, though it is Elia who bears the burden, constantly urged to bear more children. Does that mean I might have brothers or sisters? Zeno raised his face, pondering. Is it better to have a brother or a sister? Do not dwell on it too much. The stronger the magic, the more challenging it is to bear offspring. Your parents may be healthy, yet it will be difficult for them to conceive again. Aeo began to dive downwards. We have arrived. Chapter 17. Victory and defeat. They plunged from the clouds. The earth unfurling like a painted scroll, the landscape rapidly magnifying beneath them. They landed in a blooming meadow. Uncle. Zeno spread his arms wide as Prince Oberyn laughed heartily, lifting him up and tossing him into the air before catching him again. Oh, it has only been a few years, and has grown so much. Oberyn marveled at the dragon, settling Zeno upon his arm. How is your mother? How fares King Rhaegar lately? They are all splendid. Where's my milk carpet? Zeno looked around eagerly. Oberyn laughed once more. Fear not. It is well, along with lace, screens, mirrors, and glass panes. I have packed them all in the camp. I shall have someone bring them over shortly. Zeno then noticed a large group of peculiar individuals gathered nearby, observing them intently. One man had skin as dark as charcoal, with a red feather protruding from his head. Another, with copper-toned skin, had long, jet-black hair intricately braided, adorned with tiny bells. A tall, slender figure resembled a bamboo stalk, while a shorter, stout man clad in bright leather armor stood beside him, an exact contrast. Their gazes towards the dragon were tinged with a hint of fear, yet predominantly filled with longing. Zeno was unsettled by the expression in their eyes. Initially, He intended to procure Mill's handcrafted goods through Prince Dowling, intending to have the dragon transport them back, thereby saving considerable travel expenses. However, with Prince Oberyn acting as a mercenary in the contentious territory, wouldn't it be more economical to purchase directly through him? The goods were packed tightly into a large cart. Oberyn had his men securely bind the cargo with ropes and leather, then fasten it firmly to the cart with a chain as thick as a finger. He tugged at the chain, nodding in satisfaction, ensuring nothing would fall. Zeno joyfully planted a fervent kiss on his face. "Ah, this is a gift." Zeno presented a dragon scale wrapped in burlap to Prince Oberyn, winking at him, indicating he could inspect it later. The dragon grasped the cart frame with its foreclaws as if a child were clutching a toy. They soared into the sky, and Zeno waved at Oberyn until they were obscured by clouds. The shops on King S Street thrived, with the handcrafted items brought from Mill fetching high prices. The weavers, under guidance, became increasingly skilled, producing textiles that were both beautiful and affordable, quickly gaining popularity in King's Landing. The prospect of recovering their investment and achieving self-sufficiency seemed imminent. Yet, Zeno found it increasingly difficult to rejoice. After all, no one relished the daily provocation he faced, not to mention that the one provoking him was named Viserys Targaryen, a relative with whom he shared an unbreakable bloodline. They even shared a master swordsman. What was Rhaegar thinking? Zeno pondered. Could it be that the king sought to train Zeno and Sir Raymond's endurance through this? If so, he was gravely mistaken. "My dear nephew, you would be better off sparring with me than with a scarecrow every day. But I know you lack the courage. You are nothing but a coward." After Viserys had knocked his servant to the ground, he approached to provoke further. Seeing Zeno remain silent, he turned to his attendants and remarked, "Look, our little dragon is so frightened he cannot even speak." His attendants burst into hearty laughter. Ian's face flushed with anger. Zeno intercepted the advancing attendants, saying, "If you are so idle, I can lend you a few books to read." "By the gods!" Viserys exaggeratedly spread his arms wide. Listen. My little nephew wishes to become a scholar, yet he is too scared to wield a real sword." His attendants laughed even louder, while Zeno calmly regarded the boisterous Viserys. "What are you all arguing about? Go practice your swordsmanship." Sir Raymond commanded the attendants, insisting they must complete 200 sword strikes before they could eat. Viserys cast a scornful glance at him and turned away. Sir Raymond, with a furious glare at his retreating figure, turned to Zeno. "Why are you still dawdling? Go practice." What an absurd predicament. Zeno rolled his eyes skyward, utterly exasperated. Clutching Aio's left claw and pressing his face against it, he lamented, "So annoying, so very annoying." Even the dragon was visibly irritated by him. "You could approach your father and suggest he find another instructor." "I refuse to do that." Zeno was discontented. He knew his father was well aware of their current situation, yet chose to ignore it. If he were to speak up, his father might insist they become good friends and coexist amicably. Viserys was merely an ignorant 10-year-old. A single reprimand would suffice to deter him from future trouble. Aio advised him, "If he wishes to fight, then fight him. Let him understand your prowess." Zeno looked up at the dragon. "Didn't you always tell me not to stand out too much? Has your stance changed?" Aio rested his head on his right claw, gazing at him. "I never said that. I merely suggested you avoid appearing like a sorcerer, as you lack true sorcery. As for the strength you inherently possess, it is perfectly acceptable to display it. In fact, as the sole son of the king, it is advantageous for you to be strong, especially since you have an uncle who could also claim the throne." The following day, Zeno ventured to Prince Street, where Hall and Carrie awaited him. "Here are this week's accounts. Following your instructions, we have opened a bakery and an inn, offering fair prices and treating all customers with honesty. With us overseeing operations, no one dares to cause trouble, and the patrons are exceedingly satisfied." Hall regarded Zeno with eager anticipation. Since aligning with this prince, they had genuinely experienced a prosperous life, one they had never dared to dream of. Zeno perused the accounts, prepared by the accountant introduced by Sir Fane. Yet he resolved to consult Maelwyn the scholar later for a thorough review. He praised them. "You have done exceptionally well. Keep up the good work." Hall and Carrie instantly beamed with joy, responding with exuberant agreement. On the way back, Zeno engaged in light conversation with Sir Ballystan. "Sir, I heard that Lord Tywin sent Lady Cersei back to Casterly Rock. What is the reason?" Sir Ballystan smiled gently. "It is said that Lady Cersei angered her father, though I am unaware of the specific details." Sir Ballystan was never one to indulge in gossip, prompting Zeno to decide to inquire with Ian later. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Zeno sensed an unusual atmosphere, markedly quieter than usual. Ian approached him with a beaming smile, while Sir Raymond appeared in good spirits. Though Viserys wore a sullen expression, silent. "I defeated him, once again." Now he has no words left to speak, Ian joyfully declared to Zeno. Let us see if he dares to speak ill again. If Ian were to possess an attribute panel, Zeno was certain that his agility would be 10 times greater. It was astonishing that even a mere kitchen apprentice could be a master swordsman. Zeno felt a sense of pride in his own prowess. It seemed you were indeed correct. Teaching him a lesson would silence his incessant prattling. Zeno cheerfully remarked to Ao, reflecting that he should have never interfered with Ian before. The dragon appeared to be in deep contemplation. Have you recently ventured to Valyria in your dreams again? No, Zeno insisted, fearful that Ao might doubt his words. If I had, you would undoubtedly know. I truly have not gone. I warn you, frequent visits are detrimental. You cannot rid those artifacts of their malevolence. The dragon stated solemnly. Gazing at the colossal golden palace before him, Zeno felt an irresistible urge. This palace, shrouded in a gray mist, was constructed entirely of pure gold. Its walls were adorned with exquisite reliefs, encrusted with a myriad of precious gems, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, pearls, and cat's eyes. Each gem was astonishingly large. Radiating brilliance even amid the swirling gray fog, the palace resembled a divine abode from ancient legends. Selling it could likely purchase a small kingdom in Essos. No, it was unnecessary to take the entire palace. A single column or even a wall would suffice to alleviate his financial woes. He could renovate all of King's Landing, perhaps even repair the roads leading to the capital. Yet, how could he dismantle a column or a wall? And how could he ensure that it remained pure and safe, preventing any misfortune for the individual who might acquire it? Zeno gently caressed the massive amber embedded in the wall. It felt warm to the touch, quite comforting. Aio's somber voice sent a shiver down Zeno's spine. Are your ears filled with volcanic ash that you cannot hear my words? The dragon pressed his snout against Zeno, roaring at him. Or has your mind been scorched to the point that you cannot comprehend my language? What have I told you? Speak, what have I said? I truly was merely observing. After all, you know I cannot take it, Zeno stammered, wringing his fingers pitifully. The dragon shot him a furious glare. You are forbidden to approach, forbidden to look, lest you be tempted to step inside and extract something to sell. No one knows you better than I do. In any case, if you dare go near again, do not expect me to assist you with your shipments in the future. Please, I admit my fault, Zeno quickly conceded. I truly understand my mistake. I shall not return. You only admit your faults daily, yet you never amend your ways. I no longer expect you to follow through on your promises, but I will certainly uphold mine, the dragon declared, flapping his wings and soaring away, leaving Zeno with an indignant silhouette. Now, Zeno felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Misfortune seems to strike in succession, and tragedy often provides no time for preparation. Zeno stared at Ian's right hand, swathed in leather and fine linen. It was but a half, hanging forlornly from his wrist. His head was swollen, wrapped tightly, revealing only a single swollen eye and cracked lips. His body was ensnared in bandages. The room was filled with the acrid scent of blood, sweet yet putrid, a stench that lingered. From now on, you shall wield your sword solely with your left hand. Zeno could hardly fathom how those words escaped his lips. It was no simple feat, and one must practice diligently. I am afraid I can no longer be a knight. After all, who has ever heard of a one-handed knight? Ian's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, yet I still have my left hand. I can serve as a squire without issue. Do not urge me to leave, Zeno replied. I would never do such a thing. In truth, not being a knight might not be so bad. I am simply not cut out for it. I am timid and perpetually ineffectual. Tears brimmed in Ian's solitary eye, dampening the fine linen upon his face. I am so sorry. What do you have to apologize for? This is not your fault, Zeno thought. He ought to offer Ian more words of comfort, yet his voice caught in his throat. The stench of blood in the room was overwhelming, and Zeno feared that if he spoke again, he might retch. Rest well, Master Malwyn will take care of you. In the end, he could only strive to appear nonchalant. As for whether one can be a knight with a severed hand, I must consult Sir Raymond. The golden-robed figure meticulously searched the path where Ian had been attacked. The assailant was likely a mercenary, judging by his garb, yet no one recognized him, nor had anyone seen him before. I believe they are not incapable of finding him. They simply have not sought him out. If you truly wish to know who did this, you could ask Hall and his men to assist you, the dragon advised. However, since Jaime Lannister seems powerless against the culprit and is even concealing him, you may find yourself equally impotent. Rats have their holes, and snakes have their paths. Zeno had never felt more grateful for having assembled this small band. Within a mere day and night, the culprit was presented before Zeno. This fool had taken his payment and lingered in King's Landing, indulging in revelry and extravagance on Silk Street. Your Highness, this lad is no mercenary. He is a hired knight, employed by someone to render that boy one-handed. Hall cautiously gauged Zeno's expression, introducing the informant as Old Beck, who was waiting outside, while the one who paid him was a squire from the Red Keep. Zeno responded slowly, observing the hired knight before him. He appeared wretched, bloodied, with one eye gouged out and half an ear severed, trembling like a half-frozen cur. Sever his hand and deliver him to the city guard. Zeno said with a lackluster tone, just say I ordered you to do so, and take Old Beck along as well. Have them relay to the Prime Minister what was said to you. Zeno knew that was Vizierion's squire. Had I not chosen him, he would still be that kitchen boy, and he would not have lost his hand. Perhaps he could have become an exceptional chef, or a carpenter, or a blacksmith. Zeno murmured, I have brought this upon him. Even a chef can face execution for incurring the prince's wrath, and farmers may be slaughtered by bandits for failing to deliver their dues. Ao disdainfully remarked that this had nothing to do with his profession. He was simply too feeble. Zeno quietly questioned, shall I remain passive, knowing all this? Ai responded, you could retaliate in kind. If he can command his minions to harm others, so can you. You need not even hire anyone. Hall and his companions could easily deal with all his retainers, including the sworn knights who pledged their loyalty to him. Once they leave the Red Keep, their right hands would no longer belong to themselves. Zeno, unwilling to accept this, protested, what of his own consequences? Should he bear no cost at all? He was a prince. Should he be harmed, the commoners would undoubtedly pay with their lives. However, the Golden Dragon Squad would likely be willing to sacrifice a few for your sake, for many of them would prefer death to living without you. Ao consoled him, but I believe you need not rush. You are still too young to participate in the tournament or engage in mortal combat. In a few years, it will be much easier for you to seek his demise. Chapter 18. Unyielding after that, tranquility prevailed. Duke Tywin remained silent regarding Zeno's gift. Zeno was uncertain whether he had disclosed the matter to Rhaegar. Perhaps the gift was unnecessary. Rhaegar and Tywin likely already knew. For a mere young prince could not compel the city guard to cover up his misdeeds or keep secrets. They simply did not care. Yet Zeno could not afford to be indifferent. The weather was serene and clear. Ah, my dear little nephew, I have heard of your servant's unfortunate tale. How unfortunate indeed. Viserys approached with a smile. Do you not see this as his just deserts? He dared to oppose the true dragon. I think this retribution is rather lenient. Don't you? Zeno remained silent, focusing on his training. Prince Viserys, if you have a moment to spare, you might want to practice your lackluster swordsmanship. Otherwise, I fear I shall struggle to provide a satisfactory report to King Rhaegar, Sir Raymond stated bluntly. As for you, Prince Zeno, have you not eaten enough? Raise your hands higher and apply more strength. The smile vanished from Viserys' face as he glared darkly at Sir Raymond. I find you sorely lacking in understanding the hierarchy. I am your prince. You ought to respect me rather than insult me. Sir Raymond's demeanor remained cold. I merely speak the truth. If honesty is considered an insult, I have nothing more to say. You may go and speak ill of me to King Rhaegar or Queen Rhaella. Zeno paused to survey his surroundings. Viserys was glowering at Sir Raymond. A few retainers whispered not far away, avoiding his gaze, while Lord Bollistan remained as silent as ever. The King's Guard traditionally obeyed only the King's commands and refrained from interfering in royal disputes. Zeno pondered the knightly vow to be brave in the name of the warrior, to uphold justice in the name of the father, and to protect the innocent and the weak in the name of the Holy Mother. Rhaegar, Tywin, the King's Guard, and all the members of the city's defense force. Each one of them was a knight, yet all remained indifferent to the malevolence of Viserys, choosing silence instead. No one was willing to offend a prince for the sake of a mere kitchen servant. No one stepped forward, no one questioned, no one drew their sword in aid. Nothing transpired. Ao had once remarked that they were merely a collection of self-righteous knights, and indeed, he spoke no falsehood. Zeno recalled the warm embrace of Queen Rhaella. She had once stood before Ares to protect him, yet she too cared little for a lowly attendant. Viserys, Zeno heard himself declare, let us duel, but not now. I shall wait for you here this afternoon. Viserys paused for a second, then burst into laughter. Oh, so a match must be timed? Do you need to muster some courage first? Fear not. I shall be gentle. I won't wound you too grievously. Or perhaps you wish to beg for mercy now. Plead for my clemency, and I shall spare you this contest. Sir Raymond furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance at Zeno. Zeno, with a stoic expression, reiterated. It is not a contest, it is a duel. I suggest you eat a hearty lunch, lest you find yourself too weak to weep after your defeat. I suspect it will be you who cries. Viserys laughed even louder, and the surrounding attendants joined in, mocking the coward who could not even defeat a scarecrow. Zeno ignored him and strode away from the training ground. Why can you not wait? Dragon implored Zeno. If you slay him now, I fear no one will stand by your side, not even your parents. The lords will declare you too brutal, predicting you will become Ares III, which would be detrimental to you. After all, he is but a 10-year-old child, your own uncle. Regicide is a grave sin, and even as a prince, you would struggle to evade the scorn of the realm. Zeno remained calm. I am merely 7 years old, and I do not intend to kill him. I only require his hand. With that, Zeno drew his black longsword and rolled up his sleeves. He gazed at his arm, a fine limb, nurtured to be fair and flawless. Are you truly going to do this? Ao said in a low voice. There is no need to rush. In a few years, when he is free to roam, there will be myriad ways to ensure he does not return. Ao, I have no intention of killing him. But he must learn a lesson. Zeno swung his sword, and blood splattered. Trembling, he picked up the prepared medicinal powder and cloth, wrapping the wound carefully. Now he was ready. How is it that you are already injured before striking? Or is this merely an excuse to evade the fight? Viserys taunted, eyeing Zeno's haphazardly bandaged arm. Do not expect me to show you mercy because of this. Why are you so verbose? Will you fight or not? Zeno impatiently grasped the blunted sword for the duel, taking up an oak shield and mimicking a stance. Sir Raymond furrowed his brow, asserting that such brutality against the wounded was unbecoming of a knight. Huh, what was it that you said last time? Does a battlefield care whether one is injured or not? Laughed Viserys. Nonetheless, I possess the noble spirit of chivalry. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare you. Zeno stood firm in the arena, retorting, You are more loquacious than a fisherwoman by the Blackwater. Let us hasten and conclude this. I have matters to attend to, unlike you, who loiters aimlessly. Viserys' expression darkened, and he scoffed, declaring that mere words would not win a battle. Oh, is that so? Zeno replied coldly, I had always thought your greatest skill lay in your eloquence. Viserys struck first, thrusting his sword viciously into Zeno's side. Zeno attempted to block with his shield, but was too slow, and thus braced himself to endure the blow. The pain in his side and the hand gripping the sword was excruciating, yet it fueled him with the strength he desperately needed. Viserys pivoted his sword and launched another assault, sweeping it horizontally. Zeno ducked to evade, tightening his grip on the dull blade and pivoting right. Viserys sought to smash his shield against Zeno's head, which he barely managed to block. In that moment, Viserys' sword tip found its mark beneath Zeno's arm, causing him to stifle a near scream of agony. Yet, gritting his teeth against the pain, he pushed forward with all his might, bringing his sword down upon Viserys' right arm, the sound of a crack reverberating through the air. The dull sword clattered to the ground as Viserys cried out in anguish and fell back. Zeno advanced purposefully, discarding his shield, and wielded his sword with both hands, striking Viserys' resisting left hand with the spine of his blade, once, twice, and he was certain he heard the sound of shattered bones. Sir Raymond shouted as he rushed over, Stop! Stop! The outcome is decided. Quickly cease this. For heaven's sake, summon the maester. Servants screamed and rushed to the scene. Viserys, in pain, wept openly, exclaiming, How dare you? I shall inform the king. An eye for an eye, a hand for a hand. Zeno's wound gaped, blood dripping from his fingertips. He fixed his gaze on Viserys' eyes, warning, You had best remember those words, for I shall never forget what you have done. Viserys stared back, dazed, before breaking into tears, crying out for his mother. As everyone presumed, Viserys was the more skilled swordsman, while Zeno had relied solely on inhuman strength to secure victory in this duel. Yet, life is inherently unjust. Zeno sat in a high-backed chair, faintly hearing the voice of Maester Pycelle from the adjacent room. Your right arm is fractured, and 3 of your left-hand fingers are shattered. You may find it difficult to use them dexterously henceforth. Footsteps echoed, glassware clinking, and suddenly a piercing scream shattered the air, followed by soft whimpers and groans. The sound of a woman sobbing intertwined with indistinct murmurs. His left hand is nearly rendered useless, with fractures in the bones of his palm and severe shattering of the phalanges, making it likely that he will never regain dexterity. Ao conveyed the situation in the room to Zeno, noting that the injury to his right hand, while severe, was less concerning and would heal with time. The sound of voices and footsteps grew louder, and soon the door swung open. King Rhaegar entered alongside Prime Minister Tywin, accompanied by the King's Guard Ser Jorah and Ser Arthur, as well as Queen Elia and Queen Rhaella. The Queen Mother, her face stained with tears, cast a sorrowful gaze upon Zeno. He regarded her with indifference, oddly finding himself enveloped in tranquility, devoid of any tumult within. Rhaegar approached Zeno, inspecting his arm, and inquired of Ser Barristan whether his wounds had been treated. Master Maelwyn has attended to them. There may be scars, but beyond that, there is no serious concern. Ser Barristan replied solemnly. Rhaegar turned his attention to Zeno, who met his gaze with a stoic expression. After a brief moment, Rhaegar sighed softly. It seems you are entirely convinced you bear no fault, he murmured. Zeno pondered. I have done nothing wrong. He replied. He sought to duel me of his own volition. I did not compel him to engage in combat. Queen Rhaelia, with a heavy heart, interjected. We know he provoked you first. He was in the wrong, and I am truly sorry. But this punishment seems excessively severe. He has lost his left hand forever. Zeno retorted. His hand remains intact at his wrist. The one deserving of an apology is not me, but Ian. The one who should apologize is not you, but Viserys. Zeno contemplatively mused. I hope this lesson instills in him the value of caution. Once more, I express my sincere sorrow for your attendant. Please forgive him, and I shall ensure he receives proper guidance afterward. Queen Rhaelia pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead, tears streaming down her face as she exited the room. Zeno turned to Rhaegar, who was watching him intently. It struck Zeno as peculiar. Rhaegar appeared quite troubled. Was the king at a loss for how to impose punishment? You have injured your own hand. Rhaegar questioned him. Why? Zeno shrugged. It is rather evident. Only through such means could I muster sufficient strength to shatter his bones. With a blunt sword? Rhaegar replied. Indeed, regrettably, Ser Raymond has permitted us the use of only blunt weapons. Zeno feigned confusion. I have a query. Why is Lord Tywin still present? I believe this to be a matter for our family. I deemed it necessary to understand why my daughter's betrothed has lost his left hand. Tywin replied courteously. Now I comprehend. Zeno regarded him coldly. What do you know? He brought this upon himself, Tywin stated matter-of-factly. Rhaegar lightly tapped the table, saying, Zeno, I am not reproaching you. Viserys indeed erred, but he is your uncle after all. You might have exercised a touch more restraint. Zeno remained silent. Rhaegar sighed helplessly. Zeno, my child, according to the laws of the kingdom, even if Viserys were to take that child's life with his own hands, he would only be required to compensate with a sufficient sum of gold. Moreover, he was not the one to strike the blow. You perceive this as unjust. Yet you did not approach me, believing it would be futile. Am I correct? You harbor doubts about my ability to grant you the justice you seek, do you not? Zeno pondered for a moment. I have not thought of it that way. You all adhere to the laws of the kingdom, and I see no fault therein. I too have acted in accordance with the rules. He requested a duel. I acquiesced, and in combat, he was bested by my skill and must practice diligently henceforth. Or, as you suggested, I ought to compensate him a little, though by the rules, even if I had slain him in the duel, it would have been permissible. Yet he is, after all, my uncle. Rhaegar gazed at him with a sorrowful expression. I understand the turmoil within your heart, but you are all still but children. None of us has committed a crime. Zeno regarded Rhaegar thoughtfully, scrutinizing his father closely. As you said, Viserys did not strike first. The one who did has already faced justice. I find this outcome satisfactory and just. There is no need for me to contest it. Now that Viserys has requested a duel with me, and I have injured him, this result is equally reasonable. If you wish for me to be punished for this, though I do not comprehend why, I shall accept, for you are the king and my father. Rhaegar sighed deeply, appearing sorrowful and weary. I am not blaming you. Elia gently caressed his arm, prompting him to pat the back of her hand, dismissing Zeno with, You should return and rest. Zeno departed in silence. I am truly sorry. As they traversed the corridor, Ser Barristan said gravely, I know I should not remain a bystander, and I have no words to excuse myself. But you three are merely children. Be silent, Zeno replied calmly. Ser Barristan nearly pleaded, I truly apologize, but you must not allow hatred and sorrow to cloud your judgment. Let this matter rest. If they wish for it to end, Ser, perhaps I would have forgiven him by now. Zeno lifted his gaze to meet the sorrowful visage of the White Knight. Chapter 19. The Wedding, Part 1. Ao spoke softly. Tywin has always intended to wed his daughter to you. Now, it seems you have rendered her betrothed a half-wreck, providing him with even more reason to demand a change in the marriage contract. Zeno was taken aback. He wishes to marry Cersei to me? Has he lost his mind? I am 13 years her junior. And so what? You are merely 13 years apart. Look at the old lion, nearly 80, who has wed an 18-year-old maiden. Ao's tone was surprisingly gentle. He may not know of your slow maturation, but even if he did, he would still wish to see his daughter married to you. After all, in the Targaryen family, you are the only two unmarried scions. And in any comparison, you certainly surpass Viserys. Zeno found himself utterly perplexed. Why was it necessary for him to marry off his daughter when there were so many suitable noble families available? Yet, there exists no lineage more esteemed than that of royalty. An alliance with the crown could indeed bestow numerous advantages upon House Lannister. Otherwise, Why would Tywin endure humiliation to remain as Hand of the King in King's Landing? I have heard he wished to depart, but Aerys forbade him. Zeno inquired. Where are you? I am above your rooftop, came the reply. This kingdom is governed jointly by the king and the nobility. Thus, if Tywin genuinely wished to leave, he certainly could, for Aerys could not prevent him. Then come down quickly. I wish to share the night with you. Zeno climbed out onto the windowsill. That night, they slept beneath the silvery moon and a canopy of stars. Aeo carried Zeno over mountains and hills, landing atop a lofty cliff. The dragon exhaled flames, creating a deep pit in the ground, which served as a warm nest for them. Aeo then lay down, allowing Zeno to nestle beneath its belly. The sea winds howled fiercely, waves crashing against the shore. The great dragon curled around Zeno, enveloping him between its limbs and belly, its enormous head resting close to Zeno's face. Though Zeno had dealt a severe reprimand to Viserys, an inexplicable melancholy lingered within him. Aeo, do you not think the laws of our kingdom are inherently unjust? Zeno mused. Westeros is not a land of slavery. Yet nobles can take the lives of commoners without facing the ultimate consequence, merely compensating with a sum of coin. I have heard that in the north, there are places that have not even abolished the right of the first night. If you find this disheartening, when you grow older, you may endeavor to instigate change. For now, sleep. The dragon gently swayed its tail, the fragmented moonlight dancing like silver foil upon its scales. The following morning's breakfast consisted of roasted fish and grilled octopus tentacles, succulent and crisp from the dragon's flames, perfectly delectable even without spices. The only lament was the absence of fruit, with merely a few trees, bent and swayed by the sea breeze. Let us embark on a journey. Anywhere will suffice. Zeno declared. We could venture to the far east to witness Ashai and the Golden Empire, as well as the fabled city of the dead. We might even travel to Sithorios, rumored to be home to the winged dragons that cannot breathe fire. That is not feasible. You must return home. Unless you wish to abandon Hall and the others. If you tarry too long away from King's Landing, you may find them gone upon your return. Aeo gently lifted Zeno onto its back. Zeno, bewildered, responded, were they not doing well before? My absence should not disrupt their lives. The dragon rose to its feet. They were once inconspicuous ruffians, mere thieves. They possessed no property, nor shops, workers, or goods. They are not nobles, and their reputation is hardly commendable. If you remain absent for an extended period, others may covet Prince's Street and all that it entails. The simplest solution would be to concoct a reason to eliminate them. Zeno questioned, who would dare do such a thing? Those shops and goods do not belong to them. They are mine. Aeo chuckled softly, but you are not present, are you? When you return, these assets will naturally revert to you. However, the management may well have changed hands. In the future, those ledgers may prove challenging to maintain as they are now, and do not expect to command them as you once did. Do you believe Hall visits you weekly to report accounts out of sheer boredom? No, it is out of fear. What could he possibly fear? Naturally, he fears you. He sees you as merely a child, one who might take an interest today to oversee them and ensure their well-being, yet tomorrow could easily cast them aside, relinquishing them to anyone. Do you truly intend to abandon them? Aio remarked that as the crown prince, you have countless noble knights willing to pledge their loyalty, while they are merely a rabble of bastards, mercenaries, and hired swords. Without you, the one foolish enough to regard them with respect, they have no better path to pursue. Hence, Hall must constantly demonstrate his relevance before you. Zeno was momentarily rendered speechless. If you are merely seeking novelty, there is no shortage of it within the Red Keep. The dragon carried Zeno toward King's Landing. Let us return. There is no need for distant travels. Next time, I can show you what the royal counselors are engaged in. It is quite fascinating. Ian waved his severed hand before Zeno, exclaiming, Look, Your Highness, I still possess half a hand and a full thumb. Opening a door and fetching a plate is no trouble at all. Since that fateful tournament, Viserys had not appeared before Zeno. Life had returned to a tranquil state. Rhaegar had ceased his visits for discussions, and Elia and Rhaella treated him as they always had. Ao had promised to show him the minister's bustling activities, yet for now, there was no bustle to witness. Sir Bollistan never indulged in lengthy dialogues, while Hall was quite eager to chat about the gossip circulating in King's Landing. But Zeno held no interest in the Prime Minister's unknown lovers. The most delightful news of late was Ian's restored health. Have you heard, Your Highness? The maid of Master Pycelle, Nana, wed the stable boy, Mean, a few days ago, as her pregnancy could no longer be concealed. You would never guess whose child it is. Master Pycelle's. Zeno was utterly taken aback upon hearing this revelation. Ian whispered to Zeno, while Sir Bollistan cleared his throat softly. Is that true? Zeno was equally astonished. Master Pycelle was of considerable age, and being knowledgeable in pharmacology, he should have been above fathering a bastard. Mean, inebriated. Claimed it was the bride herself who confessed. Ian shrugged, adding that the bride also mentioned she and several other maids had shared the bed with the master. Zeno couldn't help but admire Master Pycelle's vigor in his advanced years. What idle chatter are you engaging in? Go practice your swordsmanship, especially you, Ian. Swing your sword 300 times with your left hand. You are not permitted to rest until it is completed, Sir Raymond sternly ordered, sending Ian off to train. Even a blind knight like Mean can become a legend. Losing half a hand is hardly a significant matter, Sir Raymond proclaimed, after which he commenced rigorous training with Ian. While Zeno discreetly sought to avoid exertion, Zeno must clarify that it is not due to any inherent laziness on his part. Rather, his combat prowess is merely a meager two. Until he discovers a solution, he is compelled to endure this predicament. We resemble thieves, Zeno whispered to Ao, as they stealthily ascended the Prime Minister's tower under the cover of darkness with intentions of thievery. Are you going to listen or not? Ao replied, somewhat irked. Zeno pondered for a moment before responding affirmatively. Ao perched atop the pinnacle of the Prime Minister's tower, descending without a whisper. Unless the patrolling guards happened to glance upward, no one would detect the dragon's presence upon the tower. Even if they did, they would likely remain silent. After all, it was not unusual for a dragon to linger at such lofty heights. Zeno slid down Ao's tail until he reached its end, where the dragon slightly curled its tail to allow him to sit upon the tip. Grasping the spines of the dragon's tail, he found himself suspended beside the window of the Prime Minister's study. Voices emanated from within, and Zeno discerned Tywin's voice, chillingly stern and frigid as ice. You have ruined everything. Now Varys is whispering poison in the king's ear, claiming your incompetence has instigated the strife among the princes. I have endeavored to speak in your defense, but what Rhaegar will think remains a mystery known only to the gods. At the very least, the Queen Mother's dissatisfaction with you is evident. Another voice, somewhat unfamiliar to Zeno, interjected, You expect Cersei to marry such a child? He is but 10 years old. And after being bested by a servant, he hired a killer to sever his hand. Do you truly believe that your sister would find happiness with him? Tywin retorted. We are discussing your dereliction of duty. I am indeed discussing this matter with you. Yes, I am doing so purposefully. You want me to have that insufferable fool's head mounted on the wall to appease the young prince. Yet he is not the true culprit. Tywin coldly replied. Not the true culprit? Was it not he who severed that servant's hand? Listen, you have no comprehension of the gravity of the situation. I understand it far better than you do. Cersei is correct. He is nothing but a reincarnation of Ares. I oppose their union. Silence. Tywin's voice was capable of freezing Zeno's ears. The room fell into an uneasy silence for a brief moment, before Tywin spoke with chilling calmness. The worst-case scenario is that Rhaegar will strip you of your position and replace you with someone more competent. Then, your failures will be embellished by Varys, bringing shame upon House Lannister. However, I shall not allow that to transpire. Listen closely. During this period, you are to go nowhere. Remain in your position and fulfill your duties to avoid giving the spider further leverage against you. I have always been diligent in my duties. Now that Viserys is but a shell of his former self. Father, this is the opportune moment to propose a change in the betrothal. Tywin retorted coldly. Is your mind fashioned from steel? To broach this matter at this juncture only confirms our deliberate incitement of this conflict. Zeno could no longer bear to listen further. The dragon deftly lifted him back onto its back, and they departed as silently as they had arrived. Zeno felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Why should we not continue listening? They were on the verge of discussing something pivotal. Someone has already taken notice of me. Perhaps if I linger a while longer, someone might discover a child clinging to the window of the Prime Minister's office. The dragon spreads its wings and soars into the azure sky, with the moon hanging high and stars twinkling all around. Zeno nodded in understanding. The weather was indeed dismal tonight, the moon far too luminous. Why are you not a black dragon? Gold is your most cherished treasure, is it not? The dragon, somewhat irked, replied. I've been keeping an eye on Tywin for several days. Do you not express your gratitude? Thank you, Zeno said, rubbing the dragon's back affectionately. I know you are the one who cares for me the most in this world. You know I love you dearly. The dragon, satisfied, escorted him back to his bedroom. Yet, how peculiar it was. Zeno patted his feather pillow and nestled under the covers, reflecting that he and his father bore little resemblance, not in appearance, but in temperament. He never anticipated Tywin's son would be like this. I believe Tywin is stranger still in this regard, he mused. But I can't shake the feeling that it shouldn't be this way. He doesn't seem like a good person, does he? Zeno wrestled with his thoughts, attempting to recall the original storyline. But the more he tried, the more elusive it became. It is entirely normal not to remember well, given that fate has already shifted. Ao responded. On the 287th day, the wedding of Duke Robert of Storm's End and Lady Lyanna of Winterfell was scheduled for the first day of the new year. A grand tournament was to be held in celebration. They arrived as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of twilight. As Zeno descended upon his dragon, a resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. The last time we met, you were merely a small dragon. Now you have grown to the size of a tower. Truly remarkable. Prince Zeno, Storm's End welcomes your arrival, Duke Robert exclaimed with hearty laughter as he approached to greet them. Zeno slid down from the dragon's back, gazing at the Duke of Storm's End, who had changed little in 6 years. His dark hair and blue eyes remained handsome. With broad shoulders and a poised stature, tall and imposing like a towering stone spire, clad in a splendid golden velvet coat, adorned with the sigil of House Baratheon. A stag embroidered in silver thread upon the chest. Beside him stood the newly appointed Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, equally tall, with brown hair and eyes. Bearing a warm smile and dressed in a black velvet coat, his cloak emblazoned with the sigil of the dire wolf in shades of gray and white. At that moment, the king's entourage passed through the gates of Storm's End, led by King Rhaegar himself. Rhaegar dismounted gracefully from his steed, enveloping Robert in a warm embrace. Congratulations. I have eagerly awaited this day, he exclaimed with laughter. Please, follow me. Robert personally guided them into the castle. Zeno's curiosity was piqued as he beheld the castle. Said to be constructed by magic, resembling a colossal fist with spires reaching skyward from a distance. The interior was equally vast, illuminated by thousands of candles that cast a resplendent glow upon the hall. Once they were seated at the main table, a delectable feast of roasted fish, freshly baked cream bread, charred snails, pea porridge, sweet corn, roast capon, and an array of pastries was served. In the center of the grand hall, a roasted peacock, its belly filled with mushrooms, almonds, onions, and roasted chestnuts, was displayed prominently. At the corners of the table, plates overflowing with peaches, pears, apples, and dragon fruit lay enticingly. Vessels of wine were continuously brought forth, while Rhaegar and Robert sat side by side, laughing and conversing over their drinks, with Robert's bride seated beside him. Lyanna was resplendent in her finery, adorned with a heavy silver chain embellished with black and golden pearls that shimmered brilliantly, her gown trailing with rare golden pearls. Duke Eddard Stark and Lady Catelyn were seated near her, while Queen Elia sat beside Rhaegar, accompanied by Viserys and the 2 brothers of Robert. Viserys' gaze fixated on the food, he consumed eagerly, resolutely avoiding eye contact or conversation with Zeno. Stannis' expression was as rigid as stone, mirroring that of Tywin, who sat across from him. Duke Tywin engaged in conversation with Lord Jon Arryn, while Lancel discreetly observed Zeno. As the musicians in the hall began to play lively melodies, Robert stood, taking Lyanna's hand as they descended from the dais to lead everyone in dance. Rhaegar and Queen Elia soon joined the dance floor, followed by Duke Eddard and Lady Catelyn, as guests merrily joined in, laughter and joy illuminating their faces. All, that is, except for Stannis and his fiancée, Miss Celis Florent, who appeared grave, even amidst the exuberant festivities. Will you not dance? Lancel inquired of Zeno. I could dance with you. I have no desire to dance. You may find another partner, Zeno replied, preferring the company of dragons. A troop of jesters began tossing torches to one another, while a dwarf entertained the crowd with jests. And a jester performed somersaults amidst the revelry. As the music softened, Lord Jon declared, "It is time for the bedding ceremony. Let us escort them to their chamber." The guests cheered loudly, pounding the tables as silverware clinked in jubilant rhythm, chanting bedding, bedding, bedding. A noble from Storm's End, whom Zeno did not recognize, leaped onto a table, arms raised, urging King Rhaegar to carry the bride into their chamber. Rhaegar, Rhaegar, Rhaegar. The crowd erupted in cheers for their king. Rhaegar, smiling, approached and lifted the bride, and Zeno noticed Lyanna's face flushed crimson down to her chest. Meanwhile, the ladies surrounded Robert, playfully removing the garments and adornments from the newlyweds. As they ascended the staircase, traversing the lengthy corridor to the couple's chamber, both were left clad only in socks. Lyanna shyly covered her face, curling her body, while Robert, radiant with joy, remained composed. Zeno, feeling heat rise to his cheeks, discreetly slipped away along the wall. The noise continued unabated upstairs, with guests joyously laughing and wishing the newlyweds a fruitful life filled with children and grandchildren. In the hall below, a number of lesser-ranked free knights, hired knights, and their attendants were still indulging in food and drink, listening to a bard sing loudly of love. Zeno opted to step out into the corridor, which was considerably quieter, with only a few servants busily delivering wine and beverages to the banquet hall. This corridor, devoid of windows and constructed of robust stone, echoed with the distant cries of an infant. "Hey, what brings you here?" Suddenly, Loras appeared from around a corner. Grinning as he remarked, "Beyond here lies the barn. You built the barn next to the banquet hall." Zeno had read descriptions of Storm's End in books, yet he was still awestruck by its immense weightiness when actually present. Loras walked alongside him, cheerfully declaring, "How convenient this is. We can simply stroll over to feast during the banquet." He chuckled to himself. "There's a child crying," Zeno noted, hearing the faint wails again. Loras, still smiling, said, "Let me take you to see." They ascended the stairs to a secluded corridor, where the sound of the baby's cries grew increasingly pronounced amidst the silence. "This is where my dear second brother resides. He has always preferred tranquility." Loras pushed open the door, revealing a small, sparse room containing merely a table, a low stool, and a cradle. Within the cradle lay an infant with fine black hair, wailing loudly. "Is he hungry? Where's the wet nurse?" Zeno looked around. The space was too small to accommodate anyone. "Probably down in the hall enjoying the festivities," Loras shrugged. "Can you guess whose child this is? Is it really necessary to guess?" Zeno shot Loras a disdainful look. "The only child likely to be raised here is either your brother's, which seems improbable, or that of Duke Robert." Loras burst into laughter once more, his mirth resembling a miniature version of Robert. "My dear second brother guards his belt like a king protects his realm. To have him father an illegitimate child before marriage would be tantamount to a death sentence. Do you know? The child's mother is the sister of Lord Peake from Starfall. She's only 15. They met during last year's tourney at Bitterbridge and became involved. Too many people know about this, and last month my elder brother had to acknowledge the child and bring him home. My beloved sister-in-law nearly stabbed him upon learning of this. Were it not for the betrothal arranged by old Lord Stark and the friendship between him and my brother, I dare say she would have fled from the wedding." Zeno was not surprised that Robert had an illegitimate child. After all, the notorious romantic exploits of the Baratheon Duke were well known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He was handsome, skilled, of noble lineage, and particularly generous. Akin to a hero stepped from the pages of a fairy tale, so it was no wonder he captured many hearts. However, to father a noble illegitimate child just as a wedding was imminent, Zeno could only admire him as a true hero. No wonder Lyanna appeared devoid of the joy typically associated with a newlywed. Zeno initially believed she mourned the death of the late Duke Stark. Approximately 6 months prior, a coalition of pirate ships raided the shores of White Harbor. Duke Rickard led his forces to assist, achieving victory, yet he sustained grave injuries and ultimately did not survive. Lannister continued to ramble on. Lord Eddard was quite furious at the time, but you understand the betrothal between the two families. Once declared, it cannot be easily revoked. It was precisely this circumstance that led to the rebellion of numerous lords against King Aegon V. I do not mean to imply he was not a good king. In any case, this child must be nurtured here for now, as it is the farthest from Robert's residence. Out of sight, out of mind. Zeno interjected. "You ought to fetch his wet nurse first. He will surely perish from hunger." Lannister appeared somewhat vexed, pondering the futility of retrieving her. For the child seemed to attract little concern. His sister-in-law harbored a distinct aversion to him, and it seemed inevitable he would be cast aside. Yet he must be raised before being cast out. "He cannot even speak at present," Zeno remarked. "My uncle has several illegitimate daughters whom he raises well. Now that you have brought him back, you cannot simply abandon him. Lord Oberyn is, of course, quite exceptional." Lannister's tone was ambiguous, straddling the line between praise and disparagement. However, Zeno chose to disregard him further. "Hurry and retrieve the wet nurse," Zeno commanded, "or the child may starve, and that will be on your conscience." Lannister, rendered speechless, had no choice but to seek out the wet nurse. The barriers of the tournament grounds had already been erected, and the 3-tiered stands were nearing completion. Hundreds of tents dotted the field, and the knights' capes shimmered with golden and silver threads in the morning sun. Banners of all colors fluttered in the breeze, each emblazoned with their respective crests, yet none were as fearsome as the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Duke Robert would personally compete, while King Rhaegar had dispatched his fearless Kingsguard, Ser Barristan Selmy, to fight on his behalf. The tournament was on the verge of commencing. Cloaked, Zeno crouched among the crowd, observing as they placed their bets for the champion. Currently, Ser Barristan was the favorite at 20-1, followed closely by Count John at 30-1. Both were renowned champions of the jousting tournaments. There were also some bets on Robert at 50-1. Zeno pondered briefly and placed 10 wagers on each of the 3, believing that enjoyment was the essence of the game. To the left of the field stood several targets. where Juris was practicing his charge with a dozen knights. He occupied one of the targets, repeatedly launching himself until the woven shield lay in tatters, suggesting his right hand had fully healed. Several knights surrounded him, cheering and applauding. Juris, proudly mounted, held his head high, reminiscent of the roasted peacock from the previous day's banquet. A fire sorcerer, claiming to hail from as high, was performing his pyromancy. The flaming lion he conjured appeared quite realistic, drawing a large crowd around him. However, Zeno preferred a juggler performing with a bear, who danced and sang joyfully to the sound of the flute, providing great amusement. When the tournament officially commenced, Zeno did not take a seat in the stands. Instead, he found an excellent vantage point early on beside the railing of the arena, where he could discern every strand of the horse's manes. The only risk he faced was the possibility of being struck by a fallen rider or a flying weapon. Once the noble lords and ladies settled into their seats, the knights took their positions. The first match featured Sir Albert, the heir of Alenvale, against Sir Mace, the Duke of Highgarden. Sir Albert, nearing his 40s, appeared vigorous in his blue armor, adorned with a pearl blue gemstone emblem depicting a moonlit eagle atop a pristine white steed. Sir Mace, approximately 30, donned green armor reminiscent of a deep forest, and his chestnut horse was adorned with green silk trappings embroidered with golden roses. They brandished 12-foot-long lances and halted before the stands to pay their respects to the king and queen. With the sound of the charging horn, they urged their horses forward, leveling their lances. In a mere breath, they clashed, their lances shattering against each other's shields. They circled back to prepare for the second round. Both men exhibited considerable skill, eliciting a fervent roar of applause from the audience. In the second round, as their horses converged, Duke Mace deflected Sir Albert's lance with his shield, while his own lance skewered Sir Albert's unprotected breastplate, unceremoniously knocking him off his horse and landing him on his back. Duke Mace discarded his shattered lance, dismounted, and engaged in foot combat. He courteously awaited Sir Albert to rise before drawing his sword. The clash of their blades resounded sharply, ultimately demonstrating Duke Mace's superior prowess. As Sir Albert, unable to withstand the onslaught, raised his hand in surrender, the spectators, both above and below, erupted into fervent applause for this thrilling duel. The second match featured Lord John Clinton, the master of Eagle's Nest Castle, against the fearless Sir Belliston. Lord John was clad entirely in golden armor, with a red and white griffin embroidered on his chest and shield, while his white horse was draped in red and white silks. Sir Belliston, in pristine white armor and riding a white steed, even bore white spurs, his pure white cloak billowing behind him. As the horn sounded, the knights spurred their horses, and their lances collided with great force. Lord John's lance shattered against Sir Belliston's shield, while Sir Belliston's lance expertly pierced the red and white griffin, deftly dislodging Lord John's helmet. The master of Eagle's Nest, now unmasked, could not conceal his shock and was compelled to dismount and concede. The outcome was decided in a single round, prompting Zeno to applaud vigorously, as the audience's thunderous cheers resonated, echoing in his ears. The third match featured Duke Robert, the guardian of Storm's End, against Sir Raven from the north. Duke Robert, resplendent in his golden armor, crafted from fine steel and embroidered with a black stag, wore a helmet adorned with 2 golden antlers. His opponent, clad in black armor, rode a black horse. The diminutive figure bore a shield adorned with a grand white heart tree, its visage graced with a smiling human face. The herald called out, and the 2 knights on the field, urged by the blaring horn, galloped towards one another. In the clash, the lance of the smiling tree knight shattered against Robert's shield, while Robert's spear struck fiercely against her breastplate, sending the slight smiling tree knight tumbling from her steed. Yet, she sprang back to her feet, unsheathing her longsword. Robert also dismounted, drawing his blade to engage her in combat. With formidable strength, Robert unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending shards of the white heart tree soaring through the air as gasps erupted from the stands at the sight of his shield's imminent disintegration. In a decisive moment, as Robert's blunt sword lodged into the shield, the smiling tree knight resolutely discarded her shield and advanced towards him. With remarkable agility, she evaded Robert's defenses, slipping past his arm to deftly knock off his helmet with her sword. Robert, taken aback for a fleeting second, burst into laughter, conceding defeat. However, the smiling tree knight was not so easily appeased. From beneath her helmet, she declared, "Before the gods and King Rhaegar, I seek not your ransom but your vow." Robert's gaze danced with intrigue. "What vow do you seek from me?" "I require you to swear by the new gods and the old, to be as loyal to me as I will be to you. I demand you uphold the oath you made yesterday before the Septons." The smiling tree knight removed her helmet, revealing a striking visage, her long black hair cascading down. She was none other than Lady Lyanna. Lyanna steadfastly met Robert's gaze, asserting, "If you cannot fulfill this, I shall return home, to the north, to Winterfell, and we shall never meet again." The crowd exchanged glances, and suddenly, Zeno, possessed by a fervor, grasped the wooden railing and called out to Robert, urging him to comply. It would be his honor to wed such a steadfast and valiant lady. "Hey, I never said I would not agree," Robert chuckled, stepping forward to embrace Lyanna. "Am I to marry the daughter of a warrior? I shall undoubtedly love you forever. I swear by the gods above, my devotion is unwavering." After a brief silence, King Rhaegar smiled and began to applaud, prompting the entire assembly to join in cheers. Chapter 21. The Royal Council, Part 1. Due to Lyanna's gender, King Rhaegar ultimately decided that this contest would not be counted in the tournament results. The Duke and Duchess of Storm's End, of course, raised no objections. It was nothing short of a farce. A knight standing beside Zeno grumbled to his companion about the absurdity of using the tournament as a backdrop for such flirtation. "I think Duke Robert needs to teach his wife a lesson, or she'll be riding roughshod over him." A servant struggled to squeeze his way to Zeno's side, whispering urgently, "Please, return to the stands. It is not safe here. The Queen is quite concerned." Reluctantly, Zeno made his way back to the stands. Duke and Duchess Robert had yet to return, and Duke and Duchess Eddard had departed as well. Zeno speculated they had gathered to converse. As soon as Lancel saw him, he approached, inquiring, "You actually fancy that fiery woman? It is truly unexpected. I have heard that you once proposed to Lyanna. Is it true?" Zeno pondered for quite some time before recalling the incident of proposing to Lyanna. "At that time, I was merely 2 years old, and I did not propose. I merely offered her compliments." "Where did you hear such a thing?" Lannister shrugged with a grin. "I overheard Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn discussing it." "Do you genuinely believe that such a fierce woman is preferable?" Zeno was astonished that Duke Eddard would remember such trivial matters. "She is now your brother's wife. What concern is it of mine? Furthermore, I strongly advise you not to speak of her in such a manner in her presence, unless you wish to incur her wrath." Zeno was somewhat disinclined to engage with him. "I believe a woman's words should be delivered with gentleness. Otherwise, should you inadvertently displease her, she might very well render you impotent in the dead of night." Lannister remarked, "And I observe that she truly does not comprehend Robert. My brother swears that upon awakening, he forgets everything. If oaths were effective against Robert, one could claim a pig with chicken wings is a dragon. It may not be prudent to speak ill of your brother. Besides, he swore in front of so many witnesses. He ought to honor that." Zeno felt it was necessary to place more trust in Robert. "I merely spoke the truth." Lannister took a sip from the wine on the table. "And I assumed you would understand. Did you not render your uncle incapacitated last time? News travels faster than the wind. He is not incapacitated. His left hand is simply less dexterous," Zeno corrected him. "Look at him charging on horseback. He appears just fine." Lannister was unconcerned. Others do not share that opinion. Whether swearing oaths is effective for Robert is uncertain, but his willingness to swear in front of others is evidently beneficial for Lady Lyanna. The next time Zeno encountered the lady, she was engaged in merriment with Lady Catelyn, entirely devoid of the displeasure from their wedding day. Duke Winterfell smiled at Zeno. Nodding politely, Zeno reciprocated with a broad smile. When Robert unseated Duke Mace from his horse, Lady Lyanna joyfully applauded her husband. "You truly know how to invite trouble for yourself." That evening, Ao learned of the incident from an unknown source. "Why must you meddle in their marital affairs?" Zeno was unperturbed. "I merely shouted a word. What of it? I was aiding in their reconciliation." "This reflects your perspective. A wife publicly compelling her husband to swear fidelity is not something many would admire. Few would appreciate your assistance. Do you believe Robert will be grateful for your intervention? Your previous excessive actions have already bred discontent among many, and should this continue, the name of Ares III will be irreparably tarnished." Ao remarked. "And what of it? They disapprove of Ares, yet he reigned as king for so long. I cannot possibly perform worse than he did. If I am to endure everything silently, why should I assume the mantle of king? I might as well dwell in the ruins of Valyria." Zeno flung himself onto the feather bed. "I neither squandered the public's resources nor harmed their interests. The funds I used were earned by my own efforts. Today's events cannot be deemed detrimental to Lord Rob's interests. Moreover, Duke Ed thanked me. As you said, as long as I remain above their threshold, they shall never rebel." Ao did not concur with him, yet did not admonish him either. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one may act as they wish. However, you neither understand them well nor comprehend yourself. Upon returning home, have Hall recruit more personnel. The Golden Dragon squad indeed requires reinforcements. Zeno lay in bed contemplating Ao's words. Recently, He had saved enough money and planned to renovate the Hook Street and Mud Road within King's Landing. The Golden Dragon Squad certainly needed to expand its ranks. Yet, what did Aio mean by not understanding them or oneself? Aio often spoke in riddles. It was futile to inquire further. Zeno resolved to abandon his thoughts and decided to sleep, for the hour was late. According to custom, the wedding did not include a group tournament. Aside from a minor mishap, the lance tournament concluded splendidly. Everyone acknowledged the event's brilliance, with knights showcasing remarkable skills. Sir Balistan once again claimed the championship. And as he dedicated the honor to King Rhaegar, applause and cheers erupted from both the stage and the audience. The atmosphere was jubilant, and while Zeno clapped vigorously, he mused that Sir Balistan had once again allowed many to profit handsomely. In the Red Keep's council chamber, His Majesty, should you not exercise some oversight over Prince Zeno? He has recently turned King's Landing into a veritable chaos. His Golden Dragon Squad is compelling residents to vacate their homes and forcing merchants to demolish their own storefronts. All in the name of widening roads, suggested the cautious Lord Adrian Settiga, the Minister of Finance. In the past few months, I have heard of 5 incidents involving armed brawls, and there has even been a fire. If this continues, it may lead to dire consequences. Oh dear, how terrifying! Varys exclaimed, clutching his chest in alarm. What dire consequences? Why do you not voice them clearly? What I observe contradicts what you have heard. The displaced citizens appear quite cheerful, as the prince is personally funding their new homes, remarked Count John to King Rhaegar. They are indeed grateful to Prince Zeno. Rhaegar nodded gently. Lord Tywin calmly proposed, why do we not summon the commander of the city guard to discuss this matter together? After all, the security of King's Landing should fall under his purview. Sir Jaime Lannister, the commander of the city guard, was swiftly summoned. My lords, the Hook Street area has indeed been rather tumultuous of late. Reconstruction efforts are underway, and many houses have been demolished. Those with means have taken refuge in inns, while those less fortunate temporarily reside in tents. Moreover, timber and stone are scattered everywhere, obstructing the roads. Sir Jaime is remarkably honest. Yet there are indeed a few households unwilling to vacate, causing quite a stir. However, after Prince Zeno personally engaged in discussions with them, they ultimately acquiesced. At least, I discern no impropriety in the matter. What, then, of the brawls and the fire? Duke Tywin lightly tapped the table with his fingers. What of the Golden Company? Sir Jaime, vexed by such inquiries, replied with irritation. The recent fire was merely the result of a beggar inadvertently knocking over a candle while pilfering on Silk Street. A small blaze that was swiftly extinguished. Brawls occur in every city. I can only endeavor to ensure that innocent bystanders are not harmed. The Golden Company is under Prince Zeno's command, beyond my jurisdiction. With all due respect, let us set aside other concerns for the moment. I firmly believe that the Golden Company must not be allowed to remain. Chancellor Pycelle earnestly advised King Rhaegar, stating that Prince Zeno is a good-hearted lad, wishing to construct new homes for the impoverished, which is indeed commendable. However, he has mistakenly sought assistance from the wrong individuals. I have heard that not a single upright person resides among the Golden Company, merely rogues, thieves, and brigands, alongside a motley assembly of vagrants and mercenaries. The few knights present either hail from humble origins or are bastards. Given Prince Zeno's tender age, he is easily swayed by this raucous crowd, leading him to recklessly contemplate the demolition and reconstruction of an entire neighborhood, an endeavor that cannot be accomplished all at once. The flea-ridden dwellings are predominantly inhabited by the destitute, and his chaotic antics go unchallenged. However, the situation near the river gate is quite different. The accumulated debris is even obstructing the port. It is no wonder that some have approached Lord Adrian to voice their grievances. For merchants, a day without sales equates to significant losses. Indeed, the Minister of Finance hastily interjected, noting that numerous merchants collaborating with the Crown have already come to me in protest. What a predicament we find ourselves in, exclaimed Varys, visibly distressed. Count Clinton disdainfully curled his lip, casting a glance toward the king. Rhaegar leaned back in his chair, deep in contemplation. Tywin solemnly concurred with Chancellor Pycelle, saying, Your Majesty, should Prince Zeno require assistance, he may readily assign the city guard. He does not need an untrustworthy company. Rhaegar remained silent for an extended period, long enough for several ministers to shift uncomfortably in their seats, eager to voice their thoughts. This matter shall be deliberated another day, the king declared. After the meeting adjourned, I observed that His Majesty had little influence over his only son. The Minister of Justice, Lord Walter of the Riverlands, sought to console Lord Adrian, suggesting that if the merchants wish to protest, they may do so for a time. In a few months, once the houses are constructed, they will surely quiet down. Count Adrian, clutching a silk handkerchief intricately embroidered with a crimson crab, incessantly wiped the sweat from his brow and chin. "Thank you for your counsel. I comprehend and shall contemplate it." Its claws exhibited an uncanny dexterity, each tip capable of rotating freely like a finger, even able to twist in partial reverse. It could lift the prince's collar without inflicting the slightest harm. Eyewitnesses attested to its remarkable abilities. Given its size, it should have been able to easily crush a tower. Yet it perched atop with such grace that not a single brick was disturbed. Moreover, its scales were astonishingly light, suggesting an unexpected buoyancy. Yet, it could also heft burdens of considerable weight, comparable to its own massive form, an enigma that could only be attributed to magic. Its intelligence mirrored that of humans, a fact widely acknowledged, though the precise extent of its intellect remained elusive. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Master Pakeseer hastily concealed the half-written parchment before him. Scolding his apprentice with displeasure, "I would have thought you had learned to knock before entering." "My apologies," the young apprentice stammered. "I fear my knock was too soft. I noticed you did not respond. Count Adrian wishes to see you, and he is quite anxious." "My lord, is there something of great importance that brings you here?" As Adrian stepped into Pakeseer's study, the desk was impeccably arranged. "Please, have a seat. The weather is growing increasingly warm. Would you care for a glass of chilled milk or juice? I also have some ice-cold pears." "No, thank you for your kindness," Count Adrian replied, his face glistening with sweat as he resolutely declined the sorcerer's refreshing beverage. He continued to dab at his perspiration. "I think it best we reconsider." "I do not comprehend your meaning," Pakeseer said, popping a honey-soaked date into his mouth, his words somewhat muffled. Adrian leaned forward urgently. "How can you not understand? I am suggesting we refrain from provoking Prince Zeno. He possesses a dragon and is notoriously temperamental. Should he discover our intentions, he would surely eliminate us. Do not underestimate him. He has shown no mercy even to his uncle over a mere servant. Observe the king's demeanor today. He is utterly powerless against his own son." "Lower your voice," Master Pakeseer snapped, glaring at the anxious man before him. "Let us not forget that it was you who initially came to me lamenting how that band of savages has been oppressing your caravans, leaving you in ruin. And that they are, in fact, the prince's private army. That is why I interceded on your behalf before the king." Pakeseer's tone was icy. "If you wish to withdraw, so be it. This matter was never my concern." The mere thought of his caravans and the businesses under his name caused Adrian's face to contort with anguish, his expression one of deep distress. Over the past year, prices in King's Landing had plummeted significantly, and the shops along Prince Street multiplied. Exquisite handcrafted goods from Myrine, expensive spices from Pintos, unique textiles from Bravos, and marvelous perfumes from Lys were all in abundance. Zeno utilized his dragon for transportation, ensuring both speed and reliability, while offering prices considerably lower than his competitors, thus completely usurping their trade. Yet, these items remained luxuries. The crux of the matter lies in their sale of inexpensive linen and cotton, offering larger loaves of bread at prices significantly lower than those of other bakeries, alongside a diverse array of affordable, thick boots fashioned from linen and cotton. Prince Zeno procured grains, cotton, and silk thread from farmers at prices elevated by 1 to 2 tenths compared to other merchants. Yet he sold the finished products at a minimum discount of 2 to 3 tenths. Even taverns and inns found themselves compelled to set prices for food, drink, and lodging that were utterly unacceptable to Adrian. The throngs of people flocking to Prince Street each day starkly contrasted with the desolate storefronts of others, leading to significant losses among merchants, particularly Adrian, who suffered a grievous financial blow, losing nearly everything. Farmers in the vicinity of King's Landing and some fishermen along the Blackwater River have become increasingly reluctant to engage in trade, except with the Golden Dragon Squad. This situation has devolved into utter calamity, with the capricious Prince Zeno creating a veritable chaos in the marketplace. Chapter 22, The Royal Conference, Part 2. Count Adrian, naturally, was loath to witness the erosion of his wealth without resistance. He had made various attempts to rectify the situation, yet every endeavor proved to be exceedingly arduous. He and his fellow merchants endeavored to intimidate these ruffians, but their emissaries soon vanished without a trace. When they dispatched others to seek them out, those individuals too disappeared. After much contemplation and hesitation, Adrian dared not approach Prince Zeno regarding this matter. Fortunately, the prince lacked the audacity for lethal silencing, and eventually, the missing individuals were located by the city guards, albeit at the cost of a substantial ransom that Adrian begrudgingly paid for their provocations. With no recourse against the Golden Dragon Squad, Adrian contemplated simply lowering prices to at least facilitate the sale of his goods. Yet, no one responded. Merchants preferred to toss their wares into the Blackwater River rather than reduce their prices. Zeno managed to buy high and sell low without incurring losses, primarily due to two factors: his possession of a dragon, which eliminated maritime risks and exempted him from port taxes, and his princely status, which allowed him to operate without the necessity for profit, as long as it pleased him. Conversely, other merchants could not afford such magnanimity. Their toil in commerce was solely for the purpose of substantial gain. If one could not recoup tenfold their investment, it constituted a significant loss. Who would be foolish enough to engage in charity? Adrian even sought to expose several members of the Golden Dragon Squad for past debts unpaid, as he had ample evidence to present them to the Minister of Justice. However, upon learning of this matter, Prince Zeno swiftly repaid their debts, even going so far as to publicly destroy the promissory notes. Adrian found himself utterly perplexed by the prince's motivations. Why did he concern himself with such matters? Did he truly care for the Golden Dragon Squad? The more Zeno valued the squad, the more entrenched others became in their inability to intervene. The interference of the Golden Dragon Squad has led to recent complications even in the realm of usury. The only establishment yet untouched is the brothel on Silk Street, but its future remains uncertain. Adrian harbored a foreboding sense that if Prince Zeno continued on his current path, there would soon be no place for other merchants in King's Landing. Recently, a considerable number of traders had already departed from the city. Zeno was undoubtedly more aware than Adrian of the taxes his shop generated, leaving Adrian with no audacity to claim even a fraction of it. To halt the deterioration of this situation, it was imperative to dismantle the increasingly formidable and uncontrollable Golden Dragon Squad. The reconstruction of Hook Street had stirred considerable discontent among the populace. Initially, Adrian had been quite confident that if he reported everything to King Rhaegar, the king would issue a command that, as both son and subject, Zeno would have no choice but to obey. Yet the current circumstances left him in a state of profound conflict. King Rhaegar's hesitance regarding the crown prince's matters was disconcerting. Should the king not side with him, it would spell disaster. Zeno had always been impulsive and arrogant, wielding his peculiar and fearsome powers, alongside his dragon, to do as he pleased and go wherever he desired, unrestrained by anyone. Should he learn of Adrian's attempts to impede him, retribution would be inevitable. He had shown no courtesy even to Prince Viserys, his own uncle, let alone to others. Contemplating this, Adrian felt an urge to relinquish his ambitions. After all, wealth held no value without life to enjoy it. Zeno was merely a child. Despite possessing a dragon and some extraordinary powers, he remained just a boy. The Grand Maester Pycelle squinted at him, incredulous that he would fear a mere child. If only he could dissolve the Golden Dragon Squad and allow the city guard to take over the matter, everything would align with his desires. The newly established shops on Hook Street were at his disposal, along with the properties on Prince's Street, the skilled female weavers, the artisans gathered from various locales, and the diverse goods transported from the Far East, all of which belonged to him. Yet, even with such a splendid prospect, Count Adrian was acutely aware that these enterprises belonged to Prince Zeno, not the Golden Dragon Squad. Zeno would never entrust these to Adrian's governance. His confidence lay with those around him, and King Rhaegar trusted you even more. Over the years, you have managed the royal treasury with remarkable precision. You are an exceptional financial minister, while those individuals were merely scoundrels incapable of even writing their names. If you were willing to assist in the management, who would dare refuse? Pycelle interlaced his fingers atop the table. If you believe you cannot oversee the assets better than they, then I have nothing further to say, and I shall not bring the matter up again. Of course, I would perform better than they, but the prince has his own designated scholar. Count Adrian pointed out this fact, adding that Zeno might not be inclined to heed the king's command. The Grand Maester could not help but chuckle, referring to Marwyn, whom he acknowledged as a competent wizard, yet he was never a financial minister. Observing Adrian's continued indecision and timidity, Pycelle pressed on. Pycelle cleared his throat, as it was already known to all that Prince Zeno had made a grievous error in judgment, and King Rhaegar would undoubtedly contemplate how to address this matter. I reiterate, the prince is merely a child. He likely does not comprehend the intricacies of economic finance. Were it not for the future of the kingdom, I would not extend my assistance to you. You may certainly choose to withdraw, and I understand your position. However, once the Golden Dragon Squad disbands, the king will inevitably require someone to aid the crown prince in managing his affairs. At that juncture, Lord Adrian, the consequences, be they favorable or adverse, will no longer pertain to you. Count Adrian walked away in a daze. After a moment of contemplation, Master Pycelle retrieved a piece of parchment and resumed his work. That afternoon, Hall arrived with 6 individuals to meet Zeno. Who are they? Zeno inquired, observing the tightly bound men before him. One man, with a bruised eye, exclaimed, "We merely came to collect a debt. Your Highness, your subordinate assaulted me without cause." It was the first time I had heard that collecting debts involved taking someone's daughter. Dick derisively gazed at him and suggested, "Perhaps I should bring old Packer here to inform Prince Zeno precisely what debt you believe he owes you, which requires the use of his daughter as collateral." "So, he is a slave trader?" Zeno remarked. "Take him to the city guard and declare his crimes." The man became frantic, altering his statement. "I am not a slave trader. I truly only came to collect goods. That farmer promised to sell us wheat and flax, but sold them to others instead. We merely wished to teach him a lesson. And those others, it seems, would be us." Scholar Malvin nodded and asked Hall, "How many have you captured in total?" "Approximately 30, Hall replied. "Their employer is quite wealthy. He would rather hire 30 men to threaten a poor farmer than increase the purchase price slightly." "Who is your employer?" Zeno inquired, perplexed as to how a simple transaction for wheat could escalate into violence. The man hesitated, stuttering until he was kicked, prompting him to murmur, "His name is Prolos." "A merchant. What does he intend to do with so much wheat? Does he operate a bakery or perhaps a tavern? Since Packer has sold to us, let him sell to someone else." Zeno did not perceive this as a significant issue. That Prolos does not engage in such practices. He is merely a merchant and a close associate of the tax collector, the old monk Calvin remarked with significance. At this time of year, when crops are abundant, merchants like him will purchase grain at low prices during the harvest, and as summer stretches on, should drought occur and famine ensue, he can sell it at a premium. Zeno paused, glancing at the man kneeling before him, who averted his gaze in deference. "It seems we must procure more grain," he concluded. Zeno had not previously considered this strategy. Otherwise, when drought arrived, we would be devoid of bread to sell, which was unacceptable. Hall immediately stated, "I will seek out available warehouses. And what shall we do with these individuals? Keeping it would only squander food. I believe it would be better for Dick to make a throat-cutting gesture." He was immediately met with a fierce glare from Sir Balistan. Bachelor Marwyn suggested that it would be best to hand the matter over to the city watch, as their charges would be inciting discord and abducting maidens. "So be it," Zeno declared. Once Dick had escorted the individuals away, Zeno inquired of Hall and the others, "Has there been a rise in such occurrences lately? I heard there has been some commotion in Hook Street." "Nothing of great concern," replied Carey, his voice deep and resonant. "Just a few merchants who feel we have usurped their rightful profits, incessantly barking about it. You need not worry. We shall ensure they are thoroughly pacified." Zeno found this assurance dubious. "No harm must come to the innocent. I do not wish to send any of you to the city watch." The city watch, after all, was not entirely impartial. While I concede that Sir Jaime Lannister acts justly, he is but a young lad, unable to reign in that gaggle of gold robes. His father must intervene. Hall smiled faintly, noting that the gold robes often indulged in drink on credit, only to squander their earnings gambling. And many a brawl ensued when they were inebriated. "That is Sir Jaime's responsibility. I shall not concern myself with it. Since you are under my command, there are certain actions that must not be taken. Should any fool forget to repay their debts and summon me to bail them out, I shall insist that Sir Balistan give him a thrashing," Zeno expressed unhappily. Hall promptly assured him, "We shall never harm the innocent. I have already given those imbeciles a sound beating." Sir Jaime Lannister, heir to Casterly Rock, was a tall, handsome youth with flowing golden hair, always vibrant and spirited, intent on becoming a knight of valiant stature akin to Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. This was his aspiration, and he pursued it fervently, taking pride in being the captain of the city watch, safeguarding King's Landing. However, of late, he felt less like a knight and more like a steward, burdened with trivial matters. The chaos stemmed from the renovations around the River Gate and Hook Street. Since the demolition of the first house, arguments and conflicts had been relentless. Prince Zeno initially granted each resident a voice, which led to incessant bickering over every brick and every nail. Threats exchanged until even the usually patient prince could no longer endure it, commanding them all to silence while entrusting the construction to the scholars and craftsmen. Only then did the clamor subside. What followed was an endless series of troubles. Two-story buildings transformed into three, with disputes over which two stories belonged to the original owners. The occupants of the left wished to occupy the right, yet those on the right refused to move to the left, despite the houses being identical in design, insisting on a hierarchy of status. Whenever their disputes reached an impasse, and the prince forbade them from using fists to convey their sentiments, they would turn to the city watch, beseeching Sir Jaime for resolution. Initially, Sir Jaime believed this should fall under the purview of the Prime Minister or Prince Zeno. But Bachelor Marwyn advised him that Lord Tywin had far too many national affairs to attend to. His Royal Highness the Prince is still but a child. He still requires lessons in swordsmanship. At present, you hold the highest position here, and if you do not intervene, a brawl is imminent. Surely, such quarrels fall under the purview of the city guard. It is indeed lamentably reasonable, and coupled with Prince Zeno's earnest plea for assistance, Sir James found himself acquiescing. Initially, he endeavored to mediate, attempting to reason with them. However, he soon learned that a blend of coaxing and deception was necessary merely to disperse them. Upon his arrival at the precinct today, he found himself awaited by an individual embroiled in yet another dispute with a member of the Golden Dragon squad. You promised to provide me with a room and a courtyard. Why am I now relegated to a mere alley? I previously resided beside the street. A portly man bellowed. You allow a bunch of beggars to dwell above my home. The Golden Dragon squad member did not even raise an eyelid. Look closely. This alley has been widened significantly. It is now a street. Furthermore, we paid for the relocation, and you consented. Were you not pleased when we handed over the money? Your original abode was merely a single-story house with a small courtyard. Have we not returned it to you as it was? As for the additional second floor, that belongs to us, and it is our prerogative to determine who resides there. I would advise you to exercise some civility. They shall no longer be beggars, but will assist in maintaining the cleanliness of the streets. Continue your outcry, and you may find refuse piled at your doorstep. The portly man's face flushed crimson, transforming him into a puffed-up frog. You expect me to share my space with beggars? There was never an agreement to share a dwelling. There are those who do not share. If you disapprove of the location, that is your concern. Sir James thought to turn and leave, yet he never shies away from a challenge. Having just resolved one dilemma, a new one arose swiftly. Lord James. A merchant from Pantos looked at him expectantly. When shall I receive my shop? That is not a question for me. You ought to direct it to Prince Zeno. James replied. If you inquire of me, I shall inform you that no one has promised you a shop. Yet Lord Count Settiga assured me there would be a new shop for me here. The merchant's green-dyed beard trembled with agitation. I have paid. And my goods are already en route. Then you should seek Lord Count Settiga, Sir James replied coldly, since he made you that promise. After dismissing the merchant, Sir James intended to find a moment's respite when he heard a soft voice beside him. You must be weary. He looked down to find the young prince standing at his side, gazing up at him with a sympathetic expression. Chapter 23. The Imperial Conference, Part 3. Sir James reminded himself that even amidst the busyness, he must remain vigilant. Otherwise, how could this little one approach him so stealthily? Allow me to buy you a drink. The young prince smiled brightly at him, his charm undeniable, causing Sir James to once again lament for his sister. Cersei has always had a penchant for beauty, and the young prince embodies both charm and grace. This child bears a striking resemblance to his father, and as he matures, he is destined to be both handsome and noble, with his flowing golden locks glimmering like the radiant dawn. His golden dragon, too, is universally acknowledged as a thing of beauty. Moreover, he possesses courage and conviction, eager to defend the weak. Sir Jaime believes he will grow into an admirable knight. I wholeheartedly concur, Sir Jaime remarked. They traversed the street and entered a newly constructed tavern. The proprietress warmly guided them to a serene corner. A fine red wine from Liss was presented. Zeno poured a glass for Jaime, then for Balistan and Hall as well, with the vendor claiming it was both delightful and not easily intoxicating, encouraging them to partake. One ought not to indulge while on duty. Sir Balistan declined the wine, opting instead for a glass of water. Sir Jaime similarly requested only water. Fortunately, I am not on duty at present. Sir Hall cheerfully accepted 3 glasses of wine. Zeno shrugged, taking a sip of the milk before him. I have heard that numerous merchants from afar are vying for the newly established shops on Hook Alley, claiming they have already made payments. Is that true? Zeno inquired of Jaime, perplexed. But I had no intention of selling. I meant to keep it for myself. All thanks to our esteemed Chancellor of Finance, who has made a plethora of promises he cannot possibly fulfill, collecting funds he has no right to. Sir Jaime spoke candidly. I have long heard of his greed and miserliness, hoarding gold while fretting over a mere copper coin. Truly a reputation well-deserved. This is not necessarily detrimental for the kingdom. At the very least, he will not squander funds, and he will dissuade the king from reckless expenditures, Sir Balistan stated solemnly. However, he should not accept money from these merchants, nor should he make promises he cannot keep. He certainly ought not to send individuals to threaten the unfortunate farmers. Those individuals were sent by His Highness to the city guard, Hall interjected. He nodded at Jaime, explaining that according to the kingdom's laws, provocateurs could redeem their offenses with gold dragons. That Prolus had redeemed them, and for the past few days, Dick had been shadowing Prolus. Guess who he went to meet? Our Lord Adrian. Hall sipped his red wine to moisten his throat. They arranged to meet on Silk Street. But he likely did not anticipate that our people would be present. It turns out Prolus is merely a loyal dog to Count Adrian. Sir Balistan furrowed his brow. Sir Jaime, puzzled, asked, Prolus, who is he? A merchant, one who engages in rather unsavory business practices, Hall clarified, noting Jaime's bewilderment. He specializes in usury and hoarding supplies to sell at inflated prices during famines. Jaime looked at Hall in astonishment. Hall shrugged. Such is the truth. If you doubt it, you may inquire further. Some of your subordinates are among his regular clients, and they owe him quite a bit. Do you have their names? Sir James solemnly remarked that the salary of the city guard was quite substantial, yet they were still in debt to usurers. I must investigate this matter thoroughly. Furthermore, I need to discuss the financial minister with my father. Zeno furrowed his brow in distress. How can I convince the king of the truth? Zeno conferred with Aio. As accusing a court official was no trivial matter, and they lacked the noble witnesses required for their claims. Why must you speak with the king? Unless you intend to oust him from the throne, you could approach him directly. He does not know you as well as Hall and the others do. And truth be told, he fears you. Aio quietly settled onto a rooftop not far from Zeno. If you merely intimidate him, he will acquiesce to your requests. Climb onto my back, and I shall show you something intriguing. Aio lifted Zeno onto his back and soared into the sky. As dusk approached, the golden-red sunset bathed the deep crimson rooftops, as if gilding them with a layer of gold. The dragon flew low, allowing Zeno to clearly see the shimmering rooftops. A boy stood below, gazing up at them in awe, mouth agape, as his basket of fruit toppled, scattering apples and melons across the ground. They passed over the newly refurbished rooftops of Prince Street and glided over an entire row of districts. An elderly woman leaned out of a window, waving at the dragon and greeting Zeno. They arrived at a narrow path near Silk Street, which had not been renovated. The road remained winding and convoluted, the twisted alleys forming a labyrinthine structure, with buildings closely huddled together. The shadow of the dragon's wings enveloped the alley below. A figure draped in a heavy brown cloak, a long sword at his side, moved slowly along the path. Do you see that individual below? That is Varys. Shall we frighten him? The dragon mischievously suggested, envisioning the amusement of his startled expression. Zeno scrutinized the man. Despite his slow pace, he took large strides, while Varys typically walked with dainty steps, resembling a lady. From above, he and Varys shared little resemblance, aside from their humanity. What is he up to? Zeno inquired. Perhaps he is off to Silk Street to meet an old acquaintance? You could inquire directly, but I advise you to trust not a single word he utters. The dragon circled overhead, then returned to the alley, gently setting Zeno down right before Varys. This time, Zeno discerned Varys's disguise more clearly. His cloak obscured much of his face, with thick facial hair covering the remainder. The boots beneath the cloak appeared as though they had just been cleansed of mud. Greetings, Lord Varys. Why are you attired in such a manner? Are you considering a career as a mercenary? Zeno waved in salutation. Varys fell silent for a moment before parting his cloak. Truly, you are the Dragon Prince. Your gaze is sharper than any blade, and your insight brighter than the stars. Varys melodiously intoned with a lyrical cadence. Zeno lowered his hand, expressing gratitude for your tedious compliment, yet you have yet to address my inquiry. Varys exaggeratedly bowed, stating that his current appearance was merely in service of the king's directive to gather intelligence. Beyond this point lies Silk Street. Does everyone truly enjoy exchanging secrets there? Perhaps we should rename Silk Street to Secret Street. Zeno scrutinized Varys, noting the black scar above his left eye and the tattered gray robe adorned with patches. Upon closer inspection, even his black cloak bore numerous repairs. Forgive me, but is your role today that of a humble ascetic? Yet I must say, it is the first time I've encountered an ascetic wielding a sword in such a debauched setting. That sword must surely conceal something else, the dragon remarked. Your Highness, you are still quite young. You do not comprehend that only a woman can render a man completely defenseless, both in body and spirit. Varys wore a sweet smile that starkly contrasted with his attire. A man need not any justification to venture into Silk Street. Who would dare question my masculinity? This way, intelligence becomes readily accessible. Is that so? Zeno elongated his tone in response, stepping closer to Varys and extending his right hand, palm facing upward. Varys appeared perplexed. Your Highness, what do you mean? Zeno, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries, stated plainly, the item at your waist. Hand it to me. Reluctantly, Varys undid his belt and placed it in Zeno's hand. Zeno regarded the grimy, foul-smelling belt, contemplating the situation. He recognized his own lack of authority and that he often did not embody the demeanor of a proper prince. Yet did Varys truly believe he could outmaneuver him? Do not feign ignorance. I demand your sword. Zeno's expression darkened. And do not attempt any tricks. I am watching you closely. Varys instantly adopted a fearful demeanor. "No, Your Highness, I would never dream of mocking you." In a panic, he handed over the sword, apologizing profusely. "I am truly sorry. You asked for the item at my waist, which clearly was the belt." "Silence," Zeno interjected impatiently. "I am aware of King Aelyrus' trust in you. I do not understand why King Rhaegar continues to keep you, but I shall reiterate, do not attempt any deceit in my presence. I am not so easily fooled. Behave yourself, or I shall feed you to the dragon." "I have no appetite for such unpalatable fare," Ao expressed with disdain. "I merely intended to frighten him." Zeno quickly reassured the dragon. "Believe it or not, all I desire is peace, the peace of the kingdom." Varys gazed sorrowfully at Zeno. "When I was even younger than you, I traveled with a troupe performing in the free cities. It was then that I understood, for the common folk, peace is of utmost importance. Though the kingdom may prosper, their lives do not necessarily improve. Yet, when war breaks out, their suffering becomes unbearable. You have not witnessed the ravages of war, which is quite understandable. However, it is precisely because His Majesty comprehends this that he continues to place his trust in me. While knights wield swords to protect the kingdom, I safeguard it through intelligence. I could swear to the heavens that my loyalty to this realm is unwavering." Though these words may seem reasonable, the actions of this individual render him utterly untrustworthy. "Idil, do you suspect he is lying?" Zeno sought counsel from the dragon. "Not necessarily. He may be telling part of the truth, albeit not the portion you would prefer." The dragon exhaled a plume of fire towards the sky. "But you have frightened him today, so let us leave it at that for now. I shall observe him for a while longer. Please also instruct Hall and the others to keep an eye on Silk Street. However, I have heard that you often spoke ill of my father before King Aelys, contributing to the discord between father and son, which I presume is part of your vision of peace." Zeno tilted his head. "You would do well to remain as loyal as you claim, Lord Varys, lest I be compelled to take action." Ignoring Varys's self-defense, Zeno returned to the dragon's back, watching as Varys's figure quickly diminished into a mere speck. "Do you truly believe I frightened him? I perceive he is not the least bit afraid." The dragon led Zeno to an open area, where under the radiant moonlight and starlit sky, they began to examine the longsword. "At the very least, he is aware that we have seen him when he was unaware. And that itself is a form of terror." Aio's claws rent the sword sheath, and a piece of silk slipped forth. Zeno grasped the silk, which was evidently imported, and unfurled it to reveal a dense tapestry of red threads intricately embroidered upon it. Apart from the threads, there were no words or images, only a tangled mass of fine silk. Zeno turned it over and scrutinized it for some time, unable to discern what it depicted. Yet, since Varys carried it and concealed it within the sword sheath, it must hold significant value. "What does it depict? Some creature I do not recognize?" Zeno pondered, stroking his chin. "Perhaps it is a map." The dragon also examined it closely, though it remained uncertain which location it represented. When Zeno located Master Marwyn, he was engrossed in studying several peculiar metallic pages, adorned with dark red symbols and patterns that seemed to exude a scent of blood. "What is this?" Zeno inquired, leaning in with curiosity. "This is a spell book from the era of Valyria's freehold. After the destruction of the freehold, only a few remnants have survived. I discovered it during my travels in Essos. Would you like to see it? I can teach you." Master Marwyn gazed at Zeno eagerly. Zeno felt slightly disheartened. "Perhaps not, Master, as I have yet to finish the essential readings you mentioned." Master Marwyn smiled warmly. "Then we can wait for you to finish those before we commence. What brings you to seek me at this late hour?" Zeno produced the silk map and presented it to Master Marwyn. "Can you discern what kind of map this is?" As Marwyn spread the map across the table and extracted a magnifying glass from his pocket, he began to scrutinize it meticulously. Zeno, feeling rather bored, wandered about Marwyn's room, which resembled a chamber of enchantments. Books and scrolls filled the towering shelves that reached from the floor to the ceiling, while piles of parchment on the chairs rose to heights of 3 or 4 feet. A cabinet near the windowsill displayed several peculiar artifacts, alongside a few wooden animal figurines, adorned with colorful glazes that could be manipulated with ease. A tattered celestial chart hung on the wall, marred by a hole gnawed by insects in its lower right corner. Yet, the most magical of all was a glass candle positioned in the corner of the writing desk, illuminating the room. Marwyn referred to it as the dragon crystal. Crafted from obsidian, it burned with a luminous flame, and since Zeno first laid eyes upon it, it had been alight for over 2 years, showing no signs of dwindling. The burning of the glass candle seemed devoid of depletion. What, then, was it consuming? Magic, perhaps? Zeno gently touched the vividly colored flame of the glass candle, finding it surprisingly cool. Chapter 24, The Imperial Conference, Part 4. Zeno stared vacantly at the glass candle, mesmerized. The platinum flames flickered, casting shadows as dark as the abyss. Within the fire, he envisioned a resplendent golden palace, surrounded by shadowy figures haunting a dim castle. A long corridor extended endlessly, lined with countless doors. A tattooed jester donned a peculiar tin helmet, while a decayed human heart floated upon a stone table. A colossal blue and white precipice bisected the sky, and a sailboat bravely navigated the turbulent waters. Meanwhile, Varys was removing his bushy beard from above his lips. Marwyn lifted his gaze from the map. This map appears to be an amalgamation of more than 3 separate maps. I shall require a moment to unravel and delineate it. Zeno jolted awake, realizing he had been entranced by the flickering candlelight. No worries, I am in no rush. However, this map was acquired from Varys. You should exercise caution, as he may attempt to reclaim it. Zeno cautioned, you know, he has many little birds. Marwyn smiled. Fear not, I am a wizard, and wizards are adept at capturing little birds. After bidding farewell to Marwyn, Zeno inquired of Ao, can one truly see faraway places through the glass candle? Just moments ago, I beheld the golden palace of the Valyrian Peninsula and several locales I have yet to visit. I even saw Varys. Indeed, a skilled sorcerer can utilize it for communication and traverse into the dreams of others to present illusions, Ao replied. Should you find this intriguing, Marwyn would undoubtedly be delighted. However, I advise you to refrain from hastily pursuing the study of magic at this time. It may not serve you well. Why not? Zeno retorted, according to your assertions. Magic offers numerous benefits. Magic does indeed hold advantages, but the pursuit of it may not be beneficial for you. This you shall understand in due course, Ao stated. Now, it is time for the child to retire for the night. Zeno had no choice but to return to his slumber in a fit of frustration. The weather had grown increasingly sweltering of late. After the conclusion of the royal council, Count Adrian departed the assembly hall in contemplative silence. He traversed the outer courtyard alone, mounted his steed, and rode out through the gates of the Red Keep, following a narrow path towards the city. Eventually, he halted before an exquisite 3-story tower crowned with a circular roof, its entrance adorned with a splendid red lantern. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by a strikingly beautiful woman clad in silk, who escorted him to the 3rd floor, leading him into a small room nestled in the corner. In the center of the room stood a niche draped with silk curtains, filled with cushions, where Prolos was seated, indulging in wine. Adrian noticed another individual reclining diagonally opposite Prolos. The moment Prolos beheld him, he rose promptly. My lord Adrian, he began, allow me to introduce this gentleman, Sir Peter Baelish. Hailing from the Fingers. He then turned to Peter Baelish. Sir Baelish, this is the Earl of Crab Isle, the esteemed head of the ancient Valerian family from Dragonstone, a close friend of King Rhaegar, and a prominent figure of the royal council, the esteemed Minister of Finance, Lord Adrian. Sir Peter Baelish, a diminutive young man of about 20, bowed respectfully to Adrian. My friends call me Littlefinger, he said with a composed smile. It is an honor to meet you. Lord Valerian. Adrian offered a curt nod, shifting his gaze towards Prolos. What is the meaning of this? Several merchants have approached me lately, claiming that I have accepted their gold, yet failed to fulfill my obligations. The receipts they provided bear my family seal, albeit not the official one. Merely the small stamp I entrusted to you. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation today, you are well aware of the consequences. Allow me to elucidate. Interjected Peter Baelish, my lord, this is indeed a most lucrative venture. Adrian's fury surged. You refer to a profitable venture as one that compels me to fulfill promises I cannot possibly keep? My lord Adrian, please remain calm. Shops invariably require a proprietor. Prince Zeno seeks merely honest dealings and fair pricing. He has never imposed specific demands upon shop owners. Peter Baelish smiled. Previously, there were no trustworthy merchants to rely upon. Hence he could only employ his own. Should anyone be willing to collaborate, I believe he would not refuse. Are you suggesting that those merchants you selected are willing to sell their goods at a loss? They have paid a considerable sum, yet will not recoup their investments. Adrian regarded the diminutive man with derision. Do you take them for fools, or do you take me for one? My lord, you misunderstand me. The funds they provided are not bribes. They are merely rental fees for shop agency. I served as an accountant for the Golden Company for half a year. In truth, I remain an officer of the Golden Dragon Squad. Prince Zeno has never exacted even a copper coin as rent from the shops he oversees. He even provides these establishments with low-priced imported goods. He is indeed a remarkable benefactor, truly deserving of his title as His Royal Highness. However, Sir Petalbarus gently shook his head, expressing that, in his view, this was an utter waste, an extravagant one at that. My lord, he continued, the merchants I seek are from distant lands, unfamiliar with this place. The members of the Golden Dragon Squad do not make the effort to inform them. All they know is that commerce here is highly lucrative, and there are sources of supply available. The perils of the sea are daunting, where misfortune could lead to the loss of both ship and life. Now, they need only tend to their shops, free from the hazards of maritime ventures, with goods and wealth flowing in abundantly. For them, this business is not a loss, but rather a significant gain, rendering them quite willing to pay a modest rent. I apologize for the few merchants from the free city-states who were overly impatient and inadvertently disturbed you. I assure you, it will not occur again. Indeed, Prose added, we have attempted this before without issue. The others in the Golden Dragon Squad will merely assume they have been chosen, and as long as the merchants can profit, they will safeguard their secrets. They understand that silence ensures their continued operation. They remain indifferent to one another, blissfully unaware. Lord Adrian, this is all due to your efforts. They hold immense gratitude towards you. Adrian furrowed his brow, pacing restlessly within the confines of the chamber, aware that if Prince Zeno were to discover this, it would spell considerable trouble. Sir Petalbarris's eyes glinted with disdain, asserting that the prince, of a compassionate nature, would not react severely even if he were to find out. He would merely require the return of the funds. Yet, the profits gained from this lending had already become ours. Thus, I maintain that this is an exceedingly profitable venture, risk-free, devoid of violence, and entirely reasonable. In truth, His Royal Highness rarely concerns himself with such trivial matters, as long as those merchants keep their tongues in check. The likelihood of him discovering the truth is minimal. Adrian remained hesitant. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Prose raised his voice in irritation. Who is it? I have instructed you not to disturb us. No answer came, only the persistent sound of knocking. It seems the noise is emanating from outside the window, Petalbarris remarked. The knocking ceased, only to be followed by a menacing ripping sound as a golden claw reached through the sealed window, shattering the leaded glass panes that cascaded to the floor. Outside, the prince regarded them with an impassive expression, ignoring the three pale-faced men. Zeno crouched on the windowsill and extended his hand towards Count Adrian. Please assist me. I cannot descend. With trembling hands, Adrian lifted Zeno from the windowsill and set him down on the floor. Zeno approached Sir Petalbarris, stating, I arrived late and missed the earlier conversation. May I inquire your name? Sir Peter Baelish composed himself and graciously bowed, introducing himself. I am Peter Baelish, and my domain lies within the valley, the smallest of the islands in the Fingers Peninsula. Zeno scrutinized him closely. I disapprove of your assertion. My intention in establishing these shops is to ensure that everyone has enough to eat. If we proceed as you suggest, the poor will remain impoverished while the wealthy will continue to thrive. Why should I squander my time, only to be ridiculed as a fool? Who would dare to mock you? You are the most beloved prince among the common folk. Even the Dragon King Aegon could not surpass your standing. Sir Peter Baelish maintained his composure, smiling, yet he noted, King's Landing is vast. As you continue to rebuild more areas, your newly opened shops will eventually become too numerous to manage effectively. At that juncture, allowing some affluent merchants from afar to pay rent for the shops, while you provide the goods and set the prices, would be prudent. They could manage the shops independently, profiting without bearing the risks of travel. Surely, they would be amenable to paying a bit more. You could reap substantial rewards, and for the commoners, the prices would remain consistent, ensuring they do not suffer. Zeno tilted his head, assessing the man before him while silently consulting Ao. What he proposes seems quite reasonable, don't you think? Excellent idea, Ao grumbled. But it harbors a fatal flaw. It must generate profit. The only truly lucrative goods available to your current shops are those imported from across the narrow sea. The rest merely yield meager returns. Most members of the Golden Company hail from impoverished backgrounds, and as long as they have enough to eat, wear, and a roof over their heads, they are grateful to the gods. Nobles and the affluent, however, are not so easily satisfied. They desire more. Do you truly believe this fellow would present you with a suggestion that does not benefit him? He is merely testing the waters. Once you acquiesce, he will undoubtedly advance his agenda. You should be well aware of what the nobility seeks. You are indeed a clever man, Zeno praised Peter. But I do not possess the grand ambitions you assume. I am acutely aware that my ability to renovate King's Landing is due to my father's tacit approval, and my aspirations are far more modest than you imagine. After completing the work around the river gate, I shall refrain from further renovations for the time being. Money is vital, yet justice and fairness hold equal significance. Thus, I appreciate your goodwill. I must also thank you for the reminder to return all funds from this endeavor, including previously collected amounts and accrued interest, to Sir Horace. Otherwise, I would be compelled to employ methods you would not favor to ensure compliance. And regarding that broken window, do repair it. Zeno turned to Adrian. And you, Lord Adrian, I have always held you in high regard, but do refrain from troubling me unnecessarily. Should you persist in meddling, our relationship shall sour. The Chancellor's face turned pale, and no, that was never my intention, Your Highness. I was merely deceived by them. Please forgive me. I forgive you, my lord, but kindly do not let there be a next time. Zeno promptly opened the door and exited. And Sir Baelish. You are dismissed. Dick stood at the entrance with several companions, awaiting his arrival. Your Highness, I believe we can no longer recruit nobles. None of them seemed trustworthy. Before he could finish his statement, he was abruptly kicked from the side, hastily silencing himself while casting a furtive glance at the young prince. Zeno, absorbed in thought, seemed oblivious to the faux pas. As the Golden Dragon squad expanded in size, managing such a large group became increasingly challenging. Combatants could be organized into teams of 10, manageable as long as the team leaders were kept in check. However, what about the others? Carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, weavers, accountants, agents, and inspectors, all the while. This Barassi capitalized on the management loopholes to amass wealth. Was it merely Barassi who could exploit these oversights? Zeno felt a slight headache brewing. Once this reconstruction was complete, he would need to reorganize the Golden Dragon squad. You might start by getting to know them, Ao suggested. Zeno sat on the floor of Bachelor Marwyn's study, his complexion pale. The room, already disorganized, had become a chaotic mess, leaving little space to maneuver. A large, low square table stood beside the desk, while scrolls and parchment cluttered both the desk and the floor surrounding the square table. The silk map Zeno had previously brought was fully unfurled on the left side of the table, weighed down by an iron ruler. Bachelor Marwyn was engrossed in a hefty, leather-bound tome. Before Zeno lay an unfolded piece of parchment, covered in names alongside details of their origins, expertise, and familial circumstances. He realized for the first time that the Golden Dragon squad had evolved far beyond a mere team, now comprising a staggering 2,346 members. With over 2,000 being combat-ready, apprentices were not even counted in this tally. And now, he was tasked with getting acquainted with each one, a daunting endeavor indeed. Can't I have assistance? Must I do this alone? Zeno lamented as he flipped over a sheet of parchment. Brother Caven was meticulous and diligent in his records, and Zeno found his eyes swimming with stars after only a brief glance, the characters seemingly dancing off the parchment in the air. They are far more familiar with you than you realize. You are the only one in the squad who is not acquainted with them, Ao remarked. They know you well, yet you know nothing of them. This is unacceptable. But even a king cannot comprehend the nature of all the nobles across the realm. There are simply too many. How am I to remember them all? Ao, I know you have an exceptional memory, Zeno replied cautiously. Ao firmly rejected the notion, not a chance. I may know them well, but you must at least familiarize yourself with the team leaders and management personnel. That Barassi has been an officer for nearly 3 months, and you still do not recognize him. How can that be my fault? I have so much on my plate, training, studying, memorizing every noble's family crest. And now I must engage in a battle of wits with these court officials. I had always believed that my father was quite dependable in this regard, yet it appears that I was mistaken. Just look at Varys, and then at Adrian. It seems that Lord Tywin and Lord Jon are a tad more reliable. The dragon let out a disdainful snort, remarking that the Lannisters already wield substantial power within the court. Tywin himself holds the position of prime minister. His son commands the city watch, and his daughter is betrothed to the second heir to the throne. Were it not for Viserys' utter incompetence, do you think you could enjoy such tranquility? As for John Clinton, his devotion to Rhaegar is unwavering, yet he places far too much emphasis on honor. When it comes to war, he cannot rival Tywin. In this era of peace and prosperity, where is the war to be found? Zeno collapsed amidst a pile of parchment, pleading with Ao. The dragon unfurled its wings and soared directly from the rooftop. Chapter 25, The Silk Map, Part 1. After being rebuffed by Ao's actions, Zeno languished in despair while poring over the materials for over a month. I do not comprehend why, as my dragon, I, your master, possess a memory inferior to yours. Zeno glanced at the fruits of Maelwyn's labor, a substantial stack of newly crafted maps. In contrast, he had barely examined a third of the personnel records for the Golden Dragon squad. Why can you retain information effortlessly, while I forget it almost instantaneously? Zeno lamented with a morose countenance. Are we not one? Our lives are intertwined. Yet, as for wisdom, Ao pondered for a moment. Perhaps when we were separated, we forgot to imbue your mind with a bit more sagacity. Zeno, vexed, pushed the parchment forward. Never mind. Let us set that aside for now and examine the maps. How could Maelwyn possibly manage such a multitude of maps alone? Are you certain your intention is to assist him rather than create further obstacles? Ao retorted with disdain. Besides, he has yet to discern the nature of these maps, still comparing them to the national map. What if this is a map of the Westerlands or the Vale? Let me take a look first. Zeno picked up a map, scrutinizing it closely for a moment before selecting another. Oddly enough, this one appears to resemble a staircase, a spiral staircase ascending. After a while of fruitless contemplation, Zeno decided to bring forth an entire stack of maps, sharing them with the dragon. Do you see how this resembles a staircase, twisting and turning? Zeno pointed to the map, indicating that beside it, there appeared to be a grand hall with several exits. If it were a mountain path or a canyon, would it not also appear thus from above? Ao pressed a claw onto one of the maps, noting that it bore a resemblance to King's Landing. Perhaps it truly is King's Landing, after all. Zeno extracted the parchment Ao was examining. Indeed, this map closely resembled a view of King's Landing from above, featuring 7 gates and several main roads. Yet it lacked the Red Keep, the Great September of Baelor, and any street names, as well as the designation of the Dragon Pit. However, it is delineated by a dark line that separates the Rennies Hills from the Visenya Hills. To the south of the Visenya Hills lies a dark D, from which a winding line extends towards the Yang Heights, though it is abruptly severed midway. Let us explore this place, Zeno suggested. What is this place? You have ravaged it already, have you forgotten? Most of it is now rebuilt with new houses. Can you discern which house the dark dot on this map indicates? Even if there were any tunnels, they have long since been filled, replied Long. We did not dismantle those noble estates. Perhaps the markings refer to those houses. If we cannot find them, we may start from the other end. Zeno flipped the map over, measuring the distance between the destination and the Red Keep. It is possible. But what justification do you intend to use to search someone else's house? Do not tell me you plan to sneak in again, Long chided, casting a disapproving glance at the young prince. As for the other end, should you venture there, you will discover that it too has been ravaged by you and is under reconstruction. This map must be quite ancient. In that era, there may have been a road or a tunnel in this area, but now it is likely long since destroyed. With your meddling, how could anything still be found? Zeno was reluctant to concede defeat. Let us examine other places. Perhaps treasures are hidden elsewhere. What on earth are you contemplating? If you seek treasure, it would be far swifter to retrieve it directly from the royal treasury. Ao shifted his posture to lie down, surveying the pile of maps before him. Do not trouble yourself with these maps. Wait for Marwyn to decipher them, and you can examine them then. You ought to focus on your studies. Zeno had no desire to study. He perused the maps one by one, yet he found them incomprehensible. After Marwyn's analysis, the lines on the maps were finally untangled. But even so, it was challenging to ascertain their origins. Zeno could only seek familiar places, such as King's Landing. After some time, he successfully uncovered another map. Look, Ao. This is also a map of King's Landing, and see its markings? This location is the Dragon's Lair. Zeno gazed eagerly at Long. Let us visit the Dragon's Lair. Ao resignedly hoisted him onto his back. Wait, I must retrieve the map. These are important treasures. Zeno exclaimed hastily. The Dragon's Lair loomed atop the Rennies Hills, a colossal stone structure with a domed roof, where, during the zenith of House Targaryen, a dozen dragons resided. However, when the civil war erupted within the Dragon King's family, mobs stormed the lair, slaying the great dragons and igniting a ferocious fire. Afterward, only charred remnants remained, and the bronze entrance stood tightly locked. Are you truly intent on entering? It is filthy and perilous. Ao regarded Zeno with disapproval. Moreover, even if there were valuable items, they have surely been removed long ago. We have come this far. Let us venture inside, Zeno urged. Zeno's face was filled with anticipation. The vastness of the place invited exploration, and with your presence, how could I possibly come to harm? This is indeed a rare opportunity for adventure, nay, for training. You seem to indulge in idleness when it comes to martial arts, yet are brimming with energy when it comes to play, ever adept at concocting justifications for your behavior. Ao forcefully pushed the heavy bronze door with her forepaw, which emitted a harsh, grating sound as it reluctantly swung open. What lay before them was indeed a ruin. The stone walls, charred black by flames, and the ground littered with the remnants of shattered wood and iron chains. Zeno stepped upon a piece of charred wood, which crumbled beneath his foot, causing several long rods leaning against it to crash to the ground. A century and a half's worth of dust made Zeno cough like a consumptive, compelling him to take refuge beneath Ao's wing. Once the swirling dust settled, he cautiously emerged to survey the surroundings. The dragon's lair was expansive. Even as sunlight streamed through the fissures in the roof, the interior remained shrouded in gloom. Ao glanced at a torch hanging on the wall, still containing a trace of oil. She breathed forth a flame that ignited the torch. The feeble light distorted their shadows into peculiar shapes as they ventured deeper, flanked by iron chains once used to restrain dragons, with remnants of shackles scattered on the ground. Bachelors of Malwyn had proclaimed that it was the confinement of dragons that led to their extinction, ever since the dragon lair was constructed. Dragons had shrunk in size with each generation. No dragon has grown to the size of the Black Death other than you. Zeno observed a broken bone on the ground. Pondering the responsibility of Rhaegar in this matter, Ao dismissed the notion. While there is some correlation, it is not as profound as he imagines. The dragon eggs ceased to hatch solely because their time had come. Had they not been confined or turned against one another, dragons would have weakened but not vanished before the next tide of magic. What if Aegon I had never wed Queen Alicent of House Hightower? Would circumstances have unfolded differently? Does the Citadel truly wish for magic to disappear? Zeno voiced his confusion, recalling that many, including the Bachelor of Malwyn, claimed the Citadel harbored a disdain for magic. I believe they do not wish for magic's extinction. Rather, they desire to eliminate anything beyond their control. As for House Hightower, I cannot claim to know much. But scholars who revel in research have always taken pride in their knowledge. During the zenith of magic, the Valyrian Peninsula was the cradle of scholarly pursuits. With magic being the foremost subject of study, the Citadel, naturally, cannot favor magic, for it renders them inferior. Ao shielded Zeno with her wings, deftly avoiding several crumbling stone pillars that hung from above. I detest riddles and circumlocution. You clearly possess knowledge, yet refuse to share it with me. Zeno, discontent, gazed at the dust-laden ground. If you expect me to provide all the answers, then what use is your intellect? It is quite unremarkable, Ao retorted bluntly. I shall not assist you in cheating again. Irritated, Zeno strode forward, only to step into a worm-eaten hole in a wooden plank. Ajo swiftly caught him, her talons shredding the wood to pieces. Beneath the wooden planks lies a profound pit, filled with charred bones. Zeno is unaware of who has piled these fragmented remains here. Nor does he know if they belong to the soldiers of King's Landing or to the rioting commoners, or perhaps to the unfortunate souls who perished during a time of plague. After all, history has seen its fair share of refuse discarded in abandoned dragon lairs. As Zeno crouches down to observe the layers of charred bones, a sense of sorrow washes over him. Perhaps we should bury them, he sighs. It's not right to leave them here. How do you propose to bury them? Where would you do so? Clearing away this many bones alone would take half a month. Ao counters. I suggest we set them ablaze, he continues. They have likely been burned once already, Zeno remarks. Fear not, Ao assures him. I can incinerate them thoroughly. With that, he lifts the upper wooden planks and unleashes a plume of golden dragon fire, swiftly reducing the bones to a mound of white ash. Wait, Zeno interjects. There appears to be a sword here. Amidst the white ashes, a long sword reveals itself. Its blade is as dark as smoke, adorned with undulating ripples, and the dragon fire has cleansed it of dust and impurities, rendering it as lustrous as obsidian. Ao retrieves the sword from the ashes. Zeno, with a tone of reverence, exclaims, This is a Valyrian steel sword. Ao remains unfazed. Haven't you seen enough weapons forged from Valyrian steel on the Valyrian Peninsula? This is different. Those I could never carry out. Even if I could, only I could wield them. This, however, can be used by anyone. By the gods, these truly are treasure maps. Zeno joyfully proclaims, I have found a Valyrian steel sword using a treasure map. Bachelor Marwyn shares in his excitement, as they peruse the various maps together, discerning their details. I have been examining the maps collected in the royal library, and several here bear resemblance to the ones above, albeit with differing layouts of buildings. These must represent different eras of King's Landing. The earliest can be traced back to the time of the Conqueror. This stack appears to depict the underground waterways of King's Landing, along with various wells scattered throughout. The remaining maps are the most intriguing, Your Grace. I suspect they likely illustrate the secret passages beneath the Red Keep. Zeno enthusiastically suggests, then let us explore these passages next time. Perhaps we might discover treasures collected by Rhaegar. Marwyn shakes his head. I am merely speculating. It requires further validation. However, the markings on this map appear to indicate the dragon lair rather than the sword. Your fortune indeed shines bright, Your Grace. Zeno, delighting in the sword, remarks, I share your sentiment. Ever since I informed them of my acquisition of a Valyrian steel sword, this very morning, Duke Tywin approached me, inquiring if I would sell it, allowing me to set the price. I have yet to determine its worth. What do you think it is valued at? Are you truly considering selling it? Marwyn expresses surprise. A Valyrian steel sword is a rare treasure. It is priceless. In truth, there lies a sword at the bottom of the chest in his room, and many more in the ruins of the Valyrian Peninsula, though Zeno cannot divulge this. The texts say it was crafted using blood magic. Is that true? Zeno eagerly inquired of Bachelor Marwyn whether blood magic merely involved mingling blood with steel and then reciting incantations to cast spells. No, Marwyn replied gravely. Blood magic is a far more sinister and cruel form of sorcery. It demands not merely blood, but life itself, and it must be human life. He continued. Since the fall of Valyria's freehold, blood magic has been obliterated, yet according to scant historical records, practitioners would cast infants directly into the furnace. Zeno gaped in shock. His mouth agape. He glanced at the long sword in his hand and lamented, then indeed, it cannot be replicated. What do you expect? Io interjected. Do you hope to forge several more? Is that not conceivable? Zeno retorted, observing Ian, who was obsessively polishing the sword before cautiously sheathing it, only to withdraw it moments later for further inspection. Is there truly no alternative method of forging? Only life and soul endure without decay. All else is destined to perish. Io replied. How wicked, Zeno reflected. Perhaps you ought to resume your studies of the Golden Dragon Squad's records, the dragon suggested. How long do you intend to be idle? I believe it far more beneficial to observe the living, Zeno asserted. Experiencing the real thing leaves a far more profound impression. Upon arriving at Prince Street, Zeno was intercepted. Your Highness, it brings me great joy to see you. A diminutive man bowed deeply. I have awaited your arrival. Zeno scrutinized him. Sir Peter Barrys. I presumed you had returned home. Peter replied bitterly. After your departure that day, Lord Adrian chastised me severely and cast me out. There is no longer a place for me within the Golden Dragon Squad. My estate lies on the smallest isle of the Five-Finger Peninsula, barren save for earth and stone. If I do not find work, I fear I shall starve. Zeno remained unconvinced. Do not feign pity, should you engage in trade. You would undoubtedly succeed as a merchant. If not, you could always return to accounting. I have heard commendable things about your work, or else they would not have entrusted you with managing the shop's affairs. Chapter 26. The Silk Map, Part 2. Sir Peter Barrys spoke earnestly and mournfully. Your Highness, all my possessions have been surrendered to Lord Hall as compensation for the damage to the Golden Dragon Squad's reputation. By the gods, I am now utterly destitute. I can manage accounts, yet no merchant would employ a stranger as their accountant, except for the Golden Dragon Squad. You suggest I return home, but my family has long since passed. I truly have nowhere to go. Zeno regarded him, recalling that during their last encounter, Sir Barrys had appeared well-groomed and spirited. In just over a month, he had transformed into a shadow of his former self, disheveled and grimy, his collar stained, remnants of blood lingering near his ear, his trousers torn, and his bare feet marked with wounds and mud. What has become of your shoes, sir? Zeno inquired. Have they too been surrendered as compensation? The shoemaker of the Golden Dragon Squad crafted my shoes, he lamented, but he declared that I was unworthy to wear them, and took them back. Peter once again bowed deeply and implored, Your Highness, please take me in. I can serve as your steward, and I assure you that I will follow your every command without deviation. You betrayed the Golden Dragon Squad. Do you truly expect me to appoint you as my steward? Zeno replied incredulously, Do you take me for a fool? Maintaining his bow, Peter lifted his gaze and said, You resemble a saint, Your Highness. Everyone speaks of you as a heavenly figure sent to save the souls of mankind. Your kindness knows no bounds, as you never hold their origins against them and are willing to forgive their past transgressions. I beseech you for another chance. If I fail to meet your expectations again, you may feed me to the dragons or sink me to the depths of the Blackwater River. The choice is yours. Zeno blinked, perplexed, unsure whether Sir Peter was offering him praise or mockery. You do not appear particularly appetizing. You are too thin. The fish in the Blackwater River are scarcely fed. Zeno reached into his pocket and produced a gold coin, extending it to Peter. I do not wish for your demise on the streets. That would be excessively cruel. This sum should suffice to return home. Even if no one awaits you there, you surely have subjects. You can live among them. Peter did not reach out for the coin. My subjects? There are barely a dozen households. I would rather not return to burden them. Your Highness, I understand your inability to trust me at present, but grant me one more opportunity, and you shall discover my reliability. You may assign me any task, and should I succeed, then you may choose to trust me at your leisure. Zeno nodded. You are aware that regaining trust is no simple matter. You have betrayed me once. Do you expect me to offer you another chance for treachery? Peter forced a strained smile. Your Highness, you can forgive their past thievery and pillaging, yet you refuse to pardon my exploitation of your management's flaws. Let me put it this way. Sir Peter, the members of the Golden Dragon Squad have treated you well, and I believe I have owed you nothing, yet you look down upon us. Zeno scrutinized the face of the small man before him. You paint yourself as a pitiful figure, begging for my favor, yet your actions tell a different tale. You are intelligent and capable. Were you to assume my position as prince, perhaps you would excel beyond my abilities. But alas, I am the prince. You misunderstand me. Peter interjected hastily. My words on that day were unduly harsh, but I was addressing a cunning merchant and his master. I had to speak thus, or they would not have believed me. Yet I cannot trust you. Lord Hall serves me because I grant him dignity and honor. Brother Cavan serves me for the same reason. He shares my desire to ensure that all are fed. The common folk trust me because I have provided for them. Zeno inquired of Peter, what do you seek? I can offer you neither wealth nor status. There is no advantage in following me. Peter remained silent for a long moment before responding. You are the crown prince. If you so desire, you can bestow identity and status upon anyone. Your Highness, I shall speak candidly. I yearn to ascend to the ranks of the nobility, to attain a status worthy of marrying the woman I cherish. She is the daughter of Duke Tully, and my love for her is reciprocated. Yet, Duke Tully deems my standing insufficient for his daughter, casting me aside and promising her hand to another. Thus, I cannot settle for merely being an accountant or a clerk. The speaker appears to speak truthfully. Zeno has heard of Duke Tywin's intention for his eldest son to wed the maiden from Riverrun. But that plan was swiftly abandoned due to her unfortunate circumstance of being with child before marriage. Given this, I beseech you to assist me with a matter. Are you acquainted with Lord Varys, the Master of Whispers, the portly bald eunuch? Indeed, Peter smiled faintly. I have encountered him on several occasions. Then the task becomes much simpler. I shall introduce you to serve as his accountant, and in return, you will keep a watchful eye on him, reporting all his actions back to me. Zeno felt he had devised an excellent plan. He had been preoccupied lately and had neglected Varys, but by placing Peter beside him, let the cunning contend with the cunning. Zeno considered that he might be quite astute himself. Peter hesitated, saying, I have heard that Lord Varys does not employ adults. He prefers young boys. He harbors such peculiar inclinations? From whom have you heard this? Zeno found himself intrigued by the source of Peter's information, yet deemed it inconsequential. Regardless, he would accept what was offered. Zeno internally called upon his dragon. Oh, where's Varys? Aeo responded after a moment. At the Red Keep. Disregarding Peter's hesitance and the disapproving expression of Ser Balistan, Zeno produced a gold dragon and handed it to Peter, instructing him to procure a new outfit and a pair of fine shoes, for our Lord Varys is accustomed to a well-tailored appearance. Then I shall escort you back to the Red Keep. On the journey back, Ser Balistan could not refrain from advising Zeno, Your Highness, it would be unwise to allow a trickster and a eunuch to conspire. Neither can be trusted, and they may well collude to deceive you. Thank you for your counsel. I am aware of this man's dubious nature and do not intend to place my trust in him. However, I shall extend him one more opportunity. Zeno declared. Should he deceive me again, I will heed his own words and consign him to the depths of the Blackwater. Peter moved with remarkable swiftness. Scarcely had Zeno and Balistan returned to the Red Keep when a guard announced the arrival of Ser Peter Baelish. Upon encountering the freshly attired Peter, his hair neatly arranged, Zeno nodded in approval, certain that Lord Varys would take a liking to you. Zeno took Peter to meet Varys, advising him that Varys has many subordinates whom he refers to as little birds. You must discern who those little birds are, as well as those who collaborate with him, and report everything you uncover to me. If you perform well, I shall pardon you and appoint you as my clerk. With Aeos' assistance, Zeno successfully intercepted Varys in the corridors of Maegor's Holdfast. My Lord Varys, it has indeed been a considerable time since our last encounter. Zeno joyfully waved at the eunuch, expressing his delight at Varys' well-being. Varys, donning a pained expression, lowered his gaze and spoke in a gentle tone. Your Highness, it is my utmost honor to serve you. With a flick of his hand, Zeno felt invigorated. Dear Varys, there is no need for such formality. The map you provided has proven immensely useful. I suddenly realized that I have yet to express my gratitude. This cannot stand. Master Marwyn has taught me that one must always acknowledge and repay kindness. Thus, I have brought you an excellent accountant. You may entrust your financial records to him, as I am certain the funds required for your multitude of subordinates will be substantial. Allow me to introduce Sir Peter Baelish, whose lands lie on the Fingers Peninsula. He is an exceptional administrator. Sir Peter courteously bowed to Varys, saying, My Lord Varys. My friends affectionately call me Littlefinger. It is an honor to meet you. Varys smiled at Peter, replying, Good sir, I too am delighted to make your acquaintance. Oh, what a touching first meeting. Zeno clapped his hands joyfully. I am confident that you two shall get along splendidly. Varys performed an exaggerated bow towards Zeno. Your Highness, I am grateful for your kind intentions, but I must regrettably decline. The Master of Whispers has no need for an accountant. Zeno raised his eyebrows in surprise, while Varys averted his gaze. Let me put it this way, my lord Varys. Sir Baelish is in search of a well-paying position, and your establishment suits him perfectly. If you do not offer him employment, I shall have no choice but to inform my father that you are a traitor. Varys widened his eyes, taken aback by the smug young prince before him. That is slander. King Rhaegar would not believe such nonsense. Indeed, Zeno replied. But do you truly believe he would dismiss my word? I wonder, in the end, whom he would trust more, me or you. Varys stood firm, asserting, Ser Balistan will attest to my innocence. Zeno glanced at the White Knight, who wore an innocent expression. Indeed, having a White Knight around proved troublesome. Yet Zeno was resolute. He was determined to secure Peter's position for Varys. Very well, I concede that I may not have fully considered this matter. Thus, I propose this, accept Sir Baelish, and we shall remain good friends. Otherwise, I shall unleash a dragon upon you. What do you think of that suggestion? Varys lowered his gaze at Zeno, who stared back wide-eyed. After a moment of contemplation, the eunuch sighed, Very well, very well. Even if your highness were to let a dragon devour me, I suspect no one would come to the aid of poor Varys. Sir Baelish, may our collaboration be fruitful. Sir Peter Baelish chuckled, expressing his willingness to serve you. Lord Varys. Zeno inspected the Hook Alley and was pleased to discover that the streets were beginning to take shape, with numerous individuals already residing in their new homes. A large crowd was gathered outside a nearly completed tavern, and from his perch on Sir Baelish's back, Zeno noticed several burly men engaged in a heated argument at the tavern's entrance. Sir Jaime Lannister, the captain of the city guard, stood among them, wearing a distant expression as if lost in thought. It truly seemed a taxing endeavor for him. With a sigh, Zeno discreetly slipped away. Riding alongside Sir Baelish along the muddy path now renamed Harbor Road, Zeno suddenly felt an urge to explore the location indicated on the map. Sir Baelish, let us venture to see what lies on the other side of Hook Alley, he proposed, carefully recalling the places marked on the map. Do you know if any nobles have purchased property there? This area, being close to the port, is rather chaotic. It is uncommon for nobles to acquire homes in such a place. They would prefer to reside in the hills of Rennies, Sir Baelish replied, shaking his head. At the very least, they could choose to live near the Cathedral of St. Bellerophon in the Visigna Hills, rather than here. Zeno felt a pang of disappointment. If it was not a noble residence, could it have been, as Ao suggested, already demolished? Your Highness, what sort of place are you seeking? I can inquire further. The White Knight said earnestly, just to the north of the midpoint between Hook Alley and the Red Keep. Would you please ask the residents there if there are any notable houses or special places? Zeno requested. Do not worry about my safety. The dragon watches over us from the skies. Sir Baelish returned shortly. That area was originally a shelter erected by beggars. It has now been dismantled, leaving only a well. Zeno stood beside the well, which was substantial and emanated a chilling draft from below. Is there any legend associated with this well? Perhaps tales of treasures that have fallen into it? Legends, none at all, replied the old craftsman guiding them, scratching his head. But, Your Highness, please do not venture too close. This well is both deep and wide. There were children who fell in before, and they were lifeless by the time they were retrieved. Zeno circled around, observing that, as Ao and Sir Baelish had mentioned, whatever had existed here in the past had now been dismantled. The holes in the ground had been filled, and neatly cut planks and stones were stacked beside the well. A group of craftsmen were busily at work, and a 3-story building was already half constructed, while a few children watched curiously from a distance. It seemed prudent to explore the tunnels beneath the Red Keep instead, Zeno mused. Ao crouched in the garden, causing the flowers to lean precariously, peering through the translucent lattice window. Must you go? Could you not delegate this task to someone else? The passage is far too narrow for me. If you were to become lost down there, it would create quite the predicament. Zeno assisted Maelwyn the scholar in organizing the map, stowing it into his backpack along with provisions. Do not fret, for Master Marwyn and Sir Balistan accompany me. And I have informed my mother. Should I fail to return within the stipulated time, she shall come searching for me. Ao, in a fit of annoyance, clawed the ground, etching a long fissure. I must say, Elia has indulged you excessively, allowing you to act so recklessly. I never anticipated this. What of Rhaegar? Does he not oppose this? He has said nothing. As you know, ever since the affair with Viserys, he has remained notably reticent, likely resigned to despair regarding me. Zenon slung a small backpack over his shoulder, and when I mentioned that the map was procured from Varys, he exhibited no particular reaction. Chapter 27. The Silk Map, Part 3. I believe he thinks you must stumble in order to comprehend the pain. Ao fixed his gaze upon him through the window with one eye, and inquired, How many are aware of your intention to enter the secret passage? Oh, I suppose Master Marwyn, my parents, and the King's Guard are likely aware, Zeno earnestly counted, but I have not disclosed it to others. My father has urged me to keep it a secret, dispatching Ser John to assist me. A wise decision, otherwise, Meager's efforts would be in vain. Did you not inform your young squire? Ao questioned him. No. Ian has been preoccupied with practicing swordplay with his left hand. He is making commendable progress. So I refrained from disturbing him, as he aspires to become a member of the King's Guard. Zenon attempted to lift the glass candle, only to find it heavier than it appeared, and thus he relinquished the endeavor. The only certainty I possess is that my father does not have a copy of the map. How peculiar. From where did Varys acquire the map of the Red Keep's secret passages? It grows increasingly unbelievable. You must exercise caution, since he possesses a map. His knowledge of the passages undoubtedly surpasses yours. Ao regarded Zenon with concern, for if he intends to plot something through the passages, he would not take kindly to your familiarity with them. He is not Ares. Would he dare to kill me? Even if he would. Should we be ambushed within the passages, it would surely implicate him. He must first conquer 2 members of the King's Guard and Master Marwyn. And then he would have to defeat me. How many men do you think he could bring inside? Besides, if I were to encounter any mishap down there, my father would immediately eliminate him and his little birds. I suspect he is acutely aware of this fact. Zenon sheathed his long sword and requested Sir Balliston's assistance in lifting the glass candle. Ao remained motionless, observing them from the window. Zenon reassured him, do not worry. I have also brought my Valyrian steel sword. With Sir Ballistan wielding a Valyrian steel sword as well, Varys stands no chance. The silk map did not provide a detailed marking of the passage's entrance, but fortunately, they were already aware of one. The abandoned little garden had evidently been tidied. The rampant vines had been cleared away, and the toppled stone table and benches had been righted. Several soldiers stood guard by the well at the entrance. After Sir Ballistan instructed the soldiers to secure the entrance, Zenon and the others descended into the well one by one. Sir John Daenerys led the procession, one hand holding a glass candle to illuminate their path. Bachelor Marwyn walked in the middle, bearing a backpack filled with maps and assorted items. While holding a map to guide their way, Sir Ballistan brought up the rear, ever vigilant, with a small prince draped over his shoulder. In the pitch-black tunnel, the glass candle proved invaluable, casting a bright, smoke-free light. Its only drawback was the coldness of its flame, a trivial concern during the summer months. Just as upon their initial entrance, Zeno felt the whisper of the wind. Upon passing through a doorway and reaching a fork in the path, Bachelor Marwyn made a mark on the wall. Bachelor Marwyn, if we follow the wind, we might just find ourselves at the shores of the Blackwater. The last time I came this way, I followed the wind to find my exit, Zeno remarked, observing the Bachelor and the King's Guard intently studying the map. We could commence down this path. Marwyn scrutinized the map in his hands. You were lost then. Spending too long in darkness can easily distort one's perception. Let us adhere to the map for now. I have located the route. They proceeded down the right passage, and Zeno noticed several doors along the way. Unable to suppress his curiosity. What about those doors? Shall we not investigate? No, we shall follow the route outlined on the map, Marwyn insisted, marking their progress as they walked. They soon arrived at a junction where 2 paths were open, while one was barred by an iron door and chains. The map indicated the blocked route. Bachelor Marwyn, feeling a headache coming on, approached the chains and tugged at them, revealing a sturdy iron lock. Alas, I can pick locks, but I have no tools with me. Zeno promptly suggested, I have a Valyrian steel sword. We could test it to see if it truly cleaves iron as legend suggests. The idea was met with approval. Sir Ballistan placed Zeno down, drew his long sword, its dark blade glimmering under the light of the glass candle. He struck 3 times, and on the 3rd blow, the chain, thick as a thumb, clattered to the ground. Sir John cautiously pushed open the iron door, revealing a narrow passageway. Do you think Varys might be here as well? It feels as if we are playing a game of hide-and-seek. This place resembles the narrow paths in King's Landing that I have not renovated, Zeno mused. If we turn a corner, we might suddenly find ourselves before him, and he would surely be astonished. Zeno was hoisted back onto Sir Ballistan's shoulders, and he eagerly remarked, What do you think? Well, it is just as likely that we may be the ones startled, Marwyn replied. This door is locked as well, Sir Ballistan. I require your assistance. It was indeed peculiar that all the doors here were locked. Does Varys possess all the keys? Zeno pondered aloud, glancing at the now open iron door. I truly must seize an opportunity to inquire how he came by that map and those keys. It is equally possible he is quite adept at picking locks. Varys hails from Myr, a place renowned not just for exquisite craftsmanship, but also for its thieves and assassins. Sir John spoke solemnly, asserting that this individual was far too familiar with the secrets of the Red Keep and King's Landing rendering him exceedingly perilous. Then why does father keep him? Zenon inquired, tilting his head towards Sir John, who appeared troubled. Zenon quickly added, I am aware of your oaths. I merely ask out of curiosity, no need to respond. They traversed a lengthy stretch along the rugged stone path, passing a winding staircase and a door so diminutive that only Zenon could enter upright, while the others would have to crawl. After descending another long flight of stairs, Zenon perceptively sensed a dark, lifeless presence drawing near. The white flames of the glass candles flickered ever more brightly in the gloom as they ascended 3 steps, where a passage lay to the left. Sir John halted abruptly upon entering the passage, seemingly transfixed. Scholar Marwyn peered inside, exclaiming, Good heavens! Zenon caught a glimpse of a half-human skeleton suspended by iron chains, seemingly inverted. Before Zenon could further scrutinize the chamber, Sir Balistan had already retreated, firmly holding Zenon's inquisitive head. You should not look at such things, the White Knight admonished gravely. Sir John nodded in solemn agreement, advancing momentarily before returning. There is another door ahead. I shall investigate. Remain here and do not wander off. Marwyn, do you have any extra candles? None, but I do have a torch, replied Marwyn, retrieving a small torch from his pack, igniting it, and handing it to Sir John. After Sir John departed, Marwyn meticulously marked the map, noting that this might indeed be the 4th level of the dungeons beneath the black cells. What a revelation! Isn't it just a dungeon? I wish to see it. Zenon strained to extend his neck, yet his distance rendered the effort futile, as Sir Balistan's grip was quite strong. I advise against it. There is naught but torture devices and bones within, Marwyn stated, rolling up the map and stowing it away, pulling out another. We can explore alternate routes for something intriguing. Upon Sir John's return, he informed them that beyond the door lay a staircase, with a hidden door around the corner leading upwards to the black cells. Upon our return, we must report this matter to His Majesty. Who would have thought? Zenon mused as they retraced their steps. There's a secret passage beneath the dungeons. Isn't that convenient for those wishing to escape? What on earth was Rhaegar the First thinking? He could have simply locked the doors, after all. Not everyone possesses a Valyrian steel sword to traverse this way. Marwyn fiddled with the map, while Sir John extinguished the torch, holding the glass candle aloft to illuminate their path. They navigated through twists and turns, ascending and descending stairs, ultimately severing an iron lock to arrive at a circular chamber. Within, 5 locked doors stood, and a series of long iron rings adorned the walls, extending into the pitch-black ceiling. The floor was crafted from black and red stone tiles, forming the sigil of a 3-headed dragon. Sir Balistan methodically sliced through the chains on the doors, igniting the fire pit in the corner. Ser Jorah ascended above the iron ring to survey the surroundings, while Master Marwyn crouched on the ground, meticulously arranging maps. Zeno circled the room, only to be met with disappointment upon realizing the absence of anything of interest, and began to fixate on the flickering flame of a glass candle. A golden palace shimmered in the gray mist, where a group of girls clad in flowing veils and adorned with bells danced gracefully, while a man dressed as a mercenary wielded a sword, blood splattering in the air. A large fish leapt from the water, and a maid rummaged through Master Marwyn's study. Zeno paused momentarily as the vision dissipated. He quickly focused again on the candle's flame. The golden palace continued to glimmer, as a multitude of birds swept past the bell-draped golden eaves. A boy picked up an apple that had fallen to the ground, while a maid in Master Marwyn's study perused his bookshelves. This time, Zeno observed her more clearly. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, with dark hair, brown eyes, and a slender frame. Master, I saw an unfamiliar maid rummaging through your bookshelves in the candlelight, Zeno informed Master Marwyn. What should we do? Should we return? No need, Master Marwyn replied, lifting his gaze to contemplate the flickering flame. I have the silk map with me. You are indeed thoughtful, Zeno remarked, feeling a surge of joy at the thought of Varys returning empty-handed. For some reason, he harbored a dislike for the pretentious, portly eunuch. Could she be one of Varys' little birds? It is possible, but she may merely be a maid come to pilfer. Master Marwyn retrieved the silk map from his satchel and handed it to Zeno. This should be delivered directly to His Majesty. I no longer require it. Zeno gazed at the silk map, the red silk threads glimmering in the firelight, lost in thought. Master, do you think this map was crafted by Varys? Master Marwyn shook his head. I believe this silk map was not created recently. It is woven using a technique of gold thread, which ordinary craftsmanship cannot achieve in such softness. This exquisite silk can only be produced by the artisans of the Golden Empire, whose creations are both beautiful and durable, capable of enduring the test of time. However, a century ago, their gold threads were twill, while this map's gold threads are plain weave. Wow! So this map could possibly be a relic from the era of Rhaegar. How remarkable. Zeno felt a pang of regret, pondering that perhaps he should have followed Varys for a few more days. His treasures were indeed plentiful. Sir Stan cast a reproachful glance at Master Marwyn, who could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Your Highness, let us examine the map together and first locate those relevant to this room. After a brief period of sifting through the maps, Zeno discovered one that appeared to pertain to the room. Look, this circle has 5 exits. Yet it only shows a path out, not one back in. Master, you've only drawn half of it. Master Marwyn laughed. Ah, I did that intentionally. This way. Even if others see it, they will not discern what it truly depicts. The iron ring clattered once more as Ser Yura returned. His countenance was graver than when he had last beheld the 4th layer of the dungeon. Above them loomed the Prime Minister's tower. If it is not the fabled dungeon, then surely this path does not lead directly to the king's chamber? Zeno pondered, somewhat perplexed. He had embarked on this clandestine exploration in pursuit of treasures from the era of Megazai, yet it appeared to have morphed into a quest for the royal bedroom. It seemed entirely plausible. Historical accounts depicted Mega's eye as exceedingly suspicious, making the presence of a secret passageway in his sleeping quarters entirely reasonable. Suddenly, Scholar Malwyn halted. Before them lay a staircase that was both narrow and twisted. It appears we must ascend, he remarked. They climbed one after the other, with Sir Stan willingly shouldering Zeno, though the staircase was steep and constricted, leaving little room for footing as they ascended. The 2 royal guards, towering figures with broad feet, could only manage to occupy half a step at a time. The portly Scholar Malwyn faced even greater difficulty, having to angle his body sideways, scraping against the wall as he ascended, relinquishing his heavy satchel to Sir Stan. Zeno, unwilling to jostle for space with the bag, opted to navigate the staircase independently. Surely, this passage was designed for children? Zeno mused, finding his ascent effortless while observing the 3 cautious adult men ahead. He felt an urge to overtake them, yet he understood they would likely disapprove. Children, slender individuals, and dwarfs, Sir Stan commented. It simply does not accommodate the tall. The intelligence chief for Megas, I was a witch hailing from Pantos, Sir John affirmed. The iron rings leading to the Prime Minister's tower were similarly suited for those of slight stature. At the midway point, there were several diminutive passages. A person of my build could only crawl through on their knees. Wait, Scholar Malwyn abruptly called for a halt. This must be the place. There should be a door here. Yet before them stood only a wall and a rough stone path winding upward. Chapter 28. The Silk Map, Part 4. They tapped and felt the wall, searching diligently. At last, they discovered a small iron hook nestled within the crevices of the stone. Scholar Malwyn tugged it downward, and a rumbling echoed from within the stone, causing a slab to slide open, revealing a pitch-black passage barely half a man's height. Only I can enter here, Zeno declared. Shall I venture in first for a look? Absolutely not, Sir Stan replied firmly. We shall proceed first. This could either be an exit or not. Scholar Malwyn added, the path on the map terminates midway, indicating there should be another door. Sir Stan crouched to scrutinize for a moment. Then it is best that the 2 of us venture in first. This passage is far too confined. Neither glass candles nor satchels can be brought within. We require someone to remain here and guard our belongings. Your Highness, perhaps you would prefer to stay with Sir John while we explore. I wish to enter as well, Zeno immediately protested. It will not be difficult for me to enter or exit. Sir Stan grasped his Valyrian steel sword and, with considerable effort, was the first to kneel and crawl into the darkness. Then there was Merwyn the Scholar, one hand clutching a map, the other wielding a flickering torch. Lastly, there was Zeno, who appeared the most at ease, able to stride directly into the depths. Sir John stood guard over the package outside, awaiting their return. At first, the passage proved quite arduous. It was exceedingly narrow, and Sir Stan, with his broad shoulders and fully armed attire, produced a disconcerting sound as his armor scraped against the stone walls, akin to the distressing crack of ceramics. Once they emerged, his armor would require repairs. After what felt like a century of climbing, the light from the glass candles at the entrance had entirely vanished, leaving only the faint glow of their torchlight in the corridor. At that moment, a subtle sound emanated from the other side of the wall. The further they advanced, the clearer the voice became. He is a hypocritical knight, a rabid dog. An irate voice echoed, familiar to them. Lord Tywin, you know this all too well. Mind your words. The Prime Minister responded in his customary calm and courteous tone. Where is the evidence? Are you suggesting that the villagers are lying? This was the voice of Lord John Clinton. As for evidence, would your dog leave a seal upon the corpse after it has bitten someone to death? They recognized him. The figure of Tywin Lannister, who replied coolly, your witnesses are merely villagers who do not even know who their lord is. they are likely to misidentify him. Tall men are not uncommon. Lord John's voice was as frigid as ice shards. If even the witnesses who beheld his heinous act cannot accuse him, then I am at a loss as to how to prove he is the murderer. Surely, Lord Tywin, one as wise as yourself must possess alternative means. In that case, let the gods be the witnesses, a slightly hoarse voice interjected cautiously, proposing a trial by combat, which was quite reasonable. Zeno recognized the last voice as that of Maester Pycelle. They were concealed within the walls of the council chamber, and Zeno realized they were eavesdropping on a royal meeting. Merwin turned back and whispered to Zeno, "Let us retreat." Zeno nodded, and, within what he deemed a reasonably spacious corridor, turned about and made his way back to the entrance. After a prolonged wait, Merwin finally emerged from the passage, struggling and in considerable pain. The torch in his hand extinguished, leaving only a few flickering embers. Following him was Sir Bollistan, whose armor bore numerous scars. They stood silently in the passage, regarding one another. "What lies beyond? What has transpired?" Sir John inquired, puzzled, glancing between Sir Bollistan and Merwin. "I believe we may have inadvertently overheard a fragment of gossip regarding someone under the employ of Lord Tywin." Zeno reassured the slightly anxious Sir John due to their silence. "There is a royal meeting taking place above. We may take this route instead." Merwin selected a map from the stack. "This path should lead to the exit. We have lingered in the secret passage long enough. It is time we departed." Sir Bollistan wiped sweat from his brow, preparing to don his helmet once more. Zeno halted him, pulling open the small backpack he had brought along. He retrieved a pack of sausages, several meat pies, and a flask of fresh water. "I have brought some provisions. Let us partake a little, for once we venture out, we shall surely miss lunch." The arduous and exhausting tunnel, which even led beneath the table of the royal council, left Zeno utterly devoid of hope for the journey ahead. This secret passage seemed more suited for thieves, assassins, and eunuchs. The mere thought of individuals whispering secrets in what they believed to be concealed chambers, while someone lurked behind the walls eavesdropping, sent shivers down Zeno's spine. Fortunately, his conversations with AIO transpired directly through their minds, requiring no spoken words. Otherwise, their secrets would be laid bare. Zeno deemed it prudent to seal off this passage, lest the little birds flit about indiscriminately. He had already begun to fathom the methods by which Varys conducted his intelligence operations. No wonder Peter Baelish spoke of his fondness for children. This Lord Baelish seemed well suited for the art of espionage. Perhaps it was due to their previous misfortunes that their bad luck had been exhausted. Subsequently, they encountered no particularly narrow or difficult passages. They traversed a vast, dimly lit hall, opened rusted iron doors, descended further stairs and slopes, and encountered no one, save for a frightened mouse that scurried away with a squeak. After passing through a cellar with pointed arches and pushing open no fewer than 3 secret doors, the surroundings grew increasingly cold, as if they had entered a cold storage. The pale flames of the glass candles offered no warmth. Zeno felt the chilling touch of the armor of Lord Bollistan beneath his palms. Maelwyn the scholar paused to rub his hands together, observing the walls for a considerable time before revealing another hidden door. The space within was scarcely larger than Zeno's own chamber, filled with iron racks meticulously lined with jars of red clay, and beneath them, iron boxes were stacked. Sir John opened one of the iron boxes, revealing it to be filled with ice. "Ice from the storeroom?" he inquired. Maelwyn the scholar took hold of a clay jar, breaking the wax seal atop it, and discovered a murky green liquid inside. "Wildfire!" Sir Bollistan exclaimed in horror. "Scholar, do set it down at once. Wildfire is exceedingly dangerous and prone to explosion. Do not fret. These jars are sealed with wax, and the flame of the glass candle differs from ordinary flames, producing no heat," Maelwyn explained. "Heat can cause wildfire to ignite spontaneously, which is why so much ice is stored here." With utmost care, Maelwyn placed the jar down and resealed it before retrieving a quill to make notes on a map. Despite Maelwyn's assurance of safety, Sir John instinctively carried the glass candle away from the wildfire jars, while Sir Bollistan had already ushered the young prince back outside. Zeno could not help but gaze at the rows of jars. They resembled grapefruits, appearing rather appetizing. The fact that such a quantity of wildfire lay beneath the Red Keep was exceedingly perilous. It was imperative to destroy or relocate them post-haste. Sir Bollistan remarked, "We must hasten our return." After Master Marwyn made his marks on the wall, he closed the secret door and suggested that by continuing forward, they should find their way out. He was indeed correct. They traversed approximately a mile along the seemingly unfinished rugged stone path, resisting the temptation to open the hidden doors along the way. After rounding a few corners, they finally beheld the sunlight streaming in through a low, narrow window. In this small chamber, There was nothing aside from this window, which only a child could squeeze through. No door and no other windows. It is said that Rhaegar was a tall and valiant warrior, and according to lore, people yearn for what they do not possess. Could it be that his dream was to be a dwarf? Zeno complained in irritation. Otherwise, why would he insist on such diminutive doorways? Your Highness, you should go first. We shall seek another route, suggested Sir Balistan. Zeno waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such inconvenience. I shall have EO enlarge the window. The dragon adeptly transformed the narrow window into a spacious floor-to-ceiling opening. At last, they emerged from the secret passage. Sir John hurried off to report to the king about the circumstances within the passage, particularly concerning the wildfire. Sir Balistan went to summon soldiers to guard the area. And before they could arrive, Master Marwyn, unable to contain his eagerness, had already knelt on the ground, fervently sketching out his map of the secret passage. Zeno and Io stood by his side in companionship. This exit was in close proximity to the goddess wood, where elm, oak, and black poplar swayed gently in the sunlight, creating a scene of bright clarity. We are finally out. Zeno stretched luxuriously in the sun and began to bemoan to the dragon, Io, you cannot fathom what we have endured. We ventured into the legendary 4th level of the dungeons, crawled within the walls of the council chamber, eavesdropped on a royal meeting, and even discovered a room filled with wildfire jars. Henceforth, there is no need to traverse the courtyard to reach the Prime Minister's tower. We can go underground, though it requires climbing iron rings. But isn't that rather amusing? So, no treasure then. Aeo lay down beside him, gazing at Zeno. I have told you before. There is no treasure within the secret passage. Your last discovery was merely a stroke of luck. Who says there is no treasure? We found an entire room of wildfire jars capable of blowing the red keep to the skies. And I uncovered some intriguing tidbits about the royal advisors, Zeno retorted. It appears that Lord John and Lord Tywin are at odds. If you inquire further, you will discover that this discord is not a recent development. They have not been in alignment for quite some time. Though they seldom exhibit it outwardly, Aeo dismissed this revelation with a scoff. Wildfire is abundant beneath the alchemist's guild. Is my flame not far more potent than wildfire? Certainly. Your dragon fire is unparalleled. Now, let us dine, Zeno replied, turning to Master Marwyn. Scholar, do you require my assistance? No need. I have already organized everything. Master Marwyn replied cheerfully as he stowed the annotated map back into his satchel. On this occasion, I have meticulously marked the paths we traversed, and I firmly believe that our next expedition will be more seamless. Is that truly the case? Will it indeed proceed smoothly? Zeno pondered, harboring a keen interest in the exploration of secret passages, yet holding no expectations for the so-called smoothness. He would be grateful to the gods if they could avoid barging into someone else's bathing chamber this time. Nearly 3 months had passed since that venture into the hidden passage, during which Sir Balistan informed Zeno that the number of wildfire jars stored within was far greater than they had last encountered. Consequently, they could not descend again until these hazardous items were addressed. The dragon leaped from the clouds, carrying Zeno. They merely seek a legitimate reason to prevent your descent. You remarked, thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Rhaegar had already dispatched personnel to clear the passageways, intending to seal off some unnecessary routes. Until this task was completed, it was impossible for Zeno to venture down again. In the past, he would have protested the deprivation of adventure. Yet now he resolved to feign death upon the dragon's back. His timorousness stemmed from the announcement made by King Rhaegar a fortnight prior, declaring a grand harvest feast at the Red Keep to celebrate the bountiful early summer harvest, followed by a grand tournament. To partake in this celebration, numerous guests had recently arrived at the Red Keep. As the Crown Prince and the Prince of Dragonstone, Zeno was obliged to receive them alongside the king and queen, enduring their incessant flattery. Over the past few days, Zeno felt as though his face had become rigid from the forced smiles. He genuinely admired Rhaegar, whose subtly melancholic smile seemed to be affixed to the king's visage. He also respected Duke Tywin, whose demeanor was utterly serious, resembling someone attending a funeral rather than a festive banquet. Prince Doran of Dorne arrived first, followed closely by Duke Mace of Highgarden. Each brought along a substantial entourage, wives, children, distant relatives, prominent lords and their spouses, knights, attendants, messengers, cooks, blacksmiths, and jesters. Duke Mace even brought an entire troupe of performers. As though the Red Keep were devoid of entertainment. Since their arrival, Zeno had not enjoyed a single day of peace. The ladies, adorned in dazzling attire, surrounded Queen Elia and Zeno, creating a bustling atmosphere filled with incessant chatter. Zeno felt as though he were encircled by 1,000 Varys. nearly overwhelmed by the cloying sense of their sweet perfumes. These matters were trivial compared to the more troublesome ones. Most of them shared familial ties. And the Targaryens and Martells were sworn enemies. During Zeno's naming day tournament, when he turned one, Prince Oberyn and Duke Mace exchanged injuries as their greeting, resulting in both being unable to attend the celebratory feast due to their wounds. From the moment Prince Oberyn and Duke Mace met, they engaged in a verbal sparring match. According to Ian's whispers, Prince Dorne was currently winning the War of Wits. Zeno surmised that they had likely prearranged a duel to follow. Merely deciphering the names and titles of these nobles had already cost Zeno half his life. Grasping their familial connections took the other half. Yet, the lords and their ladies were all keenly interested in the crown prince, eager to seize the opportunity to converse with him. Fortunately, the dragon bestowed a merciful favor upon him once more, enabling him to avoid embarrassment. Thus, Zeno reminded himself to avoid provoking Ios during this time. The brief respite concluded, and the dragon placed Zeno in the garden, where Sir Balistan awaited him. The banquet was held in the Empress Dowager's ballroom. As Zeno slipped in through the back door, he found the festivities already in full swing. Musicians played a lively tune, and the entertainers brought by Duke Mace performed tricks in the hall, while jesters on stilts wandered among the guests, eliciting peals of laughter. Duke Mace and Prince Dolan sat at opposite ends of the table, one beside the Prime Minister and the other beside the Queen. An empty seat remained next to Queen Elia, and Zeno stealthily took his place. Grateful that it was not difficult for someone of his diminutive stature, Queen Elia affectionately ruffled Zeno's hair, asking if he had been flying with the dragon. "I merely took a brief flight around the skies," Zeno murmured in complaint. "I haven't had time to venture out recently. If you wish to fly, you may do so whenever you please, without concern for others," she replied. Oberyn was sipping a goblet of golden wine, a fine vintage from the Isle of Qingting. A maidservant presented Zeno with a bowl of meat broth, along with a salad of apples, nuts, and raisins, as well as a crab and chive pumpkin pie. Queen Elia cast a light, reproachful glance at Oberyn, while Prince Dolan gently cleared his throat. Oberyn responded with a playful grimace, and Zeno could not help but chuckle. A singer approached the king and queen, raising his voice to extol the virtues of the venerable King Jetcheries I and his era of peace, celebrating the benevolence of the good Queen Alizanne. After finishing a piece of pumpkin pie, Zeno lifted the broth to his lips, taking a sip before seizing a roasted lamb chop to devour. Today's roast was as exquisite as that prepared by the dragon, crisp on the outside, yet tender within, slathered with cream and spices. Midway through his meal, Zeno suddenly felt as though a piece of meat had lodged in his throat. He attempted to speak, but his voice was choked, and he struggled for breath, only managing to produce a faint wheezing sound. Desperately, he tugged at the sleeve of the person beside him, and Prince Dolan was the first to notice his distress. He embraced Zeno and called out loudly, prompting everyone to gather around. Zeno felt the air grow increasingly scarce. Rhaegar's face turned ashen. He tore open Zeno's collar, pressing on his chest, his voice trembling as he called for the scholar. Zeno had never witnessed such panic in him before. Oberyn swiftly hoisted him up, laying him across his knee, delivering vigorous thumps to his back. Zeno felt as though his ribs were being shattered, yet the roasted meat remained lodged firmly in his throat, rendering him utterly speechless. Elia's piercing cries echoed through the tumultuous hall, but Zeno could not discern her words amidst the clamor. He felt his entire body go limp, his voice fading away as the world around him dissolved into darkness. Chapter 29. Another boy who died. Zeno found himself suspended before a towering, pitch-black mountain, lost in thought. Memories of his past life began to surface, revealing the misfortunes of his existence. At the tender age of 10, he had gone to the construction site to assist his parents, only to be accidentally crushed by a falling steel frame. However, death was not his ultimate fate. Before him loomed a mountain, its height obscured, glistening like obsidian, while the base was littered with countless corpses. Gray smoke swirled around it, dissipating and coalescing, as if imbued with life. This was the embodiment of his former self. Vaguely, Zeno recalled being entwined with innumerable souls after his demise, wailing in agony while devouring one another. It was only after consuming them that he was finally able to recollect his name and a fragment of his hazy past. The mystery of how he transformed into a stone remained unsolved even to him. In that nebulous realm, his days were spent in a cycle of eating and sleeping, floating freely, until one day, he heard someone calling his name. Upon responding, he found himself plunged into this world. Thus, inexplicably, he had become a black stone. Sighing, Zeno anxiously tugged at his hair. In the next moment, he plummeted, landing face first onto the ground with a thud. Resolutely, he flipped over and stood up. now finding himself in a resplendent and expansive hall, entirely crafted from gold and adorned with rare treasures. At its center stood a black stone towering at least 40 feet high, gleaming like obsidian. Yet, compared to the mountain of black stone, it was akin to the difference between an ant and an elephant. Gazing at his true form, Zeno mournfully inquired, "Is this all that remains of me? Why else would it be?" Aeo, crouched behind Zeno, replied with irritation, "The core is all here. A portion is temporarily stored beneath the sea, while the majority has been appropriated by humans for building materials." Zeno was rendered speechless, grappling with confusion. What was happening? Had he died once more? He scratched his head in frustration, struggling to piece together the events that transpired. He had been called by a group of people, transformed into a mountain of black stone, with those individuals claiming they needed his assistance, offering flesh and souls in exchange. After consuming the sacrifices they provided, he lent them his strength, ultimately separating a part of himself to create a dragon. What followed? They offered him more sustenance, and once satiated, he drifted into a blissful slumber. Upon awakening, he was but Zeno Targaryen, stripped of all memories. Upon mentioning this matter, Aio was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. Whom can we blame? It is entirely your fault. You, a fool with a mind as hard as stone. In the past, the Night Lion sought to expel us, even attempting to annihilate humanity. It summoned the long winter nights, transforming the living into wights and the dead into corpses. We called upon dragons and brave humans to combat them, and the war raged for nearly a century, with even other deities, such as the Maiden of Light, joining the fray. The dragons, in their fury, rammed their snouts against Zeno, while all you could do was sleep, impervious to our calls. Those humans sacrificed themselves daily, fervently praying for revelation. Yet you offered neither insight nor assistance. In the end, they shattered you into pieces. At least your body was sturdy enough to serve as a weapon and to construct a sanctuary. I know not what revelation you seek. How am I to provide it? And who is the Night Lion? Is the Maiden of Light our ally? Are you not concerned? We are one and the same. Zeno murmured timidly. You are a part of me. Aio, in a fit of anger, exhaled a great plume of fire towards the ceiling. The Night Lion and the Maiden of Light are none other than the god of cold and the king of light. Have I not intervened? Had I not? Could they have persisted for a century? You fell into a slumber after I was separated from you, neglecting everything, not even bestowing upon me a name. How can you dare to speak? Yet, I truly did not anticipate that your core was but a child. Dying young is not my fault. Zeno desperately sought to justify himself. I was perpetually weary back then, and I hardly heard your calls. I assumed my inability to awaken was due to the Night Lion's machinations. The dragon snorted heavily through its nostrils, tossing a book towards him. As Zeno caught it and glanced at the title, he found it read, "The Self-Help Manual for Evil Deities." What does this mean? Opening the book left him speechless once more. Name, Zeno. Gender. Stone requires no gender intelligence. 5. Do not doubt. You are indeed a fool. Strength, 200. Strong compared to humans, yet a mere weakling among other magical beings. Agility, 10. Among stones. You are remarkably gifted. Charisma, 100. People will naturally like and admire you. Do not be mistaken. It is not due to your merits, but rather because of magic. Constitution. Stone possesses only the merit of resilience. Will, 0. You are merely a stone that slumbered through the entire war of the gods. Lifespan. You perished at the age of 10. Stones do not require a lifespan. Normal human base attributes are 110. Special, magical power, 1000. This meager amount of magic is inferior to that of a true wizard. Do not boast of your past as an evil deity. It would be truly embarrassing. Zeno stared at the manual for quite some time before lifting his gaze to the dragon. Aio, you must have penned this yourself. Dying at 10 was clearly a matter from a past life. And how have I become an evil deity? I was, without a doubt, a fair and just stone. Aio snorted twice more through his nostrils. This is all to help you gain a clearer understanding of yourself. In the eyes of the majority of humanity, you are merely a malevolent deity, so it would be prudent to conceal the unsettling aspects of your nature, as your magical prowess is now quite limited. I must remind you that the Night Lion would not have discovered your continued existence until the next tide of magic arrived. However, now that you have regained your memory, he has indeed found you, and he will undoubtedly summon the Long Night once more to annihilate humanity and expel us. What? Zenon exclaimed in shock. What shall we do? I am left with so little power now. Apart from you, I possess no other strength. We cannot possibly contend with him. Should we consult the Maiden of Light? Aio retorted, irritation evident in his voice as he nudged Zenon with his nose. Consult the Maiden of Light? How do you propose we do that? We were allies for a time, but we have never been friends. But I bear no enmity toward the Night Lion, Zeno pondered, attempting to recall the origins of their animosity. Why would he seek to trouble me? What connection does our expulsion and the extermination of humanity hold? Have you done something to earn his ire? Elia inquired. We are summoned outsiders. To him, we are a threat, the dragon replied. Do not constantly rely on others. You must depend on yourself. I have prepared a kingdom for this war, situated in the realm closest to the Night Lion, eternal winter. The Night Lion can only command the long night and the others. By exterminating humanity, he aims to expel us, but if we are sufficiently powerful to withstand his attacks, then he will find us unassailable. Oh, Zenon lamented, but the common folk of Westeros struggle to fill their bellies. How can they contend with the creations of a god? Why did you not choose Valyria? At least they had dragons. Could I not hatch a few more? Ajo scoffed. Do you think I have not attempted that? Is your current form not that of a Valyrian? When the freehold of Valyria acquired a portion of Essos, their greed led them to seek more, ultimately inviting their own apocalypse. Relying on humans as our proxies is far too unreliable. I have spent centuries devising a means to provide you with a new vessel. We no longer need proxies. We can conduct the war ourselves. The hatching of dragon eggs is quite straightforward, provided you are willing to employ blood magic. You may have as many as you desire. However, it would be wise to prepare dragon riders for them. They are not like me, merely powerful beasts. If you only require dragons for battle, there are still some in the Far East, and when the time is right, I can summon them. The Night Lion's summoning of the Long Night will also require time. Approximately a decade remains for us to prepare. If you have any further inquiries, you may pose them later. For now, you must return swiftly. You have lingered here for too long, and your body, separated from you for so long, will suffer irreversible damage, which would be quite troublesome. Wait, but have I not already perished? Zenon interjected hastily. Your corporeal form is a creation of my arduous labor. It is far too resilient to perish so easily. Return swiftly. Aio unfurled his wings, summoning a tempest that sent Zeno spiraling away. In the next instant, Zeno found himself back in the banquet hall, cradled in Rhaegar's arms, his mouth forced open wide as Sir Arthur attempted to pour water down his throat. Elia was tightly embraced by Oberon, her face streaked with tears, her gaze vacant, surrounded by a throng of concerned onlookers. Prime Minister Tywin's gaze was piercing, his demeanor as composed as ever. Prince Daolong's eyes were fixed upon him, brimming with anxiety and concern. Duke Mace wore a troubled expression, while Count John appeared visibly tense. Varys stood nearby, his face pale, his mouth tightly covered. Zeno was uncertain whether he was genuinely alarmed or merely concealing a smile, and thus he rolled his eyes at Varys. Just then, he was inundated with a mouthful of water from Sir Arthur. Zeno felt as though he might choke on the mead, only to be threatened by the water. He struggled to expel the liquid he had just ingested. It's all right. It's all right, as long as you can spit it out, Count John exclaimed, patting Rhaegar on the shoulder. All is well. Splendid. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Ahem, it seems the meat may have lodged in my throat, but I have swallowed it now, Zeno began, yet before he could finish, Elia lunged at him, enveloping him in a tight embrace, laughing and weeping as she pressed his head firmly against her bosom. Zeno endeavored to reciprocate the embrace, assuring, I am truly fine. Let us continue our dinner. However, the banquet could not proceed. The recent calamity had thrown the hall into disarray. Tables and chairs lay overturned. Meat and pies scattered across the floor, trampled into mush, dark red wine spilled everywhere, and many had already fled. Zeno glanced at his table, which had long since toppled. The food upon it vanished. The maid who had been serving them was nowhere to be seen. Ew, could you assist me in locating that maid? Zeno called to the dragon, envisioning her with red hair, green eyes, and a round face. King Rhaegar announced the banquet would be relocated to the royal hall. Once everyone had reseated themselves, Zeno noticed the guests stealing glances at him, whispering amongst themselves. Alas, by the time the banquet concludes, rumors of the crown prince's miraculous revival will surely echo through the streets of King's Landing, Zeno thought, feeling a twinge of dismay. Occasionally, a miracle is not a misfortune. If it instills fear in your adversaries, that is even better. Io reminded him, yet, do not grow complacent. Poison is ineffective against you only because they do not yet fully comprehend your strength. Should they decide to sever your head, however, that would spell your end. What of the maid? Have you located her? Zeno inquired. Io responded, she has vanished. You must understand, this castle is riddled with secret passages. The earlier events were truly terrifying. You seem to have ceased breathing entirely. Oberon, still haunted by the memory, gently stroked Zeno's head as he settled beside him. For a moment, I genuinely feared we might lose you. Eat slowly, Do not rush your meal. Would you care for a drink? Prince Daolong coughed softly, suggesting that milk or juice would be more suitable for a child. Oberon nonchalantly replied, "What does it matter? I began drinking at the age of 5. He winked at Zeno, adding, "When you grow a bit older, I shall introduce you to more intriguing delights." Elia shot him a light, reproachful glance. Zeno, cradling his mushroom soup, declined Oberon's offer, saying, "Thank you, but I prefer my mushroom soup." Oberon burst into laughter, tousling Zeno's hair playfully. A minstrel was brought in, and he began to play a melancholic yet sweet tune, singing of the legendary Kingsguard dragon knight, Prince Aemon, and his love for his brother and sister-in-law. The song resonated beautifully, captivating everyone's attention. Who could be so brazen as to poison openly? Zeno complained to the dragon while sipping his mushroom soup. And to do so at such a banquet. Does he truly believe I would ingest the poisoned food and not someone else? This only suggests that the poisoner either knows you very well or is seated beside you, Io replied. Impossible. To my left is Uncle Daolong, and to my right is my mother. That maid has vanished completely. Could it truly be Varys? Zeno mused, feeling glum. He had just taken a bite of roasted pork when Queen Elia suddenly thrust a large cup of milk into his hands. If it was indeed that maid, she must have escaped through a secret passage. Is it really that simple to investigate Varys? Not necessarily. The eunuch knows the red keeps tunnels best. But that does not mean others are entirely oblivious, Io remarked gravely. Regardless, if he intends to kill you, he will not abandon his efforts after a single failure. Should he attempt again, you will inevitably catch him. Conversely, if he truly gives up, he ceases to pose a threat to you. Zeno was preoccupied with one thought. What was that all about? What if he poisons me again? Io reassured him. Although the poison may not kill you, your body will still react to it. To truly end your life, he would need to bring an entire basin of poison to administer. Zeno felt a sense of relief. After the banquet concluded, he lay in bed, contemplating the matter. Who could have poisoned me? I suspect Varys is the most likely candidate. He hails from Meereen, a place renowned for its poisons and assassins. However, many are now aware of my discord with him. If I were to perish, my father would certainly be the first to suspect him. He cannot be that foolish, can he? Zeno turned in bed, the curtains drawn aside, allowing him to clearly see a dragon's tail obscuring the window. It could also be Tywin Lannister, the dragon remarked. His daughter's wedding to Viserys is scheduled for the latter half of the year. Your demise would serve their interests well, regardless of who it may be. I undoubtedly startled him today. Zeno found this amusing. The dragon's tail swayed outside the window. Is this all you aspire to? Nevertheless, that is of little consequence. Your foremost priority now is to prepare for the long night ahead. Moreover, the portions of yourself that have been severed must be retrieved. Zeno, feeling a headache, pulled the blanket over his face. The dragon circled the old town with Zeno. The beacon atop the towering spire blazed fiercely, and the chimes of the starry sanctum resonated across the city. One of the two largest segments in Westeros is right here. Io pointed with his foreclaw at the foundational part of the towering spire. What? Am I to first dismantle the ancestral castle of House Hightower? On what grounds? It would be surprising if they did not rise in rebellion. Everyone would think I had lost my sanity. Zeno refused to engage in battle for such reasons. Let it remain there for now. We can start by improving the lives of the common folk, enabling them to become robust. Recently, grain prices have plummeted. We should stockpile provisions, as there are numerous cellars beneath the Red Keep that ought not to go to waste. They would serve perfectly as granaries. By the way, what about the other piece? Io hesitated for a moment. That segment has been integrated into the wall to ensure its stability. The wall, serving as the first line of defense, is crucial, and you cannot reclaim it at this time. I am aware of another piece nearby, albeit smaller. We can retrieve that one first. Half an hour later, Zeno silently gazed at the Isle of Pike below. This piece is not large. Fashioned into a seat known locally as the Seat of the Sea Stone, located within that castle, you could easily transport it back. Io gestured towards Pike Castle. Zeno, in a state of dilemma, remarked, if I were to take the chair that symbolizes the Iron Island's throne, they would surely demand its return. Or worse, they might think I aspire to become the king of the Iron Islands. It would be best to leave it there for now. I shall ponder a solution later. Did you not mention that you had collected many pieces from the sea? We could retrieve those first. Bringing back the portions from the sea is quite simple. When the time is right, I shall fetch them all. However, even if they are retrieved, reassembling them could prove challenging, yet they are all quite useful. Io suggested that since this area is filled with your subjects, it would indeed be unwise to take them directly. In truth, many have been taken by the Golden Empire to construct castles, which are of no concern to you. You may take them without hesitation, though it may lead to conflict. Nonetheless, it is still too early to venture there. Let us wait a few more years until magical energies have sufficiently recovered before we proceed. Chapter 30. The Harvest Feast, Part 1. As the Harvest Feast approaches, King's Landing once again brims with activity. That afternoon, the king hosted a banquet in the garden of the courtyard, inviting numerous lords and their families to partake. At the garden feast, Zeno encountered Cersei once more. Adorned in a gown of deep green satin and luxurious black velvet, with the hem intricately embroidered with a lion in shimmering gold thread, while the bodice, cuffs, and hem were embellished with elaborate bright green millefleur lace. She smiled sweetly at Zeno and playfully winked, yet unlike before, she refrained from approaching him to converse. Instead, she stood quietly by the side of Duke Tywin and her brother, Ser Jaime, with a child of similar height to Zeno standing next to them. When the child turned around, Zeno was momentarily taken aback. Though they were of equal stature, the boy's head was proportionate to that of a 15 or 16-year-old. He possessed a striking head of golden hair, but his eyes were mismatched, one a deep black, the other a bright blue. His visage bore a resemblance to the grotesque faces Zeno had encountered on the Valyrian Peninsula, twisted and unsightly. How to describe it? Perhaps the impact on the eyes was equally striking, akin to the handsome Rhaegar and his disfigurement, both leaving an indelible impression. Upon noticing Zeno, the boy's eyes brightened, and he hobbled over with an awkward gait. He approached Zeno but did not speak immediately. Instead, he simply stared. "Hello," Zeno initiated the greeting. "What happened to your foot? Did you injure it?" "Thank you for your concern. It is merely a slight sprain," the boy replied, bowing slightly. "I am Tyrion Lannister, honored to meet you. The fabled dragon prince, the esteemed prince of Dragonstone." Zeno nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Zeno Targaryen, and I am also pleased to meet you. Are you indeed the third child of Duke Tywin? I have heard of you. May I call you Zeno?" Tyrion boldly inquired. "I am, after all, the legendary imp. How do you find me? Am I not fearsome?" "Of course," Zeno responded, finding the boy intriguing. "I must say, you are rather distant from the notion of a demon." Tyrion remained silent, merely regarding Zeno with his unevenly sized eyes. "If you prefer this appellation, I could also refer to you as the imp," Zeno hesitated, contemplating the boy's preferences. No, just call me Tyrion," he insisted. "Now I understand why my sister adores you so much." With that, Tyrion launched into an animated discourse. "You surely do not know how often she mentions you at home, extolling your virtues. The last person she spoke of with such reverence was King Rhaegar. I had pondered what a child could possess that was so extraordinary, yet you surpass my expectations. You bear a striking resemblance to your noble father. May I see your dragon?" Those who yearn to behold a dragon are numerous, and Zeno was accustomed to the attention drawn by his companion. "It is currently out, but when it returns, it typically perches on the roof. And you shall see it if you look up," Zeno explained. Tyrion continued to gaze at him. What a splendid suggestion. After all, I am rather small, with short legs, and I might only catch a glimpse of its tail. Zeno gestured to their relative heights. "Not at all. You are slightly taller than I am, and I can see it clearly, so how could you not?" Tyrion's expression fell. "Zeno, that was merely a jest. After all, jesters excel at humor, do they not? What I meant to say is, could you allow me to touch it? If that is not feasible, perhaps let it linger within reach for a while. If you would be so kind." "You cannot touch it. The dragon is hotter than a heated iron block. I do not wish to explain to Lord Tywin why I would scald his son. Of course, merely observing is permissible, but not at this moment. The Red Keep is currently teeming with people, and the dragon is substantial. Where would you have it stand?" Zeno spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Well, once they have all departed, then it shall be possible." Tyrion responded with delight. "I shall remain in King's Landing henceforth." "It is settled then, when the time comes. I wish to behold the most exquisite creature in the world." Zeno replied, "Very well." Tyrion departed, limping as he walked away. Zeno watched from a distance as he returned to speak with Lord Tywin, tilting his head upward to convey something. Tywin turned to glance at Zeno, nodding curtly. Yet his expression remained decidedly frigid. Zeno observed the hand of the king with keen attention. Tywin's countenance was perpetually devoid of expression, rendering it exceedingly difficult to discern his true emotions. That evening, Zeno instructed Ser Balistan to investigate the maidservant. The round-faced girl had indeed vanished without a trace. Even the steward of the Red Keep could not ascertain when she had left, for there had been an overwhelming influx of visitors that day. She had departed in haste, leaving all her belongings behind, including a bulging purse filled with coins of varied denominations. Was she in such a rush that she neglected to take her purse? Or perhaps, to her, such possessions had become inconsequential? Zeno turned to observe Varys, who stood at the far end of the garden, maintaining his characteristic affectation. Clad in an exquisite silken robe, closely adjacent to Ser Robert Arryn, attempting to grasp his hand. Robert appeared caught off guard, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Not far from them, a small cluster of knights gathered by a thicket, where Ser Lyn Corbray was demonstrating his family heirloom, the renowned Valyrian steel sword, Lady Forlorn. Zeno noticed that Viserys was also among them, gazing longingly at the sword. They all seemed suspicious, yet they also appeared remarkably innocent. Zeno found himself momentarily at a loss. The following day, after lunch, Zeno finally seized the opportunity to leave the Red Keep. From the heights of Aegon's Hill, he gazed down upon the city of King's Landing, adorned with a myriad of banners fluttering in the breeze. The platform for the tournament had already been erected along the shores of the Blackwater, awaiting the arrival of the Harvest Festival. The renovations around the River Gate and Hook Alley had been completed a month prior, with red rooftops and pristine streets glistening in the sunlight. The crowd parted to make way for Zeno and Ser Balistan, greeting them with respectful bows. Zeno returned their gestures with a nod and a smile. However, Zeno was not there for an inspection. He had come to meet someone. The rendezvous was clandestinely arranged at a tavern not far from the harbor road, justified by the excessive number of individuals present in the Red Keep, rendering reporting difficult. A perfectly reasonable excuse, indeed. Ser Balistan pushed open the heavy oak door, and Zeno surveyed his surroundings. The first floor of the inn boasts a lively lobby serving food and beverages, now brimming with attendees of the Harvest Festival and the tournament. The second and third floors offer accommodations. Upon spotting Zeno, a waitress approached him promptly, whispering, "Welcome, Your Highness, please follow me." The individual he was to meet resided in the third room on the right of the second floor. The space was quite spacious, with an open window revealing the distant Blackwater Bay. Inside, only Sir Peter Baelish occupied the room, seated at a large wooden table by the window, leaning forward to conceal himself in the shadows while gazing outside. As soon as Zeno entered, he smiled and beckoned Zeno to join him in observing the view. "Look down there, Your Highness." Peter lowered his voice. "That is the person you asked me to find." "Varys' little birds?" Zeno glanced below. Indeed, most of those children are not from Westeros. They must have been purchased by Varys from elsewhere. Peter pointed a finger at the children. There are those from Myr, Pentos, Lys, Cohor, and even some from Slaver's Bay. He has placed these children in the streets and alleys, as well as the court, utilizing the secret passages of the Red Keep to eavesdrop. Zeno paused. "How do you know about the secret passages of the Red Keep?" "There are no walls that do not whisper, Your Highness." The moment you departed the Red Keep, the little birds of the spider were already aware. How could he not know of your explorations within the secret passages? Peter revealed a sly smile. "The spider knows everything, but I possess the means to entangle his 8 legs." Disregarding Peter's jest, Zeno inquired, "Are you implying these children are his slaves? Do you have any evidence?" Peter frowned. "How could one ever obtain evidence in such matters? I can only speculate that these children are his purchased slaves. After all, he has never paid them wages. Most importantly, these children are well trained, perfect little thieves and eavesdroppers. What use is all this if I cannot convict him?" Zeno expressed his dissatisfaction. "Please, hear me out," Peter chuckled. "We may not be able to accuse him of violating the laws of the realm, but we can apprehend all these children and send them away. Just grant me the authority to mobilize the gold cloaks, and I assure you, he will lose all 8 legs within a day." "Where did he acquire these children?" "Do you know?" Zeno asked. "Who knows?" Peter shrugged nonchalantly. "Those children always seem to appear out of nowhere." Zeno regarded him with disdain. "Then I might as well assert that these children are perfect assassins. Ser Baelish, I entrusted you to remain close to him to uncover his collaborators and the true identities of these little birds, and yet you have achieved nothing." Peter sighed softly. "Your Highness, without funds or personnel, I am but one man. I can only do my utmost to observe Lord Varys. And even if I were to discover the identities of those children, I would be unable to apprehend them. If you require more from me, you must provide me with the gold dragons and subordinates." Zeno scrutinized the diminutive man before him, who wore an earnest expression. "I can arrange for Sir Hall to temporarily assist you and lend you some men. How much do you require?" Littlefinger chuckled. "Indeed, you are quite generous. But I cannot merely borrow them. They must belong to me. I need 50 individuals, preferably women and children, and I also require 5,000 gold dragons." Zeno recalled the prior warning from Ao that Peter Baelish was untrustworthy. "What do you intend to do with such a number of people and such wealth?" "Of course, I aim to emulate our dear spider, Your Highness. He is always ahead because you lack intelligence personnel, and I can remedy that deficiency by establishing an intelligence agency for you." Littlefinger bowed deeply. "I plan to acquire several establishments and transform them into taverns and brothels, serving as venues for information exchange. Those women and children will be arranged to enter the Red Keep, assisting me in monitoring the octopus spider. Oh, your idea is splendid, Zeno stated bluntly, but I have no money. Littlefinger paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Your Highness, please do not jest. I am aware of your distrust. But the members of the Gold Dragon team are unwaveringly loyal to you. Even as my subordinates, they would never betray you. Zeno waved his hand dismissively. I am not jesting. I have spent excessively of late, and I genuinely lack spare funds. Besides, ISNT at the Harvest Festival? The Gold Dragon team is exceedingly busy and cannot be spared to assist you in surveillance. Sir Baelish, I must ask you to continue your diligent efforts. Littlefinger sighed, feigning distress. Your Highness, if you wish for me to fulfill your tasks, you must grant me a modicum of trust. Otherwise, I shall never accomplish your objectives. I believe you are performing quite well as Varys' assistant. Continue to do so, Zeno remarked impassively before departing. Peter stood at the tavern's entrance, observing the Crown Prince and Lord Ballystan riding towards the Red Keep. He returned to the second room on the right on the second floor. The layout of this room mirrored that of the adjacent one, the sole difference being that Varys occupied the seat at the table. Though the young prince may be naive, he is not so easily deceived, Varys chuckled. Peter sat down and poured himself a drink, sighing in resignation. Lord Varys, please be cautious with your words. I have deceived no one. My words are spoken from a place of genuine loyalty. Varys covered his mouth and laughed like a young girl. Leaning closer, he grasped Peter's hand and said, that is precisely why I say that seeking to rise through the Crown Prince is futile. Only Prince Viserys can offer you that opportunity. Viserys, the one without a dragon, who fears the Crown Prince to the extent that he cannot even meet his gaze. He possesses neither formidable subordinates nor loyal forces, nor any mysterious, potent power. As long as the Crown Prince lives, he will have no opportunity whatsoever. Peter contemplated a myriad of thoughts in an instant. Yet his countenance betrayed none of them as he gently withdrew his hand. He fully understood that regaining Prince Zeno's trust seemed a most unlikely endeavor. In such circumstances, pledging allegiance to Prince Viserys could be viewed as a viable alternative. Nevertheless, he pondered whether the Crown Prince had indeed returned from the dead that fateful night, or if it had merely been an unfortunate accident. After much contemplation during this period, he resolved to collaborate with Varys, albeit on his own terms. My lord, it pains me to hear your words. Do you truly perceive me as such a fickle individual? Peter declared, I am undoubtedly the most loyal subordinate of His Highness the Crown Prince. He placed his hand upon his chest, acknowledging that while Prince Viserys was indeed commendable, he was not the first in line to inherit the throne. My lord, you must discern whom you ought to pledge your loyalty to, he continued. I shall forever remain loyal to His Majesty the King, Varys sweetly replied. My lord, your loyalty is truly admirable, Peter remarked as he set down his goblet and exited the chamber. Chapter 31, The Harvest Feast, Part 2. Lord Walter of Riverrun stood grim-faced upon the dais of the throne room. Behind him loomed the ancient seat of the conqueror. The Iron Throne, its menacing metallic spikes standing stark and empty. King Rhaegar was absent, as was the hand of the king, Lord Tywin. Only Lord Adrian of Seneca and the Master of Whisperers, Pycelle, remained by his side at the council table. Cursed be the harvest feast, and cursed be Rhaegar Clegane, Walter muttered inwardly, along with the damnable peasants who could not even recognize their own lord. A few peasants knelt below him, both men and women, all tattered and gaunt. One man cried out, We shall accuse him. Rhaegar Clegane, the Mountain, and his lackeys, we shall bring them to justice. Lord Walter seethed with anger. You have already accused him. We have conducted a trial by combat on your behalf, and you lost. In the sight of the seven, he is innocent. Lord Adrian chimed in. The trial by combat is sacred and just. Since you have lost, it is time for you to return home. The man forcefully dragged a girl, perhaps 13 or 14, who appeared dazed and stained with blood, from beside him. Speak, quickly, he urged her. Her voice was barely audible. I wish to accuse him. He violated my sister, and the girl covered her face and began to weep softly. Walter, suppressing his anger once more, forced himself to remain calm. You have already accused him 3 months prior. Ser Rhaegar demanded a trial by combat, which is reasonable and lawful. The outcome was your loss, and according to the law, he has been acquitted. I shall reiterate, it is time for you to return home. An elderly man trembled as he spoke. Last time it was the Grands who accused him. This time, it is I and young Eileen who bring forth the accusation, my lord. The crowd of onlookers and nobles in the hall stirred restlessly, whispers rising like a tide. The esteemed Master Pycelle shook his head gently. Forgive me, but I am not here to advocate on behalf of Sir Clegane. It is inherently wrong for you to accuse your lord. King Rhaegar, in his boundless compassion, afforded you this opportunity for a trial by combat. Yet, You have already lost. Return home. The wheat that has been scorched may yet grow anew. Live your lives well. Live our lives. What life remains for us? The first man, Garland, exclaimed with a voice laden with grief. Because I refused to allow him to defile my daughter. He committed the heinous act before my very eyes. His men also murdered my son, and they took turns ravaging my little daughter. They set fire to my wheat fields. And my mother, in her attempt to intervene, was slain as well. My lord, we have no home to return to. Our house has been reduced to ashes. Count Adrian nodded solemnly. It is indeed tragic, yet since you dwell upon his lands, all that you possess belongs to him by right. The very fact that we permitted you a trial by combat was a concession in your favor. Now that the gods have deemed him innocent, what further argument can you present? The girl collapsed upon the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Count Walter clenched his fists in anger. Sir Rhaegar Clegane, renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms for his valor, was not an adversary easily vanquished in a trial by combat, particularly by mere farmers such as these. The man's lips quivered, yet hope lingered in his heart. I once served in Lord Crea's Hall of Chickens. I know that even a lord should care for his subjects. He is not a good lord, and my daughter will bring charges against him. Master Pycelle cleared his throat softly, but Count Walter interjected. You understand that even if you were to find another to bring charges, a trial by combat would still be required, correct? Have you secured a suitable representative? Garland nodded vigorously. Yes, we have found one. Master Pycelle's tone grew stern. My Lord Walter, this may not be appropriate. It is unseemly for commoners to accuse their lord, especially after a trial by combat has already taken place. The truth has been established. Why pursue this again? Count Walter offered no reply to him, addressing the farmers instead. If that is the case, I shall relay this matter to Sir Rhaegar Clegane. A trial by combat will be held tomorrow morning. However, I must caution you. If the gods continue to stand with him, there will be no third trial. Zeno, nestled among the crowd, watched with keen interest. It was his first experience witnessing commoners accuse their lord. Yet, if Sir Rhaegar Clegane was indeed as the farmers described, he would surely deserve his fate. They will not prevail, an elderly nobleman murmured from the crowd. Curious, Zeno inquired, why not? The old nobleman turned with impatience, but upon recognizing Zeno, his demeanor brightened. Your Highness, what an honor it is to see you here. Zeno pressed further. You say they will not win, but why? Is this Clegane truly formidable? The old nobleman responded promptly. Indeed, he is exceptionally formidable. Sir Rhaegar Clegane is the greatest warrior of the West. He stands taller than all others, wielding a colossal sword that others require both hands to lift with effortless ease. He is known as the Mountain of Magic, and he has never tasted defeat. Zeno, deep in thought, nodded contemplatively. Ultimately, the strength and skill of a knight are evaluated based on their prowess. Yet when faced with overwhelming strength, the utility of technique diminishes considerably. Given the formidable nature of Sir Rhaegar Clegane, it seems unjust to subject the farmers to a trial by combat. As Zeno perused the parchment, he lamented to Ao, by the way, where have you been these past few days? Ao replied, I have been shadowing Varys. If you disapprove, simply eliminate him. Zeno was momentarily taken aback. Noticing Zeno's distraction while reviewing the accounts, Hall quietly poured a glass of milk for the young prince. Zeno returned to reality and inquired of Hall, are you aware of the recent events concerning Rhaegar Clegane? Hall placed the milk before Zeno and nodded. He has slain several peasants on his own lands and has been accused by them. Those peasants should not have dared to accuse their lord. Zeno found this puzzling. Do you also believe they lack the right to accuse him? Even a lord cannot arbitrarily take the lives of his subjects. Hall's eyes reflected the young prince's brilliant golden and silver locks, and he thought to himself how fortunate he was to be aligned with such a person. Most lords would not act thus, and even if they did, few would dare to speak out. These individuals are indeed courageous, yet their bravery is ultimately futile. Zeno set aside the parchment. Who is their representative? They had been working in King's Landing, saving money to hire a mercenary, as returning home would surely cost them their lives at Clegane's hands. Hall shook his head. Remaining here in King's Landing may not be so bad. Before dawn, a light rain fell from the sky. The site for the trial by combat was chosen at the venue of the Harvest Festival tournament, requiring no reconstruction of the stands. However, the audience was sparse. Count Walter, serving as the witness, occupied a seat in the stands along with Zeno, leaving the area otherwise desolate. Surrounding the venue, however, a throng of common folk from King's Landing and nearby farmers gathered. Zeno noticed the plaintiffs anxiously awaiting their representative beneath the elevated platform, while the defendant, Sir Rhaegar Clegane, had already taken his place. He was indeed a giant, brandishing a massive sword. Zeno had learned from Sir Barristan the previous day that it was King Rhaegar who had initially knighted Rhaegar Clegane. Rhaegar had been introduced to Rhaegar by Lord Tywin and had served as his guard for an extended period, though for reasons unknown, he was later dismissed and returned home. Zeno had encountered him a few times during the tournament and remembered him as a robust and taciturn man. Upon inquiring into his family background, the rumors surrounding him were quite dreadful. Zeno mused to himself, "My father truly is digging his own grave. He is indeed unreliable." A ray of morning sunlight cascaded down from the eastern horizon, signaling the cessation of rain. Count Walter rose, urging the plaintiff, "Time is of the essence. Where is your champion?" Glenn appeared anxious and bewildered. "We had an agreement. We have already compensated him. He will come, my lord. Please wait a little longer. He will arrive shortly." Rhaegar's thunderous voice rumbled from beneath his helmet. "If he does not appear, victory is mine. I shall remember you, boy." Glenn's trepidation deepened. He promised us, he will surely come. Yet even he found little conviction in his own words, for mercenaries often forsook their contracts after receiving payment. Count Walter remained composed. "I shall grant you a brief extension. But as Sir Clegane has stated, should your champion fail to arrive, it will signify that the gods have once more aligned themselves with Sir Clegane." Glenn glanced at his aged father, then at his young daughter, sinking into despair. His gaze fell upon the empty stands, where only a single prince remained. He surveyed the crowd beyond the barrier, filled predominantly with commoners, with only a handful of armed knights, none of whom he recognized. Count Walter pressed him once more. "Time has elapsed." Glenn opened his mouth, but words failed him. All present understood his champion would not come. Zeno descended from the stands, approaching them. "I shall serve as their champion." Count Walter's expression transformed, as if someone had forcefully crammed a substantial piece of excrement into his mouth. "You cannot, my prince. You are but a child." Zeno retorted, "There is no rule stating that only adults may partake in trial by combat. Is there, Sir Clegane?" Clegane lifted his great sword with a massive hand. Scoffing dismissively, "I am ready." Count Walter glared fiercely at Clegane, yet the latter paid him no heed. "Your Highness, knights do not engage children in battle. It is dishonorable." Zeno unsheathed his sword and stepped into the arena, asserting, "But Sir Clegane is willing to duel me, is he not? Moreover, I have heard he has slain quite a number of children." The mountain remained silent in response to Zeno's taunts, striding purposefully towards him, the ground trembling beneath his advance. As he closed the distance, Zeno thrust his sword towards the giant's knee. Rhaegar raised his shield to block, yet the Valyrian steel blade, combined with Zeno's immense strength, cleaved through the finely crafted shield. Seizing the moment of the mountain's astonishment, Zeno pierced his knee, then swiftly slashed upward, as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, severing his left leg from the knee down, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Rhaegar cried out in agony, collapsing, yet managed to rise again on one knee. With one hand bracing himself and the other wielding his sword, he swung violently at Zeno. Zeno ducked beneath the massive blade, darting around to the right, and struck at his right arm. The mountain's arm, along with the great sword, flew away, blood splattering across Zeno. Rhaegar finally fell, unable to rise. Zeno approached him, delivering a fatal blow, severing his head along with his helmet. He lifted his head and addressed the astonished Count Walter, declaring, "It seems that the gods are on my side today." The crowd fell silent for but a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. Zenon brandished his longsword, the Valyrian steel glistening with perfection as he swung it cleanly. Ever since he recalled that he was a rock, he no longer needed to sell his blood for victory. As he turned to leave, a woman rushed forward and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "You are the pride of the kingdom." An elderly man grasped his hand firmly, proclaiming, "May the gods bestow upon you the strength to vanquish evil." A man embraced him tightly, stating, "I am ever willing to serve you." A young girl knelt to kiss his sword, an old woman pressed her lips to his cheek, and a child squeezed in to hug him. By the time Zenon finally extricated himself from the throng, his face was devoid of the blood that had once marked it. Later that evening, a torrential rain began to pour. Tywin pressed his hands against the window ledge, gazing into the distance. A colossal dragon soared through the downpour, lightning dancing around it, casting a radiant golden glow upon its scales amidst the dark clouds. The dragon ascended higher, plunging into the inky depths of the storm. Tywin gradually clenched his fingers, his countenance darker than the tempest outside. Just moments ago, Rhaegar had once again rebuffed his request to betroth Cersei to the crown prince. The king had declared that Cersei's engagement to Aegon had been publicly announced, the wedding imminent, and a king's word is not to be trifled with. It was not the time to alter the bride. Absurd, ridiculous. Ever since Rhaegar had allowed John Clinton to trouble him, Tywin had remained on high alert. He loathed the sensation of being out of control, which invariably reminded him of his father, Tytos, whose weakness had always led to disaster. Tywin was never weak. Behind him, Maester Pycelle continued to ramble. The king questioned me again today. I explained that one can enter a state of apparent death after asphyxiation, but he no longer believes me. I could see it in his eyes. Tywin's expression remained cold. You should not have come to me. Pycelle rose eagerly, approaching Tywin's side. My lord. He is beginning to suspect us. The woman has disappeared. Do you think? Tywin, exasperated by Pycelle's panic, cut him off. Return to your duties. Write letters. Tend to the ravens. Just do not come to me. Pycelle's mouth fell open, his face paling as he met Tywin's gaze for a fleeting moment before slowly bowing his aged head. Then I shall take my leave. Tywin paid him no further heed. Turning once more to the view outside. Chapter 32, The Harvest Feast, Part 3. Early in the morning, Zeno found himself in the study of Maester Malwyn, intently focused on the flickering flame of the glass candle. Meanwhile, Tywin toiled in the Prime Minister's chamber, a group of riders traversing the crimson wasteland as he inscribed words upon a piece of parchment. A few boys played a horseback game, while Tywin perused a hefty tome. Turning page after page, Zeno took a deep breath and continued to fixate on the flame. Tywin turned a page. A girl was bound, curled up in a dimly lit room. Tywin turned another page. Beneath the overcast sky stood a desolate city of black stone. Zeno sighed. Monitoring with glass candles was not entirely futile, yet it yielded poor results. All that was known was that the maid was still alive, confined by someone, and that Duke Tywin was utterly devoted to his role as Prime Minister. What is the matter? Haven't you found anything? Inquired Bachelor Malwyn with concern. This was rather commonplace, he noted. Illusions were often unstable. Zeno, troubled, asked, Bachelor, is there a poison that could cause someone to appear as though they've been choked to death? Malwyn nodded. Indeed, several poisons can induce asphyxiation. For instance, there is a toxin in the Academy known as the choker, which leads to airway obstruction and death, resembling a choking incident. Do you suspect someone has poisoned you? Zeno resolved to trust Bachelor Malwyn. It is not merely suspicion. Someone has indeed poisoned me. I truly believed I was choking, but when I later sought out the maid who served my meal, she had vanished, confirming my fears of foul play. Bachelor Malwyn did not question Zenon's miraculous survival. Instead, he set aside his book and began to ponder. After a moment, he asked, Did you see Master Pycelle at that time? Zeno shook his head. The evening banquet was held to welcome Uncle Dowling and Duke Tyler. Master Pycelle seemed unwell and did not attend. I didn't pay much attention. Do you suspect him? Malwyn, deep in thought, replied, Many within the Academy do not appreciate the miracles you exhibit. I am uncertain of Master Pycelle's allegiance. He had departed before my arrival at the Academy. Zeno fell silent, realizing that the number of those wishing him harm was growing. In the Mead Tower, Viserys' violet eyes sparkled in the sunlight. Mother, I truly desire a Valyrian steel sword. Queen Rhaegar regarded him quietly, her own violet eyes reflecting a hint of pain. Our ancestral blades, Dark Sister and Blackfire, have been lost for many years. Viserys, frustrated, stood up and paced the room. He exclaimed to the queen, But Zeno possesses one. And I do not. I cannot possibly hatch dragon eggs here. I must relocate to Dragonstone. The queen reached out to caress his face. That sword was sought out by him. If you desire one, you may seek it out yourself or purchase it. I cannot allow you to go to Dragonstone. Viserys evaded his mother's touch. If father were still alive, he would certainly permit me. He would have procured a Valyrian steel sword for me. Rhaegar retracted her hand. He is dead. In a huff, Viserys stormed out of the room. Once he had departed, Varys whispered, Prince Zeno killed Ser Gregor Clegane in the trial by combat yesterday morning. He displayed remarkable strength, and many rumors now circulate in the city, claiming he has received the blessings of the gods. Rhaegar replied, I am aware. What does Tywin say? Varys remarked, The trial by combat is witnessed by the gods. To which Lord Tywin offered no response. Rhaegar nodded gently. Is he injured? Varys shook his head. Strangely enough, he is entirely unscathed. The garden of the Queen Regent's residence was exquisite. Peter took a moment to appreciate its beauty before witnessing Prince Viserys emerge, his face contorted with rage. Peter scoffed internally. Is this lad truly a prince? The more foolish he is, the better. Shortly thereafter, Varys also exited the queen's abode. The eunuch greeted, Sir Peter. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Peter replied with a smile, My lord, you are overly courteous. Varys looked up. Tomorrow marks the harvest feast, sir. It shall be a most splendid affair, especially after such an interminable winter. He abruptly fell silent as a golden dragon descended upon the tower's pinnacle, unfurling its wings and using flames to cleanse the scales adorning them. Peter quipped, It appears the dragon is aware of the festivities tomorrow, taking the time to groom itself beforehand. Varys chuckled, yet Peter astutely detected the caution behind the smile. He is wary of the dragon, Peter mused. Ainz captured a struggling young boy, deftly binding him. Raleigh noted on a piece of parchment, "How many is this for us?" Ainz counted, having recently learned a bit of arithmetic from the maester. The sixth. A few days prior, Prince Zeno had issued a peculiar command to the Golden Dragon Squad, instructing them to investigate the orphans in King's Landing. He intended to remove the unfortunate children, those cast aside, for centralized management, forcibly taking those unwilling to comply. Sir Hall subsequently organized them into pairs for the task. Ainz bore no complaints, having once lived as a vagabond mercenary. He was grateful for the stability of his current position under the prince's banner, now clad in free uniforms and boots, with a steady monthly salary. He awoke smiling in his sleep. Raleigh helped lift the boy onto the cart. Where did all these little rascals scamper off to today? There are usually so many around here. Ainz returned to the front of the cart, casually grasping the reins. They heard that our Golden Dragon Squad was gathering people, and most willingly went along. The remaining ones are the troublesome lot. After securely closing the cart door, Raleigh jumped into his seat. That child was quite peculiar, silent as a mouse. If he hadn't cried out when we bound him, I would have thought him mute. Ainz glanced back. Did you lock the cart door? We cannot allow them to escape. Raleigh patted his chest in assurance. I locked it tightly. You've bound them so securely. What is there to fear? Ainz pondered. I've heard that those disobedient children are sent away by Sir Hall. Where do you suppose they go? Raleigh gazed towards the distant Red Keep. It's best that we remain uninvolved in the affairs of the powerful. Look at the castle. It's teeming with people tonight. They must be hosting a grand ball. I wish I could attend. Ah, Zeno chuckled. Then you must first become a person of great stature. It was not difficult for Zeno to locate the North's Duke, Eddard Stark. Amidst the throng at the ball, he stood conversing with Duke Robert Baratheon, whose boisterous laughter resonated throughout the hall. Good day. Lord Eddard, Zeno approached the Duke. I have heard that Lady Catelyn is with child. Congratulations to you. A smile broke through Eddard's typically serious demeanor. Thank you. Duke Robert joyfully proclaimed. My dear Lyanna is also expecting, once our children are born. Eddard and I shall continue as brothers joined by marriage. Zeno responded with a smile. Congratulations to you as well, Lord Robert. Once more, Duke Robert erupted into hearty laughter. Zeno's focus was on Duke Eddard, and he leaned closer, asking, Lord Eddard, are you acquainted with Sir Peter Baelish? I have heard that he once fell to your prowess in combat. Eddard paused for a moment. That is indeed the case. He challenged me to a duel, and he was defeated. Zeno endeavored to express himself with greater delicacy. I have also heard that he has formed a clandestine bond with a certain Miss Tully. Is that true? Eddard furrowed his brow. Your Highness, that is not a topic we ought to discuss. Zeno spoke softly. I apologize. It is merely that he confided in me about his affection for the lady, lamenting their cruel separation, and his desire to achieve greatness in order to win her hand. I find him quite pitiable and wish to assist him, yet he refuses to reveal the identity of the lady in question. Thus, I came to inquire. Why did you duel him? Eddard Stark replied firmly. He is lying. He did not address Zeno's question further and turned back to converse with Duke Robert. Oh, the youth possesses such an advantage. Otherwise, Duke Eddard might have felt compelled to duel over his lady's honor, Zeno thought. Meanwhile, Sir Peter Baelish was indeed spinning falsehoods. Good day. Lord Varys. Zeno bid farewell to Duke Eddard and promptly intercepted Varys. The eunuch was clad in a flowing blue silk robe, embellished with a white velvet vest threaded with silver and gold, and wore soft slippers of purple brocade. His face was dusted with pale powder, and he exuded a strong scent of lilac. Zeno complimented him. Lord Varys, you look splendid today, shimmering like dragon scales kissed by flames. Varys lowered his gaze to the young prince and replied softly. Prince Zeno, you are exceedingly handsome today. Akin to a knight from the ballads, Zeno unabashedly concurred. I believe so as well, Lord Varys. Are you not to dance? Where is Sir Baelish? Who would wish to dance with a eunuch? Varys chuckled, covering his mouth. Sir Baelish is unwell and has stepped away to rest. At that moment, a singer was ushered into the ballroom, beginning a loud rendition of The Bear and the Maiden Fair, prompting many to join in. And soon the entire hall echoed with the refrain of Bear, Bear, enveloping the space in a lively chorus. Zeno smiled and said, I would love to, Lord Varys. Let us dance together. Without waiting for Varys to respond, Zeno seized his arm and forcibly pulled him into the dance floor, surrounded by knights and ladies singing and dancing, their faces flushed and adorned with smiles. Varys stood motionless amidst the crowd, remarking, Your Highness, please do not make sport of me. Zeno jumped in place, bewildered, and said, I have heard that spiders, aside from their venom, excel in dancing. Lord Varys, is it possible you can only do the former? Varys, astonished, covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Poison? Who would poison? That is truly terrifying." Zeno lunged forward, grasping Varys's golden vest, nearly burying himself in Varys's embrace. "Varys, listen to me. I know you are the one who poisoned." Varys immediately retorted, "It was not me." Zeno lifted his face to meet his gaze, and the eunuch's expression was one of pure terror, as though he were completely innocent of the matter. Varys urgently reiterated, "It was not I. This truly does not concern me, Your Highness. If I lie, let your dragon consume me." Amidst the laughter and merriment of the crowd, Varys felt his heart racing wildly. The little prince's indigo eyes gleamed with a silvery light under the lanterns, his grip on Varys tight and unyielding. Varys whispered, "I know who that girl belongs to." Following Varys's gaze over the throng, Zeno spotted the hand of the king, Tywin Lannister, seated and conversing with his eldest son while indulging in drink. Varys quietly said, "The king commanded me to find her, but I could not. However, I discovered a letter she never sent. She is from the Westerlands. Westerlanders are everywhere. Where's the evidence?" Zeno persisted, not releasing his hold. "What of grandmother?" Varys sighed with a wry smile. "I have not found her. Another matter I cannot explain. Your Highness, this is my duty." Zeno held his gaze, and this time Varys did not shy away. After a moment, Zeno gradually let go. The singer raised his voice. "Oh, people are saying, 'Come see the beauty, the beauty.' But I am a bear, all black and brown, covered in fur." Varys observed the departing little prince, drenched in cold sweat, for he had indeed sensed a distinct intent to kill moments before. He feared not death. Yet he could not perish at this juncture. Zeno strode directly out of the ballroom, and the guards at the entrance saluted him. A dragon perched upon the rooftop, watching him. "You have finally come to your senses. I have long told you, if you find them displeasing, eliminate them. For you, engaging in schemes is futile." Aeo remarked. "For a ruler, the most unnecessary trait is leniency." Zeno sighed. "Thank you, but I cannot simply slay them all with a sword. Do you know how Rhaegar met his end?" Aeo scoffed. "You are not Rhaegar. Next, you must diligently expand your army and train those children. They will serve as your soldiers, cooks in the kitchens, and blacksmiths crafting weaponry. Do not forget, the long night is fast approaching." Zeno looked up at the great dragon. "I have not forgotten. I have already sent someone to instruct them, although there are quite a few small spiders within." "What are the spiders?" "Even if one were to behead them, they could still be roasted and consumed. Surely you do not believe that." Aio unfurled his wings and soared into the heavens, declaring that all of them were complicit in this matter, and they all deserved to perish. Zeno gazed quietly at the night sky. "I understand. Yet I must ponder how to proceed further." Chapter 33, The Harvest Feast, Part 4. What manner of man is Tywin Lannister? Authoritative, formidable, and remarkably capable. He achieved renown through the song The Reign of Castamere, subsequently becoming the youngest hand of the king and serving as the prime minister for decades without faltering. Would such a man embark upon an endeavor devoid of certainty? To conspire against the crown prince would directly incite war. Rhaegar is still so young. Should the king catch even a whiff of wrongdoing, the entire Lannister family would be doomed. "Your Highness, look!" Ian exclaimed excitedly. "It is Ser Bollistan." Tyrion leaned forward to observe. Who is his opponent? "Ah, it is my elder brother. He is fortunate indeed. I wager 100 golden dragons that my brother shall prevail." Zeno withdrew his thoughts and turned his gaze towards the tournament grounds. The White Knight donned gleaming white scale armor, his white cloak shimmering in the sunlight. Opposite him stood Ser Jaime Lannister, resplendent in gold from head to toe, the lion on his helmet roaring defiantly. The iron hooves of the steeds thundered past them, shattering the dawn. The two knights bowed before the king before returning to their respective ends of the field. Blaine squeezed in beside Zeno. "Your Highness, it has been far too long. I heard you triumphed over Ser Gregor Clegane of the Westerlands in the trial by combat. Truly remarkable. That contest must have been exhilarating. How wretched of me to have missed it." Zeno cast a glance at him. It had been 2 years since their last encounter, and Blaine Baratheon had grown considerably taller, resembling his brother all the more. "You flatter me." Blaine grinned widely. "Now everyone claims you must have been blessed by the god of war to exhibit such valor and fearlessness." "Your Highness, I intend to remain by the side of Count Clinton as a squire. Once I become a knight, may I serve as your protector?" Zeno replied, "Let us speak of that once you have achieved knighthood. Where is your brother, Ser Stannis? I seem to have not spotted him." Blaine laughed heartily. "Only you and Grellis remember my dear elder brother. He had a fierce argument with Robert yesterday and was so incensed that he refused to attend the tournament." On the field, Ser Bollistan and Ser Jaime had already shattered their lances and were returning to prepare for the second round, prompting a swell of cheers. Zeno casually inquired, "What was the cause of their quarrel?" Who is Grellis? Blaine chuckled. Grellis is our family's maester. The reason for their dispute is, in fact, related to you. Zeno, intrigued, responded, what does it have to do with me? Of course it pertains to you. May I call you Zeno? Blaine grinned mischievously. You have transformed King's Landing into such a tidy and beautiful place that everyone sings your praises. My dear second brother aspires to renovate the town of Wind's Rest, simultaneously banning the gambling den and the Academy of Arts. I believe this to be his true intention. Robert opposed this, leading to a quarrel between them. Stannis then accused Robert of marital infidelity, claiming he had failed to uphold his vows, which left Robert visibly enraged. I have never witnessed Robert so furious. Fortunately, thanks to Lord Eddard's intervention, Robert refrained from expelling him from the household. Today, Stannis returned to Wind's Rest. Although Duke Robert had once sworn before the king and all present that he would never betray Lady Lyanna, it is evident he does not perceive his visits to the Academy as disloyalty. Zeno remarked, I have heard that Sir Stannis is both competent and honorable. In a few days, Lord Robert's anger will surely subside. Renly shrugged. Indeed, his unwavering integrity is quite unbearable. He himself does not enjoy sweet wine, nor does he permit others to indulge in it. Tyrion chuckled. It seems he wishes to shatter the wine barrel itself. I wager 100 golden dragons on my brother's victory. Who will join me? Zeno replied, I shall join. I bet on Sir Ballistan's triumph. Renly chimed in. I too wager on Sir Ballistan. Just then, Sir Ballistan managed to unseat Sir Jaime, and the two engaged in combat on foot. It appears you are destined to lose. Renly boasted to Tyrion. Tyrion retorted, the foot combat is undoubtedly my brother's forte. Ballistan is already aging. Sir Ballistan defended against Jaime's attack with his shield, landing a blow to the joint of Jaime's helm, causing it to tilt. As the misaligned helmet obscured Jaime's vision, Ballistan lunged forward, striking his opponent with his shield, causing Jaime to stumble and fall. Before Jaime could rise, Sir Ballistan advanced, placing his sword at Jaime's throat. The audience erupted in applause, with Renly's laughter ringing louder than the clamor. Zeno consoled the crestfallen Tyrion. You may place your bets on Sir Arthur when he takes the stage. You could recoup your losses. Tyrion rolled his eyes dramatically. And who would wager against Dawn's sword? You? Zeno could not help but laugh. Very well. I admit my suggestion was misguided. I must contemplate how to spend this newfound wealth. At that moment, the next round of combat commenced. Sir Mismutton from the town of Springwell faced off against Count Yoren Royce from Stonebridge. Tyrion's enthusiasm reignited. I believe Sir Mismutton has the greater chance of victory. I wager 100 golden dragons on him. Do not underestimate the bronze Yoren, Renly countered. I bet on Count Royce's victory. Zeno, what say you? AEO interjected. He has returned. I shall not participate. Zeno stated, I have matters to attend to. With that, he departed from the stands. Pishel walked through the inner courtyard, restless and preoccupied. The weather was splendid, with birds singing and flowers blooming, yet he had no desire to appreciate the beauty. He merely wished to return to his chamber swiftly. Today, all had gone to partake in the Harvest Festival's tournament, leaving the Red Keep unusually desolate. Paxil struggled to ascend the steps, his age evident in his stiff joints, each additional step causing him discomfort. Fortunately, his hearing and vision remained sharp. Yet, where had that girl gone? This thought had occupied his mind for days. Duke Tywin had advised him to cease such ruminations and focus on his duties. And he was correct, as he always was. Paxil ought to comply with his counsel. But still, where had that girl gone? His chamber lay just beneath the crow's nest. Upon opening his door, he was irked to discover that the young apprentice stationed at the entrance had vanished again, presumably off to witness the jousting tournament. It was high time to replace the lad. Taking a seat behind his desk, Paxil gently shook a silver bell. If you are hoping for a maid, she will not be coming, came the cheerful voice of a child. Paxil nearly stumbled, but Zenon's quick reflexes caught him. Be cautious, Master Paxil, the Crown Prince remarked with concern. At your age, a fall could be quite dire. If you were to perish now, it would give me quite the headache. Paxil apologized for not having noticed him earlier. Your Highness, did you come to see me regarding something of importance? Whether it is of significance can be debated, Zenon replied, pulling a chair beside Paxil and resting his hand on the scholar's knee. I have heard that some vital potions have gone missing from here. Is that true? Paxil felt his hands begin to tremble once more. My shelves are filled with various herbs, ointments, and elixirs. Your Highness, I have always managed them well. However, at my age, if someone were to take a few items while I am absent, it would be difficult for me to notice. Zenon patted Paxil's knee, causing him to wince in pain, and he quickly grasped the prince's hand. Your Highness, what are you doing? Paxil queried, bewildered by the strength in the child's seemingly delicate grip. Zenon glared at him in dissatisfaction. You claim to manage everything well, yet admit you would not know if something were missing. Do you know or do you not? Paxil, feeling defeated, replied, Your Highness, please do not rush me. I must conduct a thorough inventory to ascertain the situation. Zeno pouted, leaped off the stool, and approached Paxil's shelves, causing the scholar's heart to race once again. The scholar's supplies were meticulously arranged, with countless jars sealed with wax and labeled glass bottles of various sizes. Books and scrolls filled the adjacent shelves. Zenon wandered between the shelves, while Paxil anxiously twisted his fingers, watching him closely. Yet the crown prince took nothing. Instead, he moved to the open window and leaned out. A large raven perched on the sill took flight, startled by his presence. Turning back to the anxious scholar, Zenon remarked, I have heard you have a keen interest in my dragon. Dragons are the most magnificent and powerful beings. Who could possibly lack fascination for them? Paxil responded. Paxier cleared his throat. Though I have joined the Academy of Learning and absorbed an immeasurable wealth of knowledge, I remain but an ordinary person. Zeno chuckled. That is truly splendid. He approached and pulled the chancellor from his chair. Reluctantly, Paxier followed him to the window, when suddenly a colossal claw shattered the frame and seized him. The chancellor screamed in terror. In the next moment, he and Zeno were lifted into the sky by a dragon. Do not be alarmed. You have studied this for so long. You know dragon claws are not scalding. Zeno reassured the chancellor. Paxier, however, disregarded him and continued to wail in terror. Zeno turned to Ao. Could you please fly a bit slower? If he dies of fright, we will be unable to interrogate him. Ao huffed lightly, circling in the air before locating a plush meadow deep within the imperial woods, and unceremoniously dropped them from a low altitude. Zeno landed gracefully on the grass, catching Paxier, who nearly stumbled again. The chancellor gasped for breath, his complexion paler than milk. Do you not adore dragons? Zeno complained. What do you call this experience? Paxier stammered, trembling. What do you mean what? Zeno replied impatiently. Edo. The dragon descended. No. Paxier grasped Zeno tightly. I cannot bear this. I do like dragons, but, Zeno suddenly realized, so you merely enjoy studying dragons. Paxier nodded fervently. And what of Ellie? Where has she gone? As Paxier opened his mouth to respond, he quickly shut it again. Zeno gazed at him intently. Ellie, do not tell me you do not recognize her. She was initially your maid, later introduced to the Queen Mother. A month ago, she went to assist in the kitchen, responsible for the banquet dishes, and then casually applied poison to my food. Paxier's eyes widened in horror, his beard trembling. I did introduce her to the Queen Mother. She desired to go. After all, serving the Queen Mother is a fine position. After that, I have not seen her again. Zeno pointed a finger at the Chancellor's chest. Paxier, do you recall the trial by combat between me and Sir Rhaegar Clegane? Paxier nodded rapidly. Your Highness, you protect the innocent and the weak. I'll praise you for it. Zeno fixed his gaze on him. I learned a crucial lesson from Sir Rhaegar. Never assume that others are powerless against you. Paxier, do you believe I am powerless against you? The Chancellor shook his head vigorously, looking as though he might weep. Of course not. I truly do not know. Zeno nodded slowly. Very well. I shall believe you truly do not know her whereabouts. But was it Tywin who instructed you to poison? The old Chancellor, tears streaming down his face, replied, No, Lord Tywin has never given such orders. Zeno understood. Then it was the Queen Mother who commanded it. Does the king know? Paxil trembled uncontrollably. No one instructed me. I am unaware. Zenon regarded him with disdain. You did it. The poison was indeed provided by you, was it not? I know the assailant hails from the Academy. It was truly not me, Your Highness, Paxil replied, bending low and curling into himself. Zenon perceived the toll of age upon him. It was only after Ellie's disappearance that he realized the poison had been lost. I am terrified that the king will continually interrogate me. I swear it was not I. Zenon inquired. And what of Tywin? Is he equally uninformed? Do not feign ignorance. I know you heed his words more than the king's. Paxil stared blankly at him. I know nothing of Lord Tywin. Zenon responded. Very well, I comprehend. Now, we shall escort you home. With a thud, Paxil knelt. Your Highness, I am innocent. I truly know nothing. I implore you. Zenon lifted him. Do not fear. It will be swift. The dragon unfurled its wings and soared into the sky once more. Scholar Malwyn gazed in astonishment at the unconscious Chancellor and hurried to procure medicine. This fellow truly possesses an excess of timidity, Zenon complained, having taken him for a flight, noting that he had become so frightened he lost control, collapsing upon landing. Malwyn chuckled. Your Highness, not everyone possesses the courage to soar upon a dragon. Paxil is advanced in years. Do not frighten him so. Zenon stroked his chin. I believed you held disdain for him. I do not favor him, Malwyn replied as he assisted Paxil onto the bed, administering a bit of water and medicine. Yet he is a member of the council. I merely wish to pose a few inquiries, but this fool knows nothing. I cannot simply execute him. Zenon appeared discontented. How does your council select the chancellor? I wish to replace him. Would you be willing to assume the role? The chancellor is elected by the council, not appointed by the king. Malwyn chuckled. I appreciate your confidence, but I would prefer to serve as your scholar. Zenon nodded. Is there any means by which you could keep him unconscious? Malwyn smiled mysteriously. Indeed, there is. Chapter 34, The Harvest Feast, Part 5. Tywin's expression was grave as he regarded the unconscious Chancellor Paxel. The Chancellor lay upon the bed, shrouded in heavy curtains. His complexion ghostly pale, resembling a corpse. The king, accompanied by several esteemed ministers and the crown prince, filled the small chamber to capacity. Zenon sighed. This is truly unfortunate. I came to borrow a book, only to find him collapsed at his desk. I immediately took him to Scholar Malwyn, but alas, it was too late. Varys clutched his chest in terror. This is most dreadful. Tywin remained impassive. The window frame in the study has been damaged. Zenon blinked. In my haste to seek treatment for him, I enlisted the aid of the dragon, as I could not manage it alone. King Rhaegar nodded calmly, addressing Scholar Common. Is he well? Scholar Common shook his head, revealing a sorrowful expression. I have administered peppermint and camphor, as well as some medicine. However, the Grand Scholar showed no signs of response. I fear he may be in a dire state. Perhaps he has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Sir Malwyn suggested that I might attempt to perform bloodletting on him. Then let us proceed with the bloodletting, the king commanded. If he remains unresponsive, we shall write to the Citadel to request the dispatch of another Grand Scholar, specifying the condition of Master Pycelle. Zeno interjected. I believe we require a Grand Scholar capable of treating cerebral hemorrhages. The learned Master of Letters shook his head in resignation. I fear the Citadel may not be able to provide such a scholar at this time. Tywin quietly remarked. I have heard reports of screams. Oh, that was me. Zeno admitted, lowering his gaze in embarrassment. At first, I thought he was dead. I was quite frightened and called out a few times. A gentle hand ruffled Zeno's hair as Rhaegar turned to the scholars, saying, Please take good care of him. They descended the winding, narrow steps of the crow's nest. And Zeno watched Tywin in front of him, contemplating how a single kick could turn even the Duke of Casterly Rock into a lifeless body. Yet, the Lannisters were a prominent family. It was indeed a pity, Zeno mused. Varys traced stars upon his chest, murmuring, May the gods bless Master Pycelle. Let us light candles in the sept for the poor old scholar and pray for his swift recovery. Surely the seven will be moved by your piety. Tywin replied with cold politeness, Your Majesty, I wish to speak with you. King Rhaegar's expression mirrored the chill. I too have matters to discuss with you, Lord Tywin. He turned back to Zeno, adding, You should come as well. The council chamber was adorned with opulence, with exquisite carpets underfoot and tapestries from Lys and Volantis gracing the walls. Flanking the grand doors were a pair of colossal dragon statues from Valyria, their golden inlays gleaming in the light, while water trickled from their mouths, creating ripples upon the basin below. They took their seats at the long table in succession. Your Majesty, Duke Tywin began gravely. With Grand Scholar Pycelle gravely ill, I propose temporarily assigning his duties to Master of Letters and Master of Whispers. Zeno immediately countered. I believe Master Malwyn would be more suitable. He is already a doctor at the Citadel and can assume the role of Grand Scholar at any time. Duke Tywin solemnly concurred. If Master Malwyn is willing to undertake this responsibility, it would indeed be for the best. King Rhaegar nodded. Then it shall be so. Let us appoint Master Malwyn as the acting Grand Scholar in place of Pycelle. I shall write to the Citadel regarding this matter. Zeno remained perplexed by Tywin's intentions, choosing instead to patiently listen as they deliberated state affairs. Recently, the Iron Islands had shown signs of reviving ancient routes, with pirates incessantly plundering passing ships. Rumors spread of sightings of Balon Greyjoy and several of his brothers among them. Tywin suggested a tit-for-tat approach, asserting that the fleet of Lannisport could be ready to strike at any moment. Zeno waited patiently for the discussion to turn to his own affairs. However, once they concluded their deliberations on King Balon, they departed the council chamber. At the banquet you have truly missed the most exhilarating spectacle. Tyrion described to Zeno just how magnificent the tournament finale was. They shattered 11 lances in total. And I wager this is the most thrilling tournament in the past 3 years. Zeno, concealing half of his face behind a wine goblet, covertly observed Tyrion's father. He was convinced that Tywin had comprehended his provocation, yet Tywin did not so much as furrow his brow throughout. Tyrion, have you ever witnessed your father's smile? Lord Tywin. Tyrion raised his goblet to his nose. Lord Tywin never smiles. Zeno tilted his head. Then have you seen him in a fit of rage? Certainly. Tyrion replied. I see that every day, for he becomes angry the moment he lays eyes on me. Why? Why? Tyrion said. That is a rather perceptive question. As it is evident, because I am a dwarf. Zeno grasped the implication. Lord Tywin valued the honor of his house more than his own son. Tyrion shrugged and downed the contents of his cup. The evening was bleak, devoid of stars and moon. Zeno's spirits mirrored the dismal weather. He felt as though he had wandered into a dead end. Varys accused Tywin, while Pycelle implicated the Queen Mother. One of them must be lying, or perhaps both were deceiving. After the harvest feast, Zeno stealthily slipped into the chamber of the eunuch, which was quite effortless, and then he waited. When Varys entered, enveloped in a heavy scent of lavender, Zeno crept up from behind, delivering a swift kick to the eunuch's calf. As Varys stumbled, Zeno leapt onto his back, bringing him crashing to the ground. Good evening, Lord Varys, Zeno said, pressing a small blade against the eunuch's neck. It is ill-advised to stay up late. Varys lay pitifully on the floor. Your Highness, what troubles you? The unfortunate Varys had done nothing of note lately. Zeno tapped the eunuch's head with the hilt of his knife, and upon hearing a cry of pain, he interrogated, You claim to have done nothing. Yet I find that trusting you is the gravest mistake I have made. Speak to me, who would benefit most from my demise? Varys attempted to rise, but was met with another kick from Zeno, compelling him to remain prone. There are many who would gain, Your Highness. How can I possibly enumerate them? But you are certainly among them, are you not? Zeno menaced with the knife. I believe your death would be advantageous for everyone. Varys strained to turn half his face. Your Highness, do you truly intend to slay an innocent? I am the most innocent of all. Another lie. Then why do you not act? Varys said, surrendering. If you truly wish to strike, the pitiable Varys would have no means to resist. Nor would anyone seek vengeance for a eunuch. Zeno thrust the blade into his side. The knife was short and the wound shallow. Yet Varys immediately let out a wail. I was wrong. I was wrong. Your Highness, the eunuch sobbed. To speak the truth, it was the Queen Mother who ordered the poison. But the king forbade me to disclose it. What can poor Varys do, Your Highness? It is truly a dreadful matter that your grandmother seeks to harm you. And your father does not trust you. I can only strive to protect you, but I am merely a eunuch. I possess neither sword nor blade to thwart this calamity. The eunuch was indeed skilled in the art of theatrics, while Zeno contemplated whether to strike him again. Why would my grandmother wish to kill me? Your lie is hardly convincing. Have you forgotten your own deeds? Your Highness, you have destroyed your uncle's hand over a trivial matter. Varys struggled to rise, but Zeno delivered another kick. You resemble King Ares too closely. It is precisely this that the Queen Mother fears most. Me like Ares? Varys retorted. Do you think Ares was mad from the moment of his birth? That is far from the truth. Ares was once valiant and charismatic. He achieved great feats in the War of the Ninepenny Kings and was once the closest friend of Lord Tywin. When a Targaryen is born, the gods cast coins into the air, and we pray for them to land on the favorable side, yet fate always toys with us. The Targaryen lineage is inherently predisposed to madness, and you are the most evident example. Had it not been for Aegon discovering Varys's little secret, Zeno might have almost believed him. The eunuch painfully rose from the ground, feeling blood on his lower back, his mouth agape in shock. Heavens, am I to perish? I have lost so much blood, I must seek the maester at once. Zeno nodded. I concur. Allow me to escort you to the maester. He grasped Varys as he attempted to exit the chamber. You are mistaken, Lord Varys. We must take another route. Zeno led Varys to the entrance of a secret passage. We shall proceed through here. Surely, you can find your way to the Raven's Nest, correct? Through the secret passage? Varys hesitated. I am gravely injured, Your Highness. I cannot ascend or descend. Zeno waved the dagger in his hand. Would you care for another cut? With a sigh, Varys reluctantly bent down and began to crawl down the passageway stairs. Using hands and feet, Varys descended the iron-linked ladder, with Zeno following closely behind. The entrance to the passage had sealed shut, leaving them in the darkness. This will not do. It is far too dark. I cannot see anything, Varys whispered. I cannot find the way. Zeno produced a small piece of dragon glass, igniting it with magic. Now you can see. Quickly move on. Varys gazed at the glass candle for a considerable time. This is truly remarkable. Your Highness, how did you bring it to flame? Spare me your incessant chatter. Zeno's eyes glimmered with silver beneath the pale flame. Soon enough, your blood will run dry. I swear to the gods, I speak only from the heart. As Varys walked, he spoke earnestly. I stand sincerely by your side, Your Highness. Before you, no prince or king ever cared so deeply for the lives of the impoverished. Save for Aegon V. Are you familiar with Aegon V? He was a truly virtuous king, though tragically perished in a great conflagration, the fire of Summerhall. He yearned to see the return of dragons, hoping to persuade the lords to grant the commoners greater rights. Yet he ultimately failed. You have awakened the dragons, your highness, and your fearlessness in the face of flames assures me that you can surpass his legacy. You just called me mad. Yet now you believe I could become a great king? Varys sighed once more. It is not my belief, but that of the Queen Regent. I have never doubted your potential. I have always believed you could achieve more than any king before you. Zeno remained silent. They soon arrived at the intersection of 6 tunnels, where Varys guided Zeno to choose one. They descended and ascended through a winding stone staircase. Upon passing through an archway, Zeno whispered, "My father, he knows everything, does he not?" Indeed, Varys glanced back at him, recalling his own experiences during King Aerys' reign. At the worst of their relationship, Aerys even contemplated displacing him in favor of Prince Viserys. It was Queen Rhaegar who had aided him. She was always his ally. Given the current circumstances, what can you expect from him? Especially since you are so rebellious and never heed their counsel. Zeno pondered for a moment. What if I were to die? If you were truly to perish, your father would undoubtedly be heartbroken, for he loves you, Varys remarked as he turned a corner. Perhaps he would harbor everlasting resentment towards the Queen Regent. Your strength is remarkable, yet being too weak invites scorn, while being excessively powerful breeds hatred. Zeno sighed. So, I am loathed by all. Varys began to ascend a ladder, not by me. I have never harbored animosity towards you. As I previously stated, I believe you have the potential to be a wise king, surpassing your father, grandfather, and great-grandfather in wisdom. Zeno inquired, what about that maid? Whose side is she on? Varys replied softly, the girl is indeed from the Westerlands. Lord Tywin once assigned her to serve Maester Pycelle. However, upon witnessing the opulence of the Red Keep, she was reluctant to return to the Westerlands. Maester Pycelle grew fond of her and recommended her to serve the Queen Regent. As for the events that followed and why she accepted the task of poisoning you, only the gods know, for she said nothing before her demise. I can only be certain that Lord Tywin is aware of this matter. They entered a small chamber where Varys opened a concealed door, revealing Maester Pycelle's study beneath the crow's nest. Currently, it was occupied by Maester Marwyn, who was busy organizing the various jars and containers left behind by Maester Pycelle. Zeno greeted him, Master Marwyn, I believe someone here is in need of your assistance. Marwyn looked at them with a hint of surprise as they emerged from behind the shelves. He circled around to inspect the partially closed secret door before returning his gaze to Varys. Are you injured? Master Marwyn inquired, urging Varys to take a seat. He helped Varys onto a stool, deftly cutting away his garments to apply salves. He then prepared herbal concoctions, crushing the herbs and steeping them in warm water for Varys to consume. Your Highness, surely now you must believe me, Varys grimaced. I truly aspire to be a loyal servant to the realm. Zeno ascended to the chair left by Master Pycelle, which was adorned with a plush fur cushion and a feather pillow. I suppose I must first consult your good friend Illyrio. Varys paused momentarily, only to collapse to the ground with a thud, losing consciousness. Chapter 35. The Golden Rose Estate. Clop, clop. A cadre of 5 knights proceeded slowly along the gravel path, the warm air suffused with the fragrance of flowers, leading them to a countryside estate. This estate was considerably larger than other farmsteads, encompassing over 10,000 acres, housing 290 peasant families, and accommodating approximately 1,800 souls. From the estate, one could distinctly observe the verdant royal woods nearby. Only the crown prince possessed the authority and interest to establish such an expansive estate in such proximity to the royal woods. A signpost stood by the roadside, inscribed with Golden Rose Estate. A middle-aged knight, sporting a bushy beard, remarked, this estate is indeed vast. Indeed, not only does it surpass other estates in size, but it is also constructed entirely of stone, overseen personally by Lord Kellery, replied a young knight, pride evident on his countenance. The prince entrusting this estate to Lord Kellery underscores the latter's significance. Thus, we must not be negligent, Kellery admonished sternly, cracking his whip. From now on, you are responsible for safeguarding its peace and security. Off you go. A gentle breeze caressed Kellery's cheek as he donned black leather boots, a black silk tunic, and a cloak of black adorned with golden trim that fluttered in the wind. An emblem of a golden dragon roared proudly upon his chest, representing the sigil of Prince Zeno. In his youth, Kellery had dreamt of becoming a wealthy landowner, though that was long ago. Eventually, he found contentment in the notion of tending a few acres of fertile land, living as a humble farmer with his family, leading a tranquil life. Fate took an unexpected turn, transforming him into a mercenary who danced on the edge of danger. Through encounters with Hall, he came to know Caven, Aya, Dick, and the dragon Prince Zeno. He joined the Golden Dragon Squad, earned knighthood, and gained favor ultimately overseeing the grand estate on behalf of the crown prince. It felt surreal to be addressed as my lord, and Kelry hoped this dream would never fade. To effectively manage the estate, he even learned to read, write, and perform basic arithmetic. A group of peasants, squatting at the field's edge and engaged in idle chatter, quickly rose to greet Kelry and the accompanying knights upon their approach. Kyrie paused to converse with them, inquiring about the growth of the newly sown wheat seedlings. They thrived splendidly, akin to His Highness's dragon, growing at an astonishing rate. An elderly farmer promptly replied, "My lord, have you come to collect the harvest? We have prepared everything. The corn and potatoes are packed, awaiting your arrival." Kyrie nodded in approval, instructing them to transport the goods to the manor. "Have you encountered any troubles recently? Are the new farming tools functional? How are the newcomers faring in their agricultural endeavors? Are the children obedient?" The elderly farmer beamed. No, all is well, quite smooth. The newcomers are adapting swiftly, and the children are simply delighted to have enough to eat here." After exchanging a few more words of concern, Kyrie returned to the manor accompanied by several knights. Dinner consisted of roasted chicken, meat pies, corn chowder, and a large jug of ale. While dining, Kyrie listened to the steward's report on the latest harvest: barley, wheat, corn, alfalfa, lentils, potatoes and radishes, chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and cattle. Surplus grain needed to be bagged for storage, and the meat required drying. The crown prince had dismantled the small shanties outside King's Landing, relocating the impoverished inhabitants to the manor. With the sudden influx of new residents, housing became scarce, prompting ongoing construction of new dwellings. Prince Zeno aspired to forge his own tools and weapons within the estate, necessitating the purchase of stone and iron furnaces, along with the vital pig iron and the recruitment of several blacksmiths. The children sent for training had now matured and could return to assist, perhaps in a few months. Even the manor would require expansion, lest there be insufficient space for the newly acquired fruit trees. Once Kyrie concluded his tasks, night had already fallen. He poured himself a cup of corn juice and filled his plate with half a roasted chicken and several meat pies before heading to the basement. The manor was originally established for grain cultivation and storage, constructed with robust stone, housing nearly 100 warehouses, which still proved inadequate, thus necessitating the excavation of several vast underground chambers. Many of these subterranean storages remained unoccupied, perfectly suited for accommodating guests. Descending the stone staircase, Kyrie noted that each underground chamber was ingeniously designed with ventilation shafts to prevent dampness, allowing for proper air circulation while keeping rainwater at bay, making them entirely suitable for habitation. Upon opening the iron door, Kyrie discovered his guest seated in a corner, staring blankly at the wall. He courteously greeted, "Lord Varys, please join me for dinner." Varys turned his head, a mournful expression upon his face. "You've bound me so tightly. How am I to eat?" Kyrie recognized the inconvenience and set the tray on the ground, approaching to drag the plump eunuch, whose limbs were ensnared, to lean against the wall. "There. Now you can eat. Dinner consists of roasted chicken and meat pies, both of which I have sampled and found delightful." Kyrie offered a piece of roasted chicken, instructing, "Take your time, savor it, and do not choke. I have corn juice available as well." Varys was bound with bandages around his waist, and a significant portion of his golden robe had been torn away, leaving him covered in the dust of the floor. He slowly chewed the food that Qyburn had offered him, meticulously surveying his surroundings. It was a stone chamber, nearly square in shape, devoid of any adornments or furniture, save for a sturdy iron door. A solitary glass candle hung from the ceiling, casting a stark light that rendered the room as white as freshly fallen snow, yet as dark as a black hole. Varys shuddered at the shadow reflected by the glass candle. He implored Qyburn, "My lord, please release me. I am but a mere eunuch, incapable of wielding sword or dagger. My subordinates are only adept at gathering information. If you so wish, you could take my head at any moment." "Patience," Qyburn replied with a smile, feeding the eunuch a spoonful of corn juice. "If you desire to be executed, we will oblige you, but not just yet." "Then please, take me to the restroom. I can no longer hold it," Varys pleaded once more. "Or I fear I may soil your chamber." Qyburn raised an eyebrow. "I have no objection." The eunuch looked at him with anguish. "Please allow me to see Prince Zeno. There seems to be a misunderstanding between us. After all, I am a significant figure at court. He has circumvented King Rhaegar to abduct me, and should the king discover this, it could lead to a rift between father and son." Qyburn remained unmoved. "If the dragon prince wishes to meet you, he shall come to see you." After their meal, Qyburn produced a piece of coarse cloth and sealed the eunuch's mouth as well. That afternoon, as Zeno crossed the courtyard, he was halted by Peter Baelish. The knight smiled as he handed Zeno a letter bearing Varys' seal. Zeno broke the wax seal, extracting the letter, curious about Peter's intentions. Upon reading it, he was utterly perplexed. What is the purpose of presenting me with a letter from Varys to the king? I have no interest in the sordid affairs of the Brackens and the Blackwoods. Because this is all that remains, Peter sighed. Your Highness, Lord Varys has vanished. The instigator feigned innocence. And so you give me this? Do you expect me to deliver it to the king? Peter shrugged. That is for you to decide, Your Highness. It is not urgent news. However, where has Lord Varys gone? Will he return? How should I know? It would be best if he were dead. Zeno carelessly stuffed the letter into his pocket, preparing to depart, when Peter quickly stopped him. Your Highness, with Lord Varys's disappearance uncertain, what should I do next if he does not return? Zeno replied, You nearly made me forget about this, Sir Baelish. Return to the Fingers, or go elsewhere. Do as you please, but do not appear before me again. Peter stared at him, bewildered. Why is that? Your Highness, I have no connection to Lord Varys's disappearance. Zeno retorted angrily. How would I know? You did not keep watch over him. He has vanished, and you may leave as well. Zeno paid no further heed to the other party and swiftly descended the steps, his little finger lingering behind in distant observation. Locating Viserys was no arduous task. Numerous knights who had just participated in the tournament remained, eager to secure a position within the Red Keep, and Viserys had recently been consorting with them. Zeno effortlessly extracted him from a throng of boisterous knights, while several attendants watched them with cautious eyes. What do you want now? Viserys bellowed. Don't think I fear you. Zeno gently patted Viserys' arm. My dear uncle, do not be anxious. I come in peace to reconcile. Viserys shut his mouth, scrutinizing Zeno with suspicion. Zeno could discern that his uncle held no belief in his words. My dear uncle, we had some misunderstandings previously, but those are matters of the past. Viserys interrupted his speech with a sardonic laugh. Is my hand merely a misunderstanding to you? I have come precisely for that reason. Zeno smiled as he drew forth a Valyrian steel sword. This is for you. Viserys stood astounded, his gaze flitting between Zeno and the sword. Are you truly giving this to me? You better not regret it. How could I? Zeno replied with a smile. In fact, I acquired another, so this one is yours. What? Where did you procure it? Zeno grinned. From a little stall in Myr. Your luck is extraordinary. Then this shall belong to me. Viserys felt a mix of jealousy and joy as he unsheathed the Valyrian steel sword, examining the rippling patterns upon its blade. Zeno paused momentarily. I have one more matter to discuss with you. I wish to alter my betrothal to the Lannister family and propose to become the husband of Lady Cersei. What say you? Viserys attempted to sever a branch with the Valyrian steel sword, observing the smooth cross-section with eager light flickering in his violet eyes. You wish to marry that woman? I concede she is quite beautiful, but she is of an advanced age. Why not choose a younger, fairer maiden? Because I am fond of her. Viserys turned to look at Zeno, chuckling. Good heavens, how old are you? Well, if you fancy her, then that old woman is yours. He glanced at the sword in his hand. I shall name it Headcrusher. What a splendid name. Zeno commended him. But be cautious. This sword is particularly sharp. So handle it with care to avoid harming the innocent. Viserys rolled his eyes at Zeno. Understood. You are more verbose than my own mother. With a face brimming with excitement, Viserys plunged back into the crowd to flaunt his sword, eliciting a wave of astonished gasps. Zeno remarked to Ao, only one remains. The Tower of the Hand loomed tall, featuring steep spiral staircases and narrow, lofty windows. The tower was guarded by the Lannister family's private soldiers, who, upon seeing Zeno approach, promptly bowed to him. One guard hastily ascended the stairs to inform the Hand of the King. Zeno followed behind, slowly making his way up the Tower of the Hand. The Prime Minister's private parlor is considerably smaller than the King's study, yet equally adorned with opulence. The floor is graced with a soft, thick carpet from Myr, while the walls are clad in ebony paneling. Hanging outside is a tapestry embroidered with the sigil of the Lannister lion. The fireplace and the broad-backed chairs are intricately carved with exquisite relief figures, and within a triangular cabinet rests glassware from Volantis. Above, a candelabrum filled with waxen candles dangles, while heavy silk drapes adorn the long windows. Duke Tywin invited Zeno to take a seat upon the feather-cushioned chair, and once the serving maids had presented wine and fruits, they discreetly departed. Good afternoon, my Lord Tywin. Zeno remarked, I hope I am not intruding. Tywin fixed his gaze upon him, and Zeno noted the faint golden glimmer at the edges of his green pupils. Not at all, Your Highness. How may I be of service to you? Well, my Lord Tywin, I hold Miss Cersei in high regard. Might you consider arranging her marriage to me? Zeno was pleased to witness Tywin's rare expression of shock. Tywin chose his words with utmost caution. My daughter is already betrothed to your uncle. Zeno chuckled lightly. that is of little concern. I am certain that Viserys would be willing to relinquish his fiancée to me. I trust that the friendship between our families shall remain unscathed, will it not? What truly matters is your consent, my lord. Your opinion holds great weight. Tywin appeared on the verge of acquiescence, yet remained composed. Have you consulted King Rhaegar on this matter? No, Zeno replied, confident that the arrangement would proceed. If you are amenable, my lord, let us approach my father together. Tywin pondered for a moment. I respect the king's wishes. Zeno rose first. If that is the case, let us hasten. We must finalize this before dinner, so that we might share a meal together. I have much to discuss with you. As they descended the stairs, Tywin deliberately lagged half a step behind Zeno. Observing the boy ahead, the young prince was but 10 years old. Why do you favor Cersei, your highness? I had not perceived it before, Tywin inquired. Zeno looked up at him. It is because Miss Cersei is your daughter. Should she inherit even half of your wisdom, our progeny shall reap immeasurable benefits. Furthermore, Miss Cersei is both beautiful and well-mannered. I find no reason to dislike her. Tywin appeared almost to smile. Indeed, my daughter has always been gentle and sensible. In time, you shall discover that she possesses much more than mere beauty. Chapter 36. Harrenhal upon their arrival at the king's study. Rhaegar was engaged in political discourse with Lord John. After hearing Zeno and Tywin's intentions, the usually composed king was momentarily taken aback. Rhaegar turned to Zeno. Marriage is no trifling matter. Miss Cersei is already promised to your uncle. Zeno responded with a smile. A union between two families need not hinge upon a single individual, and besides, Viserys has already given his consent. Rhaegar quietly inquired, what have you done? I gifted him a Valyrian steel sword, and he promptly acquiesced. The room fell into a profound silence. Rhaegar remained silent for a considerable time. Enough. Marriage is not to be trifled with. I shall not permit your caprice. I have other arrangements for your betrothal. Count John interjected. Your father speaks wisely, your highness. The wedding between your uncle and Lady Cersei has already been scheduled. Do not be foolish. We assure you we can find you someone more beautiful. Tywin cast a cold glance at him. Zeno insisted, but I admire Lady Cersei. Rhaegar addressed Count John and Prime Minister Tywin. I require a private conversation with my son. Count John immediately agreed. Of course, let us step outside for a moment. Shall we, Lord Tywin? Tywin nodded silently. Once they departed, Rhaegar fixed Zeno with a piercing gaze. I ask you, why the sudden desire to wed Tywin's daughter? Because Cersei is beautiful. A falsehood. She is 13 years your senior. By the time you mature, she will be aged, and you have never valued mere appearance. Zeno could only concede, for the Lannisters are of great utility. And Cersei is not as astute as her father, making her easily manageable. Easily manageable? That is utterly laughable. The king seethed with rage. The Lannisters have amassed too much power already. Tywin is the prime minister, his eldest is the commander of the city watch, and he wishes his younger son to be your steward. If you were to wed his daughter, do you intend to adopt the Lannister name? Zeno then comprehended why Tyrion frequented his company. He had initially thought Tyrion was merely interested in the dragons, but it was not entirely for that reason. I already have a steward, and I am but 10 years old. Even if wed, we could not consummate the marriage. Rhaegar reminded him. And so what? As long as you share a bed, she can bear your children, and the blood of dragons will intermingle with that of lions. I would prefer your wife to come from a lesser house than to have you surrounded by ambitious schemers. You cannot compete with them. Zeno could not deny this truth. Father, Cersei will not conceive so swiftly. By the time I am of age to share her bed, at least a decade will have passed. If the Lannisters pose a problem then, I shall seek a different bride. Rhaegar frowned tightly. Do you think a wife can be so easily exchanged? Do you consider Tywin a fool? I have never thought such, father. Have you never had peculiar dreams? Zeno softly remarked. I dreamt of a great war in a profoundly long winter. The Lannisters will prove invaluable. If Tywin merely seeks power, then grant him that power. Should he overstep, I shall obliterate the Lannisters. Rhaegar stared at his son in astonishment. After a long pause, he declared, your wedding will be arranged for the latter half of the year. Zeno cheerfully responded, rest assured. Rhaegar suddenly spoke in a low voice. The Citadel has consented to appoint Maester Marwyn as Grand Maester. Zeno understood that Rhaegar must have intervened. I believe Maester Marwyn will serve diligently. Eliminate Pycelle, render Varys missing, and wed Cersei. This was the conclusion reached by Zeno and Aeo. Regardless of how much truth Pycelle knows, as the Grand Maester, the king's trusted advisor, and the royal physician, he is not truly loyal to House Targaryen, but rather to House Lannister. He must meet his end. Varys undoubtedly possesses the truth. Or he may indeed be the true culprit, yet such details are of little consequence. Previously, he whispered slanders against Rhaegar into Aerys' ear. And now he speaks ill of Zeno to the Queen Mother, perpetually using intelligence to sow discord within House Targaryen. A captured little bird revealed one crucial fact. They are all trained slaves, originally belonging to a master named Illyrio. Zeno's first step to uncover their true intentions is to abduct Varys, followed by investigating Illyrio. Tywin poses the greatest challenge. He is exceedingly cautious, leaving no incriminating evidence and presenting no opportunity for Zeno to strike. Unlike Varys and Pycelle, who are solitary figures, he is backed by a vast family. Dealing with him is indeed troublesome. It may be wiser to seek his alliance. As for whether Tywin will cooperate, Zeno cannot say. If he remains unaware of the little secret between Cersei and Jaime, Zeno may find himself at a loss. Oh gods! Who can predict the affairs of this world? Tyrion exaggeratedly waved his arms. Just moments ago, I lamented my sister marrying Prince Viserys, wondering how I would fare since neither of them liked me. Yet, in the blink of an eye, my brother-in-law has changed. Now, I can only hope your child resembles you. He certainly will. Otherwise, how could he hatch dragon eggs? There are plenty of dragon eggs at home, yet only one dragon, which is far too few. Zeno caressed Eo's scales. The dragon lying before him was as massive as a small mountain, nearly 70 meters from head to tail. With its mouth agape, it could easily swallow a cow, and its enormous wings could obscure the sun. Each scale shimmered like a shield gilded in gold and silver, overlapping and arranged meticulously, glinting in the sunlight. 7 golden spikes of varying lengths sprouted from the dragon's crown, each crystalline and exceptionally sharp, resembling a crown upon its head. Tyrion knew that many referred to this as the crown of the 7. The dragon's eyes sparkled as if harboring stars or the sun itself. The tip of its tail was as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Tyrion gazed at the magnificent dragon before him. It was robust, graceful, awe-inspiring, and beautiful like a dream within reach. He longed to touch the dragon, even just its claw. The claws aren't hot. Feel free to touch, Zeno generously offered. But do exercise caution, as they are quite sharp. Tyrion scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had unconsciously voiced his innermost thoughts. He gently caressed the dragon's claw, which gleamed in a rich golden-brown hue, its edges sharper than a blade, warm to the touch, and as smooth as a maiden's skin. What does it feel like to soar through the skies? Does one not feel immensely magnified? Zeno extended an invitation. If you wish to remain upon the dragon's claw, I can take you for a flight. Tyrion glanced at the heavens, then at the colossal dragon gazing down at him, his calves trembling slightly. He could not discern whether it was exhilaration or fear he felt. What are we waiting for? Tyrion exclaimed, let us set forth at once. In his youth, he often dreamed of possessing a dragon. Merely riding upon its back would allow even a deformed, twisted dwarf to look down upon the world. Though he was not currently mounted upon a dragon's back, but rather ensnared in its grasp, he indeed beheld the world unfurl beneath him. Mountains and rivers shrinking rapidly until they resembled a vivid tapestry. Never had he been closer to the heavens than at this moment. He yearned to shout with abandon. Yet the fierce winds filled his mouth and nostrils, leaving him lamenting the absence of a scarf during their departure. Not only had he forgotten the scarf, but also his fur coat and moleskin gloves. He should have tethered himself to the dragon's claw with a rope. Otherwise, he felt he might plummet at any moment. The altitude was indeed frigid. The dragon carried them over verdant hills and valleys, descending beside a lake where the grass grew tall and thick. Upon landing, Tyrion tumbled into the grass, sprawling with limbs outstretched, gasping for breath. 7 gods, you failed to inform me of the chill at such heights. Tyrion sneezed forcefully, rubbing his nose. I nearly froze my manhood off. Zeno leapt down from the dragon's back and pulled Tyrion up from the ground. Cold. I feel nothing of the sort. Tyrion regarded Zeno, the prince clad in a crimson silk shirt, black woolen trousers, and black boots. Reluctantly, he remarked, well, I suppose I forgot that you are a dragon. Zeno shrugged and surveyed the surroundings. In the distance, a colossal tower loomed beside the azure lake, its top twisted and malformed, resembling a candle half consumed by flame. Tyrion sighed. Harrenhal, we have flown over half of the riverlands in one breath. They traversed the knee-high wild grass for quite some time before arriving at a bustling little town, nestled at the foot of Harrenhal. Up close, Harrenhal appeared even more immense. A vast stone fortress with steep, formidable walls, rising abruptly like a cliff. It dwarfed the Red Keep by several measures, wild grasses flourishing at its blackened corners, adorned with blossoms of delicate pink hues, while several children played nearby. Tyrion gazed upward, only able to see the tops of 5 towering spires. The yellow bat banner of House Hightower billowing straight in the wind atop one of the towers. They entered the bustling town, where the houses were neatly constructed with whitewashed rooftops, and a grand brick and timber cathedral perched atop a gentle hill. Several farmers were selling roasted meat and fruit by the roadside. Zeno purchased 2 sausages and a large orange for 3 copper coins, while Tyrion observed the scene with keen interest. Zeno inquired, "Aren't you going to eat? I had heard you enjoy mingling with the common folk. It seems that is indeed true, considering you understand that purchases require payment." Zeno looked at him as if he were a fool. "Are you mocking me?" Tyrion burst into laughter, snatching a sausage from Zeno's hand and stuffing it into his mouth. Between bites, he asked, "I genuinely want to know, what is it about Cersei that you find appealing?" Zeno pondered for a moment. "Perhaps it is because I cannot take your father home as my own." Tyrion laughed again. "My father wishes for me to become your steward, although I am merely 16. I assure you I would perform far better than your servant, Ian." Zeno gazed into the distance. The town bordered the Eye of God Lake, with a small dock at its edge where a few boats floated nearby. "Do you possess knowledge of constructing houses or building roads?" Zeno turned to him. "What skills do you have in city planning, wall construction, trade, agriculture, or navigation?" Tyrion smiled. "I can construct drainage ditches. I have cleared the sewers of Casterly Rock. I know how to build houses with stones. Although I have yet to engage in commerce, I am quick to learn." Zeno contemplated. "What I lack most at present is a fleet. Can you assist me in assembling one?" "Count on me. May I inquire about the purpose of this fleet?" Zeno gazed at the distant boats. "It is, of course, for transporting goods." Zeno's financial situation was straightforward. His income solely stemmed from shop trade, while his expenses were overwhelming. The Golden Dragon Company continually expanded, and constructing estates demanded substantial funds. Even though he no longer intended to rebuild the remnants of King's Landing, he was responsible for thousands of mouths to feed, a number that would only grow. If this continued, he would inevitably face insolvency. For long-term sustainability, he needed to devise ways to earn more money, the quickest method being to open more shops, which he planned to establish in the Westerlands and the Riverlands, regions abundant with wealth. But where would the merchandise come from? Only goods imported from the Far East could yield substantial profits, yet those goods required capital as well. Thus, Zeno sought an alternative route, salvaging sunken ships. The primary assistance would undoubtedly come from the dragon Ao, but while the dragon could retrieve the wrecks from the ocean floor, someone needed to handle the cleaning, sorting, and valuation. Some wrecks were ancient and impractical to tow ashore. It would be best to process them on site. Therefore, Zeno required a trustworthy fleet, as perpetually apprehending traders would prove exhausting. Additionally, the fleet could also be utilized for transporting goods, as water routes were significantly faster than land routes. While Zeno contemplated the small boats, Tyrion was also observing him intently. Long before the days of Chiron City, Tyrion had heard tales of this prince. He was a man of his own whims, reckless and devoid of noble grace, yet he exhibited a profound care for his subjects, embodying kindness and benevolence, blessed by the gods. Opinions about him were polarized. Nonetheless, given that he had awakened dragons, as the sole Targaryen prince possessing such magnificent creatures, all evaluations of him were rendered inconsequential. He was destined to be the next king. Tyrion had once envied him, yet upon meeting him in person, he found himself quite fond of the prince. Indeed, this royal was a creature of impulse, flouting conventions in numerous respects. However, the gaze he cast upon Tyrion bore no distinction from that he reserved for Cersei, neither affection nor disdain. His demeanor towards Tyrion was equally rare. If Zeno were to discern Tyrion's thoughts, he would merely conclude that Tyrion was overthinking, having been a stone for far too long. His primary consideration of humanity revolved around its edibility rather than its beauty. Such was a delightful misunderstanding. Chapter 37. The Fleet, Part 1. The Lake of the Gods was vast, its waters shimmering under the sunlight. In the distance, a verdant isle emerged from the lake, where swans glided gracefully upon the surface. Zeno and Tyrion sought a small boat at the dock to journey to the Isle of Many Faces. The ferryman, a frail old man, scrutinized Zeno's hair and face, casting furtive glances at Tyrion, and remarked, "Are you headed to the island in the heart of the lake? But there are no inhabitants there, only bleeding trees and an unfathomable number of crows that dwell upon that isle. The moment you arrive, you shall be showered with bird droppings." Tyrion replied, "We truly did not anticipate this. Thank you for your warning. We shall procure a cloth to protect our heads." The small boat swayed as it made its way towards the Isle of Many Faces. Zeno gazed into the turquoise waters. "It is said there is a hole beneath, which accounts for the many who have vanished into the lake of the gods, their bodies never to resurface." Tyrion leaned against the side of the boat, his fingers lightly brushing the water's surface. This was merely a legend. It was said that the children of the forest still resided on the Isle of Many Faces, a race dark and beautiful, diminutive in stature, rumored to be no taller than children even upon reaching adulthood. Though small, they moved with agility and grace. Inhabiting tree hollows and rocky caves, wielding bows crafted from fishbone would to capture their prey. Their green seers were particularly remarkable, able to converse with animals and plants, as well as wield potent magic. In ancient ballads, they were said to have raised the sea, submerging islands, and shattering the arm of Dorne. You possess a wealth of knowledge. You must be an avid reader, Zeno mused. The children of the forest are formidable, yet in the end, it was the Undulls who triumphed. Perhaps the Undulls of that era wielded magic as well. Tyrion chuckled. No magic can rival the might of dragons. The small boat came to rest beside a prominent earthen mound, where a colossal fishbone tree gazed down at them with a vibrant crimson visage. The ferryman, filled with trepidation, remarked, "I can only take you this far. Are you truly intent on proceeding?" Zeno bestowed upon the ferryman a generous handful of copper coins, saying, "We shall return shortly. Please wait for us." Here, no path existed, only the low-hanging branches of the fishbeam trees, gazing with curiosity at the unexpected visitors. A thick carpet of fallen leaves covered the ground, beneath which lay a dense layer of decaying branches, leaves, and bird droppings, forming a viscous mire that required considerable effort to extricate one's foot from. Tyrion gasped for breath, exclaiming, "This island appears diminutive, yet traversing it is quite exhausting." "I believe the old ferryman speaks the truth. There is nothing here." Zeno replied, "I shall ascend the tree to take a look." Grasping the outstretched boughs of the fishbeam, Zeno climbed to the treetop, where he beheld a verdant lake at the island's center. Crows soared overhead, while an assortment of unidentified birds chirped melodiously. A flowered snake, as thick as a thumb, slithered past Zeno's hand. There were no mythical children of the forest or green men to be seen. On the return journey, Tyrion removed his mud-caked boots and reclined on the deck, soaking his feet in the lake's waters, leisurely resting his head upon his arms. Even if the whimsical beings still inhabit the island, they surely would not reveal themselves to us. I have heard that the children of the forest and the giants have ventured beyond the wall. Have you ever been to the wall? Zeno expressed regret. No, not yet. Recently, the Night's Watch sent word requesting to heighten the wall and fortify the defenses, which my father has approved. When I find the time, I shall visit and bring some provisions. Tyrion replied, "You must remember to take me along. I could hide in the large basket you use for grain." Zeno couldn't help but chuckle. That would surely be the most important grain ever carried by a Yo. When Tyrion stepped into the Prime Minister's tower, a sumptuous feast had already been laid out in the small hall, where Tywin and his children were gathered, partaking in their meal. "You rode out on a dragon with Zeno this afternoon?" Cersei questioned him before he could greet them. "Has he consented to your becoming his steward?" Tyrion requested bread, smoked fish, bacon, and a glass of exquisite red wine from the servant. "To be precise, I clung to the dragon's talon. For dragons are as fiery as freshly forged iron, and only the dragon's claw remained cool. He has indeed agreed. I shall henceforth be his steward." Tywin, uncharacteristically, interjected, "Why did you not invite him to dine with us?" Tyrion noted with curiosity that his brother Jaime appeared somewhat sullen. "Because the queen summoned him back before I could," he replied. Tywin nodded, but said no more. Tyrion observed his siblings. The twin pair donned garments of gold and crimson, their golden hair cascading down. Cersei's necklace sparkled with deep green gemstones, while Jaime wore a ring adorned with an emerald. They resembled statues carved from the same mold. Yet, something was amiss with Jaime. Tyrion mused, as his brother had never been so distant towards him. Ever since Lord Tywin announced Cersei's impending marriage to Prince Zeno, Jaime had been in a state of discontent. Could it be that my brother genuinely believes that Viserys is the superior choice? Tyrion found this notion perplexing. Cersei, however, was utterly elated, as the wedding was set to take place 6 months hence, and she had already begun to prepare the attire and jewelry she would don for the occasion. After a simple meal, Tywin returned to his duties, while Cersei hastily departed to inspect the newly arrived fabrics. In the small hall, only Tyrion and Jaime remained. Jaime Lannister scrutinized his brother with his emerald eyes. "You seem to have formed quite the rapport with Prince Zeno." Tyrion responded with a smile to this affirmation. "As long as he is not provoked, he is quite amiable. Dear brother, you should know him better than I do. I have heard that you assisted significantly with the renovations in King's Landing." Jaime, his demeanor darkening, said, "Are you aware that the spy master Varys has gone missing?" His previous relationship with Prince Zeno was far from cordial. Tyrion took a hearty bite of smoked fish, speaking with his mouth full. "That oily, effeminate eunuch? I have heard of him, but even the king does not pursue the matter, so why should we concern ourselves?" Jaime's expression remained grim. "I worry that should your sister anger him, he may turn his ire towards Cersei." Tyrion swallowed his bread and smoked fish, laughing heartily. Oh, brother, you worry far too much. Sister loves him dearly. How could she provoke him? Moreover, he values our father's prowess above all. Could a mere eunuch ever be compared to Lord Tywin? On the Valyrian Peninsula, Zeno toiled tirelessly, sifting through bones and ashes until he finally extricated a heavy metallic tome. The pages of this book were crafted from gold, its spine adorned with sapphires, black crystals, and red agate, while intricate patterns and symbols were etched upon the pages. Dyed in an unknown crimson hue. Not a single word was comprehensible to Zeno. Sitting upon the ground, he swatted away a human-faced serpent that attempted to crawl onto his lap. This is not Valyrian. What language is this? He inquired. Aeo responded, this is ancient Dawn, from a vast empire that existed before the Golden Celestial Empire, known as the Dawn Kingdom. This tome is the work of its sorcerers. You might find it enlightening. The blood magic of the Valyrians originally stemmed from the spells of ancient Dawn. Zeno perused the pages. I cannot even recognize the letters. Return to your original form for a time, and you shall comprehend it, Aeo instructed. Zeno had no choice but to carry the book into the Golden Palace and lay it before the black stone. Once encased within the stone, he understood. This was a treatise on the art of sacrifice. The essence of sacrifice is exchange, brutally extracting human souls and emotions from their bodies to offer to an unknown entity, in return for the power to manipulate reality. According to the text, the more cruel the method of sacrifice, the more potent the offered soul, thus garnering greater attention from the enigmatic observer. It was through this very method that they had once summoned Zeno. Aeo imparted wisdom. In the past, you needed do nothing. Sacrifices were freely given to you. Now that they are all deceased, you must seek sustenance for yourself. I shall commence with that half-dead scholar. Zeno awoke from his slumber as dawn's light had yet to break, and the room lay in hushed silence. He rose from his bed and placed the golden tome into the pine chest beside it, which already housed numerous items: a half-dismembered metallic compass, a Valyrian steel sword, a sapphire as large as a fist, and several shards of obsidian. Detritus Zeno had scavenged from the Valyrian Peninsula. He stealthily climbed out of the window and slipped into the crow's nest. Archmaester Marwyn had retreated to his own chamber to rest, leaving only the comatose Archmaester Pycelle and a maidservant to tend to him. The maidservant was fast asleep in the adjoining room. Zeno stood before the slumbering Pycelle, uncertain of how to proceed. Finally, he extended his hand and covered the Archmaester's mouth and nose. As a wisp of white vapor escaped from the motionless Pycelle, Zeno seized it and inhaled deeply. A fragment of Pycelle's memory began to unfurl. He measured herbs and placed them into a glass vial. He handed a small phial to the round-faced maid. He paced anxiously within the room, the icy visage and words of Tywin echoing in his mind, alongside the gleaming vertical pupils of Aemon. The memory vanished as swiftly as it had emerged. As Zeno consumed the essence of the soul, Pycelle was irrevocably lost. A gentle rain had been falling for 2 days now. Zeno leaned against the windowsill, observing the red keep shrouded in the rain's embrace, droplets pattering against the glass panes, leaving behind delicate patterns. The distant gardens and corridors were obscured by the mist of the rain, appearing hazy and ethereal. Aemon's dragon tail glimmered with a silvery sheen amidst the light drizzle. Zeno conversed with the dragon. These individuals do not utter a single truthful word. I almost fell for their deceit. Should I consume Varys as well? As you wish, Aemon replied. I intend to assemble a fleet in due course. It will be far more efficient. Salvaging sunken ships is indeed a time-consuming endeavor, and a single vessel is hardly sufficient. It is said that Shipbreaker Bay has claimed countless merchant ships. Surely we could recover some treasures from the depths. You cannot achieve your goals relying solely on honest trade. Though those artifacts from the Valyrian Peninsula possess malevolent powers, they can be sold to those in need, the dragon remarked. I am certain there are individuals willing to part with their entire fortunes in exchange for magical prowess. Are you referring to Volantis or Braavos? I have considered the Iron Bank, but I have heard their bargaining skills are formidable, and their interest rates exorbitant should one seek a loan. Zeno gazed skyward as the rain began to lessen. Do you believe they would desire a cursed gemstone? Aemon replied nonchalantly. Who would know that the gem is cursed unless you were to disclose it? Of course, you could always mention that it hails from the Valyrian Peninsula. It would fetch a higher price that way. It would be best if you were to conquer Braavos directly, allowing them to redeem themselves with the Iron Bank. Zeno sighed. Let us pay a visit to Davos. Davos was a lean man of unremarkable appearance, with chestnut hair and brown eyes. He typically donned a brown coat and trousers, draped with a tattered brown cloak over his shoulders. Born in the squalid flea market of King's Landing, not the pristine Prince's Street of today, but the filthy chaos of years past, Davos set sail with a merchant from Lys at a tender age. Following the execution of his former captain by the Night's Watch, Davos ascended to the role of captain himself. He prided himself on being a better man than his predecessor, engaging solely in smuggling rather than piracy. Until a few months ago, Davos roamed freely as a smuggler, navigating his vessel, the Black Beth, among various ports. He trafficked in silks, spices, gems, and dragon bones, as well as provisions such as honey, onions, pickled fish, and potatoes. He sold food to the Night's Watch at the Wall and to the wildlings beyond, later trading for furs and bones to sell to merchants in King's Landing. He was acutely aware that capture could lead to his demise or a life shrouded in black garb at the Wall. On that day, like countless others before dawn, he and his crew loaded their goods onto a small boat, gliding silently along the shores of Blackwater Bay. They approached the city walls, where their contact awaited on the opposite side, tossing over a long grappling hook. A few crew members hoisted the cargo and secured it with the hook, pulling on the thick rope as it began to wind slowly back. After this, I must visit Silk Street for some leisure, one crew member remarked. I'm off to find Maris. The others chuckled softly. Why not just marry her? Same old routine every day. You one tire of it, another chimed in. If I had the coin, I'd marry her, the first retorted. I'm heading to Prince's Street for a drink. Jack, care to join? A conversation sparked among the crew. Davos shot an irritated glance at the chatty crew member. Silence. If we're discovered, you'll be left to consort with wildlings. Suddenly, a scream echoed from across the way, sharp and abrupt. Davos and his crew abandoned their cargo, turning to flee. Yet, they were too slow. A massive golden creature descended abruptly, blocking their path. Good morning, greeted the prince, standing atop the dragon. What a fortuitous encounter. Thus, Davos lost his freedom, and he and the Black Beth became the prince's private vessel, summoned and dismissed at his whim. Fortunately, the prince had no intention of starving them. They still received wages, albeit significantly less than in smuggling, yet it was safe and stable. Davos was uncertain whether to feel relief or despair. Recently, the prince had an extravagant idea, directing the dragon to retrieve several sunken ships from the depths. Davos and his crew were compelled to become shipwrights, commencing the laborious task of clearing and dismantling the wrecks. Chapter 38. The Fleet, Part 2. As Zeno leaped down from the dragon's back, Davos was removing his shirt, rolling up his trousers, and working vigorously alongside his crew. Here lies a deserted beach at the edge of Tasmania, in close proximity to Shipwreck Cove, graciously lent by the benevolent Earl of Tasmania. The smuggling vessel, the Black Bess, rests nearby, her sails furled, gently swaying with the rhythm of the waves. Several shipwrecks lie haphazardly upon the shore, adhering to the principle of minimal waste. Any salvageable cargo has been extracted, and the vessels themselves have been dismantled. The intact planks are repurposed, while the remnants are relegated to the firewood pile. Zeno, indifferent to the state of the debris, finds value in it. Their spoils are heaped beside a large rock, a few chests of seawater-bleached silk, some woolen and fur garments, unidentified animal bones, a partially broken glass screen, several mercury mirrors eroded by the sea, and most notably, a whole crate of exquisite porcelain from the Far East, along with finely crafted silver and gold tableware, pearls, gemstones, agate, and an assortment of coins gleaming anew after being scrubbed clean. The sea churns like boiling water as a great dragon leaps forth, droplets cascading down like a gentle rain. Ao tosses a shipwreck with a broken mainmast before them. Davos, hands on his hips, gazes at the vessel, nearly the size of half a dragon, and remarks to Zeno, "We lack sufficient manpower." Zeno, somewhat vexed, responds, "Shall we recruit more? Dismantling a ship does not require specialized crew. Honest, strong hands will suffice." Davos inquires, "Your Highness, how long do you intend to pursue this venture?" "I need to ascertain the number of recruits." After a moment of contemplation, Zeno replies, "Let us commence for 2 or 3 months, and I shall reconsider." Davos, "Have you ever been to the Far East?" "If you refer to Asha, then no," Davos cautiously replies. "I have only ventured as far as Volantis." "That will suffice." Zeno states, "I require you to assemble a fleet, and this is entrusted to you." The prince extends a signet ring, featuring a golden dragon soaring upon an obsidian base. Davos cannot help but draw a deeper breath. He has seen members of the Golden Dragon Squad, their insignia embroidered upon their garments. Receiving this ring signifies his newfound authority to act on behalf of the prince. Kneeling, Davos respectfully accepts the ring, pledging, "I shall not betray your trust." Zeno helps him to his feet, instructing, "First, make a trip to Braavos. I have an item I wish to sell. Inquire with the Sea King if he is interested." After a month of observation, Zeno finds Davos worthy of his trust. despite his past as a smuggler. He has neither fled nor taken what was not his after pledging loyalty to Zeno in the absence of oversight. Moreover, he treats his subordinates fairly. Zeno gestures to a small chest at his feet, saying to Davos, "This is a gem I acquired from the Valyrian Peninsula. Inform the Sea King that this gem possesses magical properties. If he desires it, he may trade ships in exchange. My minimum price is 3 three-masted or 4-masted vessels. However, remember, aside from the Sea King, do not open the chest in front of anyone else, and under no circumstances should you look inside." Davos solemnly declared, "I shall complete the task. If he does not want it, simply take it back." Zeno chuckled, for he bore the loss. "Since you have even ventured to Volantis, do you happen to know a merchant named Illyrio? What does he trade in?" "He is a merchant from Pentos." Davos replied, "He specializes in spices, gemstones, and dragonbone. I have dealt with him before. As long as one can afford the price, he can betray anyone." "Can anyone truly be betrayed?" Zeno pondered, wondering if he would sell out Varys. At the Purple Gold Manor, Ser Carys led the prince to inspect the newly constructed blacksmith shop. Within the tidy stone building, 5 forges stood, and the shelves were stocked with hammers, anvils, and other forging tools. Several blacksmiths were diligently working at the fires, while an apprentice presented freshly forged armor to Zeno. "Only 5 forges? Is that not rather insufficient?" Zeno scrutinized the armor, noting it was a double-linked chainmail. Each link connected to 2 others, devoid of superfluous ornamentation, yet sufficiently sturdy. "Once funds permit, we should construct a few more, as the demand for tools and weapons will only increase." Carys promptly replied, "Indeed, I initially intended to start with 5 as a trial, should the results prove satisfactory. I shall expand further." Zeno contemplated. "That approach is acceptable. We must also produce more farming tools. The current weather is ideal for planting." Carys immediately acquiesced. Zeno traversed the manor, observing the commendable work. "Well done," he praised Carys. "Once the estate expands, we can build additional warehouses, and it would be prudent to recruit more guards. Brother Carl has recently returned from the Vale with many men. You should select from them." Carys smiled in agreement. Zeno suggested, "Let us go see the guests." "Your Highness," Varys exclaimed upon seeing Zeno, nearly moved to tears. "You have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, poor Varys might have perished here." Carys smirked coldly. "I have not mistreated you. Look at how well you are being fed. You are even plumper than when you arrived." Zeno crouched before Varys, immediately assaulted by an overwhelming stench, evident that Carys had diligently kept the eunuch confined. Covering his nose, Zeno remarked in a hoarse voice, "My lord Varys, you have suffered an injustice. I did not wish for this, but your suspicious nature leaves me no choice." Varys lamented, "Your Highness, I am but a pitiful eunuch. Capturing me serves no purpose." "How can it serve no purpose? At the very least, the Master of Whispers has changed, and you need not fear eavesdroppers within the walls." "I do not eavesdrop on matters I should not hear," Varys insisted, striving to inch closer to Zeno. "I have always adhered to the law." Zeno had grown weary of Varys's fabrications. "Who is Illyrio? The funding you received from Lord Adrian cannot sustain so many little birds." "Illyrio is my friend from childhood, my closest companion," Varys professed earnestly. "He is a successful merchant who, seeing my financial struggles, has offered me assistance. I once endeavored to persuade him to join the royal council, so that we might serve his majesty together, but alas, my attempts were in vain." "Is that so? Lord Varys, are you aware that your hair has grown long and is silver? You are of Valyrian descent?" "I possess the blood of Valyria," Varys readily acknowledged, stating that I hail from Myr, a place teeming with the descendants of Valyrian lineage. However, being a eunuch, it is rather inappropriate for me to bear a head crowned with royal silver hair, hence I had it shorn." "You make a valid point. It is no wonder my father trusts you." Zenon remained unconvinced. "You have failed to fulfill any of your promises to your friend, yet he continues to support you. Do you not find that peculiar? Yet, your Highness, the Master of Whisperers is inherently cunning, adept at flattery and deception. I do not imply that I deceive my friend, but I can always convince him of my sincerity. Do you believe I would not resort to torture? I have never thought such a thing." Varys chuckled bitterly, acknowledging that eunuchs have never been trusted, yet I maintain my stance. I act solely for the sake of this kingdom, for the countless innocent subjects therein. Zenon rose, contemplating his words. "Perhaps I should attempt it. I could inquire in other ways," said Carys softly. "There is no need for that." Zenon regarded the resolute expression of Varys. "I shall first pay a visit to that Illyrio. The free city of Pentos ostensibly forbids the trade of slaves, yet even Bravos, which staunchly opposes slavery, ensnares the impoverished with loans. The other city-states are even more culpable. Illyrio is a prosperous merchant of Pentos, his full name being Illyrio Mopatus. He is a rotund man, rivaling Varys in girth, with a plump chin and belly, resembling another eunuch upon sight. Clad in loose orange silk, he moved with an effortless grace, and his laughter mirrored that of Varys, both sweet and deceptive. Were it not for their dissimilar appearances, Zeno might have suspected them to be brothers. Zeno visited his opulent mansion in Pentos, where throngs of servants attended to him. In the courtyard stood a grand marble pool, with a vividly painted marble statue of a boy at its center. The boy's visage was strikingly handsome, wielding a slender sword, his features remarkably lifelike, and the entire statue was a masterpiece. Zenon could not help but gaze longer, prompting Illyrio to smile and say, "Isn't it charming? It was sculpted for me by Somalaran when I was 16, though now, seeing him, I feel a pang of sorrow that brings me to tears." Zenon refrained from comment. They entered the parlor, where Illyrio settled onto a cushioned sofa, and Zenon took a seat opposite him, as handmaidens brought forth fruits and wines. "Let me be direct," Zenon stated plainly. "What is your relationship with Varys?" Illyrio lifted his goblet. "Please, indulge yourself, my friend. These are the finest wines from the distant, mysterious East." "You have evaded my question." "Varys is my dearest friend," Illyrio replied with a smile. "We were young when we met. I was an assassin, he a thief, and we worked closely together to earn our fortunes." Zeno remarked, "You serve as the spymaster for my father, yet it is you who provides him with gold and slaves. Is it merely because you share a close friendship?" Illyrio patted his rotund belly and replied, "My dear friend, do not utter that word lightly. According to the treaty imposed upon us by the Bravosi over a century ago, Pentos does not possess slaves. Spare me your circumlocutions. I do not comprehend your meaning." Zeno retorted sharply, "If you fail to offer a reasonable explanation, you would do well to pray that you can outrun Dragonfire." "Please remain calm, your highness," Illyrio implored. "If I have offended you, I beg your forgiveness. I share an unwavering friendship with Varys." He adjusted his oiled yellow mustache nonchalantly. "I once owed him a significant debt of gratitude. Thus, when he requires assistance, I am compelled to offer it." Zeno appeared skeptical. "Is that so? I have heard whispers that you would sell anyone for gold." "That is merely a misunderstanding of my character," Illyrio asserted earnestly. "I take great pleasure in aiding others." Zeno thought to himself how Illyrio's bluster mirrored that of Varys. "Should you persist in this folly, I might have to summon a dragon to converse with you." Illyrio took a sip of wine, conceding, "Very well, I genuinely regard Varys as a close friend, and there is no falsehood in that. As for why I provide him with funds, it is because he once pledged to assist me in becoming the treasurer of House Targaryen and to persuade your father to grant me a dukedom." Zeno scrutinized him. "He has gone missing. Do you know his whereabouts?" Illyrio sighed deeply. "In truth, I am perplexed. My old friend Varys owes me far too much, and I sincerely hope he is unharmed." Observing the rotund man's anxious demeanor, Zeno blinked. "In truth, Varys owes me a considerable sum. Since you are his closest confidant, I presume you would be willing to settle his debt." Illyrio appeared taken aback. "How much does he owe?" "Over 1,000,000 golden dragons," Zeno replied nonchalantly. "His debts to me are indeed substantial." Illyrio's expression turned more troubled. "Your Highness, I know Varys well. He is not one to squander money, especially not in such a grand manner. Do you have any inkling as to where he has spent his wealth?" Zeno responded, "How would I know? I merely lend the money. Are you not his closest friend?" "In truth, we have not seen one another for quite some time," Illyrio sighed. "Perhaps during our separation, my old friend has undergone a transformation. I suspect he fled to escape his debts. If you were to settle his account, perhaps he would return." Illyrio's tone turned resolute. "If a modest sum could bring back my old friend, I would certainly provide it, but I must first see the promissory note." The prince, furious at the implication of counterfeit notes, retorted, "Are you accusing me of deceit?" "Certainly not, but such are the rules of business," Illyrio replied, intertwining his fingers in a gesture of dismay. "I cannot flout the conventions." On the journey home, his words echoed those of Varys. Zeno inquired of Ao whether he was truly deceiving them. The dragon replied, suggesting they observe for a while longer or perhaps capture him for interrogation. Zeno hesitated, contemplating the possibility that if they were merely pawns, capturing him would serve no purpose. Ao then pointed out that pirates were approaching. Two smaller, vividly painted Reese vessels circled a merchant ship from Dorne. The skull flag atop the Reese sailboat flapped violently in the sea breeze. The merchant ship struggled to change course, but was blocked by the pirates' vessels, causing panic among the crew, who shouted and scrambled towards the hold. One impatient pirate swung across on a rope, followed closely by a second and third, as grappling hooks flew and planks were laid down. Soon, the pirates stormed the merchant ship, engaging in fierce combat with the guards aboard. In Chapter 39, Fleet, Part 3, A towering pirate dispatched 3 men with ease, laughing heartily as he pursued a fleeing boy, seizing his hair and driving a knife into his chest. With a swift twist, he turned and eviscerated a crew member who attempted to ambush him from behind. An elderly male passenger, summoning his courage, swung a wooden club fiercely against the pirate's skull. Undeterred, the pirate retaliated, cleaving half of the man's face away with a swift stroke. Meanwhile, another rotund pirate delayed his murderous intent, preoccupied with rifling through the passengers for gold and jewels, leaving no earring or ring unclaimed. One crew member, his right arm severed, knelt weeping against the ship's railing. And just as the pirate who had inflicted the wound prepared to deliver a final blow, an arrow soared from above, piercing his skull, and he collapsed silently onto the deck. Several pirates began to ascend the rigging, while the archer stationed on the lookout continuously rained arrows down upon them. His skill was remarkable. Each arrow claimed a pirate until several of them joined forces to drag him down from his perch, severing his neck and casting him into the sea. Suddenly, the pirate ship that had been positioned behind the merchant vessel erupted into flames, the inferno raging as if summoned from the depths of hell. The hull blazed fiercely, and the sails, engulfed in flames, fell, igniting the pirates caught in the conflagration, who danced in agony, shrieking inhumanly. "Dragon! The dragon has come!" A voice cried out. The great beast descended from the sky, its claws sweeping through the air, snapping the remaining pirate ship's foremast with a resounding crack, crushing several pirates who failed to evade in time, eliciting cries of despair. A group of pirates fled back to their own ship, disregarding the fallen mast, desperately attempting to steer away. Yet, the dragon granted them no reprieve. Ao circled the 2 vessels close to the water's surface, his wings stirring up a tempest. The 2 trapped ships swayed violently, their occupants tumbling to the deck. A pirate, having fallen, shouted desperately, "We surrender! We surrender!" Zeno leaned forward, commanding, "Lay down your weapons and kneel." The clattering of swords and daggers resonated as the pirates, stricken with fear, either leaped into the sea to save themselves or knelt on the ground, cradling their heads in terror. Zeno slid down from the dragon's tail, only to discover that the crew and passengers were equally terrified, huddled in corners, trembling. "Do not be afraid. First, bind the pirates," he commanded, grabbing a length of rope. He attempted to tie one of the kneeling pirates. However, as Zeno approached, the pirate sprang up suddenly, thrusting a sharp dagger towards Zeno's eyes. With a swift dive to the ground and a roll to the left, Zeno narrowly evaded the blade. Another pirate, who had been kneeling beside him, hesitated momentarily before lunging to block Zeno's path. Zeno dashed forward, and as the pirate spread his arms in an attempt to seize him, Zeno delivered a powerful punch to his groin. The pirate howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. "Do you require assistance?" Ao inquired. Zeno declined the dragon's offer. "Burn the ship?" "No, I can manage on my own." Ignoring the incapacitated pirate, he faced the first attacker whose strike followed swiftly. The pirate swung his long knife with ferocity, creating a blur of motion. Zeno dodged expertly, regretting that he had forgotten his sword. After circling a mast several times, the pirate began to tire, his strikes slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Zeno leaped and delivered a kick that shattered the pirate's knee. The pirate, gritting his teeth, continued to pursue Zeno on one leg, but his movements had grown sluggish. Zeno sprinted around him, kicking out his other leg, causing the pirate to collapse. Zeno then leaped onto his back, seizing the pirate's knife and severing his head. Furious, Zeno turned back to bind the pirate who was still curled up, clutching his groin. Once he had completed this task, he looked up to find everyone staring at him in shock. "All pirates, lie down and behave, or else I shall feed you to the dragon," he bellowed. The others hastily complied, binding the pirates securely. He raised his hand, pointing at a few crew members who remained frozen in place. "You, and you all, what are you waiting for? Bring the ropes." Finally, the crew and male passengers sprang into action, quickly forming a line of thoroughly bound pirates. "If you keep this up, the Great Wall shall be lacking in manpower," Ao remarked leisurely. "Not only that, but I shall not need to spend money on a ship." As Zeno calmed down, he gazed at the pirate ship and suddenly recognized that piracy could indeed be a lucrative venture. The merchant ship's owner, still alive, and the passengers expressed their immense gratitude to Zeno, helping him usher all the surviving pirates onto the intact pirate vessel. The crew busied themselves mending the sails and retrieving those unfortunate souls who had fallen overboard. Ao, cradling the pirate ship, with the little prince on his back, leisurely soared back to King's Landing. The dragon set the pirate ship down at the port outside the city gates, and Zeno jumped off the dragon's back. Enlisting a guard helped to summon his newly appointed official. Tyrion stood before the pirate ship, with its broken mast and a dozen pirates as unexpected cargo. Momentarily taken aback, this matter shall be entrusted to you. They were once pirates, yet now they prefer to don black garments and guard the Great Wall in service to the kingdom. You are to arrange for a few golden-robed individuals to escort them to the wall. Zeno joyfully conveyed to Tyrion, "This vessel is my new ship. Please repair the mast. Remove the garish paint and replace it with something new. The current design is utterly hideous. Oh, in fact, I have already purchased a new ship, but an additional one would not go amiss." Tyrion patted Zeno on the shoulder, remarking, "It seems you have had a most extraordinary day, one that elicits envy. You have already made the purchase? How swift. I hadn't even managed to provide you with funds." Zeno expressed astonishment at Tyrion's efficiency. "How many ships did you acquire? What was the cost?" Tyrion burst into laughter. "There is no need for such formality. We shall soon be family, and consider these as my wedding gift to you. Come, let me show you the ship." A golden-robed figure led away the bound pirates as Zeno followed Tyrion to the docking area of the new vessels. The ships Tyrion gifted to Zeno were primarily standard three-masted sailing ships, totaling 4 in number. Among them, only one was a stunning 2-masted schooner, which stood out beautifully among a crowd of larger ships, akin to a delicate maiden amidst a throng of rugged men. The figurehead was a graceful mermaid, her visage exquisite, while the slender, elegant hull was adorned with blue waves painted upon pristine white sails, with both the bow and stern arching elegantly upwards, and the railings intricately carved with vines, flowers, and swirling waves. "This is the Golden Mermaid," Tyrion proclaimed with pride. "I was immediately captivated by her beauty. Just look at her. And with 10 sails, she can race as swiftly as any 3-masted vessel when the wind is in her favor." Zeno perceived that this ship must be quite costly, yet since it was Tyrion who bore the expense, this perceived flaw transformed into a virtue. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it. She is indeed beautiful," Zeno complimented. "Your taste is impeccable. However, I intend to use her for cargo transport. Such beauty seems somewhat wasted." Tyrion smiled. "You could gift her to my sister. She would surely be moved to tears of joy and might even reward you with a fervent kiss. As her fiancé, you ought to present her with little tokens of affection from time to time. What of the cursed gems of Valyria? I assure you, they will capture anyone's gaze." Zeno pondered. "Apologies, I am far too busy to have given her much thought." "What does she enjoy?" Zeno inquired of Tyrion. "I am not well versed in the preferences of women. Does she fancy gemstones?" Tyrion gently patted Zeno's arm. "My sister possesses a veritable treasure trove of gemstone jewelry. You could invite her to see the dragons, stroll through the gardens, or simply spend time with her. I'm certain that would delight her." Zeno reflected thoughtfully. "Thank you for your suggestion. Did she send you to remind me of such matters?" Tyrion's expression remained calm. "This is merely a small gesture of concern from a brother to his sister. I have always prided myself on being a good brother. Additionally, my father has requested that I invite you to dinner at the Prime Minister's tower." Zeno readily agreed. This modest family gathering was arranged in a small hall within the Prime Minister's tower. Zeno occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Tywin and Cersei on either side. In a corner of the grand hall, a musician gently plucked the strings of a harp, serenading the gathering with a melodious tune. The lengthy dining table was laden with roasted lamb chops, braised chicken, fried fish balls, creamy mushroom soup, meat pies, and freshly baked bread. For dessert, there were honeyed apples and a lemon cake adorned with thick cream, complemented by a selection of red and purple wines, along with a large jug of steaming milk. The roasted lamb, succulent and tender, sizzled as it was presented, with the chef carving the choicest piece, dusted with finely ground black pepper, and placing it before Zeno. "Thank you, it is utterly delicious. Truly a feast," Zeno praised after savoring a bite. Tywin's lips curled slightly, though his expression remained grave. "You flatter me. If you enjoy it, you are welcome to visit often." The chef then brought forth a plate of steaming smoked fish for Zeno. He took a bite, finding the fish, though hot for most, perfectly suited to his palate. Cersei poured him a glass of warm milk herself. "I know you prefer milk," she smiled, adding, "and there is mushroom soup and roasted meat." Tyrion chuckled softly. "Thank you. I quite like it," Zeno replied, taking a sip of milk. "You look beautiful today." This evening, Cersei wore a form-fitting gown of golden silk that accentuated her graceful figure, with cascading lace sleeves, while emeralds at her neckline and her cerulean eyes sparkled in the candlelight. Her heart warmed at Zeno's compliment, her smile radiant as summer sunshine. Yet, as Zeno admired the delighted Cersei pouring him more milk, a twinge of guilt stirred within him. "Ayo, do you think marrying me would be a waste of her youth?" Zeno confided. "She and her brother seem well together. I must deal with Tywin without necessarily involving her." Observing from the window, Ayo remarked, The girl is indeed lovely. But do you truly believe she would fall for a boy a decade her junior? Let us be realistic. She is drawn to your resemblance to Rhaegar, your princely status, and my dragon. Furthermore, suggesting she be with her brother? They do not share the Targaryen name. Are you foolish or just being silly again? After chastising Zeno, Ao softened his tone. To outsiders, marrying you seems the best match she could hope for. Should Tywin be willing to assist you wholeheartedly in the future, you need not leverage that against them. Are you suggesting I consider her genuinely as my wife? Zeno queried. Chewing on the roasted lamb chop while observing the Lannisters at the table, Tywin savored his wine and meat, relishing the music. Cersei nibbled delicately on her bread, embodying grace, while Jaime remained silent, determined to empty the wine glasses before him. Only Tyrion, juggling a chicken leg, engaged Zeno with jest. That is not my intention, Ao clarified. But as you mature, the long night will come, and it is uncertain how things will unfold. You are now allied with the Lannisters, and their unwavering support will suffice for your needs. The rest can be addressed once the long night has passed, after they have feasted and quenched their thirst. Zeno smiled and extended an invitation to Cersei. Dearest Cersei, might you accompany me for a stroll in the garden to admire the scenery? Cersei joyfully acquiesced. Zeno took her hand and led her away. Once Tyrion and Tywin had departed, Tyrion playfully poked Jaime's arm. Jaime, what is the matter with you? Your face resembles that of a grieving son. Jaime shot Tyrion a cold glare and resumed his silent drinking. Tyrion stroked his chin thoughtfully. Shall we also meander through the garden? What for? Jaime glowered at his goblet. It would intrude upon my sister and the prince. Tyrion glanced at his expression. We could observe their interaction. What say you? Shall we go? Jaime set down his goblet and rose, but instead of descending the stairs, he retreated to his chamber. Tyrion followed closely. You truly won't join? If you do not, I shall have to venture alone. You know how our sister despises me. Should she catch me spying, I would surely receive a scolding. However, if you were present, she would merely give me a disdainful glance. Yet, in Zeno's company, she would have to play the dutiful sister. Huh. The thought of her wanting to chastise me, but being forced to smile is amusing. Jaime halted and began to retrace his steps. Tyrion tilted his head to gauge his brother's mood, but Jaime moved swiftly, prompting Tyrion to jog to keep pace. The night had deepened, and the light of the torches flickered in the evening breeze. The garden in the courtyard was filled with delightful floral fragrances and the crisp scent of pine. Zeno and Cersei strolled across the lawn. Zeno, Cersei gently swayed his hand. I have heard that you tasked Tyrion with assembling a fleet for cargo transport. Why complicate matters? My father possesses an entire fleet at Lannisport. You can simply instruct them. Zeno gazed at a blooming white flower, somewhat distracted. Your father's fleet is required to guard the harbor. They cannot be diverted at will. Then you might enlist Jaime's assistance. If you let Tyrion command the fleet, I fear he may struggle to gain their obedience. Zeno snapped back to attention. Tyrion has performed admirably. Why would he be unable to command respect? Cersei cast him a resigned look. He is, after all, rather unconventional, and my father does not favor him being in the limelight. Did you know he once wished to travel to the free cities, but was prevented by our father? Such a journey would bring shame upon the family. Lord Tywin is excessively cautious. The strength of the Lannisters is evident to all. If anyone disdains your brother for his stature and seeks to belittle him, they are gravely mistaken. I believe your brother possesses considerable capability. Zeno mused to himself. For wealth is indeed a formidable power. Cersei shook his hand again. I still find it rather inappropriate. Zeno replied firmly, This is my affair, Cersei. Tyrion is your brother. You ought to place your trust in him. Although Cersei felt a tinge of displeasure, she refrained from pursuing the topic further and instead engaged in conversation with Zeno about the recent weather, which had brought forth numerous showers in early summer. Chapter 40. The Fleet, Part 4. Tyrion crouched behind a lush rose bush, illuminated by the faint light of the stars and moon, observing his brother's countenance. Cersei and the young prince stood not far away, conversing first about Zeno's recent reading of Dr. Gilden's work, The Wayward Prince, before shifting to discuss Zeno's current undertakings, the fleet, and Tyrion himself. Tyrion listened intently. He had long been aware of Cersei's disdain for him, and in truth, the number of those who genuinely loved him, even among family, was dismally few, particularly for one so grotesque as a dwarf. Yet the fact that Zeno had managed to earn Cersei's trust brought a bittersweet smile to Tyrion's lips, stirring a sense of profound emotion within him. He glanced at his brother, Jaime, who was fixated on the betrothed couple holding hands, his expression a curious mix of bewilderment and contemplation. Cersei began discussing with Zeno the likelihood of additional rainfall this year, as they strolled forward, engaged in their leisurely dialogue. Jaime and Tyrion did not pursue them further. Two patrolling guards from the Red Keep noticed their presence and recognized them. One guard scrutinized them, solemnly inquiring, "Good evening, Sir Jaime. What brings you here at such a late hour? Do you require our assistance?" The other regarded them with an odd expression. Tyrion mused to himself. Surely they do not suspect us of having peculiar inclinations, such as voyeurism. Jaime rose, nonchalantly explaining, "Fear not. We merely ventured out to admire the flowers and the moonlight." "Indeed," Tyrion chimed in. "Just look at how beautiful the moonlight is tonight." The guards glanced at the moon, partially obscured by wispy clouds, remaining silent. "However, we ought to return, Tyrion. Come along," Jaime instructed his brother, striding away with purpose. Tyrion flashed a smile at the guards before hastily following suit. As they passed through the archway, they felt the weight of scrutiny lift from their shoulders. "Heavens, they will undoubtedly report to Lord Arthur. We appear rather suspicious," Tyrion remarked, striving to keep pace with Jaime. "Your excuse was utterly feeble." Jaime, unfazed, retorted, "Is it? Was it not your suggestion that led us to follow them in the first place? Now you seek to blame me?" Tyrion clicked his tongue in irritation. "Is it not due to your own concern that I suggested it? What is it that troubles you? They seem to be getting along splendidly. Do I appear troubled?" Jaime did not turn to face him. "You must be mistaken." Tyrion exerted himself to catch up to Jaime's side, gazing up at his brother's face. "You certainly do not sound as if you were troubled now." Jaime chuckled softly. "You finally smiled," Tyrion said with a sense of relief, patting Jaime's arm. "You should trust our father's judgment. They will be the happiest couple in the realm." Pantos, Zeno placed a piece of parchment upon the table, declaring, "Here is the promissory note you requested." Illyrio, with a genial demeanor, picked up the promissory note and scrutinized it closely, nodding in approval. Indeed, this was unmistakably the handwriting of my old friend, who had a penchant for writing at an angle. "However, Your Highness, I find myself short of liquid assets at present. Might I offer goods in lieu of currency?" "Certainly." Zeno was exceedingly magnanimous. "Jewelry, spices, fine wines, and even your slaves would suffice. Furthermore, I require that child from your backyard, the one with silver hair and violet eyes." Illyrio hesitated, lowering his gaze slightly. "Your Highness, that child is not a servant. He is the offspring of a friend of mine." Zeno's indigo eyes glimmered with a silvery light. "You seem to have an abundance of friends." The corpulent governor, seated on the couch, leaned forward. "Though I am old and rotund, and indeed a fool, I must repay my debts of gratitude. You sound like a most dependable friend. I presume you are not referring to Varys?" Varys would desire a child, yet Illyrio's expression turned wistful. "Alas, my friend has passed away, leaving this child as his sole legacy, his most cherished inheritance, irreplaceable." Zeno was skeptical. Did the concepts of obligation truly hold any weight for Varys and Illyrio? Surely, there existed something more enticing than wealth or status that captivated them, though he had yet to decipher what it was. Varys stubbornly refused to reveal the truth, and Zeno found himself in a quandary, wavering between devouring him or sparing him. At times, an overly efficient digestive system was a curse. As memories of the soul dissipated too swiftly, Illyrio summoned his steward to bring forth a lengthy inventory, detailing all the items offered for debt settlement. Zeno examined the parchment, filled with sincerity. It was a list of exquisite goods, including gold coins from the 9 trading cities, which would be melted down and appraised for their worth. While these were indeed desirable to Zeno, they did not encompass his deepest desire. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Zeno set down the parchment, rose, and approached Illyrio. He then reached out toward the governor's triple-chin neck. Illyrio swiftly rolled off the couch, evading Zeno's grasp. "Your Highness, what do you intend to do?" Despite his considerable girth, Illyrio was more agile than many slender men, retreating behind the couch and pleading with Zeno. Zeno discerned another similarity between him and Varys. Both were intent on concealing their true selves. "That garment you wear today is quite fine. May I touch it?" Illyrio promptly removed his dark red silk robe, his movements once again clumsy, necessitating the summoning of a servant for assistance. The servant respectfully handed the silk robe to Zeno. The fabric saturated with an overpowering fragrance. Illyrio stood bare-chested, revealing his ample white belly, gazing pitifully at Zeno. "Most esteemed prince, if there is anything else you wish to obtain from me, I implore you to speak freely. I will not refuse what I possess. Only beseeching that you do not cause me harm. This here," Zeno gestured towards the parchment, "I demand double." "Then you may as well take my life," Illyrio bitterly remarked. "For all of this has left me destitute." Zeno discarded his silken garment and approached him. Illyrio raised a hand. Very well, if it must be doubled. I only require time to gather the funds." Zeno ignited a glass candle. "I want you to place it in your sitting room. I intend to take that child." Illyrio gazed at the candle's platinum flame, momentarily lost in thought. I shall place it in the sitting room, but the child has already departed days ago. His parents have secured a home for him. I was merely his temporary guardian. Zeno set the candle upon the table. I shall tentatively trust you. Do not disappoint me. Zeno contemplated while seated upon the dragon's back. Truly, the child had been sent away, but to where? Aeo was indifferent to the fate of a child, acknowledging that he was indeed no longer within this abode. However, this was of little consequence now. Illyrio had cornered him into a cul-de-sac. If the child truly had accomplices, he would seek them out for counsel. It would be prudent to have Bachelor Marwyn keep a close watch on him. Zeno shifted upon the dragon's back, gazing at the azure sky dotted with clouds. Let us venture to Tarth Island. It has been over 2 months, and Davos should have returned by now. Did you not desire a pirate ship? Aeo suggested. There are all manner of pirates at the Stone Steps Isles. Dark clouds obscured the sky as torrential rain fell. Every inhabitant and canine of Bloodstone Isle swiftly sought refuge beneath eaves or within ship cabins. This was the realm of pirates, a haven for rogues. A pirate peered through the dilapidated lattice window of a tavern, watching the deluge outside. Through the misty rain, he could faintly discern the harbor, bustling with ships, one of which was unfurling its sails. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, in such a tempest, there are still those who dare to set sail? By the 7 hells. Suddenly, the man across from him lunged towards the window, exclaiming, a dragon. A magnificent golden dragon flapped its wings amidst the storm, extending its foreclaws to seize the largest pirate vessel in the harbor, soaring into the sky. All stood in stunned silence, watching as the dragon absconded with the ship. Once Aeo ascended above the clouds, Zeno slid down the dragon's body onto the pirate ship. A few disheveled men leaned over the ship's rail, staring vacantly at the churning black sea below. Welcome to the skies, Zeno said, wiping the rain from his hair. I know you did not choose this life of piracy willingly. One man snapped back to reality, turning to Zeno and kneeling. I did not choose to be a pirate. I was once a knight. I was forced into this. Zeno flicked his damp hair back. Thus, I offer you a chance for atonement. You may don black attire and guard the realm's borders. I am from Tarth, and I am not under the dominion of the Sunset Kingdom, declared a pirate. I can pay for my freedom. I possess a great deal of wealth hidden away in a secret place. Name your price. Zeno disregarded him. Now you may either bind yourselves or wait until we reach King's Landing, where the guards will do it for you. I must remind you, the guards may not be particularly gentle. After saying this, he climbed back onto the dragoness back. I sensed they would not be compliant. Zeno removed his shirt and wrung it out. Should we return to King's Landing first, or head straight to Tarth Island? Ao stated, I can teach them to obey. He released the ship, and the pirate vessel plummeted, eliciting horrific screams from below that quickly faded into the distance. The great dragon dove like a torpedo, re-seizing the ship amidst the clouds. Zeno leaned over to observe. The ship had fallen eerily silent. Surely they hadn't all fallen. Zeno scolded. I had written to Commander Mormont, assuring him we would bolster the wall's defenses. The dragon shook the ship, which was only a third of its length, and feeble cries emerged from within. Do not worry, there should still be a dozen or so left. But is it wise to send so many pirates over? They are quite unruly. Zeno shrugged. Old Bear said it was fine. He claims he excels at taming beasts. Besides, if they wish to escape, they can only flee to the north, where they will be captured and beheaded, or venture beyond the wall to become wildlings. Ultimately, they returned to King's Landing, for the rain was exceedingly heavy. A squad of gold-cloaked guards escorted the terrified pirates away, and Zeno stretched beneath the clear blue sky. Ao solemnly remarked, you should not always seek shortcuts. An army is essential. Excluding the lords and the guards of the wall, you require at least 200,000 seasoned soldiers. Zeno yawned. Am I not in the process of building an army? Paul has been recruiting, and Ser John and Ser Barristan are training the new recruits for me. The number you propose is excessive, 200,000? The entire population of King's Landing is barely over 500,000. I need to find that many people and provide them with food, clothing, shelter, and their armor and weapons are significant expenses. Producing dragonglass weaponry requires both time and money. Although my father is willing to support us, the treasury has other obligations, so we must first generate revenue. Ao fell silent for a moment, conceding. Shall we then seize a few more pirate ships? Braavos stands as the most powerful and influential city among the free trade city-states, its ruler known as the Sea Lord. The title of Sea Lord is not hereditary. Upon the death of the previous Sea Lord, the new one is selected by the governor of Braavos and the descendants of the Iron Bank's founders, their selection process being both mysterious and perplexing. Once appointed, the Sea Lord serves for life. In principle, All citizens of Bravos have the potential to become Sea Lord. Yet principles are often mere ideals. Here, one can witness a diverse array of individuals from all corners of the world. The squat, hairy men of Ibn, the dark-skinned denizens of the Summer Isles, the golden-haired, violet-eyed Lysini, the vividly dyed-haired Tyroshi, and the people of Westeros. This realm is indeed peculiar, where assassins don garments of vibrant silk, while merchants and officials are clad in brownish-gray cloaks. The current Sea King of Bravos is Rhaegar and Elia, a member of an exceedingly illustrious family, as evidenced by their residence. A square tower situated at the very heart of Bravos. Davos was first greeted by a steward of the Sea King. Upon learning of Davos's purpose, the steward escorted him to the Sea King's yacht, an eccentric vessel adorned with smiling faces. Davos waited aboard for 2 days. Although this was not his first visit, it was his inaugural entry into the northern port of the city, which exclusively accommodates Bravosi merchant vessels. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Davos finally met the Sea King. Rhaegar Antrion was a serene, slender man who appeared to be in his 40s, draped in a brown robe and cradling a tabby cat. "Please, take a seat, esteemed guest from afar." The Sea King gently invited Davos to sit in the soft chair opposite him. "I have heard that you represent the Prince of Westeros, wishing to offer me a treasure." Davos promptly corrected him, saying, "I seek to sell it to you. Honorable Sea King, this is an unparalleled gem bestowed upon us by the prince from the Valyrian Peninsula." The Sea King smiled faintly. "That peninsula is a place of calamity. No one returns alive from there, not even the ancient dragon lords." Davos countered with facts. "You may view the treasure before making your decision, but the prince has stipulated that only you may behold it." After a moment of contemplation, the Sea King waved his hand, and soon all attendants exited, leaving only one behind. "Do you wish for him to witness as well?" Davos inquired, looking at the remaining man, reiterating, "The prince has declared that only you may see." The Sea King remained composed. "He is my chief swordsman, utterly loyal to me." Davos pondered briefly. "Since you are so certain, then please, observe." He lifted a small box and placed it upon the table, opening it. In an instant, a blue radiance illuminated the entire room. Davos fixed his gaze upon the Sea King's face, and he distinctly noted the widening of the Sea King's eyes, transfixed on the box. "Enough," Davos thought, snapping the box shut. "This is a gem imbued with magic. The prince's minimum price is 3 three-masted or 4-masted ships." Chapter 41. The army 200,000 elite soldiers, Zeno mused, was indeed an excessive number. While ordinary arrows had some effect on the whites, it could hardly be deemed significant. To combat the moving dead, shattering them was the most effective strategy. It was imperative that all 200,000 were proficient in decapitation and limb severing, clad in armor to prevent the whites from biting, fully equipped. The White Walkers posed an even greater dilemma. They could only be confronted with dragonglass and Valyrian steel swords. Fortunately, Dragonstone harbored deposits of dragonglass, alleviating some concerns. Regarding the Valyrian steel swords, Zeno must excavate those blades from the ashes and find individuals unafraid of curses to wield them. Fortunately, there is no immediate urgency for weapons. The foremost task is to establish the army. A formal knight requires a monthly salary of 1 golden dragon, a free knight 150 silver stags, archers 80 silver stags, and common soldiers 20 silver stags. A suit of armor costs between 3 to 4 golden dragons if crafted by themselves. Purchasing from outside would be significantly more expensive. A plow horse costs about 1 silver stag, while a fine steed demands around 1 golden dragon, and attendants also require chainmail. Additionally, there are provisions accompanying artisans, horse attrition, and weapon wear and tear. Most critically, there is food. The long night approaches, and all will require sustenance. Zeno calculated the annual expenses, and soon, only golden dragons danced before his eyes. Ao reminded him, "You must prepare provisions for 10 years, while it may not suffice. They cannot be stored indefinitely. Afterwards, we shall construct an underground plantation. Given the current waning of magic, we can seek out hardy plants." Master Marwyn, swifter than Zeno, quickly deduced that at least 3.5 million golden dragons would be required each year. "Your Highness, why do you necessitate such a vast army?" Master Marwyn inquired, perplexed. "If you wish to wage war, you could summon the lords to fight for you. Establishing and maintaining such a formidable army from nothing will surely demand tens of millions of golden dragons." Zeno lamented, "It is not that I do not trust the lords. In truth, I have already accounted for them, yet it is still insufficient." Marwyn, bewildered, remarked, "I previously thought you merely aimed to implement your policies within the kingdom. Yet it is evidently more than that. May I inquire as to the reason?" "Because I had a dream, a vision of a protracted winter years hence. when the others return. Zeno replied, half seriously, Master, are you familiar with the others? It is said they are composed of ice and snow, capable of freezing all in existence. They awaken millions of the undead from the land of eternal winter, assaulting the wall, and the undead feel neither pain nor fatigue, resulting in grievous losses for us. Marwyn furrowed his brow. A prophetic dream? However, Your Highness, prophecies are not always accurate. To construct a military force based solely on a dream is likely to elicit skepticism. Zeno sighed. Alas, consider it my endeavor to promote new policies, Master. What new policies am I supposed to implement? You have consistently aided the impoverished and appointed commoners as your officials and agents. Many now believe you wish to revive the political doctrines of your great-grandfather, Aegon V. Marwyn inquired. Have you not contemplated this? Zeno had not indeed considered it. He sincerely suggested to Ao, let us find an agent. I fear that before my army is fully formed, the nobles shall rise in dissent against me. You cannot manage this, but can others? Ao retorted sharply, presently. You have not encroached upon their fundamental interests. They have no reason to oppose you. They dare not confront you. Should anyone challenge you face to face, engage him in a trial by combat. If they dare to rebel, you need not show mercy. Eliminate the instigator and bestow their lands upon Hall, and the remainder will surely capitulate. Dealing with the insurgents will also serve as a splendid opportunity to train the new recruits. Did you not once advise me to avoid offending others too gravely? Zeno pointed out. How is it that now it seems permissible? Plans are always outpaced by circumstances. What was true then is no longer the case now. Zeno could only sigh at the table. I have yet to finalize my thoughts, Bachelor. Perhaps I do wish to pursue this course. However, regardless of the objective I wish to achieve, I require a formidable army that pledges allegiance solely to me. Malvin pondered. Then, we might explore an alternative approach to building our forces. In the Far East, I witnessed a small nation where every citizen served as a soldier. Half would toil in the fields during the morning and train in the afternoon, while the other half would rest. This method could yield substantial savings. Zeno was astonished. Do they not possess any time to rest? Would they not become utterly fatigued? At least, I did not observe them to be overwhelmed by exhaustion. Malvin elucidated. Their main meals consist of meat, thus providing them with the stamina required to endure rigorous training and labor. We could attempt a similar strategy. Yet, Zeno began to fret anew. Our livestock is insufficient. Ao reminded him. There are also 200,000 from Illyrio. You can procure them with gold. I have yet to retrieve them. Zeno mustered some enthusiasm. Thank you for your suggestion, Bachelor. I find it excellent. I shall go about gathering the funds. As Zeno stepped out the door, the exuberant Ian approached him. Ian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Your Highness, the singers and minstrels have arrived, dozens of them. Queen Elia has requested that only 7 be chosen, and they are currently showcasing their talents in the Queen's small hall. Would you care to listen? Zeno, preoccupied with thoughts of wealth, replied, Let my mother make the selection. I shall abstain from attending. Yet, Miss Cersei is also present. Do you not wish to meet her? Ian hesitated, noting that her 2 brothers were also there, along with others from House Lannister. I have other matters to attend to, Zeno stated. Please convey my apologies to them. Nevertheless, before Zeno could exit the corridor, a maidservant from the Queen arrived to summon him. Thus, he had no choice but to set aside his thoughts of Illyrio and go listen to the poet sing. Davos's dealings with the Sea King unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. Upon beholding the gems, the Sea King did not hesitate to agree to the price proposed. He returned to Dragonstone in high spirits, accompanied by 3 new ships. Just as he disembarked, his eldest son, 12-year-old Dale, joyfully rushed to his side. Father, you have returned. Prince Zeno inquired about you yesterday. The little fellow beamed, adding that he had gifted us 3 grand ships. Davos turned to see 3 large vessels alongside the Black Beth, one of which seemed astonishingly familiar. Dale grinned, saying, The prince declared that these ships are his spoils of war. However, the ship's hull bore some damage and required repairs. The first mate and his crew were currently selecting planks. Would you like to take a look, father? Davos approached the vessel, observing his crew diligently scrubbing the deck, organizing the sails, and tidying the ropes. Among the 3 ships, the largest sported a gilded mast, with a fearsome lion-headed figure at its prow. Davos mourned for his old friends. Where had all the souls aboard that ship gone? His first mate revealed a sinister smile. I have inquired. And the captain is quite well, albeit having lost his vessel, its cargo, and dozens of sailors. I suppose he never anticipated that while seated in a tavern, a dragon would descend from the heavens. Dale interjected. I have heard that the pirates aboard were sent to the wall. Davos pondered carefully. He had never mentioned that pirate and his ship in the presence of the prince. Thus, he nodded. How goes the repair of the hull? The first mate waved his hand dismissively. The dragon's claws punctured several holes, but they have been patched. Recently, His Highness has taken a fancy to plundering pirate ships. I made a trip to King's Landing and returned with 3 vessels. Captain, perhaps you should stay in King's Landing and serve the prince. Otherwise, all the good spoils will be snatched away by that dwarf. What is rightfully ours should remain ours. Davos replied, the prince has commanded us to remain here, dismantling the wrecks, and we ought to follow his orders. Have you completed the dismantling of the wrecks? The first mate appeared displeased. Now that we possess 3 new ships, Captain, let us gather sufficient manpower and embark on a nocturnal expedition to Bravos, Marine, or Volantis. Once we stealthily load up on spices and silks, we shall reap substantial profits. The prince will surely be pleased. As long as we can make a profit, why must we contend with the wrecks? We are no longer smugglers. Davos reiterated firmly, we are respectable men now, subordinates of the prince. What he decrees is law. Since he has instructed us to dismantle the wrecks, we shall do so, and how these ships are to be utilized in the future is for the prince to decide. The first mate sulkily departed, and Davos watched his retreating figure, quietly contemplating. Once, they were smugglers, indulging in revelry after each successful venture. Now, they were confined to this island of Tarth, devoid of the splendor of King's Landing and its myriad of diversions. Although the prince's salary was stable, it paled in comparison to the riches garnered from smuggling, rendering their discontent quite understandable. Yet, Davos found solace in this stable existence. He had learned that the commander of the Golden Company was once a street lord, and the steward of the Purple Flower Estate had once been a mercenary. They hailed from humble beginnings. If they could be ennobled as knights and rise above their stations, Davos felt he was no less deserving. Perhaps he too might one day be a knight, owning a modest estate. He was not greedy. His sole desire was for his wife to live without fear and for his sons to aspire to knighthood or become landowners. Anything was preferable to a life of smuggling. Yet, aspirations vary among individuals. What he envisioned might seem a jest to some. If they were unwilling to accept a mundane life and sought to depart, Davos would not stand in their way. Zeno gazed at the voracious Varys before him, who, today, had been thoroughly cleansed and donned in a fresh set of garments. His bald head now adorned with a delicate layer of silver hair. After satiating his hunger, the eunuch once again wore a troubled expression. Your Highness, is this a meal before the guillotine? I am truly innocent. Without a hint of mercy, Zeno shoved the eunuch into a chest. Surely, I am the most innocent here. I have not even sought retribution for your poisoning. What grievances do you harbor? Aio seized the chest and soared into the sky. What are you planning to do next? Aio inquired of Zeno. I suggest you consume him. After observing them for so long, it appears they possess no other accomplices. Even if they do, their communication is infrequent. This individual has outlived his usefulness. Zeno pondered further. Consuming him is effortless, but what of Illyrio? Shall he also meet the same fate? I harbor disdain for both. Do not be picky, the dragon admonished, flapping its wings as the vast expanse of sky loomed ahead. Being selective will hinder your growth. Aio descended, the city rapidly enlarging from a mere speck below. Illyrio stood before a pile of chests, laboriously bowing to Zeno. Your Highness, please forgive me. All the wealth I could muster is contained within these chests. The remainder I shall repay gradually. I implore you for a little more time. Zeno casually opened one of the chests, revealing it brimming with gleaming gold. Illyrio is quite astute, Zeno mused. As long as he does not repay his debts, I shall spare his life for the sake of the riches. Zeno resolved to grant him yet another opportunity. He smiled at Illyrio. I have splendid news for you. My rotund friend, I have located your dear companion. This scoundrel has hidden himself remarkably well, but being human, he must breathe, and my dragon can detect his foul scent. Now, how much do you intend to pay for his life? Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to cast him into the sea. Illyrio parted his lips, managing a smile that was more sorrowful than joyous. All my wealth is here. It seems I must resort to writing an IOU. Noble Highness, I am willing to pay interest. Pleased, Zeno instructed the dragon to lower the chest. Aio begrudgingly dropped it, the sound echoing as it landed atop a mound of crates. Varys tumbled out, groaning, as a servant rushed to assist him. Zeno produced a piece of parchment from his cloak and handed it to Illyrio. 5 million golden dragons. Both of you must sign. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing or reneging. Illyrio and Varys exchanged glances before silently affixing their seals to the document. Debts are plentiful, yet I am not concerned. Aio expressed his discontent over Zeno's pickiness. What difference does it make whether you owe 2 million or 5? Zeno countered, at the very least. They must repay their debts. Robbery indeed proves to be a swifter means of acquiring wealth. Let us continue to plunder the pirates. Ao huffed in annoyance. You must consume the pirates we capture this time. It is unacceptable to skip meals daily. Understood, Zeno replied dismissively as the dragon, accompanied by the young prince and the treasure-laden chest, vanished into the horizon. Illyrio sighed and turned to his old friend. This prince has us at his mercy, demanding 5 million, a truly exorbitant sum. Yet, I am astonished that you could falter. Varys, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, I am but a clumsy magician. How could I contend with a true sorcerer? I fear he has already discerned my true identity. Illyrio's eyes widened in disbelief. And yet he spares your life? He is a good lad. As long as there is no concrete evidence, he will not act against me, Varys stated. Why don't we step inside and discuss this further? I beg to differ. I suspect he remains unaware. Illyrio recalled the glinting silver of Zeno's eyes and the glass candle he had placed at the doorway. I dare not speak within the house. Chapter 42. The wall. Upon waking, Tyrion was immediately struck by a profound sneeze. He peered over the edge of the basket, observing nothing but an endless expanse of white ice, interspersed with sprawling patches of dark forest. Ahead, a massive expanse of blue crystal stretched unceasingly along the horizon. That was the wall. Tyrion muttered to himself, this journey has indeed taken many days. Days prior, as they set out, Tyrion had donned his thickest padded trousers, a woolen coat, and a heavy lynx fur cloak, rendering him a veritable ball of fluff. Yet now, he still felt chilled. Ever since entering the north, the cold had been his constant companion. While King's Landing basked in the height of summer, the north had yet to emerge from the grips of winter. Upon their arrival, the entire Night's Watch had turned out to greet them. Along with the multitude of supplies they had brought, bolts of cloth, wrought iron, a grand cage of ravens, books and ink, multiple baskets of barley and wheat, fruits, vegetables, jerky, several large casks of oil, and a cart brimming with medicines and spices. Zeno dismounted from his dragon and exchanged pleasantries with the commander of the Night's Watch, a venerable elder named Jeor Mormont, whose robust frame resembled that of a black bear, earning him the moniker Old Bear. Lord Mormont, Zeno inquired, have all my men arrived? I hope they have not caused you any trouble. Mormont smiled. As many as come, I shall welcome. As Ao busied himself with flames to cleanse his back and tail, a crowd gathered at a distance to observe. Several members of the Night's Watch began unloading the baskets from the cart, prompting Tyrion to poke his head out from within a pile of carrots. Do not hastily transport me to the kitchen. Allow me to emerge first, if you would be so kind. A tall, ugly ranger seized Tyrion by the collar and yanked him out. Oh, your strength is impressive, Tyrion cautioned. Please be gentle. Zeno introduced him. This is Tyrion Lannister, the third son of Lord Tywin. Tyrion, this is the commander of the Night's Watch, Lord Jeor Mormont. Mormont extended a large hand to shake Tyrion's smaller one. A pleasure to meet you. Indeed, a pleasure, Tyrion replied with a grin, shaking Mormont's hand. The wall was truly magnificent, deserving of its title as one of the 7 wonders. Mormont replied, it is the greatest miracle. Indeed, it is a miracle, Zeno mused. Crafted from my very flesh. He had never before considered himself as a building material. Humanity is the true wonder. After meeting with the commander, Zeno proceeded to visit Master Aemon. His granduncle, now in his 90s, was frail and emaciated, his hair entirely gone, and his eyesight severely diminished. Yet his mind remained as lucid as ever. He gently caressed Zeno's head and inquired, are they all well? Zeno gazed at the corroded wooden walls and replied, they are all quite well, though this house is in dire need of repair. Aemon smiled slightly. I have heard that you have a penchant for fixing things. Having restored the houses and roads of King's Landing, is it now the wall's turn? I am certain Commander Mormont would be delighted. Zeno did not refute this. The Night's Watch comprises 19 fortresses, yet only 3 are currently garrisoned. This is untenable. And if the places where people reside are in such disrepair, I can only imagine the conditions elsewhere. It truly requires thorough restoration. Aemon regarded him through his clouded eyes. On behalf of the Night's Watch, I thank you. Zeno observed the elderly man, whose slender neck bore a heavy bachelor's chain, glinting with gold, silver, iron, lead, tin, and other metals. For a fleeting moment, Zeno contemplated revealing the tale of the long night and the others, wishing to urge him to return to King's Landing or the Citadel, but ultimately, he remained silent. During dinner, Zeno inquired of Mormont, have there been any unusual occurrences of late? Perhaps instances of the dead rising or the living vanishing? None, Mormont replied, chewing on jerky, his voice somewhat muffled. Where did you hear such tales? Zeno shook his head, and a large raven perched at the window, cawing harshly, corn, corn, corn. Mormont cracked a nut with a sharp sound, stuffing the meat into his mouth. Your Highness, should I hear or witness anything of that nature? You would be the first to know. Zeno sipped his broth, which had begun to cool almost immediately after being served. Perhaps I am simply worrying too much. Have you encountered any children of the forest or giants outside the city? None. Mormont continued to shell nuts. There were tales of giants once, and long ago. The Night's Watch traded with the children of the forest, but that was ages ago. Tyrion, with keen interest, speared a piece of turnip with his fork. Are you concerned that those ancient beings may return? The wall has stood here for 8,000 years. I have studied the records, and aside from the wildlings, I have found no other threats to the wall. Who knows? Mormont replied. In any case, we must fulfill our duties. Zeno concurred. Indeed. I intend to take advantage of the summer to thoroughly repair the wall. This house is nearly falling apart. Mormont expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and they proceeded to discuss the details of the restoration. Tyrion listened attentively, as a matter of this nature might require his coordination as the heir to the throne. Outside, the chill was palpable, and the room was no better. Tyrion wrapped his fur coat tightly around himself, nestled under blankets warmed by heated bricks. He secretly envied Zeno, the prince who could rest beneath the warm belly of a dragon. Outside the window, the impregnable great wall shimmered with an ethereal blue light in the moonlight. Vast and enigmatic. Zeno and Mormont spoke as if true horrors lurked beyond the wall. Tyrion mused. Having arrived at the edge of the world, he felt content. Yet they were intent on confronting those genuine supernatural beings. A sudden yearning to ascend the wall overtook him. Tyrion rose from his bed, forsaking the warmth of his covers and the hearth, and made his way to the base of the wall. There was a staircase constructed from rough wooden beams to the south, but Tyrion's destination was the iron cage by the well, which led directly above the wall. He climbed into the cage, pulled the rope attached to the summons bell 3 times, and the cage began to ascend slowly. The surface of the wall was expansive, resembling a white avenue. Regret washed over Tyrion as he felt the biting cold seep into him, the ground slick even with gravel. The surroundings were shrouded in silence and darkness, devoid of light save for a wooden hut beneath the hoist, with only the howling wind piercing the night. Sharp as a blade. How did you get up here? A voice suddenly called from behind him. Tyrion turned sharply to see Zeno standing there. The prince was clad in a crimson and gold knee-length sweater, black woolen trousers, and tall black leather boots. Draped in a black wool cloak that billowed in the cold wind, his golden hair tousled against his face. Tyrion pulled down his fur to reveal his mouth. I came to see the edge of the world. Why don't you even wear a scarf? It's much colder up high. I've grown accustomed to it. Zeno gazed into the distant shadowy forest. Tomorrow, I plan to venture out with the rangers. Would you care to join? Tyrion could not suppress a shiver. What is the purpose of going out? To find those supernatural beings and drink with them? It's already freezing here. You wish to go to an even colder place. I fear you might be one of them, utterly unbothered by the chill. Zeno chuckled. Perhaps they would be inclined to roast mammoth meat for you. Who says I fear the cold? I've merely grown used to it. So do you wish to join me? Tyrion gritted his teeth. Entering the land of eternal winter might be his only chance in this lifetime. Damn those supernatural beings, I shall go. Zeno urged him, then hurry back to sleep. We must set off at dawn. They departed in the early hours, and at first, Tyrion had thought they would ride the dragon. But Zeno clarified that they needed to travel alongside the rangers. Is your dragon truly as myth would have it, fearful of the wall? Tyrion protested, otherwise. Why must we walk? The dragon cast him a disdainful glance, and Tyrion rubbed his nose, sometimes feeling as though the creature possessed a human-like demeanor. Zeno sat astride his horse, accompanied by a ranger. We see more clearly when we walk ourselves, and besides, we don't walk, we ride. If you're afraid, you may still back out now. Tyrion refused assistance, stepping onto a stool to mount his horse. If I perish in the snow, I vow to haunt you as a ghost. Zeno, with a long sword slung across his back and the hood of his cloak obscuring half of his face, remarked. That would suffice. I could consume you as a snack when hunger strikes. Tyrion, settling himself, burst into hearty laughter. I assure you, I would be quite unpalatable. After a day and night of travel, they arrived at a quaint hamlet, where beneath a gigantic fishbeam tree stood 4 modest stone houses, accompanied by a small pen for sheep and a well. A timid little girl peered at them from the doorway, but upon catching Tyrion's gaze, she quickly retreated inside. Is this truly a wildling village? Tyrion complained to Zeno. This hardly qualifies as a village at all. A ranger captain named Eddie informed them that these individuals were not genuine wildlings, but rather descendants of common folk who had fled, too fearful to stray far from the wall. After spending a night there, they resumed their journey northwards. As they progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. The rangers ceased their boisterous banter, adopting a demeanor of solemn vigilance. Having spent so many days on horseback, Tyrion felt the toll on his body. His back ached. His calves cramped, and he internally berated himself for willingly subjecting himself to such torment. The path beneath them could hardly be termed a road. It was merely a narrow beast trail, strewn with rubble and overgrown with weeds, glistening with frost. Sentinel trees and soldiers lined the way, observing their passage. While the gaping maw of the fishbeam tree could easily accommodate a small sheep, Tyrion had never so acutely realized that they traversed an alternate realm. The Rangers had no intention of venturing deep into the haunted forest, opting instead to patrol its fringes before returning to the wall. As twilight descended, they set up camp beside a frozen stream, surrounded by an expanse of desolate darkness. "Return without me," Zeno stated, seated upon a stone. "I have matters to attend to." Eddie vehemently opposed. "Please, do not jest. Leaving you here alone? Old Bear would flay us alive." Tyrion patted Zeno's shoulder. "I understand your fascination with those peculiarities. But even if you were to dwell here, you would not encounter them. Why burden the rest of us with the risk of death? If I were to abandon you here, my father would not only flay me but fashion a cloak from my skin. We should hasten back. The cold here could freeze your fingers off, and the tomes in the Black Castle's cellar await my attention. How can you allow them to languish in anticipation?" Zeno surveyed the surroundings, the Rangers casting anxious glances his way. Tyrion handed him a roasted sausage. "Eat up, we return at dawn." Reluctantly, Zeno acquiesced. "Hey yo, could you not come and give me a ride?" Zeno silently implored the dragon. "What now?" "They refuse to take me further north. If I depart without notice, it would be excessively rude. Then go speak to the fishbeam. If I approach, those creatures will undoubtedly hide. You are the one insistent on reclaiming that sword." As night deepened, Zeno endeavored to locate the largest fishbeam tree in the vicinity, its dark crimson leaves and pale trunk sprawling with lush foliage. The face upon the tree appeared as though it had been struck with a fist, tilting distinctly to the left. Zeno glanced at the ranger nearby, who was fixated on him, and addressed the gaping maw of the fish. "Dearest Uncle Zong, I am aware of your listening presence. I have discerned you within the flame of the glass candle. I harbor no intention of disturbing your existence. How you choose to live is entirely your own affair. However, you must return the clan's sword to me, for it is of no use to you now. I shall await your response." With that, Zeno turned away, leaving the ranger to regard him with a peculiar expression, words lodged in his throat. Zeno reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. I am not mad, merely conversing with a rather eccentric being." The ranger seemed far from convinced. The following day, Zeno requested an extension of their stay, as he needed to wait for the forest child to return the sword. Tyrion, though skeptical, expressed himself more delicately. "It is not that I doubt your words, but rather that our provisions are dwindling. We must return immediately." Zeno produced his coin pouch. "We could procure some supplies from the villagers." Eddie weighed in on Tyrion's concerns. "We set out with only a fortnight's rations. The golden dragons beyond the wall are of no use, your highness. Even if we wish to trade with the villagers, we possess nothing to barter." Zeno admitted, "I am not well versed in the lands beyond. Perhaps we could wait just another day or two." That night, he continued his entreaties to the fish. "My lord Brynden, could you expedite the process? Otherwise, I shall be compelled to pay you a visit with dragons in tow." On the morning of the fourth day, Zeno received a Valyrian steel sword from the great mouth of the fish. The blade was slender, its hilt crafted to resemble a twisting flame of gold, adorned with a ruby at its center. Tyrion gaped at the longsword, unable to close his mouth for an extended moment. Satisfied, Zeno wrapped the sword in a piece of cloth. This was indeed an unexpected delight. He had sought the Valyrian steel sword in the flame of the glass candle. Yet the ash of the Valyrian peninsula had been too dense, rendering his search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. While he did not locate what he initially sought, he discovered the Brynden River and the Dark Sisters instead. Chapter 43. The Black Castle on the journey back. The Rangers whispered among themselves, while Tyrion cast furtive glances at Zeno's profile. That evening, as they paused to rest, he could no longer contain his curiosity. "How did you manage to negotiate with them?" "I witnessed you uttering a few words to the fish, and the fabled forest child simply returned the sword to you." "How did they come to possess it?" The Rangers ceased their hushed conversations, all ears, observing their collective curiosity. Zeno shrugged slightly. "I am acquainted with one of their green prophets." He lent a hand. Eddie, brimming with enthusiasm, interjected, "Does that mean we may trade with them in the future? They surely possess a greater understanding of the lands beyond than we do. With their assistance, locating the wildlings' main forces would surely be much easier." "Is that green prophet one of your ancestors?" "You could say so, though he is several generations removed. Zeno found it unsurprising that Eddie and the others were unaware of Brendan's whereabouts, considering he belonged to an era long past, a century ago. The children of the forest would not assist us against the wildlings. If you merely seek their guidance to find your way, that should pose no issue. As for trade, I am uncertain of their needs. You may attempt to ascertain that on your own in the future. Eddie felt a tinge of disappointment as the Rangers engaged in enthusiastic discussion. Tyrion marveled. Could it be that the legends are true? The children of the forest and the green seers truly exist. What of the giants? What of the others? Is it true that there is everything beyond the wall? Damn it, I have yet to see a single one. Zeno replied, if you are willing to remain as a night's watchman, you shall surely witness them one day. Lord Mormont would be quite pleased. The Lord Commander has repeatedly requested my assistance in finding literate individuals. The wall is in desperate need of talents such as yours. Tyrion grinned and responded, if I were to stay here as a night's watchman, my father would likely be thrilled, for such is a rare honor. However, I shall pass. I cannot endure residing in such a frigid place indefinitely. Zeno descended the steep staircase slowly, the incessant thumping echoing in his ears, the sound of craftsmen felling trees in the haunted forest. Upon his return, Old Bear had provided him with an extensive list detailing the current state of each castle and the materials required for reconstruction. Timber was plentiful in the haunted forest. Yet stone posed a significant challenge, as did labor. With so few night's watchmen, additional hands would need to be hired from Winterfell. Upon learning of this, Duke Eddard allocated a contingent of workers to them and penned a heartfelt letter of gratitude to Zeno. After all, individuals like the Crown Prince, who are easily swindled, are a rarity throughout history. The library within the cellars of the Black Castle was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with the scent of ancient dust and decaying parchment. Tall wooden shelves were arranged closely together, laden with leather-bound tomes and various ancient scrolls. In a corner stood a small table nestled within a stone alcove, above which hung a glass-sealed oil lamp. Zeno surveyed the clutter of aged papers before him. You have been here for 5 days, Tyrion, even if the books contained gold. I believe you must have exhausted your search by now. Tyrion closed the book he had been reading. The cover inscribed with the Dragon Lords, the Targaryen family from exile to deification, with a treatise on the life and death of dragons. Beside him lay a thick roll of parchment, a survey of the Jade Sea by Corlock Farda, detailing stories and legends from the East. Zeno glanced at the densely written content. You truly adore reading, yet you need not confine yourself to the cellar, tirelessly poring over texts. Tyrion sighed, Zeno, look at me and then at yourself. You are but 10 years old, while I am already 16. Yet we stand at the same height. In a few years, you will grow tall like your father. As for me, I shall never reach such heights. My feet are short and deformed, and after a few steps, I find myself cramping. My arms possess a certain strength, though it pales in comparison to yours. Alas, they are too short, and I lack your agility, rendering me forever unfit to become a formidable warrior. Had I been born into a life of destitution, I would have surely been abandoned or sold. Yet fortune smiled upon me as I was born into the Lannister family of Casterly Rock. However, my birth brought about the demise of my mother, a transgression for which my father and sister can never forgive me. If I were as capable as my brother, perhaps they might find some solace. Yet I am but an anomaly. Pray, tell me, what else can I pursue beyond the realm of books? Zeno remained silent as Tyrion cautiously opened a dust-laden tome. Its cover tattered. You possess your dragons and long swords. I am left with naught but a mind that still functions adequately. Thus, I intend to scour these pages for any means to alter my predicament. Behold this book, penned by a ranger of yore. In an era when King Aegon had yet to set foot upon Westeros, they battled giants and brokered deals with the children of the forest. If those ancient worshippers of the old gods could stir great tides and obliterate Dorne's arm, then surely transforming me into a normal being should not pose an insurmountable challenge. You desire a complete metamorphosis? There exist methods, albeit not without their costs. Zeno's gaze wandered to the stacks of ancient tomes upon the table. Yet such volumes would not bear the knowledge you seek, nor could you afford the price. Tyrion abruptly lifted his head, disbelief etched upon his face. You possess a solution. What must I pay? Zeno hesitated momentarily. In the legends of Valyria, there lies a tale. A merchant, beset by grave illness, sought to restore his health by lavishly beseeching a sorcerer skilled in blood magic. The sorcerer acquiesced, on the condition that all of the merchant's kin must be present. Consequently, the merchant regained his health, yet all his relatives melted away like burning candles. Tyrion listened intently. This is the nature of blood magic. Perhaps the children of the forest possess alternative means. Have you heard of blood sacrifice? Zeno retorted, you have perused more tomes than I. surely you are aware. In the north, even to this day, many locales preserve the tradition of blood sacrifices to the weirwood. They hang the entrails of their foes upon the heart tree, beseeching greater triumphs. The essence of sacrifice is barter. You offer tributes to the divine, and in return, they bestow upon you their blessings. Should you desire greater favor, you must present more precious offerings. The new gods will not grant your wishes, nor will the old. Tyrion pushed aside the book and rose to his feet. His countenance darkened, voice sharp. Are you suggesting that I am forever incapable of change? Is this your counsel as a sorcerer? If you choose to perceive it thus, you would not be mistaken. Zeno gazed sorrowfully at the diminutive dwarf. In ancient times, humanity directly negotiated with deities, offering mountains of corpses and seas of blood in exchange for prolonged life and powers beyond mortal comprehension. Yet you are not of such ilk. Though our acquaintance spans less than a year, you would never cast a child into the furnace, nor would you deliberately harm the innocent for your own gain. Tyrion interrupted. How can you be so certain I wouldn't? Perhaps I am the merchant who would sacrifice all his kin for the sake of a healthy body. After all, they do not love me. Zeno approached him, gazing into his mismatched eyes. If you are convinced you could do such a thing, I could perform that magic for you. Tyrion was taken aback. After a moment, he returned to his stool. You are mad. My sister is about to become your wife. Do you intend to kill her? Zeno corrected him. It is you who must decide whether to take her life. While the tale speaks of an entire family, fortunately, you possess a large kin. We need not so many. By the ice wall stood an exquisitely crafted brass lens, poised on a tripod. Zeno leaned in to examine it closely. Master Aemon smiled at him. It is for observing the celestial bodies. You can come by at night to see. Zeno acknowledged this and began to study the star charts adorning the wall. Suddenly, a loud crash emanated from the direction of the ghost wood, likely the sound of a giant tree being felled. Zeno moved to the windowsill and looked down to see Tyrion limping out of the king's tower. From that day forth, Tyrion fell utterly silent. Each day, he bore a troubled expression, hesitating to speak to Zeno, unable to eat or sleep well. Dark circles quickly forming beneath his eyes. Even Commander Mormont expressed concern for his well-being. Ao scoffed at this. Has he never considered that you might be deceiving him? You have no mastery over blood magic. He can only offer sacrifices to you. Do you wish him to serve as your priest? He will surely abandon you. Zeno fiddled with the brass lens. I believe his brother and uncle do indeed care for him. His aunt even claims he is the brightest of the family. Isnt Tywin also striving to find him a wife. Though it may not proceed smoothly, he shall find one in due time. Master Aemon interjected. Has your friend encountered any troubles of late? He has been requesting sleeping draughts daily, yet he still appears unrest. Zeno coughed lightly. It is nothing. He longs to meet the peculiar beings beyond the wall, yet lacks the courage to venture out. Is that so? Master Aemon smiled gently, seemingly perceiving Zeno's unease. His tone tinged with mild reproach. Do not intentionally torment him. Zeno hurriedly shifted the subject. Upon my return, I shall be married. You must come to my wedding. You could share a basket with Tyrion and cover yourselves with a thick quilt to keep warm. After the wedding, I shall send you back. That is unnecessary. Master Aemon gazed into the distance with his cloudy eyes. I have long forsaken my surname. When I allowed my brother Aegon to inherit the throne in my stead, I swore never to return to the Targaryen family. Your wedding shall surely be grand, with lords from all corners gathering, and I need not add to the spectacle. Zeno replied, My father and mother will be exceedingly pleased to see you, as will my grandmother. Master Aemon replied, I have never laid eyes on them, nor have they seen me. Naturally, the reunion of kin is a joyous occasion, yet I would rather forego it. You have retrieved the Dark Sisters, which is a source of great comfort. If Egron were still alive, he would surely take pride in you. Dinner consisted of steaming roasted bread, carrot pie, and rich lamb stew, complemented by a large platter of freshly caught, succulent fish from the East Sea. Zeno bid farewell to Commander Mormont. Upon my return, I shall clear out the prisons and send more individuals your way. It is said that many knights from the Vale and the Riverlands wish to don black garments and join the Night's Watch, which is indeed a high honor. The previous batch of pirates sent over were quite commendable. Commander Carter Pike of Eastwatch, sipping red wine, remarked that they were all skilled fighters, requiring no training. They could venture forth and slay wildlings upon arrival, surpassing many noble lords in prowess. Sir Dennis Mallister, commander of the Shadow Tower, shot him a fierce glare. You dare equate pirates with knights? You will never comprehend what honor truly is, for you possess none. Commander Mormont interjected, halting their bickering. We require valiant warriors, but we also need wise minds. Your Highness, the Night's Watch will forever be grateful to you. The crows behind him cawed in loud agreement. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As dinner concluded, the guests gradually departed. Tyrion followed closely behind Zeno, traversing the courtyard. He had been exceedingly weary lately, and climbing stairs caused his feet great pain. Yet he endeavored to quicken his pace. They shall undoubtedly be eternally grateful to you. You not only provide men and supplies, but you also finance the restoration of their fortifications and the strengthening of the wall. You are akin to a reincarnation of Queen Alysanne. After all, gratitude costs nothing. Your assertion is flawed, Zeno responded, his boots crunching on the snow. I do not do this for them. The wall and the Night's Watch are of paramount importance. Are you not angry then? Master Aemon has criticized me over this matter. What is there to be angry about? Tyrion limped, appearing listless. Have you disclosed this to Master Aemon? I assumed you wished to keep your wizardry a secret. Zeno slowed his pace, stepping beside Tyrion. That is because I am not, in truth, a wizard, and he is unaware. He merely thinks I have been bullying you. With only you in the know. Tyrion paused, momentarily taken aback. You are not? You can converse with the Green Seers, and you can wield magic. Zeno candidly replied. Speaking with the Green Seers is quite simple. Their visions can connect to every fish beam. You can speak to them as well, though they are unlikely to respond. I possess a smattering of magic, but it pales in comparison to that of true wizards. You are my friend, and I confide this in you. Please do keep it a secret. Tyrion was momentarily stunned, his mood shifting to a peculiar lightness. As if the burdens of recent days had been lifted. He chuckled. Then do be cautious not to offend me, lest I divulge your secret. Zeno rolled his eyes at him, remarking that he had been troubled for far too long. Tyrion, recalling the discomfort he had endured over the past few days, felt a surge of anger. Isn't it all you're doing? You offered me hope only to plunge me into despair. Damn it, Zeno, you are right. I am incapable. Let me be the family disgrace for the rest of my life. Zeno pondered for a moment. My steward has hired knights, mercenaries, ascetics, and smugglers. And now there is one more family disgrace. What does that make me? You are the crown prince, Tyrion replied, his aching feet protesting incessantly, yet he paid them no heed. You must become the legendary wise monarch, while I shall be the prime minister who will not be outshone by Lord Tywin. Chapter 44. The Red Priest. The searing flames danced and transformed continuously. At one moment, they resembled a galloping white steed, at another, a fiery red lion, only to morph into a golden serpent and a giant wolf with deep blue fur moments later. A flamboyantly dressed fire sorcerer stood before the brazier, guiding the flames with his fingers and incantations, as they formed a long ladder that swayed and spiraled upwards. Zeno whispered to Ian, Isn't that Rosat? I thought he was dead. Is he performing at the wedding? Ian replied in a hushed tone, The sorcerer's performance is a tradition, Your Highness. He is the finest fire sorcerer. Zeno responded, I would rather perform myself. That fellow once tossed me into a brazier. Tyrion stifled a laugh beside him. I recall you lack fire magic. Do you intend to demonstrate being burned? How novel it would be for the groom to showcase an execution by fire at his own wedding. After Rosat's performance concluded, a red-robed priest entered. The steward announced, Next. We have the Red Priest Machiro from Volantis, who will present the Sword of Flames. Machiro, tall and robust with dark skin, boomed in a rich voice. Adorned in splendid silk robes, he approached the brazier and began to pray, O King of Light, please bestow your favor upon me. Bless your loyal servant Machiro. For the long night is dark and fraught with peril. Grant me wisdom, courage, and the power to pierce through the darkness. He drew a long sword, pressed the blade against his palm, and made a gentle incision, crimson blood flowing forth to stain the sword. In the next instant, the blade ignited in flames. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd, though many shook their heads in disapproval. Queen Elia furrowed her brow and whispered to her maid. The maid spoke aloud. No blood should be seen at a wedding. Next, please. Machiro leaned the burning sword against the edge of the brazier, proclaiming, I have other magic to demonstrate. The maid glanced at the queen, who gave a slight nod. Machiro began to manipulate the flames, making them dance and transform. His skill rivaled that of Rosat. As he prayed, the flames soared higher and higher, soon reaching a height of 10 feet, expanding at the edges to become a magnificent golden dragon. The flames crackled loudly, as if the dragon roared, and the audience erupted into applause. Illyria smiled and gestured to her maid. The handmaiden exclaimed loudly, Mercairo has been selected. Tyrion found this quite intriguing. The influence of the Lord of Light, Lawler, in the 9 free cities is as formidable as that of the 7 gods in Westeros. It is rumored that they have numerous followers in Old Town and Dorne. In the days of King Aerys, the court had its share of red priests, though none were as formidable as Mercairo. Zeno inquired curiously, How do you know Mercairo is more powerful? Tyrion replied, No red priest of your possessed the ability to transform blood into flame. The clerk announced, "Next, we have the male sorcerer Philapto from Qyrls, who shall present the dance of clouds and rain." Zeno mused to himself about the peculiarities of those wishing to attend his wedding. Philapto donned a blue silk robe adorned with white pearls, his skin as fair as the pearls, and his lips a deep azure. After bowing in greeting, he produced a small silk pouch, from which he retrieved a pinch of powder, tossing it into the air while murmuring incantations. The powder erupted in the air, transforming into countless tiny droplets that dispersed into a fine mist, bringing a refreshing breeze to Zeno's face. Ian exclaimed softly, "How refreshing!" The mist morphed continuously in the air, forming a white stag that pranced before the onlookers, gracefully turning its head. Zeno observed his mother and fiancée. The queen was intently watching the stag, while Cersei nestled obediently beside her. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, Zeno rose quietly and slipped outside. Ian hurried after him, asking, "Your Highness, where are you going?" Zeno replied, "I have matters to discuss with Maelwyn the scholar. You may continue to watch." He strode forward, instructing, "Inform me of the outcome tonight." Tyrion followed suit. "I shall accompany you. I too have inquiries for Maelwyn the Archmaester. A sevenfold wedding vow, 7 blessings, 7 challenges, 7 performances, and 77 courses." In Zeno's recollection, he had never attended a wedding so elaborate. Yet, the crown princess ceremony must be distinct. The crow's nest loomed ahead, and Tyrion remarked, "Look, there stands the red priest Mercairo." Mercairo was conversing with Archmaester Maelwyn at the entrance. Zeno noticed that Maelwyn appeared rather displeased. Yet he bore with Mercairo's incessant chatter. As Zeno hesitated, contemplating whether to approach, Mercairo spotted him and swiftly made his way over. "Your Highness, Mercairo, servant of the Lord of Light, greets you." Zeno responded curtly, "Greetings." He turned to Maelwyn, who, visibly irked, stated, "Mercairo wishes to join the small council as the Master of Whisperers." Since Varys South's mysterious disappearance from court, the position of Master of Whisperers had remained vacant. However, Varys was a bald, portly eunuch, and Mercairo was a bald, portly priest. Surely there was no correlation between the two bald figures? Zeno understood that the Red Priests were avid preachers, but he had never heard of their zeal for power. "You revere the Lord of Light, while we worship the 7 gods." Tyrion perceived Maelwyn's reluctance and mused that the followers of the Lord of Light have historically been intolerant of other deities. "Are you contemplating a change in faith?" A glimmer of insight sparkled in Machiro's darkened eyes. "There are no 7 gods in this world. Apart from Rhaegar and the unspeakable Ancient Ones, all other deities have long ceased to exist." Tyrion remarked that with such a statement, the High Septon would vehemently demand your execution, for the followers of the old gods cannot hold significant positions in the court of Westeros. The latter part of his statement was directed at Zenon, who pondered, "You, what connection does this Lord of Light have with the Maiden of Light? Do you believe this individual is linked to Varys?" "The Lord of Light and the Maiden of Light are merely different appellations for the same deity," Eoyu replied. "This person is likely a high priest within the temple, one whom Varys cannot manipulate." Machiro bowed his head, stating, "I merely speak the truth. I know the followers of false gods all too well. They are but a troop of monkeys cloaked in grandeur, skilled in flattery, yet incapable of performing any miracles. Should His Majesty the King permit, I would construct a temple to Rhaegar in King's Landing, and soon all shall recognize that only the Lord of Light is truly worthy of reverence." This statement would undoubtedly provoke the High Septon to madness once more. Tyrion remarked to Zenon, for King Rhaegar would never allow it, unless he wished to witness a clash among the faithful. Unperturbed, Machiro replied, "Fools only believe what they can witness with their own eyes. Yet, Your Highness, I know you understand. The long night approaches, and the future is shrouded in darkness. We face a common enemy." Zenon stroked his chin, inquiring, "Who sent you here?" "The flames guide my path," Machiro responded. "The little dragons have perished, the great dragons have been reborn. Light has extinguished, shadows have descended. To ignite the flames, one must first traverse the night." Zenon comprehended none of this. Tyrion interjected, "If you cannot articulate your thoughts clearly, I suggest you hasten back to Volantis. This place does not welcome ambiguous prophecies." Machiro paid no heed to Tyrion, his gaze fixed intently on Zenon. Zenon stated, "I care not for your god or your prophecies. If you aspire to be the master of intelligence, you ought to present yourself to Lord Tywin. You might even directly advise King Rhaegar and showcase your talents. Perhaps the king and the hand will believe you. But I am well aware of your penchant for burning people." Machiro faltered momentarily, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "That is an offering to the Lord of Light. To be part of Rhaegar's legacy is their highest honor. Your Highness, you must surely understand, for in ancient times, Zeno promptly interrupted, I cannot dictate who shall become the master of intelligence. However, you are a monk devoted to the Lord of Light, hailing from the distant Volantis. It will be difficult for others to trust you. Today, due to differing beliefs, we have already descended into chaos. If you assume the role of master of intelligence, it will only incite further discord. Machiro stated solemnly, time will prove my unwavering trustworthiness. The Lord of Light has answered me through the flames. Should the followers of false gods have grievances against me, I am more than willing to confront them directly. Tyrion suggested, let us not concern ourselves with this fool. My father has always despised the mystical. Let him face the consequences of his own folly. Markiro replied, I do not require your father's endorsement. Archmage Marwyn will recommend me to the king. Tyrion gazed at Marwyn in astonishment, but he is a red-robed monk, one who believes neither in the new gods nor the old. Marwyn responded with a bitter tone, alas, I fear I must do this. I owe them a significant debt of gratitude. They? Zeno inquired of Aio, does the King of Light wish to collaborate with us? What does his prophecy signify? Aio remained silent for a considerable time before speaking. That is not a prophecy, but rather an account of ancient history. He was unaware that you were in a deep slumber. Perhaps he sought to gain your trust. If he wishes to remain, let him do so. Do not obstruct him, nor offer him assistance. I have long maintained that while we are not enemies of his, we have never been allies either. Tyrion remarked, by the gods, I can already envision the high priest's vehement protests. I hope King Rhaegar has not incurred any debts to them. Markiro calmly stated, a virtuous king would not be deceived by the followers of false deities. Marwyn interjected, please return. I will assist in your introduction, but ultimately, it is beyond my control how His Majesty Rhaegar will decide. At the next council meeting, I shall sit beside you. After bowing to Zeno, Markiro departed hastily. In Marwyn's study, the shelves left by Pasher had been thoroughly tidied. What was once a cluttered array behind the desk was now partially leaned against the wall, with some relocated upstairs. The space previously occupied by a maidservant tending to Pasher was now vacant, perfectly suited to accommodate an array of jars and bottles. The once spacious room felt congested again, as Marwyn had placed a massive square table in the cleared area, laden with a haphazard assortment of books, scrolls, and magical artifacts. Zeno perused a large roll of ancient parchment, its cover inscribed with the origins of the Iron Vault and Bravos. Another stack of parchment bore an array of numbers. Zeno recognized it as his own ledger and requested Marwyn's assistance in verifying it. An apprentice arrived with a jug of ale, pouring each of them a cup, the rich aroma of barley wafting through the air. Tyrion unapologetically claimed a plush chair. At last, I have dispatched that rotund red-faced man. If I continue to listen without action, I might as well convert, lest the high priest shower me with his spittle. Zeno chuckled softly. Marwyn, however, could not muster a smile. During my travels in the Far East, I encountered a red-robed monk named Karamu aboard a ship. He foresaw a tempest brewing amidst the flames. Yet the captain dismissed his warning and refused to alter course. Thanks to his counsel, I was able to prepare in advance and survive. Alas, I owe him a life. Most red-robed monks possess genuine talents. They can perceive events from afar amidst the flames and make remarkably accurate predictions. However, they indeed take great pleasure in burning people. In fact, the priests of Rhaegar are particularly fond of incineration. They derive the most satisfaction from setting ablaze those of high status and the ardent devotees of false gods. Zeno pondered that without sacrifices, their power would surely wane, thus their relentless need to continue their pyres. Yet, this need not be elaborated. He had genuinely feared that Machiro would unveil his secrets, but upon reflection, he believed the Red Priest would not dare to. Tyrion took a sip of his ale. Isn't that High Septon rather dangerous? Yet the devout brother Catelyn poses an even greater threat, Zeno replied. If you do not intervene, he may very well ascend to the position of Master of Whisperers. After all, this role differs from that of other royal advisors. Someone like him is more suited for it. Then let him take it, Zeno remarked. The Master of Whisperers must be filled. Varys has been absent for several months, and the king requires intelligence. I fear he will not be content with merely being the Master of Whisperers, Tyrion cautioned. You heard him just now. He referred to both the new and old gods as false deities. He aspires to construct a temple to Rhaegar, and should he succeed, he would undoubtedly cast the false gods and their followers into the flames. Can he construct while we cannot dismantle? Zeno mused, picking up a small piece of dragon glass. A beautiful green shard from Dragonstone. Most of the dragon glass mined on Dragonstone is black, though there are also green, red, and purple varieties. He had arranged for samples of each to be brought for his study. I believe this need not be a major concern, Zeno stated. A temple to the Lightbringer in King's Landing? Even if the king were to consent, the High Septon would surely not permit it. It may be relatively simple for him to gather followers, given his genuine talents, yet erecting a temple is another matter entirely. I have heard that the Red Priests worship two deities, yet these two are in eternal conflict. Which is Lawler? Maelwyn inquired. Both are, he replied. The divine is singular. They are two sides of the same coin. The opposite of the Lightbringer is the god of cold. The Lightbringer is the deity of warmth and life, while the god of cold embodies darkness and death. Although they simultaneously revere both, they would never invoke the god of cold. Suddenly, Zeno comprehended. Since the Lightbringer is the maiden of light, the god of cold must be the lion of night. No wonder Ao stated that while the Lightbringer is not an enemy, he is by no means a friend. Chapter 45. The sorcerer Count Joran Royce stood before Zeno, carefully unfurling an ancient parchment, upon which was depicted a familiar longsword. He spoke gravely. Your Highness, this is the portrait of the ancestral sword of House Royce. The Valyrian steel sword you bestowed upon Prince Varys is none other than our family's heirloom, the Weeping Blade. My ancestor, Sir William Royce, was one of Queen Rhaenyra's Kingsguard. During the Dance of the Dragons, amidst the uprising in King's Landing, he perished in the dragon's lair while attempting to rescue Prince Joffrey from the mob, and this sword has since gone missing. We have sought it far and wide, yet it remained lost until you retrieved it. My family, and I shall be eternally grateful to you. However, at this moment, Prince Viserys is unwilling to return the sword to me. Viserys' face flushed with anger. Nonsense. This sword belongs to me. Do not presume that a mere scrap of paper can wrest it from my grasp. Count Royce maintained his composure. The truth is as follows. King Rhaegar has instructed Prince Viserys to return the ancestral sword to me, yet he adamantly refuses. He claims it was a gift from you and cannot be relinquished to another. Zeno understood the situation. Ever since Viserys had acquired the Valyrian steel sword, he had been inseparable from it, flaunting it at every opportunity. Coincidentally, Count Joran Royce, who had arrived to attend the wedding, recognized it as the ancestral sword of his house. He requested its return from Viserys, who obstinately declined, leading to a heated argument that eventually brought the matter before the king and queen. The king commanded Viserys to surrender the sword to Count Royce, but Viserys, indignant, dragged Zeno into the fray as his excuse. Zeno sighed inwardly. Viserys, return the sword to Count Royce. We are not in one of Valyrian steel swords. Viserys retorted angrily. Is this flimsy piece of paper all you have? Do you truly believe him? I consider him to be spouting nonsense merely to seize our Valyrian steel sword. The expression of the Count of Flintstone darkened instantly. You insult me. Prince Viserys, I have refrained from holding your youth against you, yet you persistently and repeatedly insult me. I shall never lie. Count Royce's demeanor suggested to Zeno that were Viserys an adult, he would have unhesitatingly demanded a duel. Zeno interjected. Please, remain calm. Allow me a moment. The Dark Sister had been kept locked away in his chest since he had retrieved it, and King Rhaegar had shown no interest. Thus, Zeno tacitly accepted that the sword belonged to him. Though it was indeed a weapon crafted for women, Viserys would likely not be dissuaded by this fact. Zeno presented the Dark Sister to Viserys. This is the Targaryen family's ancestral sword, the Dark Sister. Take good care of it, should you lose it. My forgiveness is beyond your reach. He then returned the lament to Count Royce. Lord Wyllis is a man of integrity and honor. His valiant deeds, never retreating in the face of danger, will forever be remembered. Count Joran solemnly replied. Your Highness, the Royce family will eternally remember your kindness. Viserys scoffed. These days, anyone can speak of kindness. Zeno whispered. Silence. Return home quickly. Is our ancestral sword not sufficient? Viserys found himself at a loss for words to counter and stormed off in a huff. Having successfully dispatched both of them, Zeno poured himself a tankard of ale. Just as Ian arrived to announce that the wizard from Korth sought an audience, Philaptos did not come alone. He was accompanied by his friend, another sorcerer. The two bowed respectfully to Zeno. Your Highness, this is my companion, Rhaegar. We have come to present our wedding gift to you. They specially brought a wedding gift. A bottle of nightshade water and a beautiful wooden box adorned with pearls and jade. Zeno casually opened it to reveal a gleaming green beetle, which at first glance appeared to be sculpted from agate and jade. The beetle screeched as it unfurled its wings and arched its tail, revealing a black human face. To Zeno's astonishment, it was a scorpion-tailed beast. Radosi chuckled. I have heard that you have an affinity for these peculiar creatures. We intended to present you with a serpent lizard, but alas, such a creature does not exist in Westeros, so we procured this scorpion-tailed beast at great expense. Just look at its beauty. Zeno pressed his finger down to prevent the beast from escaping the box. The little creature hissed and struggled beneath his touch, attempting to stab him with its tail. Zeno forced a smile. I am most grateful for your kind intentions. I am curious to know who informed you of my fondness for such venomous creatures. I must extend my thanks to them. Seeing Zeno's teeth clenched in displeasure, Redosi realized they had likely misjudged the appropriateness of their gift and hesitantly glanced at Philapto. Philapto cautiously explained, We overheard this in a tavern on the street, Your Highness. They spoke of your fairness akin to that of a saint, your bravery like a warrior, and your preference for taming beautiful yet perilous creatures. Zeno snapped the box shut. Thank you. It is indeed a lovely little creature. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Philapto replied, We invite you to partake of the nightshade water, a wizard's exquisite brew that enhances one's senses and reveals the truths and wisdom of this world. Zeno lifted the nightshade water. This magical elixir, a specialty of course, resembled viscous blue dye. He refrained from drinking it. It sounds extraordinary. I shall endeavor to try it when I have the time. Philapto continued, We are well versed in magic, and should you desire, we hope to remain by your side to serve you. Very well, I shall consider it, Zeno responded. If I wish for your company, I shall seek you out. Please return for now. The two male wizards reluctantly departed. Ian then announced, Your Highness, the head of the Alchemist Guild, Rosat, requests an audience. Rosat arrived not alone but with a large chest of lavish gifts, pearls, gemstones, gold, silver, soft furs, spices, silks, and a cloak made from a single piece of white bear skin. It was evident that Rosat was aware of Zeno's disdain for him. Yet he was somewhat more perceptive than the previous two wizards, at least knowing the true preferences of the crown prince. With a sycophantic demeanor, Rosat stated, Your Highness, this is a wedding gift from the Alchemist Guild, and I hope it finds favor with you. In light of the gift, Zeno engaged him in conversation. Thank you. Rosat continued, I have heard of your generous support for the Night's Watch, aiding them in increasing their ranks and rebuilding defenses. You are truly a person of noble character. Zeno could only reply, You flatter me. Rosat raised his voice. In truth, the Alchemist Guild possesses superior methods to defend the wall. Zeno's interest was piqued at last. Do tell, what methods are those? Rosat proclaimed with pride, We can utilize wildfire. As long as the wildlings appear at the foot of the Great Wall, we can hurl wildfire at them. This fire can ignite even the most formidable ice, leaving the wildlings with no escape. Moreover, we have recently developed a new method for transporting wildfire safely. If it can indeed be transported securely, then wildfire would be invaluable. Though its effectiveness against the White Walkers remains uncertain, it would surely be potent against the Whites. Zenon inquired, How can you guarantee that? Rosat replied, Please accompany me to the Alchemist Guild, and I shall demonstrate it to you. Zenon nodded. If it proves effective, you will have achieved a great feat. The Alchemist Guild is situated at the base of the Visania Hills, its entrance facing Silent Nun Street. Zenon followed Rosat down the winding grand staircase, arriving at a hall constructed entirely of black stone, soaring 20 feet high. Verdant flames danced around the obsidian beams and columns, illuminating the walls and ceiling, casting a ghostly green glow throughout the hall. What if a fire ignites in this crowded hall? Zenon expressed his disapproval. It is densely populated and in close proximity to the St. Belair Cathedral. You must exercise utmost caution. Rosat quickly responded, This is merely a welcoming ceremony. If it displeases you, we shall extinguish it at once. They continued down a spiral staircase until they descended deep underground, reaching a vast cellar. The jars of wildfire were stored in the damp, shadowy corridors, where countless shelves extended into the darkness. Behind the shelves, the humid stone walls were adorned with saltpeter, while beneath the shelves lay an abundance of solid ice, filling the room with a chilling atmosphere. With a sense of pride, Rosat declared, Wildfire is the most potent combustible substance in existence. Once ignited, it burns fiercely, consuming fabric, wood, leather, and even steel with relentless intensity. But fret not, for these jars are sealed with wax to prevent any accidents. Observe this stone wall. We have placed saltpeter outside, while the interior is filled with ice water. The ceiling is also enchanted with powerful protective magic, ensuring that should a fire break out, it will be promptly extinguished. Zenon remarked, I have heard that even a gentle shake could cause it to ignite or even explode. How exactly do you intend to transport such a volatile substance? The Great Wall is not nearby, or would you prefer to produce wildfire over there instead? Rosat replied, Producing wildfire at the Great Wall? Certainly, that is feasible. However, I believe transporting these stored wildfires would yield superior results. Newly manufactured wildfire lacks maturity, while these have fully ripened. Once thrown, they will explode upon impact. There is no need for concern. As long as we bring sufficient fire mages to chant spells day and night, they will not ignite en route. Xenon skeptically regarded Rosat. If spells are so effective, why did you not employ them previously? I have heard that your past attempts to transport wildfire resulted in not only the destruction of the vehicles and loss of life, but also the incineration of a vast royal forest. Our current methods differ entirely from those of the past, Rosat insisted eagerly. Back then, we relied on mechanical devices. Now, we utilize incantations. He cautiously peered at the countenance of the crown prince. During the time the dragon vanished, so too did the magic. Yet now, as the dragon has returned, so has the magic. Please believe me, I can stake my life on the efficacy of this incantation. He picked up a wildfire vial, uncorked it, and observed the viscous green liquid within, frozen and sluggish in movement. Rosat gently shook the vial, and soon the wildfire solvent flowed smoothly, tiny bubbles rising to the surface. As he continued to agitate the vial, he recited the spell, causing the green liquid to slow its flow and solidify once more. He presented the vial to Zeno's nose. Behold, the spell's effect is akin to that of solid ice, capable of solidifying the solvent. As long as it remains untouched by open flame, it will not ignite. Zeno took the vial for inspection, glancing back at Rosat, whose expression was filled with eager anticipation. I shall tentatively place my trust in you, Zeno remarked. How many vials do you currently possess? Rosat replied, according to the sages. We now have 5,860 vials. Should you require them, we can provide 10,000 vials within 2 months. There is no need for haste. Zeno pondered for a moment. Send 1,000 vials to the Great Wall first to observe the effects, and then we shall devise a plan. Rosat nodded vigorously. Your foresight is remarkable. I shall attend to it immediately. Your Highness, I have a request. In truth, the Alchemist Guild is an exceedingly ancient society, far older and more powerful than the Academy. He summoned his courage. We possess a multitude of spells and secrets. The creation and application of wildfire are but a fraction of our capabilities. If you permit, we wish to serve as your magical advisors. Within our guild are many skilled sages, all at your command. Recently, there have been quite a few wizards desiring to be your magical consultants, Zeno mused. Yet most nobles indeed lack an interest in magic. After all, those who can genuinely wield magic are exceedingly few. Zeno inquired, I have heard that you can refine metals. Are you capable of cutting large blocks of Valyrian steel? I can provide the raw materials. Rosat hesitated. We can refine gold, silver, and numerous precious alloys. However, we have not yet attempted Valyrian steel, as it is both rare and precious, though we are willing to give it a try. Very well, if you can accomplish this, I shall appoint you as my advisors. Zeno returned the vial, stating that he did not require the forging of weapons, but merely the ability to cut it into smaller pieces. Rosat promptly assured him, of course, we can manage that. Zeno nodded, follow me. During this time, he and Ao had gathered 2 substantial blocks of Valyrian steel. The first was salvaged by Ao from the seabed, towering at a height of 10 feet and a width of 5, carved into a peculiar shape resembling a human figure, yet possessing 3 pairs of hands, 2 heads, and 10 legs. Considering that a single leg could yield dozens of long swords, the more legs, the better. The second statue appeared far more ordinary. It was a colossal sphinx, possessing the visage of a woman and the body of a dragon, discovered amidst the ruins of Essos. Only a handful of master smiths in the world knew the art of forging Valyrian steel weapons. Zeno had summoned one from cohort, intending to dismantle the 2 statues before the smith's arrival. He led Rosart to the Golden Orchid estate, where he proceeded to sever a leg from the statue in his presence. You may take this leg back for now. It would be best if each piece weighs between 2 to 3 kilograms, Zeno instructed. Once you have finished your work, notify me, and also provide Sir Carys with your price list. I assure you, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Zeno mused to himself that if the Alchemist Guild truly possessed the means to cut the steel, it would be advantageous to have them as his magical advisors. After sending a pleased Rosart on his way, Zeno returned to the Red Keep, where Tyrion awaited him. You have been quite busy today, Tyrion remarked. I heard that several groups have brought you gifts. What have these sorcerers bestowed upon you? Zeno pondered for a moment. Shade of the Night, Scorpion-tail Beast, Wildfire. Would you like any of them? The Scorpion-tail Beast is rather splendid. I could send it to you along with its box, free of charge. Tyrion nearly spat his drink. Pray tell, which clever soul gifted you a venomous scorpion? I must keep my distance from him. Chapter 46. King's Landing. The mountain path was rugged and uneven as the heirs of House Targaryen, Darlis and Rhaegar, led a retinue down the slope. In the distance, the city lay shrouded in the morning mist, with the red rooftops glimmering under the dawn's light. After crossing a shallow ford, Rhaegar urged his horse forward, excitedly exclaiming, "Brother! Look, King's Landing!" Sir Andar, not far behind his brother, also beheld the majestic city perched by the sea, with the Red Keep atop the Aegon Hills surveying the entire capital. A golden dragon descended from the skies, entering the Red Keep. Rhaegar was even more exhilarated. "A dragon! Brother, look, it's a dragon!" "I see it," Sir Andar responded, equally pleased. Recent fortuitous events had graced their household. First, their father had recovered the long-lost family sword, followed by his betrothal to the daughter of House Graf's son. Alas, the young lady was still quite youthful, otherwise he could have brought his beautiful fiancée to behold King's Landing. "Let us hasten, brother," 12-year-old Rhaegar exclaimed, thrilled by his first journey away from home. Andar checked his brother's impulse to dash into King's Landing. "Mind your manners, Rhaegar, otherwise I shall regret bringing you to this grand occasion." The kingdom had enjoyed decades of peace and stability, and following the hatching of the dragon, tranquility reigned supreme. Within the city, flowers bloomed abundantly, and trees offered ample shade. The houses were artfully arranged, orderly and neat, with the smooth cobblestone streets gleaming. They entered the city through the Lion's Gate, as a grand carriage passed by Rhaegar, adorned with striking golden roses. On either side of the wide street, shops abound, displaying a dazzling array of merchandise that captivates the eye, while pedestrians bustle about, creating a lively atmosphere from the break of dawn. In the distance, the majestic Great September of Baelor stands solemnly, its morning bells ringing resoundingly throughout the capital. Following the peal, a choir of red-robed monks gathers in the square, chanting, "The long night is dark, fraught with peril." They beseech R'hllor to deliver humanity from the shadows. Robert cannot help but gaze at them intently, for he has only heard tales of the followers of the Red God. This is his first encounter with them in person. A voice calls out, "Andar, Robert, you have arrived." Sir Robert Arryn, mounted on horseback, smiles at them from a short distance. Andar greets him warmly. "Good morning, Robert. It has been ages. It is truly regrettable that you missed the harvest feast. My friend, it is a joy to see you." The two embrace, and Robert replies, "I made it a point to arrive early this time." They converse merrily as they swiftly reach the residence of House Royce. "The last time I visited King's Landing was during the coronation of King Rhaegar," Robert reminisces. "It was not nearly as beautiful then. I have heard that the Crown Prince has spent an unimaginable fortune on renovations, all of which he earned himself. How can a mere child be so industrious?" Robert interjects, "I have heard that Prince Aegon is blessed by the gods, as gold dragons simply fall from his hands." "Do not heed such nonsense," Andar admonishes. "Without the king's backing, the prince could not have achieved this. Yet he truly has not touched the royal treasury." Robert takes a hearty swig of wine. "Otherwise, for the sake of aesthetics, such expenditure would have faced opposition long ago." Andar looks at him thoughtfully. "Prince Aegon is undoubtedly the heir apparent. He is a benefactor to House Royce." Robert raises his cup to Andar. "You misunderstand. I do not mean to speak ill of him. He will undoubtedly make a fine king. It is merely that his shares from his estates are rather low, which many consider inappropriate. The king entrusted that land to him, and how he chooses to manage it is entirely his prerogative." Andar remains unconvinced. "I believe his policies are commendable. See how he has reduced taxes and still amassed such wealth. I would indeed like to learn from him." Robert gazes at him meaningfully. "My friend, I fear you may not be able to replicate his success. He achieves it because he possesses dragons. He employs them for transport and even personally ambushes pirates, returning with their ships. He is indeed unlike his ancestors." Andar calmly asserts, "I am confident he will become a remarkable monarch. Let us change the subject. What does your uncle intend to present as a wedding gift?" "A pendant adorned with gemstones," Robert replies. "The gem is as large as a baby's fist, matching the color of the prince's eyes, brought by a merchant from Lys. My uncle took an immediate liking to it. Moreover, I have heard that Prince Aegon has a great fondness for gemstones." Andar recalls the gift his family has prepared, a finely crafted longsword, and he feels a sudden pang of uncertainty. Originally, this gift was quite commendable, yet it now pales in comparison, for Valyrian steel swords are treasures beyond valuation. Count Joran has urged him to seek a gift that would truly delight the crown prince, but all have proclaimed that the prince's affection lies solely with gold. Should he present a chest of golden dragons as a wedding gift, the Royce family would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. I have heard that the prince is also fond of peculiar creatures. Robert mentioned that a few sorcerers once gifted him a scorpion-tailed beast. Perhaps you could offer him a serpent lizard or a shadow cat, something fierce, as it is said the prince delights in taming them. Perhaps gemstones would prove to be a better choice. Andar expressed his uncertainty, suggesting that such gifts might be too perilous for a child. At the Violet Gold Manor, Kaylee and Hall engaged in conversation as they swiftly approached the workshop district. Here, 5 workshops were established: a textile workshop, a forge, a grain and oil workshop, a dyeing workshop, and a leather workshop. Hundreds labored within, the sounds of clanging and creaking resonating throughout. Upon their arrival for inspection, the overseers of the workshops promptly came to greet them. Many skilled artisans hailed from across the narrow sea, originally enslaved individuals. Zeno had initially purchased them because the teaching of artisans in Westeros required payment, and apprentices were also expected to work for their masters without compensation. Thus, it was more prudent to directly acquire slaves, ensuring both the presence of skilled masters and adept workers. However, as there were no slaves in Westeros, these workers had become the common folk of the manor. Afterward, they provided Kaylee with numerous valuable suggestions, prompting him to acquire additional enslaved craftsmen, as well as some textile machines and other equipment from the Golden Empire. Though expensive to the point of inducing gritted teeth, they indeed enhanced efficiency significantly. Even more remarkably, with the assistance of the scholars, they successfully replicated a portion of the equipment. This expenditure was truly worthwhile. Hall surveyed the towering textile machine before him, its apex adorned with countless threads, linked to pulleys below. One worker stood atop a platform, murmuring to himself while deftly manipulating the threads. Another worker sat below, transforming vibrant threads into resplendent silk. Kaylee lifted a length of silk for Hall to admire. Behold, this is the very machine that His Highness had specially transported from afar. It can weave cotton, linen, silk, and wool. The fabric produced is smooth and exquisite. He caressed the patterns upon it, especially the silk. Observe this little bird. It appears almost alive. Each finished piece commands a handsome price. This machine cost us a considerable sum, and it currently cannot be replicated. As Master Marlin stated, he requires further study. Did it originate from the Golden Empire? Hall inquired with interest, noting that the silk appeared identical to that produced by the Golden Empire. Kaylee smiled. Indeed, it was procured through a merchant from Volantis. His Highness personally journeyed to Volantis for this, a venture that consumed nearly a year's time, but truly worth it, would you not agree? Hall scrutinized the operational schematics. Did the scholars draw this? Kaylee remarked. No, it was a gift from the seller upon purchasing the machine. Otherwise, we would truly be at a loss on how to operate it. Hall nodded in agreement. Are we, once again, facing a shortage of hands? I was just about to mention that, Kaylee replied. With the prince's impending nuptials, we must present a wedding gift. I plan to acquire 50 skilled craftsmen slaves to expand our workshop and offer a mountain of gold dragons as a gift to His Highness. A splendid gift indeed. Hall concurred. I shall do likewise. The monk Cavan intends to present a rare ancient tome. Alas, I possess no such precious artifact. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the forge. Compared to a year ago, the modest workshop had expanded multifold, yet most of the workers were not engaged in labor. Instead, they were gathered around an enormous, enigmatic statue. One blacksmith pried at the base of the statue with a crowbar, while another craftsman relentlessly hammered the lever. The statue was dark and bizarre, featuring 3 arms, 2 heads, and 8 legs, with a hairless visage adorned with countless eyes, devoid of a nose, and filled with sharp, menacing teeth, its mouth curving into a grin. As Hall gazed at it, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if the multitude of eyes were scrutinizing him in return. He turned away, unwilling to meet the statue's gaze. Regardless of its uncanny appearance, it was forged from Valyrian steel, and if they could successfully dismantle and recast it, each of them could wield a legendary sword. Creating weapons from Valyrian steel was the dream of every blacksmith. Yet this particular piece of steel was exceedingly hard. Aside from Prince Zeno, none could even scratch its surface. The Crown Prince had declared that whoever could cut it would be rewarded with a Valyrian steel sword. Kaylee had tried, Hall had tried, and even Sir Balistan had attempted, all to no avail. Evidently, the blacksmiths were reluctant to concede defeat. Alas, the prince must be quite disappointed in us. He has summoned the Alchemist Guild for the cutting, Kaylee lamented. Last time, they took away a leg. Hall, puzzled, inquired. Did His Highness also surrender a leg to the blacksmiths? Why must they insist on contending with the statue? Because they cannot do anything with that steel leg, Kaylee replied. It was unclear whose foolish idea it was to suggest prying the statue from its base. Kaylee led Hall deeper into the workshop, where the heat was stifling, and the flames illuminated every inch of the space. Massive forging furnaces blazed fiercely, their fiery glow reflecting the artisans gathered around them. Some operating bellows while others hammered the glowing iron. Hall could not endure the oppressive heat for long and had to retreat. The artisans were nearly bare, donning only protective leather aprons, while he, clad in full armor, was already drenched in sweat. Kylie wiped the perspiration from his brow. Let us observe Sir Ballistan's training results. Upon entering the new recruits' training ground, they found Sir Ballistan demonstrating the art of archery to a novice. With legs apart and standing firm, he instructed, stand straight. Lean forward slightly. Yes, focus on your arrow tip, aim for the bullseye, and release. Excellent. Remember this sensation. Good afternoon, Sir Ballistan. Hall respectfully remarked. You have trained these new recruits exceptionally well. His Highness has indeed chosen the right person to be their mentor. You flatter me, Ballistan replied, directing the recruits to continue their archery practice before stepping forward to Hall. This is merely temporary. Once His Highness finds a suitable candidate, I shall return to my duty of guarding him. Ballistan furrowed his brow, his expression laden with concern. Recently, I have heard troubling rumors circulating. Some are spreading tales that Prince Zeno has a penchant for perilous and peculiar creatures. Astonishingly, someone believed this ludicrous gossip and even presented His Highness with a scorpion-tailed beast. Thankfully, it did not harm him. It was a grave risk indeed. Hall, too, felt a surge of anger at the absurdity. A bunch of foolish imbeciles, babbling nonsense in the taverns. They likely did not intend to spread falsehoods, yet this rumor has spread like wildfire. I apprehended a few of these fools and declared their earlier statements to be lies, but it proved to be of little consequence. Everyone now believes that His Highness has indeed accepted the scorpion-tailed beast. Carrie, infuriated, exclaimed, I suggest you flay them alive and hang their skins upon the city walls. Perhaps then, no one will dare to lie so recklessly again. His Highness clearly has an affinity for wealth. Sir Ballistan, with a resigned tone, corrected him. It is essential to earn substantial wealth to support so many. Prince Zeno does not love money for its own sake, but for the sake of his people. As various lords arrived in King's Landing, Zeno's daily life devolved into a series of social engagements, balls, excursions, and hunting trips. At today's ball, Cersei donned a flowing blue gown adorned with intricate golden embroidery that cascaded from her bosom to the hem, with rubies glimmering on her golden bangles. Jaime wore a sky-blue long shirt paired with black riding trousers, a long sword suspended from his golden belt. The twins, resembling each other closely in both attire and appearance, made Zeno feel as though they were cast from the same mold as he watched them converse softly. A handsome man with flowing blonde hair approached them. This is Gilead. My uncle, Cersei smiled, introducing him to Zeno. He has a penchant for adventure, and his greatest dream is to recover our family sword. Rest assured, I shall retrieve it soon. Bowing slightly, Gilead addressed Zeno. Your Highness, it is a pleasure to meet you. Greetings, Zeno replied, noticing the familial resemblance among the Lannisters. Save for Tyrion. I heard your family sword went missing in the Smoking Sea. Are you planning to venture to the Valyrian Peninsula? I have prepared a longship and shall embark next year, Gilead responded. When I return, I will bring back the bright roar for your admiration. The curse of the Valyrian Peninsula is formidable. Even items retrieved from there are tainted by its spell. Should you go, it would be a certain death, Zeno pondered, hesitating to voice his concern. Before he could speak, Tyrion interjected, That place is cursed, uncle. As of now, no one has returned alive from there. Gilead flashed a cunning smile. That is because they are not me. You see, I have acquired a talisman at great expense. With it, I shall navigate the Smoking Sea unharmed. The talisman he produced was a triangular piece of wood, coated in a layer of silver, inscribed with a phrase in Valyrian, protection. Tyrion turned his head to glance at Zeno, who gently shook his head. He felt no trace of magic emanating from the wooden board. It appears to be nothing more than a worthless piece of wood. Have you been deceived? Tyrion questioned, with so many sorcerers around. Wouldn't it be more prudent to consult one of them rather than purchase a mere wooden trinket? Gillian tucked the piece away, remarking, They are all a bunch of cowards. Fear not, for I possess the protection of the gods. You might inquire with our newly appointed spymaster whether the gods truly offer assistance. Tyrion insisted on his stance. Venturing to the Valyrian Peninsula is far too perilous. Aegon I issued an edict prohibiting access to the Valyrian Peninsula and the Smoking Sea. Uncle, you cannot contravene the laws of the realm. Gillian rolled his eyes skyward, responding, Tyrion, even your father did not object. Moreover, this decree dates back over 2 centuries. If we were to adhere strictly to it, would we even be able to conduct trade with Volantis?